What's up, peoples? The baby is sleeping. So I figured I'll come outside for a bit. Oh my gosh. I've missed y'all. What's up, you guys? Missed you so much. Get in here. I'm gonna wait for y'all to get in here when you can. What's up? What's up? What's up? Make it you. Oh gosh, these kids, yeah. Don't speak limited. Sana, what's up? You feel better? No, you are crazy. I've never met a person who is this obsessed with being cursed. You're too funny. Yeah, you're funny. Sana, you crack me up.
On video with us.
You,
Angela?
you crack me up. You're funny. Love you back. Yes. Yes, ma'am. I have one of my when I was in New Orleans, I was a teacher in New Orleans. I was a French teacher in New Orleans for a little bit. And one of my students, she found me. I was like her sixth grade French teacher. Now she's like, she's going she's going to college. I'm like, what the heck? Oh, you think so? Girl, I'm working on my hair. I am working on my hair. I need to get a cut. I cut so much of my hair. It was so bad. It was so bad. It was so bad. It was so bad. All right, you guys, before the child wakes up and I can't be here, like, what the heck? I was watching this thing real quick. Oh, you guys, today is not organized. If one of your goals last year, I want to grow my hair long, but not just long though. I want my hair to be like all even, like from root to tip, even. I want it to be thick, shiny, dark, and I want my cuticles to be closed. So I want everything. It could be so much healthier. Ooh, it looks a lot better, but it could be so much healthier. So, but I'm excited though. I am excited. Oh, Dream, she's so cute. It's crazy how these kids don't forget about you. Hey, Mark, what's up? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yo, this was great. I'm so sorry. Ceremonia, yeah, it's really good. You like it? You love it? I won't put you on nothing bad. You guys, they almost deleted Trump. I was supposed to come outside when they almost deleted Trump, okay? But I couldn't come outside because I had the baby. Oh gosh, this baby. I need to go give this baby to his grandmother or something like that so I can live my best life. They almost deleted Trump, you guys. Trump was almost unalived. But thank God he was not unalived. He said, stay inside. Yeah, Mark, I was like, had that, whoever it was, because I don't know if I really think it's a young man, but I'm like, whoever it was, right? Thank God they missed, because we would have woken up to like a civil war in America if that man had been deleted. So I'm like, thank God he was not deleted, child. Matter of fact, don't even delete Joe Biden. Ooh, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. There's a reason why I put Donald Trump and MLK on the picture, okay? Because we need to talk about MLK. I think MLK, he really brought a legacy of socialism that is really, really toxic. That is truly, truly toxic. But let's get started. Let's get started, you guys. We're here for like 5 minutes, okay? What's that girl's name? Nisi. Hold on. I was watching her video last night. Hold on. Let me play this video real quick. Okay, this is how you spell her. She made a video yesterday. Let me share my screen. Oh, they're saying that Biden is going to step down on Sunday. That he's going to step down on Sunday and he's not going to endorse Kamala. okay, that he's stepping down on Sunday. He's not going to endorse Kamala Harris. And I'm sure he doesn't want to, because me, if I was Joe Biden, I would have buyer's remorse when it came to Kamala Harris. Because the whole point, they're saying Sunday. It's all over Twitter. It's all over the place. They're saying like Sunday is when he's going to step down. But he's not going to endorse Kamala Harris, which I understand, right? Because y'all know I support Trump. I'm a Trump supporter. But I am fair. I think I'm pretty fair. I think I'm pretty sober. But I do feel like, right, if you have a VP, y'all supposed to be a team. Like, it's supposed to be like teamwork. You understand? Like teamwork. So if hey, Elliot, what's up, boo? How's your mom? Right? I do feel like if one person can't work or one person is not able to work, right, the VP should be kicking into full gear. Like, you got to step it up, right? But I'm like, it's kind of messed up that Joe Biden, even though I don't like Joe, y'all know I don't like Joe, right? But Joe Biden is 81 years old, right? It's obvious he has dementia. He could have Parkinson's. They're saying that there's a Parkinson's specialist who has been at the White House over 8 times, right? So the age of Joe Biden, the dementia, the Parkinson, and now the COVID, right? But you really do feel like Joe is fighting so hard for both of them to keep their jobs, right? And I'm like, Kamala, you are so much younger than him. Why are you not outside? You know what I mean? Like, it's your time to step up to the plate. Like, step up. Right? And it's like, she's not stepping up. She's not stepping up. And I'm like, what the heck is this? Right? It's like, how would you feel? Yeah. I'm like, how would you feel? How would you feel? Hey, Amethyst, right? How would you feel if you had a partner, right? And then when stuff is getting real, the partner's not stepping up. Like, what the heck? I'm going to keep carrying you on my back. Right? And this is why I told y'all, I don't like this whole DEI crap, right? Because I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with somebody want to hire someone that happens to be Black, right? Who does not want Black people to have jobs? Like, seriously, who's going to be like, oh, well, don't hire Black people, right? Nobody's going to say that. We want to see Black people have jobs. However, in order for people to trust and to believe in Black capital, Black labor capital, right? In order to believe that Black people can actually be good at their jobs, we must hire Black people who are good at their jobs. Okay? If you hire people just because they Black and they can't do the job, even though you mean well, but what you're going to do is ultimately you're going to create a prejudice against other people, because they'll say, oh, you see how they hired that one Black person that one time? Well, they did a horrible job. Oh, you see how they hired that Black person over there? Well, they couldn't do nothing, right? So ultimately what it does is you are creating prejudice, right? You don't want to just give people jobs because they're Black and then they can't do the job, and then it becomes a thing like, oh, Black people don't even know how to do the job. They're just getting job because they Black. Like, nobody wants that. You don't want that on you. You don't want, hey, Lacey, 9, Kevin, what's up, everybody, right? You don't want people to look at you that way. When you step into a workplace, when you step into a job environment, you want people to say, oh, no, she was hired or he was hired because he's good. And she happens to be Black. And he happens to be Black, right? But right now it's, oh, you're Black first, you're woman first, or you're LGBTQ first. And then we're like, oh, maybe you can do the job. Hey, Kim, okay? And it's like, it's not fair. And I'm like, I'm telling y'all, it causes a prejudice. Because then when you go up as a Black person, they're not going to have much faith in you, because all the Black people who preceded you were mediocre at their jobs. You understand? It's like, either if you're going to help people, help them right. But you don't do people any favor by hiring people who are not competent on the basis of their skin color, because then you cause a prejudice. So I'd rather you don't even hire a Black person, because then you make all of us look bad. You know what I mean? Like, Kamala Harris never should have been vice president. She doesn't have what it takes, and it shows. She's not a team player. She's not charismatic. She doesn't know how to motivate people. She doesn't know how to go out there and get busy. You know what I'm saying? Like, me, Marlene, I know for a fact, I can't even sit here and lie and pretend like, oh, you know how some people want to endorse Trump but don't want to do it? Even that to me also is cowardly. I support Trump. I'm Trump 2024. However, right, I like good competition. I like great competition because iron sharpens iron, right? Don't make it easy for Trump too. You understand? Like, come on, give him some competition. And the mere fact that she's not coming outside and be like, no, hold up, wait a minute. Let me clear my throat. That must be, I hope you don't mind, right? She's not outside. Everything she does, it has to be in like this well-sheltered environment. Like, oh, 50 years of hip hop at her house, inviting these Black college students at her house, right? Showing up at the BET Awards from her house. She does everything from her house. Like, girl, what is wrong with you? Do you not see what's happening out here? Like, Trump about to mollywop the F out of all you people. Come outside. I'm like, what is it so hard? What's so hard about that? Me, I'm telling y'all, I'm a Trump supporter, but I'm fair because that's what democracy should be. It's like, it needs to be like sports. Come, like, bring your best game. Like, make me feel like I'm actually like, make me feel like I deserve to win. Don't make it easy for me, right? But I'm like, if Trump is outside in Atlanta, why she can go outside Atlanta? What's her problem? Okay, and you Black, and you a Black. They say you're a Black woman. Okay, and you the people's choice, right? So if Trump is outside and he's at Chick-fil-A, he's hugging all these Black children, he's taking pictures with the Black people. Why is the non-racist Black person not outside also in Atlanta? If Trump is doing a rally in the Bronx, right? Bunch of people coming outside in the Bronx to be out there with Trump. Why don't you also do a rally in the Bronx also? Look, what the heck? Okay. If Trump is out here going to Black churches, go to Black churches. Have you, this whole campaign season, Kamala Harris, oh, she's a Black woman, she's a Black woman, okay? Have you seen her out here talk about, oh, she's going to host an event for Black women, or she's going to have, I don't know, some type of event for Black women? Have you even seen her go to Howard University, her alma mater, and try to put on an event for Black law students, for Black women in law? No, the lady refuses to come outside. I don't understand what's going on. And I'm like, Joe Biden is older. He's 81. He's 81. He probably has dementia. He probably has Parkinson's, right? But this man is fighting so hard for y'all to keep your job. And it's pathetic to me. And I'm like, and this is why I understand why people do not want to put women in high position, especially stressful position, because when the going gets tough, they disappear. And I'm like, this is where you see the male psychology versus the woman's psychology. For as much as I think that Joe Biden should step down, part of me also, I understand he's a man. So for you to say you got to back down in front of Trump, I can see how his male pride is taking a hit. Like, nah, F that. You understand? F that. I'm going to drag this man down with me also. You know, because as a man, you should not back down from another man, right? You understand? Like, I get where he's coming from. It's just that he's not in a place where he can actually do it. But I understand where he's coming from. Because if another man is a challenger to you, what you look like backing down from him? Why would I step down now? We're gonna duke it out. And I get where he's coming from, right? And her as a woman, you see, is getting tough. She gone. And that's the thing about all these women and these feminists, whatever, right? They want all the glory. They want these great positions. They want to make all this money. But when stuff gets real, they're gone. Look at all these ladies they had protecting Trump for Secret Service, right? They didn't even know what to do. Couldn't put their guns back in the holster. Didn't know how to, these girls were completely flustered. And this is why we keep saying men are men and women are women. Stay in your effing lane. Oh, no, I can do it. Oh, I can do it. You cannot. Because pressure is real. And when pressure hits, you see who's built for pressure and who's built to stay at home with children. I'm not trying to be offensive, but it's the truth, though. I'm not trying to be offensive, but God, he made us a certain way. But I do feel like it's not okay. If you're like, you are supposed to be his VP, come outside, hold some of the weight. You know what I mean? Show people like, yeah, even if Biden can't do it, y'all can trust me. I got it. The mere fact that so many people in the Democratic Party, so many of these super PACs, so many of these super donors do not trust Kamala, that says a lot because they haven't felt nothing from her. She's not applying pressure. And on top of that, one of the reasons for her to be on the ticket and to be vice president was the fact that she was supposed to bring the Black vote, secure the Black vote. She barely talks to Black people. And on top of that, she barely talks to Black men. She does what, Bob? She does what? She don't do shit. She don't do shit. This whole, since the debate, I have seen Joe Biden out here do the best he can, right? To kind of salvage the situation. And I'm not even a Joe Biden fan. But I kind of respect this gangster. He's been trying to justify, oh, I had a bad night, I had a call, da, da, da. He's doing, even Karine Jean-Pierre is trying to do something, right? How many interviews you seen of Canelo trying to come out here and be like, nah, that's a top dog. He got it. He good. We outside. Don't worry about it. I hold him down. You know what I'm saying? Like, make it seem like you're out here, you're working. You know what I mean? But people don't even trust her goofy ass because she's not doing anything. Hosting 50 years of hip hop and doing nothing. Okay? Having Gorilla at the White House at the end of the day got to end. Man, go sit down somewhere with that bullshit. Go sit down somewhere with that bullshit. We don't need puppets. We don't need black people just to sit there and be black people. We need black people who get busy. If you don't get busy, get the fuck out of here. Like, we don't need your goofy ass. Like, come on now. It's not that hard. You wanted a man's job, man the fuck up. The fuck? Like, we're tired of this bullshit. I'm so tired of these. They're not built for this. They're not built for this. And the problem with the left, the problem with Democrats is that they have gassed these women up to make them think that they could be men. They walk out here thinking they're trans men. In reality, they're a bunch of scared little punks with big ass degrees who don't know how to get busy. You don't know how to get outside and get grimy with it, right? You don't have it in you. You're not a savage. You don't have it in you. You don't have it in you. Like, what it takes to go out there and do what needs to be done to snatch a victory, you don't have it. You're going to sit back there and think that because you weaponized the Department of Justice and you came up with all these bullshit cases that, oh, they're going to give you a secure win, and you failed and you failed and you failed. Because what you have to do is to beat somebody at the poll. Hey, forehead, right? All your cases, all these BS cases they levied against Trump, zero, nothing. Because the man secured the Supreme Court. You're wasting your freaking time and you're wasting taxpayer dollars. Actually work. They hired that man, Buttigieg, that other guy from the North Carolina, South Carolina, the mayor, because he's white and because he's gay. Here you go. Diversity and inclusion, right? They hired this man. They put him in the cabinet of transportation, right? Gave this man $7-8 billion just so that he can create electric charging stations. $7 billion. This man only built 7 charging stations. I'm like, how do you build 7 charging stations with $8 billion? Where did the money go? Where'd the money go? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, and I'm like, you see Biden, and I really do hope that a lot of people learn. I hope a lot of men learn. That's why that one day Pastor Voti said, you are in trouble when you put women in positions of power. You are in trouble. Joe Biden wanted to be on that liberal goofy shit. Surround his office is full of women, bunch of liberal women, bunch of LGBTQ people, instead of hiring people who can actually do the job. This identity politics, seeing how many rings, infinity rings of identity you can collect, it gonna take you on some bullshit. You have to hire people who can make you win. Fuck what people think. And, and that's one thing. This is one of the reasons why. This is one of the reasons why I love Donald Trump. I know the man is, I know he's scandalous, but one thing about Trump is a fucking winner. He's not going to let you bamboozle him with all this diversity. Google, man, get the fuck out of here. Okay? Because at the end of the day, what truly matters are results. You need fucking results. I came in here. This is what the fuck I did. Do you want more of it or not? What you going to do? Right? When you surround yourself with the unicorns of the identity politics, right? You will never get shit done because people are more concerned about their gender, their skin color, their personal identity, their personal needs than the actual work. Okay? Than the actual work. All right? And we cannot live like this. Like me, it's getting to be too much. My identity. No, we want people who can come in here and we want people who can work and say to people, when I came in here, this is what I did. Y'all gave me this amount of money. You gave me this amount of time and this is what I did. Bum, 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 bum. Trump is a freaking winner. Show me anybody in American politics. Show me anybody in American history who has been able to do what he did. The mere fact that this man had the wherewithal to put the right people on the Supreme Court so that ultimately all the roads lead back to Clarence Thomas, my dude, you're a freaking genius. He's a freaking genius. So everything you do, it goes right back to the Supreme Court. And since it's the highest court in the land, it's a no. It is a no. It's a no. Obama is a demon. Okay? The swindler from Jakarta. the reject of Kenya. Okay? Bunch of bullshit. So you guys, that's what it is. Okay? That's what it is. I'm like, Trump, I feel bad for Joe Biden. He's surrounded with himself with an enclave of goofy ass women who don't know how to work. Karine Jean-Pierre, Kamala Harris, this woman over here, bunch of women over here. Then he put his favorite Zionists over the place, right? It's like, child, you are not going to be successful. Show me an empire, show me a king, show me anybody in world history who was a successful leader, right? Who was surrounded by a bunch of women all over the place. Okay, did you not see what happened to King Solomon in the Bible? By the time he had 1,000 women, he completely forgot who God was. Obama's a demon. Obama's a demon. Okay, Obama's a demon. One person makes a movie like Leave the World Behind, and the next we woke up last night, like between last night and this morning, right? IT outages all over the place. Banks not working, airports not working, planes not working, hospitals not working. Okay. Like, who makes a movie like that? What are you trying to tell us? Okay. And the problem is, no, he's a demon. And the problem with Obama too, right? Because Obama, he got my ass too. I got. I sure did get got. I got because, you know, I was all in that black people stuff, you know, the blackness, the blackity blackness, right? So I didn't even take my time to research Obama because I'm like, yo, he's black. He's the first black man to be president. Man, I like, you know, shoot, we outside, right? We outside. But then it's like years later, hindsight is 2020. You ask yourself like, yo, besides your blackness, what else? What did you bring to the table? Absolutely nothing. Zip zero. Did nothing for the people. Okay, they gave this man a Nobel Peace Prize before he was even a president, only for him to go kill people and to go kill Gaddafi. I will never forgive him for murdering the General Gaddafi. Never. Okay, Trump 2024. That's my dude. I wish him all the best. And to the mere fact that these people try to delete this man, so you try to lie on him, you try to cancel him, it didn't work. You weaponized the DOJ, ran by a Zionist. I didn't even know, you guys. I didn't even know. I did not even know. He did more than what? Killed more people than Trump? He absolutely did. Okay? Absolutely did. Spent his whole time worried about LGBTQ issues. He absolutely did. Spent his whole time bailing out big banks and making sure that all these CEOs had their big bonuses while the rest of Americans were losing their homes. He sure did. Okay, tied people down to Obamacare, where your out-of-pocket costs are $8,000 before you can even get the benefits. Yeah, he sure did. Yeah, he sure did. Bring a bunch of black people to the White House to eat watermelons and play R&B and rap and skate. He sure did. Okay, the most amount of people. He sure did. Not pardon people. He sure did. Obama's a clown. He's the swindler out of Jakarta. Hey Mimi, what's up? Okay, what the hell? What the heck? What the heck? Right? Trump 2024. I don't even know why some people are sitting here pretending not to support Trump. Oh, I'm not really endorsing him. Yes, you are. Say it with your chest and stand on it. Stop being a coward. Stop being a coward. Okay? We are going to, yeah, that's all they did. Maybe Kimberly Kim, think about this. You know I'm not lying, Kim. You know I'm not lying. Think about the number of parties where black people Obama had at the White House, girl. How many times did Jay-Z and Beyonce go to the White House, right? Jay-Z, Beyonce, Usher, LeBron, the Carmelo. He had all the black boys playing basketball with him. Stephon Curry, all of them. All these Negroes were always at the White House, girl. Tell me what bill came out of it. Tell me one time Jay-Z went in there, Beyonce went in there, Stephon Curry went in there, LeBron James went in there and said, Mr. President, we need you to pass at least this thing for black people. We need at least one executive order, okay? They just went there to entertain him and left there empty-handed because black people are just happy going places. They're not happy going places and actually coming out with results, right? They just want to be seen somewhere. You understand me? I'm like, y'all no different than Esau. Like even right now, Joe Biden has a lot of money for marketing because if he don't spend it or Kamala don't spend it, they can't spend it, right? So they're paying a lot of black influencers like the Shade Room, the Neighborhood. A lot of them people getting paid to promote Joe Biden and to push Trump in a bad light. You understand what I'm trying to say? But my thing is, right? I'm like, some of y'all, you will just do it because they're giving you money and you'll use that money to go buy a Gucci bag. Because all Black people care about is wearing designer. I'm like, you're dealing with people who don't have integrity. You are dealing with people, right, who are willing to sell their voice. They are willing to sell their community if they can make a little bit of money and buy something designer and show up on the gram. They don't care. They really don't care. They always go to the White House and they come outside empty-handed. They can never tell you, oh, I went in there, right? I mean, sure, I took the money, but while I was in there, I also advocated for X, Y, and Z. No, they're just happy to be there, take some pictures, collect their money, go buy a little Louis Vuitton, and open that up on Instagram. Just like Esau. Esau sold his birthright to his brother Jacob for a bowl of soup. Okay? Always missing the plot. Anything for the short term. And that's the problem. Black people are always into stuff for the short term. Short term. Give me some money. Give me some money so I can go shopping. Give me some money. Give me some money so I can flex real quick, right? Always in the short term vision. Never looking long term. That's why I told you, when it comes to Project 2025, I'm not even mad at it because that's nothing new. White people have always written down their vision. White people, they think long term. Long term. Okay, you have laws that were written back in the 1960s that affect people today and that put white people at an advantage and they put Black people at a disadvantage. Why? Because white people think long term. They're not going to just oppress you today. Hold on. They're not going to just oppress you today. They're going to oppress you long term. Give me a second, y'all. I'll be right back. Hold on. Baby, give me a second. Mommy's coming. Hold on. I know, boo-boo. I know. Oh, gosh. Okay. Yesterday, I was watching this video. I thought I'd come watch this with y'all, but hold on. Hey, Sonia, what's up, boo? What's up, my love? Oh, little baby, you being a hater. You are being a hater from the Himalayas. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Okay. Say hi to you. Say hi to your aunties and uncles. Say hi. Okay, good. You said hi. Good job. We always say hi when we come into a room, okay? What's happening? All right. No, I was listening to her yesterday, right? Because, y'all, I'm outside. I just can't. I'm outside. I just can't come outside. But I am outside, though, right? So I was watching her video yesterday about Project 2025. And some parts of it, I was like, oh, sounds like what I said. Let me pull a little bit for you guys. Hold on. Hey, see, everybody saying hi to you. How cute is that? Let me see you guys. Okay.
This is the stuff your insurance company doesn't want you to know about. Have you noticed your auto insurance payments have
That means I just want to make it clear to everybody that anything that comes out of the Heritage Foundation is not good for you. So let's just clear that up out front. If you do not have your tickets to the ADOS Summit in October, please go ahead and get those as well. Because what I want to say about this before we get started, that what this shows is that these people are doing their politics. They are planning. What I am about to put together and show to you is a long-term agenda that they have put together. Now, how many times, ladies and gentlemen, have we talked about an ADOS agenda and all that kind of stuff? And people told us we got to get the culture together. No, they have a long-term plan. Took a lot.
Okay. So the other day when I was here, right, what I tell y'all, I said one thing I have learned about white people, and one thing I respect about white people, whether it's good or evil, right? White people are going to write it down. Okay, they will always write out their vision, whether it's to help you, destroy you, invade you, colonize you, kill you, murder you, lock you up. I mean, you name it, right? They will write things down because they need to know. They need to have a plan, right? A manual. They always have some type of manual as to how they're about to do what they're about to do. That's what they do, right? And I'm like, you cannot be mad at people, right, for sitting down and actually putting their ideas on paper. I respect it. I don't know what's in there. I don't know of all that's in there. But it's like, for me, Marlene, I respect anybody who thinks enough of their ideas to sit down and to put their ideas on paper. I mean, heck, even the Bible tells you so, right? Write the vision, make it plain, so that whosoever shall read it can run. Okay. So I'm like, that's what's up. I said, okay, cool. Let's keep going. And we'll talk about the Heritage Foundation. So I guess this is what it is. It is saying it's a research and educational institution whose mission is to build and promote conservative public policies based in Washington, D.C. Okay. So it's not even like they're hiding it. It's right here, prior to 2025. So it is right here. Okay. So we can read that later. So it's not like they're hiding it. Like, oh my gosh, have you heard about Project 2025? The people have it up on their website. They act like they went somewhere and they found some hidden document from Hitler from the 1940s. Like, child, it's on their website. They're not hiding it. And also, once again, white people, right? One thing about white people too, they always have a mission statement. White people love themselves a mission statement. I don't know if you ever work for a white person, a white corporation, if you've ever done like these building activities, like, they like to like go outside in the bushes and do all these bonding crap, right? But then it's like, write your mission statement. What's your mission statement, right? White people love themselves a mission statement. So the people are like, we are conservatives and we want to see more conservative policies. Woo! What you expect a cat to do but be a cat? What do you expect a cow to do but be a cow? Like, come on now, be so for real, right? But it's like, okay, more power to that. Why haven't you written yours? That's my real problem. Why don't you have your plan written out? Because you don't really have one, right? Because I'm like, when it comes to politics in America, one thing I have come to recognize and I have come to appreciate is that for a lot of people, their main issue is always racism. I'm like, how long you gonna keep just focus on racism and racism and racism and racism? Do you not have a vision for other areas of your life, right? Always worried about racism and racism and racism. Does education concern you? Does community concern you, right? Does home ownership concern you? Does estate planning concern you? Does healthcare concern you? Do you have any other concern besides racism? Oh no, racism, because guess what? It is so much easier to focus on white people than to focus on yourself, right? Because I think a lot of Black people, if we're being honest, when they look at the Black community, they are so overwhelmed. I really think that's what it is. You know how some people, their house is so damn dirty they gave up? Because you don't even know where to start? Because the entire house is a hot-ass mess. You don't know to start in the bathroom, upstairs, downstairs, in the basement, on the left, in the kitchen. You don't know where to start the cleaning. So you just give up. You find one section of the house that is somewhat clean and you isolate yourself there. Because honestly, when you look at the mess you've made, you are truly, truly overwhelmed. And I think, right, as a metaphor, this is exactly what's happening to many Black people when it comes to American politics, right? They look at Black culture, they are overwhelmed. They don't know what to do, how to fix it, where to start, right? Don't know. So what we're going to do is let's just focus on racism. Because as long as we focus on white people, as long as we focus on white people did me so wrong, right? I don't have to look at myself or I don't have to look at my community, right, and feel like, yo, I have bigger problems to fix, right? Because one thing I've noticed is that people do not like their own accountability. People love to hold other people accountable. If you spend your whole life focusing on the white man did me so wrong, then you can go through and think, well, I didn't do nothing wrong. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter what I do because no matter what I do, they're so racist. I ain't never gonna make it, right? Because you're defeated. You're a loser. You're a bum. Okay? It's the same thing with women in relationship. Talk to most women. Oh, every man is the problem. She's never the problem. Okay? Oh, he was a narcissist. He was a narcissist. Everybody's a narcissist but her. Make it make sense, right? People do not like their own accountability. People don't like to look at themselves, right? People don't like to look at themselves and say to themselves, right, how can I become a better version of myself, right? Before I worry about the exterior, because honestly, you can only help yourself. Right? It is so much easier to control you. It is so much easier to control what you can do than try to change other people, right? And there's so many Black people who have this obsession with taking racism out of white people. Maybe you can't, okay? Maybe you can't. Maybe you never will. So is that going to be your obsession? Maybe white people are built for racism. Maybe there's no cure to racism in white people. Okay, I don't know how you would say that, but okay. Maybe white people are meant to be racist until the coming of the second coming of Jesus Christ. Are you going to sit here and obsess over the racism, or are you going to focus on yourself and learn to not be affected or impacted by the racism? Because you can control you, and you control how you react to exterior stimuli, right? You don't have to constantly obsess about what other people are doing, what another ethnic group is doing, and if they like you, don't like you, who cares? Do you even like yourself? Do you even like yourself? I mean, like, come on, like, they've been racist since 1619. We're in 2024, okay? At this point, one thing you got to respect is they committed to this. They're true to this. Gang, respect it, right? And the only thing you can do, honestly, is to focus on yourself. Become a better version of yourself. Become a better version of yourself. I'm like, that's all you can really do. You cannot change people. Even your own children, you can't change them, right? Like, how many people try to date a man and then force him to go to church so they can change the person? You cannot change the person. You can't force somebody to be a Christian. You cannot force somebody to believe in God. You cannot force a person to be good. You have to accept that. Like, I can't change people. All you can do is change yourself. And then if some people are actually inspired by the change that you've made in your life and they want to follow suit, more power to them, right? But you'll make yourself sick trying to change people. Accept people for who they are, okay? And then learn, okay? But learn. You don't have to vote for Trump, right? But learn to also focus on yourself. You owe more to yourself. You owe more time and more dedication to yourself than you spend obsessing over other people that honestly are not even thinking about you. Not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to be offensive, right? But I'm like, Black people spend way too much time thinking about white people. White people don't even think about you. Okay, live your life. Okay, live your life. Focus on your issues. Focus on your community. Fix what's wrong. Build a better future for Black children. Let's have better schools for Black children, right? Let's have better families for Black children. Let's bring back family values. We need values. Children who want to be good children, okay? Like, focus on what truly matters. Don't worry about these people. They're not worried about you. But you spend so much time looking at white people, what they doing, what they dressing, what they say, Child, there's only 24 hours in a day, right? And this whole day, what have you done to help a Black child go to college? What have you done to help yourself have better credit? What have you done to make sure that the front of your house is clean, okay? Focus on yourself. So my thing is, when it comes to the Heritage Foundation, this is their purpose. Right? It's the same thing with the NAACP. If they were actually serious people, I told a friend that because she used to work for them, right? And I'm like the NAACP, they should be doing the same thing. The National, Association for the Advancement of Colored People, right? But instead of the NAACP having a vision for Black people and actually sitting there and writing a cohesive plan that addresses every single aspect of society, right? For Black people, no, they want to do award shows like the BET. Okay, the Image Award. How does the Image Award help Black people? You waste so much money putting on this award show for a bunch of Black people who honestly don't even give to Black people. They don't even give money to the NAACP. They don't partake in altruism. They're not philanthropists. They're not donors to Black universities. They're not investing in Black children, right? So why are you wasting your time? They gave Rihanna an Image Award for what? What does Rihanna do for Black people besides sell them stuff from the white man in Paris? Okay? Why are you wasting your time with award shows instead of doing what these people are doing? right? Because Black people are not at their post doing what they should be doing. They're always getting distracted with shit that don't matter. Fashion shows, award shows, the reality TV show, never want to do what you're supposed to be doing. But the NAACP, they should also have a 900-page document on their vision for Black America and where they see Black people 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 50 years from now, right? But they don't want to spend the money on that. They'd rather spend money on the NAACP Image Award. What are we going to do with an Image Award? What does an Image Award do for me? Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. And you are celebrating celebrities that do nothing in return for Black people. Being successful for oneself is not worth celebrating because how does it help the group? Okay, it only edifies one person. You're wealthy. I'm happy for you. Okay, you have 4 million people on the Instagram who follow you. I'm happy for you. How does that serve the rest? How does that serve the collective? It does nothing good for nobody. It is for yourself. Okay, you are edifying yourself, and then we give you an award because you edify yourself. Child, let me tell you something. It's a bunch of foolishness. Hold on, let her.
Like 900 pages.
Good for them.
Heck, we can't even get people to get together and, well, have you read the 8 Hours Agenda? No, I just want to know. I just want you to tell me.
Exactly. They'll never want to read for themselves, right? Let somebody else read it. Okay, let somebody else post it on the Shade Room, and then that's how they're gonna be informed. You're not serious. You are seriously not serious. I had a friend call me. She sent me a message. She's like, "Child, my DMs always blowing up, right?" She gonna send me a little thing from the Shade Room because yesterday Hulk Hogan was like one of the last people to come out last night at the RNC, right? And I'm like, so let me get this straight, right? The Republican convention thing. It's been going on since Monday, okay? They've had a host of people get on that stage and talk, because I watched the whole thing, okay? I watched the whole thing. Even last night, I was sitting here listening to Trump, okay? Trump 2024, okay? But I'm like, it started on Monday. It ended last night. You understand? But my thing is, right, of all the people who came, you only saw Hulk Hogan because you went on the Shade Room, and I said to her, friend, you're not serious. That's why you and we cannot have serious conversation about politics, right? Because when you want to be serious about politics, because this is real, politics, policies, okay? I'm going to say it again. Politics, policies. Politics create the policies that affect our lives, right? We cannot relegate something so serious to tidbits from the Shade Room. You understand me? Okay, and my thing is, and it's no offense to Angie over there, right? But I'm like, you're Black American, right? You're FBA, you're ADOS, however you choose to identify. You're going to wait for a Nigerian person to tell you how to look at news in your country? Like, you embarrass me every day I wake up. Like you think me I'm away for Abuja News, from Lagos News? Are you insane? And no offense to my people, because, I am an honorary Nigerian. But my thing is, we are not in Lagos, okay? We are not in Abuja. Okay, we are not in Akwa Ibom. Okay, we're not in an Eagle State. We are in America. Okay, so I'm like, the stuff is there. The videos are there, right? You always talk about Black America and ADOS issues, and FBA issues, right? But then you wait for a Nigerian to tell you how to think about issues that affect you as a Black American. Are you serious right now? I cannot take you seriously. I don't know. People need to break the shit down to me, right? Because I don't know how you can be from this country, right? And you think that your interests are in alignment with hold on, baby. I don't know how you can be from this country, right? And think that your interests are in alignment with immigrants. Do you not know that immigrants are waiting to bring their entire families from Africa, from God knows where, to America to invade, to take over? Do you really think, do you truly think that people, especially, let's talk about Black immigrants, right? Because Sana hit me up yesterday. She was like, oh, but Marlene, because she tried to use the shame on me, but it don't work. Don't ever try to shame me to reason with me. It does not work, because when I've made up my mind, I know why I've made up my mind. So she said to me, but Marlene, I don't understand why immigrants are so mean to other immigrants. What you trying to say? Because when you say Trump, It means close the border, right? A lot of people think that Trump is racist. Trump does not like people from other countries, etc., etc., etc. So she's trying to be like, but Marlene, since you're not from America yourself, right? Why are you so mean to the immigrant? I said, let me tell you something first and foremost, Sana. Number one, I came to America legally. I did not come here illegally. Okay, but she's like, but you should understand. I said, no, I don't have to. Stop thinking that everybody got to have empathy for everybody. I don't have to. Okay, does Bill Gates wake up in the morning? I don't care. He can be racist. He has the right to be racist. Everybody has the right to be racist. You understand me? Because I forgot where she was from. She's like, oh, I'm from Kenya. I said, okay, cool, right? If people from Congo, if people from Rwanda and Burundi and Uganda were just invading Kenya, if Nairobi was full of Rwandan people, Somalian people, would you like that stuff? No, you would not. Okay? One thing about immigrants is that all types of immigrants, right? They want to do to other people's countries. I know it's you. They want to do to other people's countries what they will never want to see in their own country. It is not okay. Okay? My stance is immigration is a privilege. It is not a right. You're not entitled to other people's countries. Okay? People have worked really hard. And I'm sure it's horrible, Janet, right? People have worked really hard to build their countries, right? People have worked really hard to come up with a certain culture. People have worked really hard to build a national identity, okay? People have worked really hard for their economy. So when you come here, and I don't even think that most people have an issue with immigration, right? People want to welcome immigrants that are here to push the country forward, right? People want to deal with immigrants who are here to assimilate, right? Because let's be honest, some immigrants, based on where they're from, they have horrible cultures. I don't care what nobody says, okay? Some people do not make for good immigrants because they will not assimilate. Okay, you have people who immigrate into a foreign country and they have nothing but hatred for that country. Why are you here? Why are you here? If you have so much visceral hatred, why are you here? Okay, there are people who refuse to let go of their practices from back home, and those practices honestly are quite barbaric. Okay, and I'm Black, I'm a faggot. Okay, like listen, not everybody makes for a good immigrant. You have people who come from countries that value hard work. You have some immigrants, based on where they come from, when they come to America, for example, they go to the UK, they do not want handouts. They don't want government handouts, okay? Because that's where, in their country, there's no handout. You earn your shit. So it's like, yeah, I welcome your ass because you fit right in with the American spirit, right, of entrepreneurism. Become an entrepreneur. We welcome you. You have some people who come to their country, they value education. You treat school seriously. You respect your teacher. You pick up after yourself. You show up on time. We want those types of immigrants, okay? But then you have other people who come from countries, there's no base training. They pee on the wall. They poop outside. They don't pick up their trash. They're a hot-ass mess. Because in your country, there's no rule of law. You're a bunch of savages. And it's the truth, though. Okay? A white person can't say it because they'll be called a racist, but it's the truth. Not every immigrant is the same. Not every country is the same. Okay? And you have certain type of immigrants. It is so much harder to assimilate them into becoming law-abiding citizens because in their country, there is no law. Okay? You understand? You bring a bunch of illegals from El Salvador, for example, and the majority of them are MS-13, you're screwed. These are not going to be fruitful immigrants. Nothing is impossible, but you're not going to have an easy time to assimilate them into law-abiding citizens. They're going to reject our laws. They're going to reject our decency. They're like, no, absolutely not. So it's like, no, we have to be serious. We have to be serious, right? You would not, if you woke up one day and there was 8 million Rwandese, Burundis, Ugandese people, like Congolese people, right? Swatting the Kenya, overtaking Nairobi, you would not like it. So it's like sometimes like put yourself in people's shoes too. Like, you also have a country. You have a home country. I'm from the Ivory Coast, right? And I feel the same way. what I see happening in America, I would not want to see that happen in the Ivory Coast. And as a matter of fact, it's already happening in the Ivory Coast. Okay? Ivorians own nothing. Everything belongs to Lebanese people. It's all foreigners. The best restaurants, the prime real estate, everything is being sold to foreigners. And Ivorians have nothing in their own country. It is not okay. It is not okay. So just because I'm an immigrant, I don't owe shit to no other immigrant. I mean, I guess my dad, right? My dad and my mom, they brought me here. And guess what? They're here legally, okay? My mom is a U.S. citizen now, and my dad has a green card. We are here legally. We came here legally through the airport, Dallas Airport, okay? We did not break laws to come in here. You cannot be breaking a country's law. America is a sovereign nation. All nation states are sovereign. And when you partake in illegal immigration, you are breaking the law. You are weakening a nation. You're what the heck? What is this? Like, I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, oh my gosh. Am I going crazy? No, that's crazy to me. It's not asking for too much. You know what I'm saying? And I understand why all these European countries are sick and tired of immigrants, because they don't contribute. They're not positive contributors. Instead, they are withdrawers, right? And they completely bankrupt the public funds, right? That's not okay. You know, just like go to France, for example, right? Go to France. You'll see so many West African people, especially the Muslim one. I said what I said, right? That daddy will have like 4 wives, y'all. 4 wives. First and foremost, right? First and foremost, France is not into polygamy. They don't care. They don't care. That's what I'm talking. They don't respect people's law. Like French people have the right to say, this is how our country is, right? We are a country of one wife, one husband, one wife, right? You bring a man from Mali, from Guinea, from Senegal. He's F that. I'm from Africa. It's my culture. Fuck your culture, motherfucker. Fuck your culture. Does this look like Dakar to you? Does it look like Conakry? Does it look like Bamako? You are in Paris, motherfucker. Okay? Follow the rules. Oh my gosh, my little baby, sir. I keep forgetting everybody. Y'all, forgive me, okay? All right? You are in Paris. You are in France. And as the adage goes, when in Rome, act like the Romans do. But they don't want to. Okay? You'll see a guy from Senegal, from Guinea, from Mali, y'all. He got like 4 wives in one apartment. And he's not even paying for the apartment. It is a free apartment. It's a free apartment with 3 bedrooms, right? They got like 14 people in there. They break down these apartments or give it to them for free. They destroy the elevators. They graffiti all up in, I mean, you guys, they just destroy people's stuff. And it's not okay. It is not okay. So because you're from Africa, because you're an immigrant and not African, I should feel bad for you? No, I find this behavior repugnant. It is repugnant, right? And then, so he starts up with 1 wife, gets her pregnant. So since she gets money for all the kids, right? Then he collects the money. He collects the show. Yo, I'm so sorry. He collects the money, right? And he uses the kids' money to go pay for dowry to get a second wife. Then the second wife comes to Paris. He gets her pregnant too, collects more money. He uses the child care, you know, like, because in France, they'll pay you for your kids, right? Like every kid gets an allowance from the government, right? So his job is to create as many kids as possible so he can pay for dowry. Like, you know, you pay for the cows and the goat, whatever, to go get you a new wife, right? Before you know it, this dude got like 4 wives, living in free housing, 14 kids, child, please. Child. Yeah, sometimes we're going to have a baby child. Okay? It's a hot mess. You know what I'm trying to say? It's a hot mess. So I understand why. Listen, I'm being honest. I get it. Some people come to your country to just leech off public funds, and that is not fair. And then you have other people who immigrate to your country. They really want to work. They want to invest. They want to be entrepreneurs. They want to create jobs for people. These are the kind of people we want. And so because I have my own country, which is the Ivory Coast. I mean, here I'm a naturalized U.S. citizen, but I guess I have 2 countries, right? I have America and I have the Ivory Coast, right? But what I wish for America is the same thing I would wish for the Ivory Coast, right? We don't have secure borders. And I told you, when the war started, the people came from Burkina Faso, they came from Mali, they started slaughtering people in the countryside because our borders are wide open. You should never have borders that are wide open. It is not safe. I told y'all the same thing about Congo. If Congo had safer borders, so many people wouldn't have died. Millions of people would have been safe. Okay? You have the right to protect your borders. You have the right to be a nationalist. You have the right to put your country first. That's all you got. Okay? That's all you got. You have your country. If you lose your country, what else do you have? Where else are you going to go? Do you want to be an immigrant somewhere else and have to fit in somewhere else and have to listen? I'm an immigrant. Okay. And it's not easy to go live abroad. It's not easy to go live in a different country. So when you have a country that's doing very well compared to most other people's countries, yeah, you have the right to be a nationalist. Okay. You have the right to say, I protect my country. I want to make sure that we don't have weird, ominous people coming into our country. Okay. Because we have a culture over here. We have laws over here. We are law-abiding citizens, right? We are a nation of laws. We are a nation where, for the most part, our institutions do work. We have law and order. We have people who pick up the trash, okay? We don't pee outside, okay? We don't defecate outside, all right? So I said what I said. It's a hot mess. So then she was like, you right, Marlene. She's like, oh, I said, okay, cool, right? Just like in Britain. Who does most of the bullshit in Britain? Black people. Who does all the stabbing and they stabbing and doing the drug dealing and the stabbing? It's a whole lot of black people. And many of them are West Indian, right? But if the white man says, I am tired, oh my gosh, he's a racist. No, he's not a racist. Because you've been here for so long and you have not you never shedded the skin from your country. Become a new creature in Christ, okay? Become a new creature in Christ. It's not gonna hurt you. Like, what in the world?
Well, do you have something that you want to help work on? Well, no, I don't really think we need no politics kind of right, not like that. Well, all right. Okay. Like what you at that point, what do you want me to say at that point? You have decided that failure is your only option.
Exactly.
And then,
Exactly. So they'll sit here, talk about racism and race. Okay, fine. Let's do some. Well, it doesn't matter what we do because either way, we're screwed. Then shut up. Why are you wasting my time? Right? If you believe that no matter what you do, you're not going to make it, then just die. Die already. Like, what the fuck? Like, die already? But for me, 1% increase, a 2% increase is better than nothing, okay? It takes a penny to make $1. It takes $1 to make $100, okay? It takes $100 to make 1,000, right? It's better to fight for something than to believe in like, well, no matter what I do, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you gave up already because you're a fucking quitter. And that's why I told y'all, when you go to most black churches, it's full of people who have failed. They failed. They gave up on life. It is nothing more than a cemetery, okay? It is a repository of quitters. The defeated souls of quitters go to church. They go to church every day. They stay at church. They sleep at church. They live at church, right? Because they gave up. If they truly believe in the Bible, if they truly believe what the Bible said about God, okay, they will be swift in their spirit and they will quickly resume the fight, okay? But you gave up. And that's why there's a passage in the Bible that says, how will you keep up with the horsemen when what? Hold on, let me find it for y'all. How will you keep up with the horsemen, okay? Yes. Oh, that's how it goes, right? There you go. Okay. What would the Bible says? It says, right? If you have run with the footmen and they have tired you out, then how can you compete with the horses? Okay. All right. So it's like if you have a defeatist mindset, go die somewhere. Die. Be done with it. End your life because you gave up. Why are you over here wasting time, wasting space, wasting air? Right? Make it make sense. Stop it. Like, oh, child, I can't. I really can't. I cannot.
It is what it is. So, fam, I say all that to say. What this shows more than anything, and we're gonna get into it, is that they playing hardball and we are playing kitty ball. Exactly. And I'm not just talking about ADOS, I'm talking about the Democrats in general. Period. Now let's just
period. Okay. And that's why I said to y'all, I don't really watch all the time, but when I watched this video yesterday, I said, ooh, sounds like what I said the other day, right? You cannot be mad at somebody for taking their personal time, okay, and sit down and write 900 pages. If you can write a 900-page book, because that's a book at this point, okay? It is a book, okay? Then you are committed. Now, like I said, I didn't read all of it. I didn't even start reading it or whatever, right? But off the bat that it's 900 pages and it addresses every single facet of American life, salute. You got my respect, because that's crazy. That's really crazy, right? Then on top of that, you took your own money and you invested into all the research, getting the people together, right? To put this document, this book together, I respect it. So before I sit my ass over here and criticize or get mad about what's in there, what's not in there, I need to ask myself, what did I write? Nothing. So I need to shut the fuck up. Okay, that's it. Did you write something? No. Are you going to write something? No. Are you going to bring people together and write something? No. So your issue is what exactly? Okay, your issue is what exactly? How can you compete when how can you complain when you are unproductive your damn self? Okay, how can you compete? How can you complain when you're not even serious yourself? Okay, you're not serious. Anybody can turn a little Instagram page and go live and pretend to be an activist, okay? But it takes a brilliant mind, whether it's for good or evil, to sit your ass down somewhere and to actually write out your vision, right? We don't like to write nothing. We take life as a joke. I told y'all, it's like the cicada and the ant thingy. Black people, cicada, the ant, white people. We're going to learn. We're going to learn. I'm like, go ahead.
Go through a little bit of it because I want to give it some context, right? Like I want to give it, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I would love to go through each section of this and talk about it. But like my people don't really like doing that. If I come up here and I got beef with somebody and I'm going to air somebody out, we can get 2,000 people in the box. If we
exactly. There you go. There you go. Right? There you go. And she knows. Go read Project 25. Go read. None of y'all heifers read no dang Project 25. You waiting for somebody to give you a recap based on their own biases. That's what you really want because you're not serious. And she's right. If you talk about Nene Leakes, you talk about Portia, you talk about all kinds of the stuff that doesn't matter. If you want to sit here and talk about Sexy Red and her performance at the BET Awards or Cardi B is fighting Joe Budden right now, you'll see it be droves of people. Talk about the YSL case and Young Thug, droves of people, right? Because if we're being honest, right, when it comes to politics, when it comes to stuff that truly matters, Black people are not interested. They are not interested in what truly matters. They want somebody else to go read it. They want somebody else to go get informed, okay? Give me a summary and give me enough reason to be upset, okay? Give me a summary, give me like headlines, right, that can get me upset and reinforce my bias and my hatred towards white people, right? I'm like, that's why that's why for the most part, I don't even really like to talk politics with Black people, but since we're here, right? Because y'all different. But like overall, no, I don't. Because I know what I'm dealing with. It's an uninformed people who wants to talk about politics. Okay? All right? But I'm like, no, you're not well read in politics. You're not well versed in politics. The majority of them don't even know the responsibility of the 3 branches of government, let alone name the 3 branches of government. They have no idea. They just want people to go and cherry pick instances, sound bites, whatever, that can galvanize their hatred, their bigotry, their bias towards white people. But to truly be informed about the state of affairs of what really is happening, sitting down and becoming an educated person on politics, they don't have the bandwidth. They don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. They'd rather be entertained than educated. Okay, so I'm like, where we gonna go? And that's why when you take certain stances in politics, right, you cannot feel bad about Black people not liking you because the majority of them are uninformed or they're misinformed because they always wait for somebody else to tell them how to think and how to feel, right? Because they cannot be bothered with going out there and finding information for themselves. They are, okay? That's what I told my friend. I said the whole convention has been on since Monday until last night. You wake up, you go to the shade room. Voting is a serious thing. Voting is a serious civic duty. It is not something to be taken lightheartedly, right? Because it's the one time every 4 years, right, where everybody is equal. Because when you think about it, right, during our day-to-day lives, right, for the most, for every day, the whole year, we are truly not living as equal. Some are richer, some are poor, some are white, some are black, some are women, some are men, right? We're really not equal. But when it comes time to go vote for the president, right, November 4th, every 4 years, right, it's the one time I could say all Americans are on the same pedestal, like it's the same thing, right? It's one person, one vote. You can be Jeff Bezos. You only get one vote. You can be super poor. You also get one vote. So November 4th, every 4 years, you are equal to a billionaire, a trillionaire, or whatever, right? Because everybody has that one vote. And after that, it's right back to living in a world full of inequality and injustice. Okay? So it's something to take very seriously. So you can't say, oh, I care about politics. Oh, Trump is a clown. Oh, Trump is an idiot. I don't like Trump. But you go to the shade room, okay, to get your political sound bites. You yourself are a clown. You are a clown. Okay? Because I will never in my life, okay? I will never in my life give so much power to a freaking gossip blog to tell me how to understand politics and how to feel about politics. I'm not trying to be funny, but I am way too intelligent for that. And I understand what voting truly is. It is not a joke. Like, even when I say, oh, I support Trump, I'm not being funny. I'm not saying it to troll you guys. Like, I'm being serious, right? It is real. We have real issues to worry about. Our economy, we have to worry about. The ability for young people to become first home buyers, we have to worry about. The kind of schools we want our children to go to, we have to worry about. Energy, we have to worry about. Whether we're talking about sustainable energy or the energy of the old days, we got to worry about that. Our safety, we have to worry about. Having safe streets, we have to worry about that. Our retirement, you guys, one day, believe it or not, we're going to be just like Joe Biden. That's why I don't make fun of him like that, right? We're all going to be old. One day we will be 66. Who knows? Retirement might move to 70. It might move to 75. Are we prepared for that, right? When they're sitting here and telling you that Social Security is going to go broke by 2036, there are real problems in America. When they're telling you that Medicare and Medicaid will also go broke by 2036, and they're only going to be able to cover up to 50% of your claims, like, it is real. It is seriously real. Are we even going to retire and be able to have Social Security? Probably not. So if it's no longer going to be there for us and our kids, right, what are we going to do to make sure that when we retire, we also have money for us in our old age? We have real issues to talk about. And then you have some people, the only reason why they want to vote is for abortion. It's for abortion. The only thing they care about, can I kill my baby? Do I have the right to have an abortion as late as I choose to, right? And I'm like, and then you sit here and you really think about like this whole democracy thing, is it really ideal, right? Because you're born in a country or because you're naturalized into a country, should you automatically get the right to vote, right? Because I'm thinking like, you got to have some type of test. I feel like people should go through some kind of test to deserve the right to vote. Like the same way you get a driver's license, I feel like we should have the same type of system in place, right? To make sure that we allow people who are intelligent and who care about the nation, right, to vote. Because right now, I think like it's a right that we're just throwing away. And a lot of people do not care. They don't care about the nation. They don't care about the economy. They don't care about the future of kids. They don't care. All they care about is that one particular issue, and they vote based off of that. Oh, abortion. Are you for abortion or you're not for abortion? Like, girl, what? You should have a list of at least like 5 or 10 issues that you care. And maybe abortion is one of them. But abortion cannot be the only issue that you care about, right? So you want to have an abortion so bad. So gas Gas could be $20. Gas could be $20 a gallon. You don't care, right? We could have completely empty police station with criminals running around, having their way with people, right? You don't care. All you care about is abortion. Okay? Millions of people are drowning in student loan debt, probably yourself. But how we gonna fix it? You don't care, because all you care about is your abortion. Are you serious right now? And this is the stupidity or the imbecility of the majority of the electorate. They only care about goofy ass issues, right? I'm like, you really think if a woman was to die, if a pregnancy really, really got that bad and someone could die, you don't think that people would actually intervene? Make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? Immigration, don't care. But you want to tell me, I'm Black American, my ancestors were enslaved, but you don't care about immigration. Make it make sense. Do you not understand that America is like a corporation? Everybody has stocks. Okay, when you're an American citizen, you are a shareholder. If you've been here longer, your people been here longer. Your people been here since slavery. You are you've been here for a long time, right? But guess what happens with immigration, right? It's no different than when a company issues new stock. When you issue new stock, you dilute the stocks, right? There's a dilution that happens when you keep releasing more and more and more and more stocks. It's the same thing. The more you have immigration, especially illegal immigration, you are diluting the stocks because you're changing the ethnic pool of what America is. You are changing it, and you're changing it drastically. When you bring 8 million, 17 or 30 million illegal people into the country, you are drastically changing the population pool, right? You are drastically diluting people's stocks, and that is not okay. That is not okay. People should have a say so. Like, hold up, wait a minute, right? But you don't care because you're so obsessed with, I don't like Trump because he's a racist. It doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter, but it doesn't matter that much, right? If he's a racist that you align with on certain positions, vote for him. Because you cannot hate somebody so much that you will cut your nose to spite your face. Like, make it make sense. Like, seriously, make it make sense, right? Make it make sense. The majority of predominantly Black cities are inundated, overwhelmed, okay, with illegal immigrants. Okay? Well, we're telling you that New York City is going to have to go up to $9 billion, okay, just to take care of illegal immigrants. You want to let that slide because you hate Donald Trump. You think he's like, you think he's going to lose his house in Mar-a-Lago because you hate him? Okay, let's even say Joe Biden's elected again, right? And all these illegals are allowed to come here. They're allowed to vote. You think who's going to suffer? Okay, Trump, he didn't even go to the airport. He travels private, okay? Where Trump lives, most people can't afford to live there. He's not going to be affected by the goofiness. Okay, but you will be. All of us will be. Everyday people will be. Please, hold on. Wait a minute.
Don't come here and talk about politics. We're going to stay between 400 and 600. That's another problem. We don't really want to talk about it. But since people brought it up, let's go. Let's get with it. Now, the first thing I want you to see before we even go to page 1, this thing says personnel and training. They're talking about putting people in position to make their politics come true. They're not just talking about, we don't need no power. We got to just start a business. We just got to do a bit. No, they're talking about, listen, do y'all remember, and I'm not the first person to say it. People said it years ago. Elizabeth Warren said it. A lot of this stuff is not new. It's only new to you. And I'm not talking about y'all in the chat because y'all do politics, but it's only new to you because you don't do politics. This stuff is only new to you because you don't do nothing. This stuff is only new to you because you don't know you have never read what's inside of conservative think tanks. This stuff is only new to you because Democrats had to tell you it existed.
Exactly.
Heritage Foundation has been around for a long time. Exactly. It's been a problem for a long time for us.
Exactly. Ain't nothing new. But once again, when you're lazy, when you're intellectually lazy, and you wait for other people to tell you what to be outraged about, right? It took Taraji P. Henson to let people know that there's a thing called Project 2025. You know that about yourself? Can you buy me some time so I can be outside with my friends?
What do you think? No. I don't think he's happy.
Sure, I be with him all the time. My arms need a break. Little baby. See? Can mommy be outside with her friends for a little bit? Please. Love you. Because I'm like using curse word around a baby. That's not good.
You don't understand nothing.
But I know my baby, but that's still not cute though. His you never know. His angels could be, I mean, probably hearing me. Would you mind taking a diaper and changing it upstairs?
Changing him upstairs.
He's going to scream.
Can you like put a video on and mute for a second?
Why'd you hold on? There's a mute so he can scream. Hold on. He hates when you change his diaper.
We're gonna talk about a lot of people who have been a problem for a long time for us. So yes, it's a problem, but no, it's not new. And why aren't we doing it? Not only as ADOS, but as Democrats in general. And I'm gonna tell you why Democrats aren't doing it. We already know why ADOS ain't doing it. We are propagandized into believing that we don't need government. How can you simultaneously say you are among the most oppressed people and are the most oppressed people in this country, but then say you don't need government to help fix it? And you don't want to get in line with government to.
That part, I don't agree with that part. I don't agree with that part. Because see, she's of the mindset, you see, she's an MLK follower. She's of the mindset of, if you have issues in society, the government has to fix it, right? No, the government can fix some things. But historically, you will find that the bigger you make the government, even companies too, corporations, right? The bigger you make the government, the more inefficient the government becomes. I told you, I'll show y'all. Buttigieg, he's in the cabinet of transportation, right? Over $8 billion to build charging stations so that more Americans could be inspired, encouraged, incentivized to go electric, right? $8 billion. He only built 7 charging stations. So like, you trying to tell me one charging station costs $1 billion, right? Governments are in the business of wasting money. They waste money. They are seriously inefficient. And that's why sometimes you want to have more private sector than you do have public sector, right? Because they suck. So this notion of, oh, if we make the government bigger, that way we'll fix more issues for people. No, you're not. Okay? You make a government bigger, you hire more politicians, they will go find other issues that have nothing to do with the issues why you elected them, and they'll just waste your money. Okay? So, no. Something can be small and it can be very efficient and it can be very nimble. Okay, so that part I don't agree with her. I will say that part.
To do something about it or be a part of that solution, which obviously involves government. You don't see how government impacts your life, your grandmama, your brother, your baby mama. You don't see how government impacts that life. You see how that all the time.
Miss Yvette, it does not impact them positively. Okay. And I will say this because, child, these conversations I have in my DMs, right? And I said to my other friend, right? You see, one thing, you guys tell me what you think, right? Because I was like, when you look at Black America before MLK era, MLK civil rights era, Lyndon B. Johnson era, right? When you look at Black America before then, you see a people that is very entrepreneurial, okay? That is they have agency. They're not waiting because they've lived hundreds of years completely being excluded. The government does not care about you. They're never going to come to fix anything. So these people take ownership. They take ownership. They take accountability. They're self-sufficient, the best they can, given what they have, right? Very entrepreneurial, highly educated, still married, right? They handle business. Right? When you look at this MLK, I call it the MLK integration module, right? This dream that MLK had to integrate, to assimilate into white society. In my eyes, right, based on my appreciation, it did a few things, right? Number one, I really believe that it killed the entrepreneurial spirit of Black America, right? Because last time when we looked at this, where is it? Oh, hold on, let me show you. I had this image. Okay, good. There you go. Right? Okay. Boom. Boom, boom. Okay. Remember when I showed y'all this image last time, right? Okay. And I did say, so Black America is at the bottom. Okay. $35,000 median household income. Okay. In the USA. Right. And then you have Indians at the top. They had another one too on Twitter. But let's go with this one, right? And I said, if you kind of think about it, the first thing that can jump to mind is that when you're talking about Asians, like Chinese, Korean, Japanese, whatever. And you talk about Asians and South Asians, like the Indian people, whatever. So Asians and South Asians, right? When you think about them, usually the first thing that does come to mind is tech. A lot of them are in tech, right? They do a lot of STEM, like science, technology, engineering, math, whatever. They are truly into tech. And the tech jobs is where the money is, okay? And also they're really into medicine, right? Becoming doctors, very, very specialized surgeons, right? But they're really into like the doctor stuff. They're really into the tech stuff. So off the bat, I think education plays a big part into why they make so much money per household, right? But another thing about Asians and South Asians too is that they're very entrepreneurial, right? It's a very entrepreneurial people who come here, right? They're entrepreneurial. And usually the way it goes is that the first generation, like the parents who come here, they will try somehow to have a business. Okay. And then their kids are pushed into being the best of the best academically. So like the parents will have some type of business, and then their children will have some type of crazy degree in either science or like some medical field or something crazy like that. Right. So I think that plays a part into why they're wealthy, because when you have a business, like most people who have businesses, most communities who are more entrepreneurial based, right, tend to have more money, right? They tend to have more money. They tend to pay less taxes. They tend to have more money, and their children tend to have really great education. When it comes to Black America, one of the reasons why I think it's at $35,000, right, is the fact that it's socialism. It really is. I blame a huge part of it on this MLK integration business. It's a hot mess. It really is a hot mess, because what it did, when I look at it, is that it killed the entrepreneurial spirit of Black America, number one. Number two, it showed Black children that they should relinquish HBCUs, for example, right? And instead go be trained at these white liberal arts colleges, right? Number three, it taught Black people, right? Instead of becoming an entrepreneur, right? Become an employee. Right? Be employed for the white man, because the white man gonna give you a job and the white man gonna give you benefits, right? Number four, it also taught Black people to become consumers of white people trinkets. Does that make sense, you guys? You get me? Right? Like, think about what I'm saying, right? Because before integration, a lot of Black people had businesses because of racism, because of segregation, because of Blacks only, okay? They had to fulfill those needs. They had to fill up these industries. They had to become entrepreneurs to satisfy the need that they couldn't get from white people, right? But the more and more people integrate, what it does, and the thing about integration too, right, before I get there, but the thing about integration too is that the way MLK and this whole integration thing happened, it puts white people, their goods, their education, their lifestyle, their neighborhoods on a pedestal, right? So it's like, oh, wow, to be white or to be around white people is goals. You understand, right? Instead of saying like, yeah, I can integrate, but I should not surrender my own. If I'm going to be educated, but I'm going to work for my own business, or I'll work for my mom's business, or I'm going to work for a Black business, right? I can integrate, but I'm going to keep my money at a Black bank. Because if Black banks do not have deposits, they cannot make loans. They can't make commercial loans. They cannot make mortgage loans. They can't make car loans, because you need deposits to make loans to people, right? But in the process of integrating, your whole life becomes, I need to live a life where I am immersed in a white experience. I go to school in a white liberal college, right? I live in a white neighborhood. I put my money in a white bank, okay? And I shop where white people shop. So consequently, what that does is it destroys Black businesses, right? It destroys Black businesses. And even in the process of destroying Black businesses, I will also say that it creates Black entrepreneurial depression, right? People who want to be entrepreneurs are going to experience a depression. They're going to feel defeated because, like, oh, what's the point of starting a business? Because none of my people are going to support me. Instead, they'll go and they'll shop with a white business. Right? But you didn't have that mindset before, because I told her, I'm like, you take the story of You take the story of Maya Angelou, for example, right? Take Maya Angelou and take Maya Angelou's grandmother. So her grandmother is this like Black American woman from Stamps, Arkansas, like a really tiny place. Maybe I can show you what it looks like, right? Let me see if I can show you Stamps, Arkansas on the map. Okay. Yeah, it's really small. All right. So this is where her grandmother is from. It is a very tiny place. Like, it really is a stamp. Okay. So her grandma is from Stamps, Arkansas. Right. And so I think that's Maya Angelou right here too. Right. So Maya Angelou, her paternal grandmother is from Stamp, Arkansas. Right. So that lady, she was born poor, of course. Right. She's poor. She's Black. She's poor. But what she started doing was she started selling like this little beignets, like we call them beignets in New Orleans, or we call them puff puff for West African people. Right. So she started selling her little puff puffs. Right. And so she was, because they had all these Black workers. I think like the rail line goes there or something. So she would have her beignet stuff, like her stove, her fire, her hot oil, she will sell at this location to sell to those Black workers, right? When she was done selling to these Black workers, y'all, she would pack everything up and she would run like 4 or 5 miles to go sell at another location. Can you imagine? So she does this like almost every single day. Ultimately, what happens is that she makes enough money to start like a grocery store. You got to read the book. If you read the book, I know why Cage Bird sing. It's all in there. She makes enough money to buy the grocery store, right? From the grocery store. So she has like fruits, she has food, she has clothes, like a little bit of everything, okay? Like a little Walmart back in the day. So she builds a little store. From that store and the money she made, she saved her money. She started buying land. So the store, the land that the store was on, she owned acres of land. This is, y'all, this is crazy. This is a poor Black woman, poor Black American woman who probably her people were slave or in some type of, what's it called? Sharecropping business, right? She is born with not even a penny, like for real, okay? She goes from selling puff puffs, you sell over here, then once you're done selling here, you run all the way over there. Imagine you run with all your, like you have to run with your entire business. She's running and she has to carry her stove. She has to carry her wood. She has to carry her oil. She got to carry her batter. Like, what the heck is going on? This tiny little lady, then she runs this way 5 miles with probably 30, 40 pounds of weight on her. She sets up all over again. She makes more puff puffs, right? Then she saves that money. She buys a storefront. She manages to have enough inventory, no bank loan, no nothing. No, it is all self-funded. Okay, she builds her storefront. From building the storefront, she saves her money. She buys acres of land to the point that she starts renting land to white people. You understand me? I'm like, yo, it is not a joke. It is not. This is real, right? And it's not just her. Okay, it's not just her. Then, like, I'm like, you have other stories. This one man, he started a whole newspaper with 25 cents. Only for the business to grow and become a multi-million-dollar news business across the country by himself, right? You have people who went to Mexico. I mean, it is crazy how driven and entrepreneurial people were. But then you have the whole Dr. King crap, okay? His assimilation integration module, right? And somehow something dies inside of people where they start feeling like, I'm going to go to school. I'm going to be educated. I'm going to have a job. I'm going to have benefits. I'm going to stay at that job for 30, 40 years, right? And I'm going to pay into Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and then I'm just going to retire when I'm 65, and life is going to be all good. And the government is going to take care of my retirement. The government is going to take care of this. Government going to take care of that, right? People slowly become of that mindset. And what that does is it will create a financial prejudice, right? People have to be entrepreneurial. It helps them. And it doesn't even mean, like, when I talk about being entrepreneurial, it doesn't even mean that you have to start a business. But even when it comes to if you choose to go to school and you want to be an employee, right, you have to be entrepreneurial in the sense that you got to know how to pick the best majors. You have to know how to sell yourself. You have to know how to work, like how to plan your career, right? So that when you do retire, you're not just waiting on the government, right? You have to take time to have financial literacy. But what happens with this whole Dr. King stuff, because it really is a socialist movement. It truly is a socialist movement. People say to themselves, well, I'm going to get educated. I'm going to get a job. I'm going to pay my little share of like contribution to Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, whatever, right? And then the government will take care of everything. Everything that involves financial literacy, well, I'll just let the government do that. No. You cannot put the government in charge of your retirement, right? You have to be in charge of your retirement. You have to have financial literacy. You have to take care of your career. You have to make sure that when you do retire from your job, you're not just an employee, but you are some type of powerful executive, or that you have started, hey, Elena, that you have started a business for yourself. You understand, right? Because now here we are. Because the government, first of all, they can't do everything. Number two, the government can't do everything. And also the government is not efficient. Okay. And also the government is not your financial advisor. You have to be mindful of your retirement. You have to be mindful. You got to be mindful of how you spend your money. And you have to be mindful of how you save your money. And the thing is too, right? The thing I will also say about why I don't like this whole MLK integration experiment, right? Is that financially too, you look at Black people, you look at Black people before the civil rights, LBJ type of stuff, right? Before you get to this whole civil rights thing, before then too, Black people, I believe, had better financial priorities. I think that I really do believe, I don't have the numbers, but I really do believe that it was a people they would probably save more of their money. They were saving more because I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken, right? But I don't think that they were always engrossed in consumerism, right? Because to be able to do the things that they've done without being able to go to a bank, without having access to loans, whatever, you had to really know how to manage your money. You had to prioritize your wants versus your needs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And also, many of the women back then were very resourceful, right? And I'm like, you know how like a lot of girls don't want to have the conversation, what do you bring to the table? Because most of them don't do nothing but bring debt to the table, okay? But I do feel like when you compare us, if you take the ladies like the women of today and you compare us to the women that came before us, right? They were way more resourceful, right? They could cook from scratch. They could make breakfast from scratch, lunch from scratch, dessert from scratch, okay? Dinner from scratch. They could make their own clothes, okay? They could sew clothes for children, for adults, for the husbands, right? If a garment was destroyed or ripped or whatever, they could fix it up, right? Us today, when something is damaged, what we do? We throw it away. We go right back to the website to buy some more. Okay? Does that make sense? They probably had the little garden somewhere. They were not always buying everything from the store because they knew how to grow a few things, tomatoes, salad, celery, I don't know, parsley, I don't know, right? You understand? But I'm like the women of old, they might not have these big degrees. Like they probably, they didn't have a PhD, but they definitely had a PhD in being self-reliant. Okay. They had a PhD in being street smart. They had a PhD in knowing how to manage their money. They had a PhD in, controlling your urges. And if you really want something, learning how to make it for yourself. Okay. Hold on. Let me see something. Okay. So let me show you some pictures, for example, right? This is what I mean, right? The majority, oh yeah, Bruna, child, she's okay. The majority, like for you'll see pictures like that, but I'm like, the majority of these women and the outfits that they're wearing, most likely they made it themselves. Okay. These are very fashion. They're very stylish. Okay. These are some very, very stylish women. Okay. Right? Lots of taste. They have a lot of taste, right? But many of them, they made their own clothes. They made their own clothes. They knew how to go buy fabric, make their own clothes, and look like the stuff you would see in the magazine, right? So I'm like, I do feel like back then too, people had a healthier relationships with their money. And I do feel like they were more on the saving side than on the consumer side, right? You fast forward post MLK, post Lyda B. Johnson, right? Black people are nothing but consumers. They just, child, money can't even stay in their account for more than 30 seconds. It's already gone. It's already going. Because knowing how to make stuff, knowing how to be self-sufficient, knowing how to be creative and make your own stuff. We don't know how to do it. Right? Even cooking. Child, good luck. Okay. We don't know how to do it. So a lot of money goes out. Oh, sorry. A lot of money goes out. People do the bare minimum towards their financial health. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, make it make sense. I'm like, he did something to people. He did something to people. And what he did to people was just integrate in their society and be like, help them in their society, but build nothing for yourself, or don't have a healthy relationship with money. Don't know how to save nothing. Like, I'm like, no, I have a problem with that. It's like he transformed people. He transformed people from people who were entrepreneurial, people who were self-driven, people who did not wait for the government. He transformed these magnificent people into a people that is reliant on the government, people who are pursuing these white liberal college degrees at a very high cost to the point of getting into debt to get a piece of paper from a white man. For what? Right? When you could have gone to an HBCU, saved your money, and had the same education for less. And you could have came out with less debt to income. Right? So many people now, I guess now people are trying to open businesses, but I'm like, you had way bigger businesses back then. You had way more financially successful Black people than you do now. I'm being serious, because even now, when you hear $1 million in sales right now, that's with inflation, child. It's not worth the same. Okay? It's inflation, right? It's not worth the same. But I'm like, this man in his integration module business, he did something weird to people. Because had people kept their drive, had people kept their entrepreneurial drive, right? I think Black America would not be at the bottom. It would be like somewhere over here, somewhere. Right? But there's a problem with being obsessed with a white liberal education. Okay? Being educated just to be an employee, right? Always spending your money in white society, right? And never thinking about starting your own. And also not having a vision for your children and the way that they should go to make sure that they attain the highest degrees possible that are going to secure them the highest pay possible. I hope that makes sense, you guys. Hope that makes sense. So let's go back to this.
You don't see it? Okay. Well, they see it. They see how they trying to get rid of it because they don't want to use it to help you. This is all about power. If you don't understand government, you will never understand power. If you don't understand how budgets work, you will never understand power. If you don't understand how people jockey for power and fight each other with sharp knives on Capitol Hill, you will never understand power. You are playing at a different level, a very low level, and they know it. So let's keep going. The policy agenda, this book, and it's a book.
Yeah, exactly, Mark. It's a hostile merger and acquisition. And to be part of that acquisition, you got to stop being an entrepreneur to become a worker. Now, I don't think people took offense to it because you're thinking, oh, I get to work in the office. You know what I'm trying to say? Well, I work in the office. You get to wear a suit, right? You have a table, you have a cubicle, you have air conditioning, right? So it seems like it's not as bad as like being a sharecropper outside. But in the bigger scheme of it, when you look at the long-term vision, you're giving up a lot, right? You're giving up a lot. Because me, I'm like the way I look at it now, I'm like, nobody can get people out of poverty than the person himself or herself, right? That's why, to me, I'm like, that's why having an entrepreneurial spirit, it matters, right? Not saying be a capitalist now, but I'm saying like having an entrepreneurial spirit, it matters. When people have this self-desire, right, to become successful, right? They're most likely going to be successful. The government cannot force anybody to want to be successful, right? You can, like the government, they can have all types of programs. They could have all types of money out there. They could fund all kinds of stuff, right? But if a person doesn't want it for themselves, you can't force someone to be successful, right? A person has to say, I want to have this life. I want to make this amount of money. I want to live in this neighborhood. Because when it comes from you, right, you're going to get on your grind because that's what you want. But if somebody else wants something for you and you don't want it for yourself, it will never happen because you don't want it. And you'll do everything in your power to sabotage coming true because you don't really want it. You don't want it, right? And that's the thing about the government. They can have the programs. They can have, let's even assume that you have a big government that somehow happens to be super efficient, right? And they do all the right things. You cannot compel someone to want to do better for themselves if they don't want to do better for themselves. That's how it goes, right? People need to be self-driven. People need to be motivated. People need to want, they have to desire better for themselves. They just do. And no government, no parent can even force that into a child. You understand me? I went through the same thing with my son, right? We were studying for his geometry. I told him, the way I look at it, if I ain't getting an A, I ain't doing it. Okay? If we're gonna study for honors geometry, in my head, we are studying to get an A. I ain't studying to get no damn B. What am I doing with a B? You don't need me for a B. You can get a B by yourself, right? And I said to my son, I said, and so you also have to want an A. Because once we are aligned, like I want you to have an A, you say, oh, mommy, I also want to have an A, we're gonna knock it out. Right? But at first, the boy resisted. Y'all know he's like, oh, mommy, no grade worth whatever he was saying. I'm like, what the heck? What's wrong with this kid? Okay, right? You understand me, right? But once he's like, once he started getting A's, he's like, I like the way it feels, right? Started getting A's because like in the class, in the honors class, right? The people who ran the class, it was the Indian boy Zane, and then it was the Korean boy Inky. Right, so like it was Asia and South Asia once again. Okay, my little Negro in the back over there getting F's and stuff. I'm like, look, what is going on here? So I'm like, you gotta see yourself next to the Korean and next to the Indian people, right? Because that's what they do. They come here to compete. So once he started getting A's, he started to like it. Because then he started making friends. Because at first, let me tell you something. At first, he was dry hating. Because him and Zane, they used to take the same bus to come to the house. Like, I guess they live in the same route, whatever. But he would never talk to Zane. I'm like, but why don't you talk to Zane? Since he's getting A's in the class, why don't you become his friend? He's like, well, I don't really want to be his friend just because of that. I'm like, boy, you being a hater. Okay, little Virgo ass, just hating on people, right? Once he started getting A's, suddenly him and Zane became friends, right? Because now I guess my son was no longer a hater. Because he could actually do it, right? But it's like you cannot force anybody to be successful. They have to want it for themselves. You cannot force anybody out of poverty. They have to want to get the F out of poverty. Like, I'm sick and tired of this shit, right? But the majority of the time, if people are not sick and tired of being walked on, trampled, embarrassed, being at the back of the line, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. And I feel like that's what I feel like this whole integration module, the Civil Rights Act, whatever, and everything that came with it under LBJ, I feel like that's what it did to Black people. It was like, oh, now you have permission to settle and just let the government take care of you. And it really killed something inside of people. It truly, I urge y'all to like look it up for yourself, think about it for yourself, right? But I'm like, compare, because something happened. When you look at Black Wall Street, for example, right, the Tulsa, Oklahoma thing, these are self-funded Black Americans who built their own town in the middle of a Great Depression. And like, that's so crazy. The entire country is broke, the poor people, and I'm like, you see, and then you could see, hold on, let me show you something. Pa-pa-da. Let me show you something, for example, right? Look at this, right? So like this right here is the reality of the Great Depression, right? It's a bunch of lines. People are just lining up for food. They're lining up for food. Okay, look at that. Black people, white people, all kinds of people lining up for food. Take care of me, feed me. I can't do for myself. I lost my job. The economy's so bad. Economy's so bad, right? You understand? The entire country pretty much looks like this. People who, like, they really accepted the depression. Like, yo, I'm really depressed. And it goes to show you, like, when you believe in something, it really affects you, right? These are people who really felt like it's over. It really is over. And as a man thinks, so shall he become. If you tell yourself, oh, it's over for me, I'm broke, I will never recover, the economy is gone, I lost all my money, and there ain't no job out there, it's over for me, you will become a reflection of what you believe. So now you'll be in line as a grown-ass man waiting for the government to feed your ass, right? But then you look at Tulsa, Oklahoma, in the same time period, ain't nobody begging for food. I wonder why. I truly wonder why. Okay? Nobody's begging for food. But yet these are black people. These are people coming off slavery, coming off sharecropping, right? But somehow they're like, okay, it's business as usual. Why? Because for them, there was never a safety net anyway, so we're going to make our own. It's business as usual. And while the entire country is in this mood of depression, it's over for me, I'm broke, there's no food, woe is me, help me out. These people building hotels, they're building restaurants, they're building this, they're building that. Why? Because they were self-sufficient. Because they're like, no, not today, Satan. No, I'm not going to be poor. No, that's not going to be me. Right? And I'm like, and from that time, now we're here. Where is the Tulsa of the black people today? Right? Right? Ask yourself. Like, I'm telling you, if you listen to me carefully. Listen to me also carefully, right? If you took those black people from the Tulsa, Oklahoma, if you took someone like, what's it called? Maya Angelou's grandmother, all these black entrepreneurs from back then, I promise you, you put them in today's age with social media. You show them how TikTok works. You show them how text messaging works. You show them how a newsletter works. You show them how TikTok, Instagram work. When I tell you, them people will be billionaires in 6 months. Because if you can do all of this with the bare minimum, right? Imagine these people today with all of social media at their disposal, with all the information on Google at their disposal. When I tell you, these people will probably, within 6 months to a year, they will become billionaires. They would become billionaires because these people there are driven as fuck. They are so driven. Like nothing gets in their mental. Oh, you're black. Oh, you're the N-word. Oh, you ain't never gonna be. It doesn't faze them. Like it does not faze these people. It does not faze these people. Whereas like today, you have black people today who have access to so much, and yet they do very little because they're used to the government needs to do for me. The government needs to do for me. The government needs to do for me. So here we are. Here we are. Here we are. And it's a dangerous thing. It is a dangerous thing to hook anybody to social services, to welfare, to a welfare mindset. You are going to destroy a people. You will destroy a person. You'll destroy them because everybody has gifts and talents that you are meant to multiply your gifts and your talent. My friend said to me, "Oh, Marlene, how come you're a Christian and you're not a socialist?" I said, why would I ever be a socialist? Okay. I mean, I used to be, but I changed, right? But the reality of it is, when you read the Bible urges you to work. The Bible says you need to work. You want to eat, you must work, right? The Bible talks that there's a parable of the talent where it says, if you don't multiply your talents, they will take from you and they will give to the person that has more talents than you, right? Jesus cursed the fig tree because it was not fruitful. It did not it did not bear any fruits, right? You are called to multiply. You are called to work. It's all over the book of Acts. It's all over the teachings of Paul. Where in the Bible does it say, oh, just because I'm a Christian, I'm supposed to lay up in here and have somebody else do for me? Where? Because one time Jesus multiplied the bread and the fish. That's a one-time occasion. Once in a while, you can help people out. Once in a while, you can be a reprieve for people, right? But people themselves have to understand, I got to go fetch what I want. Even the Bible says that the kingdom of God suffered by violence, right? So if you want something, you're going to have to go out there. You're going to have to go get it. Go get your blessings. Okay, that's Mary. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute.
I got the book too. This book is an invitation for you, the reader, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith. Republican propaganda is something, isn't it? And Miss Smith to come to Washington or support those who can. Our goal is to assemble an army of aligned, vetted, and trained and prepared conservatives to go to work on day one to deconstruct the administrative state. Now, what they're really saying is that they're going after the DEP state, right? What they're saying is, listen, let me make it clear. They're saying when Trump came in the first time, he didn't know what he was doing, and he bungled it. He bungled a lot of it. Yeah, they got a lot of tax cuts, but a lot of stuff got bungled. And what they're saying is, listen, we don't want all this government. We don't want the Department of State, Department of Justice, housing. We don't want environmental protections. We don't want none of that. Right? We don't even want the people who work there. We believe the people that work there, they adhere to rules and regulations, and those rules and regulations get in the way of what we're trying to do. So we're going to get rid of that. We're going to argue. Listen, the federal government, black workers, I don't know, there's no disaggregation, mostly ADOS, make up 25% of federal workers. We only make up 14% of the population. We will be disproportionately impacted on Capitol Hill. You will never understand power. You are playing at a different level, a very low level, and they know it. So let's keep going. The policy agenda, this book, and it's a book. I got the book too. This book is an invitation for you, the reader, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Smith. Republican propaganda is something, isn't it? And Miss Smith to come to Washington or support those who can. Our goal is to assemble an army of aligned, vetted, and trained and prepared conservatives to go to work on day one to deconstruct the administrative state. Now, what they're really saying is that they're going after the DEP state, right? What they're saying is, listen.
A minute. Sorry, you guys. And one thing I don't like also nowadays, one thing I do not like is that today, when you say conservative, automatically the people, it means racist, right? And I don't think that's fair. Like I told my other friend, as a girl, stop. Okay, stop pretending as if at the core of it all, Black people themselves are not conservatives, right? Today, people want to use conservative for racist interchangeably. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's accurate. I think it's also intellectually dishonest, right? You can have conservative values, right? A lot of people from all colors, right? All hues or complexion, right? Have conservative values, right? A lot of Black people in America, whether they be ADOS, FBA, or Black immigrants, have conservative values, okay? They believe in traditional conservative values. A lot of Black people in America, be ADOS, FBA, or Black immigrants, are also Christian. So therefore, they have conservative values. A lot of people have conservative values. But it's like today, if you say conservative, people automatically receive it as, oh, they're being racist. They're being racist. No, your values, like your family, your community, you know, they can be conservative. You can also have conservative political values. Right? What does that mean? People like libertarians, for example, I think for the most part, they have conservative political values because they want a very small government, right? Some people want small government. They want the least amount of government interference. They don't trust the government. Some people want to pay the least amount of taxes. They don't feel like it's the government's place to tax them, right? You know, some people don't want all these services and welfare services and you know, so you can also have conservative political values. Right. So it's like, and that fits a lot of people, right? It's not just white people. There are a lot of Black people, a lot of Latinos, a lot of Asians, right? A lot of Arabs who want a small government. OK, they want the government to do the bare minimum. The rest, they got it. Thank you. And don't tax me so much. Right. And then you have other people who are more progressive in their personal beliefs. They're progressive in their political beliefs, right? Oh, we want to have the biggest government possible. We want to have the most amount of social welfare possible. We want to, you know, they're very because they don't care about the bill. Who's going to pay for that? They don't care, right? So there are different types of conservatives, right? So you could be conservative in your personal values and be progressive in the way you look at the government. Right? You can be conservative in your personal values and also be conservative in the way that you look at the government. For me, I check both boxes. Like I have conservative values and I also have conservative views when it comes to politics, right? I don't think you should have the biggest government possible. Our government was not even that big until 9/11, and that's when George Bush increased the size of the federal government, especially Homeland Security, right? But I'm like, okay, do we still need that today? Right? I don't know. Can you cut some of that money that you give to these branches of the government that are not really needed and maybe put that into healthcare, maybe put that money into education, put that money into renewable energy. I don't know, right? But the government today is, to me, it's a little too big. It's a little too big. I think it's way too big. Okay. So bear that in mind, right? Don't receive conservative as racist. You know what I'm saying? Okay, cool. Let's go.
Let me make it clear. They're saying when Trump came in the first time, he didn't know what he was doing and he bungled it. He bungled a lot of it. Yeah, they got a lot of tax cuts, but a lot of stuff got bungled. And what they're saying is, listen, we don't want all this government. We don't want the Department of State, Department of Justice, housing. We don't want environmental protections. We don't want none of that. Right? We don't even want the people who work there. We believe the people that work there, they adhere to rules and regulations, and those rules and regulations get in the way of what we're trying to do.
So me, for example, I agree. People were in like uproar because I guess they're saying that part of Project 2025 involves getting rid of the Department of Education. For me, honestly, I could care less. Get rid of it. This is how I feel about the Department of Education, right? It's either you have to revamp the DOE or you get rid of it, okay? Because once again, tell me what it has done. Like, seriously, right? And I'm like, my friend was like, but Marlene, they're trying to get rid of the Department of Education. That's a girl bye, okay? Y'all, sometimes I feel like people want to hold on to things just because the people they don't like want to get rid of it, right? I'm like, put your feelings aside and tell me exactly what does the Department of Education do for people? Okay, look at our young people today. They can barely write. They can barely speak. They can barely do math, right? Like they took math, like y'all basic math, like 1 + 1, or like maybe divide 24 by 6, right? They have this thing called Common Core. Ask me why. Okay, we have ways of teaching young people math that's worked forever. Why do we need to, why do we have to try new things, right? Why do you want to solve problems that do not exist, right? So they come up with this whole Common Core business. The kids are even more confused, you guys. The children are more confused. Even the parents who are trying to help the kids are confused. Because if you try to help your kid the way you know, that we all know, they'll mark your child wrong. Not because the answer is wrong, but because you didn't do it the Common Core way. What? It makes no sense. You understand? And today, the majority of public schools are in the business of teaching your kids how to take standardized tests. Okay, that's all they want. Pass the test, the score, the test. Because the school, these principals, they need high test scores, right? To get more money, to get more funding, to not lose their job. So your children are being trained to take these standardized tests so that these adults do not lose their jobs. How is that fair? How is that fair? Young people going to school, they should go to school to learn how to think, okay? What is the Department of Education doing to ensure that from K through 12, our young people know how to think? They don't know how to think, okay? And most of these classrooms, the teachers do everything for the students. They write the curriculum for the students. They write the syllabus for the student. They write the course outline for the students. They write the answers for the students, okay? They give these kids everything. These young people don't even know how to go look up anything, don't know how to research anything. They don't know how to think critically. So many of our young people are dumb. That's why TikTok has these young people in America in a chokehold, because a lot of our kids are dumb. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. You have 12th graders who read at a 5th grade level. And so tell me why. Oh, please tell me why. Tell me why I'm going to fight to keep the Department of Education when it does nothing to serve me and my kids. You do nothing. We can't just keep people's jobs and keep people's job, right? Your job is to make sure that children in America are some of the most intelligent kids in the world. They're not. They are not. So all you people need to get fired, okay? You need to get fired, okay? You need to get fired. So I'm like, why y'all obsessed with this? Then on top of that, too, you have schools now who want to, if your child transitions or if your child changes their pronouns, right, the school wants to have the right not to tell you, completely keep you out the life of your child. So your child could be a whole person outside the house and you will never know. and it's giving grooming behavior. Why would you ever exclude a parent for what's happening in their child's life? Make it make sense. Make it make sense, right? You look at the test scores of so many Black children, they're falling behind. What is the problem? What is the problem? And then once you find the problem, what is the solution, right? So for me, honestly, when it comes to the Department of Education, I do not care. So either you revamp it and make it successful, and the way you make it successful is by making these children competent. Make the kids competent, right? And teaching kids should not revolve around standardized testing. I'm not sending my kid to school just so that you can train them to make sure they pass a standardized test. I want my child to know how to do things. I want my child to know how to think. I want my child to be a critical thinker. I want you to stimulate my child's curiosity, right? And I don't want you to feed my child all the answers. Push these kids to research. Have these children go into research. And that's why today we live in an age of misinformation, conspiracy theories, right? Because nobody wants to actually go research. They wait for somebody else to tell them, do all the research, put a video together, and tell them how to think. We can't be doing this. You know what I'm saying? They really do not know how to do anything. Research is very difficult. It makes our life hard. It's the school district that is excluding parents out of knowing a child's pronoun. Yeah. Okay. It's horrible. It really is horrible. I'm like, I don't know what they do. So like, why are you obsessed with the DOE? Just because you heard that the Republicans want to get rid of it. So now you want to keep it. Stop being silly. We're talking about your child's education here. Okay. We're talking real stuff. Like, it's insane to me. It's insane. Even our, and then, let's not even forget the level of violence that teachers are subject to, right? Okay, hold on, let's let me go see. Sorry, you guys. Let's not even forget the level of violence, disrespect that our teachers are subject to, right? And the school doesn't back the teachers. The principals don't back the teachers. They're by themselves. Once again, because you're giving away for free. I feel like public education, free public education, I think it started off with the right intention, right? But when you keep having a system that is always free, right? Everything is free. The school bus is free. The food is free. The teaching is free. The books are free. The tables are free. Everything is free. Ultimately, people don't care, right? People don't care. How many parents check their kids' homework? How many parents check their kids' report card? How many parents are bothered to even come to the school to meet the teachers, talk to the teachers, right? How many parents even show gratitude for somebody else teaching their kids, their badass kids, right? When they don't want to do it, right? Instead, you have people who contribute nothing, don't pay for nothing. Their children have the worst grade, and they have the audacity to threaten teachers, come to school, try to fight the teacher, cuss out the teacher. Hold up, wait a minute. Hold up, wait a minute. And so for me, moving forward, to me, the way I see the future, to get parents to care about the school, to get parents to care about their kids' education, to get these parents also to be grateful to have adults who are willing to teach their kids, to build their kids to become successful people tomorrow. The parents need to be grateful. People need to start paying up some type of money. People need to start paying some type of money. Even this entire issue with like the voucher stuff, I understand some part of it, like how it takes funding away from public schools. I get that, right? But my thing is too, though, I do believe that parents who care, children who care, should not have to be subject to going to school with children who don't care and whose parents do not care. It is not fair. You know what I'm saying? And that's my problem with this whole like inclusion stuff. Oh, include everybody. Don't exclude no one. Make everybody feel welcome. Womp. There are many children who do not care about their education. And when they come into the classroom, they are a major distraction. They don't care. Okay? They don't care. And I know people would like to see a little story like Gangster Paradise, right? Tell me, why are we? Okay? This is not no Gangster Paradise. And Coolio is not about to sing the soundtrack. Okay? It's not happening. There are some people who don't care because their parents don't care. And such people need to be isolated from children who do care. You know, you have children who can barely study. They can barely enjoy the course because this one playing over here, this one on his cell phone over here, this one wants to beat up the teacher over here. Okay? No, You got to separate the savages from the kids who actually want to be pupils. A lot of young people come to school to be savages, and it's okay. They're savages because they were not raised right. They were not trained right. And so if a parent says, you know what, I want my child to go to the best college, so I need my kid to be in a great classroom. I need my kid to be focused. I need my kids to be able to have a good teacher to student ratio, and they want to send their child somewhere else, they should. If somebody else wants to send their baby and their child to a zoo, you should too. It's your choice. But you have to separate excellence from mediocrity. That's the way I feel. And I don't repent. I do not repent. Because it truly is annoying. You can barely get through. Because I used to teach. You can barely get through your course plan for the day. Because you got to do all this counseling, behavior remedial. I'm not here for that. I am not here for that. I am not here for that. Oh, sorry, y'all. Okay. And then when you reach out to the parents to let them know that their kid is being a distraction. Oh, but what you calling me for? Why are you emailing me for? Because it's your child and it's your responsibility to create a responsible, respectful pupil. Otherwise, keep your little savage at your house. The heck? This is crazy, right? And I do feel like even if they want to keep like public school free, right? I feel like once your child has too many strikes, then you should have to pay tuition. But there needs to be some type of punishment in society. Anybody who does not appreciate, does not respect social services, like you need to pay for it eventually. So if your kid is misbehaving, if your kid keeps acting out, if your kid is violent, if your kid decides to put his hand on a teacher, well, you're gonna have to stop. You're gonna have to start paying. You're gonna start paying tuition because then you're gonna care, right? You know what I'm saying? You gotta hit people in their pockets. Hey, Val. What's up? Okay. Yes. It's too many free stuff out here. It really is. And when you start giving away stuff for free, you bastardize the value of things. People need to start paying. It could be like, $500 a year. And every time your child has one more infraction, it goes up by 500, then it's 1,000, then it's 2,000. We're going to get up to 20,000. You're going to get it right. You're going to get it right. You are going to get it right. Okay? Because once again, access to free education from K to 12, people should understand it's a privilege. It is not a right. And if you come here to be an impediment to the learning of your peers, your mama, your daddy, they're going to get a whole bill. They will pay for this. And if they want to, if they don't want to pay, you ain't got to be here. It's your life. You are more than welcome to ruin your life. We can't save everybody. Okay? We can't. We cannot.
So we're going to get rid of that. We're going to listen, the federal government, 20 black workers, I don't know, there's no disaggregation, mostly ADOS, make up 25% of federal workers. We only make up 14% of the population. We will be disproportionately impacted if Project 2025 goes into effect, right?
But my issue is, once again, why are so many black people obsessed with working for the federal government? For what? Because of benefits? Right? Why are you there? Why are you there? Right? Because like I told y'all, you have a mentality of once I have a job, I must die over here because they give me benefits. Instead of thinking of how do I use this as a launching pad to go from here to something way better, right? We cannot subsidize jobs for people just because they're black, ma'am. Okay? Because she's a socialist. I'm not. Okay? We cannot subsidize jobs for people just because they're black. That's asinine, okay? And that's how you make the marketplace inefficient, right? If they're really good at their job, they're gonna stay. If the argument is, because they're black and they work for the federal government, so we have to keep this branch of the federal government just because they're black. No. People have to know. People have to know that the job market is competitive, right? Nothing is guaranteed. I had a young sister I was talking to yesterday. She lost her job, right? She's like, oh, Marlene, but like I lost my job. I was making $150,000. I said, girl, okay, make more. You know what I'm saying? You lost a job. What you gonna do, right? Because one thing about taking a job, you should always know when you take a job, you could also get fired. It is not your company. It's not your business, right? It's somebody else's business. And if you live in a capitalistic society like America, you know The main thing always is save the company, right? Make the shareholders happy. It's never make the employees happy. You're an afterthought, right? You're here to take care of the business. You're not here to, they don't care about you. You're not their family, right? You're not their family. And I'm not trying to be offensive, but I find this mindset a lot with Black people. They think once they have something good, it should be good forever, right? Same thing like, oh, voting Democrat for 60 years in a row. For what? Okay, this is crazy. That's not how it works. Oh, I found me a good job with good benefits, so I should have that job forever. Maybe you won't. And you have to be mentally prepared for the fact that at any day you can go to the office, they're like, oh, that's it, today's your last day. You know what I mean? It sucks. But this is how things go. But we cannot subsidize an entire branch of the federal government just because anybody who works there happens to be Black. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Okay? Because your job as an adult is to have a plan B, right? But we have to save money. It's the same thing that's happening in Argentina because y'all know Argentina has always had a huge problem with inflation, right? So the new president they had, that man is so crazy. He cut so many government jobs. These people are fixing inflation. The economy is a lot better because they got rid of so many federal government jobs because they were completely useless. They're just subsidies. And one thing I have also noticed, because Joe Biden's been doing that, right, is that they create bogus jobs in the federal government, right, in order to increase the numbers on employment. So when you're a president and you have bad employment numbers, what you do is you create more federal government jobs and you hire people just to hire people, okay? Just so you can inflate the increase in employment. No, we cannot be doing this, right? We cannot be doing this. You have to know when you get a job, you have to know, unless you're part of a union, I don't know. But when you get a job, you have to know that there at any moment you could lose this job, right? So it's upon you, it's incumbent upon you, right? To be mindful with your finances, be mindful with your savings, be mindful. And that's what people always say, live under your means, right? Live under your means. Live like you only make half of your salary. People don't listen because they think somehow people are here to keep their job. No, right? Everything happens in a season. I know it sounds harsh though, but it's the truth though. But you cannot think like that because you say, oh, subsidize this branch of government because the majority of the employees are Black. Okay, what about when the Chinese men come and say, oh, well, subsidize this part of the federal government because people there, they're Asian. Then the Arab man says, well, what up this part? Because what you do for one, you have to do for the other. Otherwise, you get sued for discrimination, right? But it's like, you cannot be doing, you cannot think like that. I don't know. I do know. You can't go through life thinking that other people have to subsidize your jobs, subsidize your education, subsidize your place of living, subsidize your food. No. You also have to get to a point where you learn how to be self-sufficient because that's how it goes, right? And if they have to reduce the federal government to cut down the spending or to cut down the debt, then they should do that. Get rid of these jobs. Anytime you see any corporation, and that's why people don't really respect the public sector because it's very inefficient, right? And that's why a lot of rich people also don't want to spend, they don't want to pay taxes because when you see how the government spends money, it really irks you. In any other corporation, if they need to save the company, they do layoffs because you save the company, okay? The company comes first. It's really, it sounds harsh. I get it. But you save the company first. You don't save the people. You can save the C-suite if you want to, right? But the people, no. The people are an afterthought. The main thing is you save the company. People come later. You make the shareholders happy. People come later. So anytime you see any company out here that's restructuring, people got to go. Because payroll is expensive. Because you pay people, you pay their benefits, you pay this benefit and that benefit. Employees are really, really expensive. They're very expensive people. They're seriously expensive. So you got to get rid of them. Okay. And then you save money until you can get the company back on its feet. When you're back on your feet and you're prospering again, if you want to, you can hire people again. You know what I mean? If Trump get all the black people from work, keep you out of work, what would you do? But that's the thing nobody owes people a job based on the color of their skin. I don't think like that. Nobody owes you a job. And I think it's incumbent upon black people of a certain age, right, to teach the younger black people to take life seriously. You see, this morning when I was in New Orleans, I was teaching. I was a French teacher, right? And they thought I didn't speak English. It was so funny until they found out. But one of my students, right, her name is Dream. She messaged me today, my little babe. I try to write to her in French to make sure she does not forget her French, because the school is a French immersion school. Like, they speak French like until like high school, right? So she told me, okay, Madame Marlene, she got into LSU. I said, okay, Dream, what is your major going to be? She said, oh, Madame Marlene, it's going to be psychology. I said, no. She said, huh? I said, no. I said, what you going to do with a bachelor in psychology? I said, Dream, you're going to be poor. She said, oh, my mom said the same thing. Because one day her mom couldn't come. I met her mom too. I drove to her mom's job to meet her mom. You see, from black woman to black woman. Okay? Her mom's a firefighter. She said, my mom said the same thing. I said, of course she said the same thing. We don't want you to be poor. I said, Dream, you're going to take loans to get a degree in psychology? Are you kidding me? Okay? You need, I'm going to tell you, I probably can post the conversation in the community room so you can see it, right? But I told her, you do psychology, you are going to come out of school in debt and broke. You will have unemployment. Tu vas chômer. I told her that. Tu vas chômer. C'est du chômage. C'est du chômage. You will be unemployed. Right? I'm like, you have to do something with some type of math in it. She's like, but it's not me. I said, well, it better be you. You think is broke cute on you? I don't think so. Okay. But you need some type of math. You need some type of sciences so you can be competitive to go to grad school. Because not only do you not want to be broke and in debt with a useless degree, but you also need a husband. I sure did say that to her. She's 18. I told her, you need a husband. Woo-hoo. Do I have any feminists on my chat today? I told her that. You need a husband. And the best way for you to find a husband who can make a lot of money is in grad school. But not just any type of grad school. You got to be in the right type of major. Right? You understand me, right? But you need a husband. So if you're a young lady and you major in goofy stuff, right? What are the odds of you meeting a young man who has prospects of making a lot of money? Okay? No, because he's also doing goofy shit. You're doing a goofy degree. He's over here doing a goofy degree. Okay? Y'all gonna be broke. You're gonna be poor. Okay? As a young woman, school, y'all, you can feel how you want to feel. You know me, I'm gonna tell you how I feel, right? School is not just a place where you go to school to get a piece of paper and get you some education, okay? School is for you to learn something that you can become highly employable and make a lot of money, okay? School is a place for networking that you can learn to be friends with people also who are very aggressive, who are very motivated, right? So that when y'all get older, y'all can help each other out. Hey, can you get my resume over here? Hey, do you know this person right here? Hey, I need a job. Okay, look here, come on this company. I'll work over here. I got you, right? You go to school for your degree. You go to school to build a network of peers who can open doors for you, right? Who can even give you some money. I don't know, right? And you also go to school to find a husband or find a wife. You understand me, right? And so when you're in school, it's imperative. It's incumbent upon you. It is your responsibility to put your ass in a major. It is your responsibility to put yourself in a department that has the best of the best on campus. Okay? Because those young people are going to become somebody one day. And when they become somebody one day, you can become somebody's wife. And if you want to work, it's on you. Don't want to work, it's on you. But you got to think about these things, right? Don't pick no random major where you barely have any good boys going in there and you barely have any smart boys in there. What you gonna do with that? What's up, baby? What's wrong, little baby? You okay? Okay. All right. Does that make sense, you guys? Right? But today, a lot, and even getting into a great school, you see how Vivek Ramaswamy went to Yale Law School, the young man who got picked by Trump to be his vice president, JD Vance, he also went to Yale Law School. Him and Vivek were there at the same time. His wife, the Indian girl, Usha, she also went to Yale Law School. All these people went to Yale. What did I tell you about school? That school is not just a place where you go and get an education. It's a place where you go to meet people You want friends for a lifetime who are going to be successful? It's also a place where you go and you find your wife or you find your husband. Okay? So like you have two lawyers who went to Yale Law School, and one is about to be vice president, and the other one is about to be the wife of a vice president. I know that's right. Where did Michelle Obama meet her husband? At the work, because she's a lawyer. He came to her law firm to get a job. Okay, so he's also a lawyer. You need to position yourself. First of all, when it comes to picking your college or picking your university, you got to work hard to get into the best school possible. Okay, work hard to get into the best school possible, because once you get in the best school possible, you know that the people who are there, they want to be somebody one day, because it was hard to get in here. So that's amazing. Okay, but then after you get into a great school, you want to go to the best department possible on campus, because then that's like, okay, everybody because to get into the school, it was hard. So most students are top tier. Good for them, right? Once you get into the hardest department on campus, you have the cream of the cream in that department. That's even better. Okay, so you're gonna oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he wrote a book, and then they turned the book into a movie, right? You understand? And that's why it's really sad when you see so many young people, especially in high school, they don't take it seriously. Don't take their grades seriously. Don't take reading seriously. Don't take their homework seriously. Their book bag is a whole mess. Their notes is a mess. Everything is a mess. You don't take life seriously, right? And you have parents also who don't tell their children, take your life seriously. God, take your life seriously, because you're going to be an adult. You understand? You're going to be an adult. And one thing you have to do as an adult is learn to be resourceful. The people, when you notice for the most part, not to be offensive, but when you notice for the most part, people who are heavily dependent on social services are people who never took school seriously. They never took their education seriously. You don't just happen to fall into the need of social services. No, because I'm sure if we look at your high school grades, they were mediocre. If we look at your middle school grades, they were awful, right? Elementary school, did you even care, right? It's a pattern of behavior that leads people to need welfare, need social services, or to need somebody to subsidize a job for them. Because if you're looking at somebody who's always had pretty good grades, I'm talking like a 3.5 GPA to a 4.0 GPA, these people know how to be resourceful. They know how to be resourceful, right? Because there are people who are very curious. They know how to make things happen. They go out there, they find things, and their intelligence, people like to have them. They don't run out of opportunities, right? But we have a lot of people who don't care about school. And when they get older, they think people owe them. No, everything catches up to you. Everything catches up to you. And so when people become parents, when you're parents, when you're an elder, when you're a big sister, your big brother, right? You have to tell the young people coming behind you, take your school seriously. Take your education seriously. Because this world is not meant to feel sorry for people. Everybody out here for themselves. But you don't take your high school seriously, most likely you won't go to college. Or you'll probably go up to a community college. Not impressive. Okay? You want to take your life seriously. And you got to have a vision for your life. Right? But we're not in a country that thrives off of socialism. That's just not how America's cut to be. Right? And we're not, like I said, we're not going to keep jobs just because this particular ethnicity tends to have most of the job in this department. No, it doesn't work like that. Money does not work like that. Efficiency does not work like that. Running a business does not work like that. The day you stop being productive, the day people can't use you no more, they get rid of you. Nothing lasts forever. Who even knows if 10, 20 years from now, the post office is even going to be a thing? Okay, technology moving so fast. Look at AI. So many people are losing their job because what they do, AI can do it better. So we got to understand. A lot of people need to understand we're not moving towards a future of job security, right? We are moving in a direction of higher job insecurity because of how fast technology is going, right? You understand? And this is why parents have to talk to their children, and you got to make your children care about their future, and you got to make your children care about their education, and you have to drive your children to be ambitious. Because the future of tomorrow, I don't even know who is going to have job security. Like the McDonald's people, eventually they're going to have a bunch of robots, y'all. The robots to make the fries, robots to make the burgers, because all that stuff is replaceable. And they might have, and I promise you, like I feel like the McDonald's, like all the fast food of the future, it's not even going to be dine-in. Everything's going to be pick up to go, drive through, or you pick it up, right? You might have a whole McDonald's, maybe like 2 employees at most. Everything else is a machine. We are going towards that, you guys. Everything people do today, maybe 20, 50 years from now, is going to be robots. Nothing but robots. Even getting a job at the McDonald's, it's not going to be easy no more. Okay? Because they're not going to need you. Because everybody, I'm telling you, I'm not trying to be offensive, because I had a business, I had employees to myself, right? When it comes to having a business, one of your biggest expenditure is labor costs. Labor will kill your business. You understand? And so what most people do, what most business people do, is to find ways to reduce cost of labor. Okay? It will happen. It's to reduce cost of labor. Right? You like they have videos in Japan where like it's a robot that brings you your food. I don't know if you guys have seen this, right? Hold on, let me see if I can find the video. Hold on. You see? Look at this. This is what's happening in Japan.
Japan is living in the future. This place is serviced by a robot cat. You even order via tablet. I think I want pizza today. Here comes our waiter. Just take the food yourself. Looks delicious for only around $5. It's crazy that this seems normal in Japan.
Look at this.
I got served by robot waiters in this Tokyo cafe. Futuristic and cool, yes, but what makes this place so worth a visit is that the robots are controlled remotely by people with disabilities who can't physically come into work but want to stay connected to society. Shaping a more inclusive future, this is Dawn Avatar Robot Cafe. I got served by robot waiters in this Tokyo cafe. Futuristic.
Do y'all see this? I'm like, this is the future. Right?
उबर ईट्स ने जापान में नई रिपोर्ट डिलीवरी सर्विस मुतारिफ करवा दी। जापान में अब उबर ईट्स के जरिए रिपोर्ट खाना डिलीवर करेंगे, जिसके बाद जापान उबर ईट्स प्लेटफॉर्म पर रिपोर्ट डिलीवरी दस्तयाब करने वाला पहली बैनुल अक़वामी मार्केट बन जाएगा। उबर अपने पार्टनर्स के साथ मिलकर खुद मुख्तार फुट।
So even Uber Eats, eventually they will get rid of the drivers. They will get rid of those drivers. This is not a joke.
We went to a cafe ran by robots in Japan. There's a few different robots here that all have different jobs to do. This one helped take us to our table. This one stayed at our table and entertained us during our stay. Its name is Pepper the Robot, and it did a ton of cool things, like tell us the weather, play fun games, and at one point it even dressed up to sing and dance to Christmas songs. While Pepper entertained us, this robot did a great job delivering our food to the table. After eating, this machine handled all of the payments, and there was a gift shop at the exit to pick up some fun robot merch. Would you eat here? We went to a cafe ran by robots.
So it's like the days are coming, okay? So you have to know this. In California right now, they're testing self-driving cars. So like your Uber, your Lyft, eventually you'll get in a car, there's no person. We cannot stop technology. It is happening. So it's like the best thing you can do, even if you can't catch up to it, is to train your children to know how to make themselves employable for whatever the future is going to be, right? But you go all through California right now, they're testing self-driving cars. Okay? Now, right now, the cars are hitting people and killing people a little bit, but you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yes. But it's coming. They're going to perfect the technology. It will be perfected.
We recently rode Waymo Robotaxi in Los Angeles, and here are the 4 things we learned. Number 1, it's not as smart as a human driver. For example, this person was rolling his shopping cart, and instead of getting out of the way, the car just waited there, and the person ended up hitting his bike on the car. Number 2, it only covers limited area between downtown LA and Santa Monica, and missed some important areas like Hollywood and LAX. Number 3, the interior is super comfortable and you can even change the music. Number 4, it's cheaper than Uber, but you have to wait a lot longer. We recently rode Waymo Robotaxi in Las
Raise your hand if you hate driving in Los Angeles. All of your hands should be raised right now. So when we heard that Waymo was rolling out in LA, we knew we had to reach out. At Camber, we put on community events in Los Angeles for people to meet one another and discover a new part of the city. We partnered with Waymo for our latest event, and everyone left with a code to skip the waitlist to try out Waymo for themselves in LA. They're the world's first autonomous ride-hailing service, and they give you all the freedom of owning a car, plus the conveniences of ride-hailing without the challenges that come with either.
From getting where you need to go safely to having a space all to yourself, Waymo is made for you to be you. And the best part?
Hey guys, hari ini gue mau mencoba self-driving car yang namanya Waymo di LA, California. Self-driving car ini baru dirilis di sini kepada beberapa orang dan di daerah tertentu. Dari luar, mobilnya banyak kameranya banget dan gue bisa unlock dari aplikasi. First impression, keren banget. Nggak menyangka self-driving car itu akan menjadi sesuatu. Kursinya dan segalanya nyaman banget dan juga bisa pilih musik sendiri. A little bit nervous at first, but I felt really super safe and comfortable. Hey guys, hari ini gue mau mencoba self-driving car yang namanya
Sorry. So my point is, you guys, we have to get ready for this. A lot of these government jobs too, they're gonna find a way to have AI do those jobs, y'all. We are headed in the future of job-less security, okay? There's gonna be less job security. So everybody is gonna have to learn to be nimble and learn that, you know what, maybe I'll do this for 5 years. AI will come replace me. I'll go over here, some type of Asian language, right? Then I'll do this for 5 years. That's where the world is going. They're like the days of you can work 30 years for a company or you can work in the government for 30. No. And I'm like, and I feel like one thing about the government also, we have to make some part of the government function like a for private business. You have to make the government efficient because the government runs on taxpayers' money. Like, so it's not fair for people who pay taxes for the government to squander their money. People work hard for their money. So if you can't justify why you have this department, it needs to go. And my tax bill needs to get smaller. Nobody wants to pay higher taxes. No one. Only the people who don't pay taxes or who get these huge tax refunds want anybody else to get taxed, right? But people who make a lot of money, many of them don't get tax returns, right? Okay, it's not fair. AI is coming. People need to get ready. Like, it is what it is. So this notion of like, oh, we can't get rid of this department because it's predominantly ran by this one ethnic group. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Okay. They're gonna have to do something, but like you can't do that. Like you just can't. It's not good business practice. You just can't do it. Hold on.
But hey, y'all don't even talk about government jobs no more. We talk about we gonna get the bag. You know, you gotta have a business. You gotta be a boss.
Yes, you do.
I hate that Dame Dash ever said that dumb junk. You just gotta be a boss. Most people will never be a boss. Most ADOS don't have the capital to do it. When we try to talk about how do you get the capital to do it, well, I don't think that's ever gonna happen. Well, you're not gonna be a boss then. That's what
you see. And this is where her and I also we're gonna disagree, right? Because you had so I don't know if I can find this. Let me see if I can find statistics. Okay, hold on. I don't know if they kept track of these things though. See, but this one, it doesn't compare to today though. But this is talking about, okay, 7th Avenue, 135th Street, Lenox Avenue. So I'm like, these people had money. I don't know how to say this. Like, but like I said, I really do feel like something died inside of people. Oh, you don't have the capital. You don't have the capital. How did these other people from way back then find the capital? Okay. How did those black bankers from back in the day have the capital? Where the money come from? Okay. How did they get the money? Like today, all you have is a bunch of people making excuses. Hold on. Black bankers, 1920s. Let me see if I can find this. You see? This is why I don't take people seriously. I have a hard time sometimes. Hold on, give me a second. Let me go back and go to YouTube. Let me see if they have a documentary somewhere. Because sometimes, National Geographic, they gonna go for my stuff. Let's go. Let's see. Hold on, baby.
And we're back. The team is looking down the barrel of a 4:55 meeting.
They're gassed, Jill. Can they turn it around and make this?
And today I'm in the 1800 block of Druid Hill Avenue, where it intersects Warren Street.
And Oklahoma is a unique space in terms of the number of African American towns that were established. Some suggest upwards of 50 African American towns between 1920. In 1928, Reverend S.S. Jones was going around documenting this sort of self-determined, vibrant African-American communities. You see the African-American educators.
So you guys, he keeps crying. You see how you said determined. Okay.
Doctors, lawyers, landowners, oil barons. And I think that's what's so remarkable about this footage. To think that individuals, how many years out of slavery, are now owning oil wells that are producing 2,000 barrels a day. Is that not the ultimate American dream? Is that not the ultimate American story?
But then today, especially if you talk to Black Democrats, we want bigger government. We want the government to be bigger. We want benefit from the government. We don't want to lose our government jobs. Like, what is going on? You see, I'm telling you, something happened to people. I keep telling you all this. It needs to be studied. Something, you see, have you ever seen, did you know that there were Black people who owned land over here to drill oil on this land? Okay. All right. And this is a part of the Democratic Party I cannot stand. It's that they truly, truly destroy the entrepreneurial spirit in people. They truly destroy self-determination of a people. They really destroy, so stupid. They truly destroy like this community thing that people really have to come together, because they teach you, oh no, just wait for us. We'll do it for you. Oh, we'll do it for you. We'll give you this. We'll give you no. Thank you. No, thank you. And God bless you. Okay. Right. Because once you take that entrepreneurial drive out of people, when you take self-determination out of people, when you take self-agency out of people, you have ruined these people. You've turned them into sheep. Right? Because now it's like they just wait for you. That's what they say. Don't give the man a fish. Teach the man how to fish, right? But look at the contracts. We're talking 1920s, y'all. 1920s. No internet, no social media, no online banking, no this. I mean, these people don't have anything. Look how well they're doing. And now we're fast forward 2024. We have people saying, oh, well, we have to wait for the government to do it. The what? You make no sense. Like, you truly make no sense. And this is what these people have done to you. And this is what socialism does to a people. It kills their entrepreneurial spirit. It really does. Let me keep playing my video. Ooh, I hope they don't come for me.
it flies in the face of what I think some people consider part of African American history and culture. And I think that was one of the things that Oklahoma and what S.S. Jones is really kind of showing is that African American history and culture is not a monolith. And in a way, it became kind of like a marketing tool to encourage individuals to migrate, to move there, that this is a place where you can live, you can thrive, and peacefully reside. There were still palpable racial tensions. There are lynchings, there's Jim Crow, segregation, there's all of these things, and you still have an African-American community or many communities that really speak to the fortitude and resilience of Black people in this country.
Hi, everyone. Mark Barden here at Sandy Hook Promise. On December 14th, 2020.
Welcome to Little Known Black History Facts. Please like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Jesse Benga, the rise and fall of the richest Black banker in Chicago. Jesse Benga opened doors for African American Chicagoans. Outside of politics and policy, few figures in the Bronzeville neighborhood of Chicago.
When the live started, did I not say politics, policy? Politics, policy? Oh, confirmation. Yeah, I think I'm prophetic. I really think I'm prophetic.
Chicago loomed as large as Jesse Benga. Born in Detroit in 1865, Benga learned his father's trade of barbering and spent time working in a lawyer's office. In the 1880s, Benga moved to the Pacific Northwest, working as a barber and making some money in real estate speculation. Arriving in Chicago.
This is my point. I hope Nessa's still here. Nessa, I hope you're here. I hope you're still here, Nessa. You see Mr. Benga right here? He didn't wait for the government because he knew, child, I'm Black. They're never coming anyways, right? He didn't wait. What he do, like the Bible says, start with what you got, okay? His dad was a barber. He learned how to be a barber, okay? Then like the Bible says, your gifts will make room for you. He goes, becomes a barber for other people. He saves his money. You save your money, he goes into real estate. You understand me, right? He's not waiting for somebody to give him a job. He's not waiting for somebody to give him benefits. He's not waiting for somebody to subsidize him. He has a trade. He knows how to do a thing. He's going to do a thing. And what I said earlier, too, I said, if you compare Black America before the 60s, the people before the 60s, I told y'all, they saved their money. I feel like they were high savers. They didn't spend a lot. They saved. They didn't spend a lot, and they saved more because many of them could make things by themselves. They could make their own clothes. They could make their own food. They could grow their own food, right? So when you're self-sufficient, you don't need to be a consumer, right? You fast forward past, you go 1960s to today. What have they done to Black people? They have turned Black people into hyper consumers. They buy stuff they don't need. Bunch of labels, bunch of white people's labels, all kinds of crap that does nothing for them. Black people tend to be in the business of buying, purchasing, depreciating assets. They love cars, okay? Cars and cars and cars and cars. The cars, they ain't gonna do nothing for you, okay? Nothing for you. But you want to show other people that you're successful, right? So you waste your money. You waste your money. And because you waste your money, now you need the banks, now you need the loans, but you have the money because this car is a lot of money. These, hey, so baby, right? We are wasteful. People need to take accountability. People need to take accountability. I know I get people so mad because they're looking for a Black person who always blames the white person. Nah, the white man gonna be a white man. He ain't never gonna change, right? But at some point, you have to look at yourself. You gotta look at your behavior. You have to look at your relationship with money. You gotta look at your mindset. Look at your grades. Look at your education. Are you really the type to push yourself? Do you prioritize your money? Have you made sure to be financially literate? No, you haven't. So before you worry about white people, fix those issues, right? Because once you're empowered from within, all this stuff is going to make you laugh because it can't get to you. Because these people, for them to achieve what they did, they had a really strong mental, they had a really strong mindset. And they didn't let these people get to them. We're talking a time where you could really walk outside and see Black people bodies swinging in the air. This is real. We sometimes here, this generation today, people scream about racism. The stuff we see out here is basic stuff. It's a Karen stopped you at the parking lot. It's a Karen at the Target. Child, please. These people really saw KKK people come out at night with their little tiki torches and snatch people up. They were living in a real age of terror. We don't really have that type of terror now. Okay, we have foolishness. Okay, and truth be told, a lot of black people ain't scared of white people no more. So let's be honest, for real, right? But these people here, they truly lived in a serious age of terrorism. Like this is real domestic terrorism. It is not a joke. Your life could even be at risk for having your own business. They could really kill you for having a business. And these people did it anyways. So from when I sit here and people tell me like, oh no, you need the government to give you a job. Oh, but where we gonna get the money from? What you mean we're gonna get the money from? All this money people spend on Louis Vuitton, on weaves, y'all have money. You just put your money in the wrong things. That's what it is. Black people have access to money. It might not be as much money as Jewish people. It might not be as much money as a Chinese man, but black people have money. We are just obsessed with being consumers. So maybe curb your spending, increase your savings, and you'll see. Before you know, you're like, wow, I didn't even know I had all this money. You did, but you throw your money all away. Become self-sufficient. Hold on, let me keep playing my video.
In 1893, Benga began buying up rundown buildings, fixing them up, and renting them to black tenants.
Is he? I'm gonna keep stopping, y'all. I'm sorry, but I have to because this is touching my soul. He was buying rundown buildings. He started with what he could afford. He didn't say, oh, I got to go do $1 million flip. I got to go. No, that's what the Bible says. Do not despise small beginnings. Today, everybody wants to be you start a business. By next week, they want to be a millionaire. No, slow and steady wins the race. Okay. The man, he went with what he could afford. He didn't say, oh my gosh. No, he said, okay, if that's what my money can get me, I'm going to make the most out of it. You know, it's your attitude. When they say your attitude determines your altitude, then there you go. Okay. Yes, little baby. Yes.
Benga would repair, renovate, and maintain them himself. He was able to rent out his properties at a premium due to the influx of African Americans from the South. In 1905, he took out a long-term lease on an apartment building, which resulted in the mass exodus of all the white tenants, a practice which later became known as blockbusting. Within 15 years, Benga was one of the richest African Americans in the city, and in 1908, he started his own bank. In 1910, he...
So y'all, okay. 15 years. What is 15 years in the life of a man? This man went from being a barber to being a real estate mogul in 15 years, right? Just like Project 2025. Ask a lot of people, not just black people, ask a lot of people, what is your 10-year vision? Have you written a 10-year vision for yourself? Most people tell you no. Ask most people, do you have a 5-year vision for yourself? No. Ask most people, do you have a 5-year financial vision for yourself? They'll tell you no, right? Ask most people, do you have a 10-year financial vision for yourself? They'll tell you no, because they've been told, they've been trained, they've been sold a lie that the government gonna take care of them. No, they're not. No, they're not. Right? And even me, what's it called? I've even started to realize, I'm like, yo, if you don't really write a vision for every area of your life, you're not going to be successful. I even have a journal now because I have a baby on my lap, right? I even have a journal now, you guys, for my hair. I know, sounds crazy, right? I have a journal for my hair because I've wrote a 10-year vision for my hair. I sure did. I really did, right? Because when you don't write out what you want, you don't write out your plans, you will fail. And before you realize, time has flown by. Okay, before you realize it's 2025, before you realize it's 2030, before you realize it's 2040, you're like, oh my gosh, where is time gone? Trace about to be 14. I'm like, oh my gosh, 14 years? Where did time go? Stefan's about to be 9. This one, before you know it, he'll be 10 years old. Yes. I'm being really serious. I'm like, we need to, all of us, myself included too. I'm in there, right? All of us should really sit down and say, 10 years from now, right? Where do I see myself financially? 5 years from now, where do I see myself financially, right? Even 2 years from now, where do I see myself 2 years from now? Everybody should have a financial manifesto. Yes, ma'am. Okay? Because if you don't have a vision for your money, it will disappear. Because everything you see, you want to buy because you don't have a vision. Right? Oh, I'll pay it later. Oh, maybe later. I'll save later. No. No and no and no. You should have a journal. You guys, I'm being so serious. I know sometimes you don't like me, but that's okay. Okay. You should have a journal. Or if you want to use Notion, I like to write on paper, but everybody's different, right? But if it's not a journal, some type of journal, whether it's a physical paper journal or it's online, like it's on Google Drive or whatever, but you should have, yes, told you yes. Because my hair should have been way long by now. But I'm like, sometimes I take care of it. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I do, right? But that you're not being consistent. You know how much of my hair I had to cut? Because the goal was grow my hair. Because I cut my hair. I went all natural like 2018. I said, okay, fine. I was mad, depressed, whatever. I cut the hair. So I don't grow my hair. For me, growing my hair, y'all, it was put my hair up in braids. Leave the braids up there for 3 months at a time. No, it's her way. I call it a protective style. But any style you keep in there for 3 months, and it's not protecting nothing. Okay? Be honest with yourself. You don't want to deal with your hair. Well. Okay? I was calling it a protective style, but honestly, I did not want to deal with my hair because I felt like 4C hair was too much work for my black hair. Look, this is too much. How can a wash day take all day? I ain't got time for this. Okay? So I lied to myself by calling it a protective style. But I'm protecting nothing. I'm exposing. I'm destroying. Okay? I'm wrecking my hair. I had to cut too much of my hair. I'm probably going to have to cut some more. Okay? Putting all kinds of weird stuff in my hair. The full locks don't mess up my hair. Look at this. Look at this. There are pieces of my hair that are shorter. You know, a bunch of weird style. The full locks are so bad, but you just, because you don't have a vision. If you say to yourself, in 10 years, I want to have waistline hair, just knowing that that's one of your goals, you're going to start moving a little differently. Y'all, I'm telling you, when you have a vision, your attitude changes, right? If you say to yourself, in 2-3 years, I want to have bra straplet hair and I want to have really pretty, nice, thick hair, just knowing that that's what you want now, that's a goal, and especially if you write it down, you're going to start moving differently. Because now when you think about doing a hairstyle, you're like, are you going to help me achieve my goal, or are you going to cause me to cut my hair once I take you out? You know what I'm saying? It is so funny how I went from somebody who couldn't even, I didn't want to take care of my hair. Okay, I would wash my, if I took out a braid, I'll keep my braids for 2 to 3 months. I would detangle, wash, condition, do a hot oil treatment. I would do all of that, right? But I was doing it every 3 months. 4C hair requires moisture. It requires hydration. It's very dry hair. So if you leave it up in braids for 3 months, you're asking for problems, which I did, but I didn't care because I wasn't studying hair, right? Makes sense? So my hair got damaged. It grew like I wanted to, but it's uneven. My cuticles are open. It's a hot mess. So now it's like I have to cut and really be serious about taking care of my hair. So I went from washing my hair maybe like once every 2 months, every 3 months, right? To doing it every 2 weeks, I think, right? Now I'm doing it every week. I'm like, wow, because I have changed my mind because I have a new vision now. I know what I want, right? And once you know what you want and you write about what you want, you will do what it takes to get what you want. Okay. So you say, okay, how do I want my hair to look in the next 3 years? How do I want my hair to look in the next 5 years? How do I want my hair to look in the next 10 years? Right. You're like, wow, there are certain things I can't do anymore. And there are certain things I absolutely have to do now because this is one of my goals. Yes. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Right. So the same thing comes to finances. I could tell you honestly, like if I tell you about myself, okay, I was never the type to take money seriously. Because I'm like, because I used to be a socialist. Okay. So when you're a socialist, you tell yourself, oh, don't, money, people with money are bad people. You know what I'm saying? I give my money away. I'm very generous like that, but when you're a socialist, you look badly at people with money. Okay. Like, oh, it's a bad thing to have money. They have too much money. They hoard money. Oh, yeah. Okay. I didn't really care. And I'm the type of person, when I need money, I find it. It comes to me. So I never felt like I had to be studious and like care about money and things like that. Does that make sense? So that was very silly of me. It was very foolish of me. And may God forgive me. You understand? But the thing is, I do feel like part of me also having this laissez-faire attitude towards money is probably like the way my faith, like the way I learned Christianity. My dad also is a socialist. I told him to stop being a socialist. Okay. Like things like that. And also me not caring, like, I'm righteous. I'm a child of God. I don't worry about these things such as money, right? But it's a silly thing. You have to care about money, right? But I never had a vision for money. Never did. You understand? And so one thing, that's why I changed the channel's name. I was like, one thing I really want to do, because I've never been the type to care about money. I've never prioritized learning money, caring of money. I said, you know what? Maybe that's why I should focus on. Focus on the things that you're not good at. Focus on the things that you're not strong at doing. I know how to be an intellectual, but I'm not really good with money like that. I have to be very honest with you guys, right? I'm not good with money, right? I can make money. I have a hard time keeping it. Because I always have all these social issues like I want to take care of. I'm a hot mess, right? Got to fix that. But I do think that it has to do with not having a vision for your money, right? So you have to. Because I'm like, before you know it, 10 years have gone by. I mean, it is wild. I'm like, I can't believe when I started YouTube, I was like 25. Now I'm 39. Even my YouTube channel, I didn't really have a vision for it. So I didn't take care of it. That's why I say when it comes to the people with Project 2025, I cannot be mad at them. Because I respect people who can write a vision. Me, Marlene, if I had written my vision for many things in my life, I probably wouldn't be here. One thing I've always known is that I didn't want to be divorced. So I make sure that never happened, right? But like my attitude towards money, my hair, my life, my YouTube, I'm like, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And that's a part, I guess, being an air sign that I got to fix and be more of an earth person, But you have to care about this thing. Hey, right? You have to care about these things. So me, that's one thing I will tell you guys, right? We have to care. We should have a plan for our finances. We need to have a 1-year plan, a 2-year plan, a 5-year plan, and then a 10-year plan, right? And then maybe like every New Year's Eve or like right after New Year's, you can go back in and see what you want to change, right? Makes sense. You can always change it, but it's always good to have something on paper, right? We should have one for our finances. We should have one for our marriage. We should have one for our children. We should have one for our health also. Like when you're 60, how you want to look, right? Because people don't think about that. And when you don't think about how you want to look at 40, 50, 60, by the time you get there, you're going to be fat, busted, ugly, with a fupa or triple fupa because you didn't care. Because you didn't have a vision, right? If you say to yourself, when I'm 60, I need to be fit. I need to be in shape. I need to look like I'm 40 at 60, right? Just knowing how you want to look at 60, it's going to force you to make better choices now, right? And then by the time you get to 60, you might even look way better than what you thought you would look. You understand? But it's important to have a vision, and it's important to write your vision down. Hey, Shishi, right? We have to do it. We waste too much time with things that don't matter. TV, TikTok, this and that, fighting people, going back and forth with people, right? But honestly, we should all take, like on the weekends and stuff like that, we should take one weekend. I'm going to dedicate that weekend to write my financial vision, right? Sorry, Ruba. Another weekend, I'm going to take that to write my health vision, right? Like we have to have a journal. You need to have a place where you write out your vision for everything. Because you guys, I promise you, before you know it, 10 years would have gone by. We're going to wake up one day and this baby is 10 years old. You're like, oh my gosh, we remember you were so tiny and your mommy used to hold you alive. Okay? Because time flies. Before you know it, it'll be December 2024. And you cannot be successful if you don't write out your vision. And that is something that I have learned. I'm like, you know what? Listen, I take accountability. And I cannot be mad. That's why I said like Project 2025. I'm not saying I agree with everything that's in there, right? But I definitely respect them for sitting down and writing their vision. And I need to write my vision again for like my finances, okay? But I'm like, where do I want to be? Right? Like, let's say you have a car note, you have a this and that, and that. You guys write everything out. If you want to pay off your car in the next 2 years, 5 years, and then whatever you would have paid in your car, you're going to start putting that money to like a separate account to save money. Y'all, we got to be serious people. But one of the main ways out here you get respect is when your money's right. When your money's right, people respect you, right? People respect people who don't take handouts. I'm telling you, when people know that your whole community is on social welfare, people never going to take you seriously because you're a dependent. Right? When you make your own money, you make the laws, you make the rules. People respect you. Get your money right. Get your finances right. Be someone who's not just self-sufficient, right? But you are abundant. Like you are seriously abundant. And it cannot happen. It will not happen if you don't have a vision, you guys. I am being serious. I know sometimes we don't agree on politics, whatever, but I love y'all, right? I will never steer you in the wrong direction. You ain't got to vote for Trump, right? But one thing is, you need to have a vision. By the time 2030 comes around, where do you want to be financially? Where do you want to be? Where do you want to live? What kind of friends do you want to have? Okay, if you want to be married by 2030, okay. So how you gonna make sure that it happens for you, right? If you want to have your first baby the next 5 years, that's what's up. I'm like, write everything out. And the more you write things out, the more clear your mind is just, it becomes more, you have so much clarity. Like, ooh, okay. Even your friendships, you start writing out your vision, you're going to start evicting people out your life. Like you're a problem. Every time you come around, I have to spend money. Go somewhere. Okay. You start to see. You'll start to notice, like, okay, what friend, every time they come around, they want us to talk about money, finances, and goals. Like, I got to keep you around. And then you'll have other type of friends. Every time they come around, it involves spending money. You stay away from it. Okay? Like, you need to go somewhere. You understand me, right? You got to start doing that. But when you don't have a vision, you'll be friends with just anybody. You'll spend your money just anyhow. You'll waste your time anyhow. You'll treat your hair anyhow. You'll treat your body anyhow because you don't have a vision. And when you don't have a vision, you will perish. I kid you not. When you don't have a vision, things always take you by surprise. Oh, what you mean AI? They have self-driving cars now? Because you didn't have a vision, right? And I'm like, look at this man. That's why I don't buy this thing about, but America's so racist. But it's so hard to get loans. These people were in the worst of racist time with nothing. And in 15 years, this man became a multimillionaire from being a barber. No social media. Today with social media, if you're lucky, you can have one video hit 1 million people, right? We can do things today. We don't even take it seriously because it's so easy. You think this Mr. Bingo right here, you think if he could have gone on social media to show his apartments to 1 million people, he would have been on TikTok every day. Look, my apartment, right? We have all these tools at our fingertips. We have the internet. It don't sleep. And we're sitting here waiting for the government. Make it make sense. It don't make sense. Okay? It don't make sense. You must refuse. You must not be a socialist. You cannot. You can't. You really can't. Hold on.
He married Eudora Johnson, the daughter of the richest Negro in Chicago, policy kingpin.
Okay, let me stop right here too. Maybe I'll replay it for y'all because I keep stopping. You see that? He got his money up. 15 years. Now he can sit with equal people. Like he can sit with rich people too because he got his money right. And because he got his money right, he can marry the daughter of a rich man. You understand? Imagine if he had a socialist mindset, waiting for the government, right? He'd have been just a little barber waiting for a government. He would have married some regular chick from a regular family. So you poor, you gonna marry somebody poor. How that gonna help you? Okay? He grew up poor. He got himself out of poverty, became a wealthy man. Not because he's wealthy, his entire network, it changed. You see what I'm trying to say? So now you're wealthy and you marry into a wealthy family. So they're not going to suck your resources. They're going to add to your resources. If he had stayed poor and a barber in the same neighborhood he grew up in, he would have married a woman with the same life, the same background, the same poverty as him. What two poor people gonna do together? What business do two poor people have to do with being in love? Y'all don't belong with each other. You're poor. You go find your rich person. You go find your rich. The whole purpose of marriage is to get the hell out of poverty. People marry to get richer together, not to become poorer together. No. Do not be a socialist, right? So you get your money up. And now because you're richer, you have access to a whole new world of people who are just as rich, if not richer. So now you can go and ask to marry the daughter of a rich man. So when she comes into this marriage, she comes with something from her daddy. Plus you're something. It makes a whole lot of something, right? That's how people got to think, okay? Got to think. You got to think big. You really got to think big, okay? Sorry, but...
And John Mushmouth Johnson. In 1917, he bought a mansion in the Washington Park neighborhood. One of the South Side's leading black bankers and real estate men, Binga was the first black to live in this section of the Washington Park. His home, as well as his bank at 36th Place and State, were repeatedly bombed by whites who sought to halt the movement of blacks into Grand Boulevard in Washington Park. It was an all-white neighborhood at the time, and when racial tensions heightened in 1919, the house was bombed on 7 separate occasions. Each time he refused offers from whites to buy him out and rebuilt the house. He hired round-the-clock guards and offered a $1,000 reward for the bombers, but no one was ever arrested. In 1908, Jesse Binga opened the Binga Bank. The Binga Bank became a major financial player in Chicago, competing with the white banks. He joined the Chicago Clearinghouse, an association of bankers created to help support each other in times of trouble. The bank was the first to be owned and run.
This is what you call community. You see, community is not just coming and screaming racism, white men so racist, right? It's when people can put their money together and trust each other with their money. Okay. It's like, I was going to do a video about that, but I forgot, right? There's a guy here, Kev on Stage. I know some of y'all know Kev on Stage, right? So Kev on Stage and his wife, Melissa, right? They celebrated like their 20-year vow renewal or something like that, right? So they had this big vow renewal party in Mexico. All these influencers were there. Tab was there. Kadena, her husband. I mean, a bunch of people were there, right? But then I was looking at that and I said, Lacey, I'm confused because a few months ago, like maybe a few months ago or a year ago, right? Kev on Stage. Let me see if I can find the video. Hold on. Let me show y'all. Let me see if I can find the video. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, cool. Right. All right. So a few months ago, Kev on Stage was asking for money. Okay. That he can't pay the workers. He can't pay for the podcast. He can't pay for this. He can't pay for that. I said, but Lacey, I'm confused. This man came online begging for money, literally, right? Meanwhile, he knows all these rich people. Think about that. You see, that would not be funny, huh? That's why I say sometimes I don't take black people seriously. If we were Jewish people, right, and he really knew, let's say like the equivalent of Jews that matched the people that were at his wedding, this video never would have happened. He could have called his friends, the Jewish people, and be like, fam, I need 2 million, 3 million. When I tell you them Jewish people would have sent him all kinds of 100,000, 200,000, 300, they don't play. Because when they say you're my friend, they put money behind you. You understand me, right? You understand, right? Cool. Kevin had to come up here and beg for money because he can't keep the podcast. He can't pay the people. Meanwhile, he knows all the rich black people, so they got money to go to Mexico for a wedding. They have money to go to Mexico for a wedding. They have money to pay for a 5-star hotel in Mexico. They have money to pay for fancy clothes to go to Mexico. But none of them could put their money together like, Kevin, I got 50,000. Kevin, I got 100,000. Kevin, I got $200,000. This is what black people do. That's why I don't take them seriously. Let me play the video for y'all. Let me play the video. Hold on.
Yeah, I wanted to clear something up real quick. I realized I said this at length on Patreon, but I didn't address it in the public. So as you've noticed, I've been promoting Patreon more and more, especially the last week or so. And I never really said why. So I'll just be upfront with you like I was with the Patreon yesterday. Mm-hmm. Podcast revenue has been down around 70% for me in all my podcasts.
And then think about, this is why I can't take people seriously. Think about all the people who were at the wedding, right? If podcast revenue has been down, why you can't call, because a lot of them have millions of people who follow them, right? Why you can't call them people and say, come to my podcast real quick, or post my podcast in your stories, post my podcast on your Instagram, post my podcast on the TikTok. I don't know, right? How do you have all these people who probably collectively have like 20, 30 million followers all together on Instagram, right? And y'all can come together and bring that energy, bring that pressure to your podcast to bring your numbers up. You gotta come on YouTube and beg for money, right? And you beg regular people that you didn't even invite to your vow renewal to help you out, right? Meanwhile, you invite people to your wedding who didn't even help you to save your podcast. How does this stuff even make sense, you guys? Like, I am really lost, right? But I'm like, if it was Jewish people, if it was Chinese people, if it was Indian people, if it was Pakistani people, right? The way money would have showed up at his house, the way they would have wired money to him, he would have never made this video. I kid you not. If you're friends with Jewish people, might be Zionists and all this racist weird stuff they on. When you're down with Jewish people, tell them you need money. They'll be like, I got you, Marlene. Before, like, they'll ask you, what's your routing, what's your banking number? I tell you, by tomorrow, you'll see 100, 200, 300,000. These people don't play, because when they say they love you, when they say you're my friend, you're my family, they're behind you. And even if you can't repay, just tell them like, oh, I'm kind of late, I can't pay you back. Oh, it's okay. Give it to me when you got it. You understand? That's why these people take over. Black people is just this is just, if it's racism, police brutality, then they know how to be black. Ask them to put their money together and go support someone. You will never see them. Unless it's on social media, like if it's on Instagram. No, but it's the truth. I asked Lacey. Lacey's right here. I was Lacey, I'm confused. If he knows all these people, why is he asking for money? Because if somebody comes to your wedding, if you invite somebody to your wedding, if you invite someone, right? Like, for example, let's say one day I do, because I never had a big wedding, right? But let's say one day I decide to have a big wedding, right? And I want to have bridesmaids. Some of y'all will be my bridesmaid because I love y'all like that, right? But because if I have you in my wedding, it means I got real love for you, right? You understand? So I don't understand how these people, they have everybody. How much did one person pay to show up at that wedding in Mexico? 10,000 maybe? A couple, maybe it was like 20 grand for a couple. All right, with everything, the trips, the clothes, okay, it's almost like 20 people there. 20 people. 20, let's say 20, 30 people times what? 10,000, right? That's $200,000. Maybe more. Because some of them got more money than that. Right? So they're not going to help you to save a business, but they'll come to Mexico to party with you. They are willing to spend 10,000, 20 grand on entertainment, clothes, shoes, drinking, recording themselves, right? And I'm like, and that's how you know they're not really his friends. They're not really his friends. Some of them might be, but the majority they're not. They were just invited because of their name and how many followers they got. Because me, Marlene, you cannot be my friend. You can't even be my person. From one black person to the next. Right? You can't even be my person and you're struggling. If I have the money, I'll send it to you. You understand? If you my person, you're not going to ask for money. You understand? Because I said, you know what? If you make it, if your podcast does well, don't pay me back. And one day you're not going to forget about me because it takes two hands to wash each other. Right? I'll give you a good story, right? Y'all remember like years ago, I used to do videos. Let me give you a story, right? Years ago, I used to do, like when I started YouTube, right? I used to do videos with Ahsoken. You remember Ahsoken? Okay. I do videos with Ahsoken. I don't know what happened. One day I was watching her video and I saw this young lady, right? Pretty young lady. I don't know what led me to it. I clicked on her picture. Like, you know, like your picture right here. I clicked on the picture. So here's Val, right? So I was watching a Ahsoken video and then I saw this, I thought, oh, she's cute. So I clicked on it, right? And it took me to her YouTube page, right? So I get on the YouTube page. She's also Nigerian, right? And she has all, you know, like the headscarf, they're called gilets, right? She had like mad gilets. And I was like, what the heck? All of these are yours? She was like, yes. Because I was commenting like under her video. I was like, oh, these are yours. She's like, yeah, I'm like, what the heck, right? So we started having a conversation. And I'm like, you should sell those. I don't know how we became friends, but I started pestering her. I said, you need to sell those. This is crazy. She was like, but Marlene, like, they're just gilets. Every Nigerian woman knows where to get them. I said, I don't care. Got to sell them. And I was like, let me tell you something. When that PayPal started going off like, cha-ching, 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 you're going to love that, right? She thought I was crazy. Then she told her husband. He's a finance man. He does like finance, whatever. So he was like, what? He wasn't really into it. But she listened to me. She started a business. Her business was called Chic Gilet. If you remember, like years ago, I had like a big thing with Ahsoka. It was, I think I wore it twice, but I had a big yellow one. Where's my channel? Let me show you. Let me show you something. Let me show you my channel real quick. Hold on. View your channel. Okay. Where are my videos? Where are my oldest videos? Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you. Because you've seen it. Hold on. Let me bring it back. Man, wow. These were okay. No, this was Ahsoka Gilet. Okay. Do y'all remember this video? Okay. All right. Do y'all remember this video? So the company's called Chic Gilet because her name is Shishi. So she's Igbo, right? She's Nigerian, she's Igbo, right? So she listened to me. Her husband was not too on par with it. She listened to me. She started the business, right? So these were her gilets. I wore this one. Even the captain right here, she gave it to me also. You understand? All right. Oh, say hi to Auntie Aja. She's saying hi to you. Okay. So then, what was it like? I think like 2018. Was it 18? No. 2013-ish. When I moved to Columbus, when James was on his foolishness, okay, and I had to get money together to get an attorney. I called Shishi. I said, Shishi, I need some money because I gotta pay this lawyer before I leave. So when I left her the message, my phone died. I went to sleep. I woke up in the morning because she has, she's Nigerian, so she's gonna have like 5 jobs. So she left me a message. She was like, Marlene, I'm finishing my shift. I'll go when I'm done with the shift, I'll go to the bank. I'm sending you 500. I said, what? She left 12-hour shift. She didn't go home. She left her shift. She went straight. She was like, what bank do you want me to go to? I said, can you go to Bank of America? She said, okay, no problem. She went to Bank of America. She put the money on the account. You hear me? And I was thinking, like, you see, imagine if I never told this woman to start a business. Imagine if I never poured into this woman. How would she have helped me? Okay? So she helped me, right? Then when I had my little success moment with the whole like Jaclyn Hill thing, I hit her back. I gave her money back. 2018. Was it 18? It was either 18 or 19, right? Your girl was strapped for money. I told you I don't take money seriously. I was strapped for money. I called Shishi. I said, Shishi, I need this amount of money. She said, okay, Marlene, where do you want me to send it? Oh, you guys, you understand me? And I'm like, this is what you call having real friends, having your real people, your real person. And this is why you help other people build businesses. You encourage other people to build their businesses because today you might be up. They might be starting out. Tomorrow you might be down. They might be up. But some people will remember and be like, when I was starting, you helped me. When I was starting, you poured into me. I have so many stories that I could tell y'all. You know what I'm trying to say? So that's what I say, right? I don't understand. I was really confused. I was seriously confused. When I saw their vow renewal in Mexico, the people who were there, because I'm like, if you know all these people, if you consider these people, it's funny how you don't write her real name. Val, you think you slick. Val is crazy. Okay, Val is really, really crazy, right? But it's like, I don't understand how you have all these people come to your wedding, which is something very serious, right? But none of them could pour money into your business. And they have it, but when it's time to spend money in a Mexican hotel, they can pay the hotel, they can pay for clothes, you're spending money with other businesses. But when your friend's business was going out, why didn't y'all pour money into Kevin? Like, Kev, I saw the video, take the video down. How much you need? We're not doing this. We got you, right? Oh, Kevin said, I need 100,000, I need 200,000. Okay, I got 20. Let me call so-and-so and see how much they got. How much you got, right? In 24 hours, that's even too much time. In 12 hours, this matter needs to be done and dealt with. Like, seriously, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? I was really confused. And I said to Lacey right here, I said to Lacey, them people here are not his real friend. The fact that this video is still up shows you something, right? They're not your real friends. Because your real friend, especially if they have money and they trust you and they trust your vision, they're like, okay, how much you need, right? They're gonna give you money for the business and they're gonna pull up at your wedding. That's what real friends are. But I'm like, this right here is fugazi. It's people who are big on social media who want to take pictures with other people who are also big on social media, right? And that's why you don't have a real community. Because certain things don't even have to be. There are certain things you don't even have to I guess so, right? But I'm like, even before the fact, Elena, right? If you see your friend is in need, like he needs a little bit of money to boost up his business, right? I'm not saying pay for everything, but put up something. Like, how much do you need? It's 200,000. Cool. 10 people, everybody give 20,000. It's nothing to these people. Like people who wake up, buy Birkins, do this, do that. It is nothing to, and even tell their fans, like, the whole week we're gonna support Kevin. There's no need for him to be doing this, right? But they're not. They just want to go there and be influencers and take pictures and connect and network with other people. But they're not really your people. I hope that makes sense, right? Because you see, these people here. Hold on. I guess let him finish. Hold on.
Josh, Angel, and Greg salaries are dependent on podcast revenue. And it used to be tremendously lucrative, and I was able to pay them and all that type of stuff, but it's downturned tremendously. So instead of having to lay them off or reduce their salaries, I decided to give the Patreon audience and you an opportunity to help basically save their jobs. I'm not even, to put it plainly, in order to help keep them on payroll, I'm going to offer more stuff on Patreon, more shows, more exclusive content.
Yeah, sure, that's enough. Okay. One time I was watching American Greed. Yeah, exactly. One time I was watching American Greed, right? And this white man, he was like, oh, he could make his payroll. So he called his friend. He's like, friend, I need 100,000 because I can't make payroll. And his friend was like, okay, sure. I was like, huh? You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a problem. It's all, I got you. Here you go. Right? And this is how a lot of them people, they can keep their businesses, they can keep their houses. Like in the worst financial times, these people are always up because they have a real community. They have real friends. They have real family. Like these are their real friends. They might not have a lot of friends though, but the people they do call friends, them people are solid. And those people actually do show up when you do need them. Not only when it's beneficial to take pictures and videos, but I am so confused. Like, how is it that you know all these people and you have to come over here and make a video asking for money to save your business? I don't understand that part. I really don't get it. But let's go back.
By an African American in the North. Because of his bank, other Black-owned businesses were able to establish themselves in the area as well. Binga's bank staff included highly educated, skilled Black professionals from top-tier academic institutions like the University of Chicago, the University of Michigan, and Oberlin College. Jesse Binga was revered in the community, and his bank loaned money that allowed Blacks to buy homes and start businesses.
And you see, and I even told y'all this, right? I even told y'all this. All this Black woman, Black sisterhood, they're a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of the babies here, okay? It's a bunch of foolishness, right? Because imagine this for a second, right? When you take so many Black girls on this YouTube, Instagram thing, right? Imagine they're white people always begging white people to take them on trips, begging white people to do something, always begging white people when they have everything they need, right? But it does involve linking up with other people, which is what they don't want to do. Because white people, Black people, honestly, don't like to give shine to another Black person. That's the truth. There's a lot of envy and jealousy. Okay. All right. So my thing is, imagine this, like even during like Black Friday, for example, right? Black Friday or Black History Month, right? All Black people could come together and be like, every day of the week, we're going to support somebody's specific business. So if you put like 50 Black influencers, you put 100 Black influencers together, right? And all the 100 Black people, right? Every day of the week for maybe like Black Friday week or maybe 1 week out of, 1 week out of Black History Month, right? We dedicate to one Black business that is owned by one Black influencer. Do you know how much money that person would make? Do you have any idea how much money? Imagine 100 influencers, right? On the same day, they all post a video about a specific Black business. You're a millionaire. It's over. Black people have the ability to turn each other into millionaires, but they won't do it. Because of jealousy and envy. That's what I'm telling y'all. People are not ready. People are not ready for my mind. People are not ready for my mind. When I tell you like the biggest threat to Black people, it's not racism. It's the Black people themselves. The jealousy and the envy that Black people have for each other. Black people don't trust each other, right? You think, oh, if I make her rich, she might walk all over me. She might, stop me, beat me up, whatever, right? But I'm like, imagine 100 Black influencers on the same day. Everybody drops a video of the same product. When I tell you the views go crazy, the conversion go crazy, right? Then the next day, another person, right? You keep doing that until everybody's business hits $1 million in sales for the day, right? You boom, boom, boom. In a week, you can make 7 millionaires. It's not that hard. It's not that hard, right? But we would rather make white people rich because that way, because the thing is, if I make a white person rich, I don't have to see their success every day. Right? I don't have to be reminded of how successful they are. Right? So I don't want to see that. You understand, right? Because the same energy they have for Rihanna hair care line, the same energy they have for Beyonce hair care line. There are so many Black women on here who have hair care lines. They don't put the same energy behind them because you don't want to see them win. It's easy to want to see a rich person that's already rich be richer. They're already rich. But it takes a lot of self-love right? It takes a lot of self-love. It takes a lot of you're seriously mature. You are very confident. You love yourself. You trust God to say, you know what? Whatever I can do to help her be rich, I'm going to do it. You know what I'm saying? And if it comes back to me, it is what it is, right? It takes a lot of self-confidence. It takes a lot of maturity, right? But I'm like, if every week, if every day you had 100 influencers, agreeing to, okay, we're going to support this business today. We're going to support that business today. We're going to support this business today. Y'all, the way people will see money out here, it will be ridiculous. It will be ridiculous. Ridiculous, right? But the people with our complexion, they don't have that type of heart. They don't have that type of maturity yet. They're not there yet. Yeah, they sure would. That's what they do. It's their ministry, right? Because low-key, high-key, we are competing with each other. We pretend that, racism and no, it's a distraction. It's a distraction from doing what we owe, what we should do, and what we owe to each other, which is support. Unless you don't have a real community. If you only come together for outrage and to cuss out white people, that's not a community. Go somewhere.
As a landlord, he provided places for tens of thousands to live. He wrote a column for the Chicago Defender and published a booklet of his sayings and thoughts on how to be successful. Benga also established the Associated Business Club, where Black entrepreneurs could network and listen to lectures from high-profile business owners in Chicago of all races. His ongoing philanthropic interests included donations to the Young Women's Christian Association, as well as a number of historical Black colleges, including Fisk, Howard, and Atlanta University. In 1929, at the high point of his successful rise, Benga, now in his 60s, began seeking funding for a second bank, this one with a federal charter. He purchased additional property in the area of his current bank and sold shares in the new banking enterprise to investors. Benga was able to get a state charter for a second bank and opened the Benga State Bank in 1921. To accommodate his growing fortune, Benga purchased more property at that location and had an even grander structure erected. Known as the Benga Arcade, this 5-story state-of-the-art office building housed the entire Benga empire, as well as other Black-owned businesses. Benga owned a block of real estate that was known as the Benga Block. It consisted of a group of storefront apartments located west of State Street between 47th and 48th Streets. In this strip of property was a milliner shop, a barber shop, a drugstore, photo studio, fish market, beauty salon, florist, music store, a novelty shop, and a tailor shop. In the ensuing years, and with his meteoric rise in standing among Black Chicagoans, Benga emerged as a leading symbol of Black capitalism and economic hope. However, trouble was brewing on the horizon. When the Great Depression hit, Benga's bank was in trouble. Depositors began pulling out their money, and people who had lost their jobs couldn't repay their loans. Benga tried to keep it afloat with his own money, but that soon ran out. He appealed to the Chicago Clearinghouse, but they refused to help. Many had problems of their own, and others saw a way to get rid of a troublesome competitor. In 1930, regulators closed the Benga Bank, one of hundreds of Illinois banks to collapse in the Depression. Benga's problems weren't over, though. Auditors found sloppy accounting and accused Benga of embezzlement, even though he had lost all his money trying to save the bank. After the first trial ended in a mistrial, a second prosecution convicted Benga, and he was sentenced to 1 to 10 years in Joliet. In 1935, at age 70, he entered the prison to begin his sentence. But in 1936, Clarence Darrow, the famed attorney, appeared on his behalf before the parole board. The pastor of St. Anselm Catholic Church presented a petition in favor of parole signed by 10,000 Black Chicagoans. Some had lost their savings when his bank folded. Jesse Benga was released 2 years later. Benga was broke and had lost his banks and properties. He took on the job as a handyman at the Catholic Church. In 1941, he was pardoned by the governor of Illinois. He returned to his South Park Avenue home from which arsonists could not drive him. But by the time he died in 1950, he had moved in with a nephew. Although his bank and the Benga Arcade are gone, his home remains. But perhaps the most eloquent memorial is the judgment Darrow offered the parole board. I have known Binga for 30 years, and he is a man of fine character. He lost his fortune trying to keep his bank open. Binga died at age 87, still revered in Bronzeville.
Until next time.
All right. So it seems like there's a book about him on Amazon. That guy is good, though. There's still people who showed up for him because he was a good man. God bless him. Okay. But that's impressive, though. That's really impressive. I didn't even know about the man. Okay, let's keep going.
What that means? It means it means that what you want, if y'all don't want no, you're never gonna get no reparations, we're never gonna get no. But if you believe that, you better find your government job. You better find something stable. Because they are trying to bring in, what they're trying to do is bring in people to replace. Personnel is such a part of this. They're trying to bring in new people who won't slow down the changes that a Trump president will bring in, right? And we're going to get to what those changes, some of those changes. I can't get to all of them. It's 900 pages. We just hipping, skipping, and hotching. And skipping, what's the hipscotch? Hoppity-scotch. What is it when the kids do hopscotch? We just hoppity-scoppaging. Hoppity-scoppaging. We can't get to everything. Right? So that's what's happening. They're going to bring in personnel to replace people, and they're going to make sure that Trump's agenda or whoever the Republican president is, because it's going to be hard to get them out after that point, gets on roller skates. Okay. As long as we understand that initial part. This again, they believe in something. They believe that the president should have more power. Just in general, that the president of the United States should be able to carry out the agenda, probably unless it's a Democrat, and at which time they're gonna say, hey, he's acting like a dictator. They believe that they want Trump to be able to carry out what he wants to carry out. And this is part of the way of doing it. It says this book is the product of more than 400 scholars and policy experts from across the conservative movement and around the country. 400. Now, let me say something. Part of the reason some of these people got experience is because they were brought into government and they were put in places like, as kind of like an acting head of this, even if you couldn't get them approved by the Senate, just to get them experience and stuff like that. Mind you, ex-President Barack Obama couldn't even get his Supreme Court justice through.
Maybe has a little bit of a hiccup, right? But one thing I will say about like people who get appointments, because a lot of people will tell you, oh, it's experience, or if you work hard. No. A lot of people are able to get these jobs because of who they know, right? And your professional setting, who you know usually has to deal with where you went to school, right? So there are certain schools where it's a lot easier for people to get in and have like, not just government jobs, but government jobs in leadership, okay? Like where you're a manager or some type of big shot there because of where you went to school and your network, your alumni network, right? So once again, it goes back to young people, especially high school students, take your schooling seriously, right? And compete to get into the best colleges possible, right? And when you're in college too, grades come first, but make sure that you build relationships with your peers, because you never know who's going to be somebody one day, and you can leverage that to get you not just a job, okay, but get hooked up with somebody who can put you in a position to learn, to have experience, and to build up your resume. So people got to take care of school. You have to.
You could have, just like, well, I guess it's up for Hillary to do. I'm finna go to Martha's Vineyard. These people are serious about taking over government and serious about making sure that government only serves a certain group of people. And they're serious about it not serving us. They believe that government has gone too far in serving regular people, and it needs to serve a different, it needs to serve capital and not the people. That's kind of what I take away from this. But in my mind and in my history and in my studies, this is not different. This is just bigger and broader and more specific. And it seems maybe a little more serious, but I'm going to show you something after a while. Contributors include former elected officials, world-renowned economists, and veterans from 4 presidential administrations. Serious business. Not new business, but serious business. This is an agenda, you don't say. I'm sorry, y'all. This is an agenda prepared by and for conservatives who will be ready on day one of the next administration to save our country. Child, I hate they had the most lying propaganda. The Heritage Foundation is once again facilitating this work, but as our dozens of partners and hundreds of authors will attest, this book is the work of the entire conservative movement. What did I say, family? Everything that happens in this country, any kind of transformative change comes out of a movement. And what they are saying is that Trump gets elected. And what did I say in that Twitter conversation? He is more than a candidate. He has become a movement. That's why the ADOS movement is important. That's why the labor movement was important. These are movements. This is the conservative movement. And they have been pushing. I'm going to show you in a second how they have been pushing in this direction. And those of you all who follow politics know that they have been, this is not, I'm so tired of y'all who have your hair on fire now. Oh my God, Yvette, have you heard of Project 2025? Yvette, you don't know. I've known for quite some time. I've seen a bunch of think tanks come up with variations of this. While the Democrats play Republican light. I've seen this. The Democrats don't want to have anything transformative. The Democrats should have a long time ago gotten together with ADOS, gotten together with the leftists, right? Because nobody had more energy around their campaign than Bernie. And they left Bernie.
Miss Yvette, I understand the premise of her channel. So she's like, I'm ADOS. That's my fight. I'm standing beside it, and I get it. But I do think you got to be a bit more strategic and a bit more politically savvy, right? She's saying Democrats need to sit down with the ADOS. For what purpose? Like, sometimes, I don't know. That's the problem with, like, when you have a socialist heart. You think people just going to sit down with you. This is America, boo-boo. People only going to sit down with people who got money. That's how it works. Politicians are for sale. I don't know how to explain that to people. Politicians are for sale. They will only sit down with people who have money. And people think, oh no, they're going to come and just talk to us because our ancestors were enslaved. They do not care. They don't care. What y'all gonna do? The dead gonna wake up and rise and go fight these people? No, the dead are gone. Okay? They do not care. They don't care. All politicians, Republican, Democrats, you name it, independent, they sit down with people who have money. You want people to bring you in on important conversations to shape a movement, you need to get your money right. That's why lobbying is so important. That's why you have so many people who lobby in Washington, D.C. It's money. Money makes the world go round. Money writes the policies. Money gets you senators to fight for what you want. But if you think on the premise of, oh, but we've been here, our ancestors were enslaved, so we come talk to us. We have ideas too. They do not care. They want people who have money. Why do you think everybody right now defending Israel? Because AIPAC is paying so much money. I think Hakeem Jeffries took like $450,000 from AIPAC. Okay, they want money. All of them want money. All of them. Maxine wanted. All of them want money. That's why you go to Congress. That's why you come to Washington. You come here to get rich. You don't come here to do like what's the right thing. No, the right thing to do is to get rich. Okay, senators want to be rich. They want to be enriched. And they understood. Jewish people don't play. That's why they make sure to have money. You know what I mean? Whatever they do, they tell themselves we got to be the best so we can make the most money, so we can pay for what we want. We can have people in our pockets. We can have politicians in our pockets. They own schools. Like, look at Harvard. It's ran by the Jewish people because they make most donations, right? Yale, all these schools. You saw how quickly they fired that black woman? Okay? Because black people are not the biggest donors at Harvard. You know, they might even be the most to get like the free scholarship, the free rides and stuff like that. But these other kids, the rich kids, their parents are paying full ride and they're making donations, right? So I'm like, you got to stop thinking like that. Nobody's going to sit down with you on the premise of the complexion of your skin. They will not. Nobody's going to sit down with you because your ancestors were enslaved. No, these people right there, the only thing they care about is money. How much money you have. How much money can you put towards their campaign? How much money can you put towards this? How much money you got for this? That's all they care about.
Bernie left Bernie, right? Nobody had that more energy around their campaign than Bernie Sanders. They should have gotten together with them, should have gotten together with the leftists and a lot of us and said, listen, we need a transformative agenda. And we got to sell this to the people and let them know that this is the vision for their lives. Help me do that. So now we got Joe Biden. He got COVID now. He done got child. What are we doing? But let me keep going. FBI agents tasked with monitoring social media and flagging content they deem to be misinformation or disinformation, not associated with any plausible criminal conspiracy to deprive. They want to do away with that. I'm not opposed to that now. That part right there, because I got tagged with some of that junk. I'm not opposed to that part. I'm not saying I'm opposed to everything, Most things in here. Not everything. Most things in here I'm opposed to. Not everything. Right? So let's just keep going. The Presidential Transition Project. Right? The department has failed to do its part to stop. Now, we're still talking about the same thing. To do its part. We're in the Justice Department right now. The Justice Department section. Sorry. Because they have a section for everything they want to do. A section for every cabinet piecemeal, whatever. Like I said, this is 900 pages. Do its part to stop the flood of fentanyl and other deadly drugs that are flowing across the border and decimating families and communities in the United States. Yes, okay, that's fine. I'm with that too. Do something with the border. I'm with that too. But that's about where we in. That's about where we stop. I don't want to be biased. I'm just trying to tell you where I am. Now, here's where we go with the reverse discrimination BS. I'm just hitting the highs and lows for you, fam. Where warranted and proper and proper under federal law, initiate legal action against local officials, including district attorneys, who deny American citizens the equal protection of the laws by refusing to prosecute criminal offenses in their jurisdictions. This holds true particularly for jurisdictions that refuse to enforce the law against criminals based on the left's favorite defining characteristics of the would-be offender: race, so-called gender identity, orientation, or other political considerations. You know what's going to these consent decrees that we have with all of these cities like Ferguson, we have consent decrees with all these different cities and counties that, just use ADOS and harass ADOS drivers and ticket us and all that kind of stuff, all these unwarranted stop, all that stuff's out the window too with this. Like all that stuff's out the window. This is a plan to remake the country. It's
for me, honestly, because they're asking for what they said they want to be, where warranted and proper under federal law, initiate legal action against local officials, including district attorneys who deny American citizens equal protection under the law by refusing to prosecute criminal offenses in their jurisdiction. This one, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, I do agree with this one because of New York City, for example. So New York City, you have people who kill people, dismember people, stab people, put their hands on people, throw people in front of buses, right? And they're released on no cash bail, okay? Only for them to go and hurt more people. Remember that one time we watched the thing with the Young Turks and the guy had been arrested 139 times, right? At this point, yeah, there is a serious legal negligence from the DA, right? Because if somebody's been arrested 139 times and you are going to release him so he can commit his 140, like he can have his 140th arrest, yeah, you're part of the problem too. You need to be prosecuted, okay? So when I read this part, I said, you know what? I agree with this part because a lot of people commit crimes. And when they get arrested by police, they are released by the DA on a no cash bail. We saw the one with the people who dismembered the lady, right? I'll try to find the video. They dismembered the lady. There was blood. They dismembered 3 people. They killed 3 people and they chopped them into pieces. And there was blood everywhere. There was flesh everywhere. It was just a massacre. Right. And so when they were taken to the police station, the DA released them because New York wants to be sensitive on crime. They don't want to have race discrepancies. So people who dismembered people were released out of the jailhouse on a no cash bail, right? With no ankle monitoring. We saw the young black boy who stabbed the young lady, the twin, because she didn't want to give her number. Right? That boy was also released on a no cash bail for previously assaulting his girlfriend, and then he had assaulted another woman, right? And now it led to murder. So in such cases, yes, a district attorney should be held liable, okay, for gross negligence under the law, because this young man should have had his ass up in the jailhouse. Or at least if you're going to release him, put an ankle monitor on him and put a bedtime on his ass. Lives would have been spared, but now a young lady is dead because y'all didn't do your job because you're worried about racial discrepancies. Yeah, lock their asses up. What the heck? Yeah, no. If you don't do your job, if as an officer of the law, you don't do your job because you're more concerned about woke politics, race, and this and that, right? That you put other people, public, like private citizens, in harm's way because of your ideology or wokeism, right? You also are a criminal and you should face charges for that because it's not fair. It is not fair. People should not be around people who've been arrested 139 times. That is pure madness. People should not be around people who got arrested twice for battery, assault with a deadly weapon, right? And not even know that this person is somebody who's dangerous. And then they get stabbed in the heart for not wanting to give their phone numbers. You're insane. You need to be prosecuted. Hold on, little baby. Hold on. Hold on, Mimi.
Son, Sergeant Hassan Korea, an Afghanistan War retired veteran. He received enemy fire from the Taliban, only to be murdered with a knife on the streets of New York City. The 4 assailants responsible for his death initially were facing justice, but that changed when District Attorney Alvin Bragg was elected. Suddenly, 2 of the homicidal maniacs responsible for my son's death had their gang assault and murder charges completely dismissed. One of them received 14 months time served. Alvin Bragg charged her with assault with a shoe. And another one was sentenced to 7 years. I later learned that Alvin Bragg often dismisses and reduces dangerous criminals. He wants to clear the jails and return violent felons onto our streets every day. The injustice was devastating for me and my family.
So here you have it, another Black person who wants to be woke, so woke, right? So he's just being careless. Oh, well, to fix the racial discrepancy, do your job, sir. Do your job. Keep New York City safe. That's the main thing. But her son was stabbed. One person walked off. Another person was released on time served. And the other person only got 7 years. And they stabbed her son. I don't know how many times they stabbed her child. Okay, so he should definitely face charges. And yes, he's Black. Oh, well, so be it. I don't care. Okay, and I'm going to play other things too, though. But here's his face. So y'all seen him. Okay, y'all seen him. Hold on. Let's go back.
I don't want anyone else to experience the senseless pain that many other victims across this United States of America have to live with every day. So I decided to use the voice that God gave me to be the voice for the voiceless across America. We need justice for victims, and we need accountability for prosecutors who fail in their duty. Soft on crime prosecutors like Alvin Bragg in New York, Kim Foxx in Chicago, and George Gascon in Los Angeles have turned our great country and cities into war zones. Poor and neglected communities like mine are suffering. And who else in here is sick and tired of being sick and tired? The Democratic Party that poor minorities have been loyal to for decades, including myself, all right? They betrayed us. They stabbed us in the back. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who claim to represent us, have abandoned us. They neglected the poor minority communities across America. But mine eyes have been opened. Just like so many other poor minorities
not about any reform that happened recently. The judges cannot take the violence of the crime into account. They can only take into account whether the person is going to flee or not. Well, that makes no sense. So, okay, well, I don't think that serial killer is going to flee. He really likes the, in New York, and this needs to be fixed immediately, and this is not about any reform that happened recently. The judges cannot take the violence of the crime into account. They can only take into account whether the person is going to flee or not. Well, that makes no sense. So, okay, well, I don't think that serial killer is going to flee. He really likes, Rochester. Okay, so he's gonna stay put, so I'm gonna let him go back home. What? So in New York law, there's to be fair, serial killers is an exception actually, because there's only a couple of super extreme crimes where they could take that into account. But other than that, you commit a very violent crime and the judge is not allowed to consider it when he's looking at whether to give you bail or not.
Can I give you an example?
Yeah.
Actually, it's an extreme example that Joy Behar confronted Governor Hochul about, and it's in this next clip. Let's watch that real quick and I'll fill in the blanks.
Back in 2022, I lost two very important people in my life, big figures. It really wasn't until
the CEO of the MTA says that 1% of subway suspects are responsible for more than 20% of the crime because of New York's bail reform laws, which allows them to go back out there and commit more crimes. But there was just a crime on Long Island where body parts were found all over Long Island. They had 4 suspects, they let them go, and now they're out there still. So what is the deal here?
Right.
It sounds insane to me.
Though the crime that was brought was not what was bail eligible. Yes, murder is. Yes, conspiracy to commit murder is. Yes, assault is bail eligible. All those are. I know that the DA is working really hard with the Suffolk County Police Department to build the case they need to bring the charges that are necessary. The charges he brought, he did not have enough evidence at time to hold.
You can't hold them?
Not on the charges he brought. But those are low-level charges. They really weren't. And we can work to make those bail eligible in the next session.
Dismembering a corpse and hiding a corpse after dismembering it, not bail eligible, not a serious crime. I'm not even kidding, guys. Like when Joy Behar outlined that case, I was like, she's crazy. This isn't a thing. This isn't real. This isn't real. So I looked it up. It's real, guys. It's real. Listen, if being on the left means supporting this, then I'm not on the left and I'm okay with that. So let me give you the details of the case.
It doesn't mean that.
Okay, I don't know. Let me give you the
Behar's
details.
on the left. We're all on the left. We don't want people dismembering folks getting released. Only a couple of lunatic.
Some do.
I know. What I was in the middle of saying is only a couple of lunatic activists are like, yeah, we're pro dismemberment guys being let go. Okay, whatever. You don't represent the left at all.
Dismembered bodies. It's so unfair to put them in prison. Okay, let me give you the details of the actual case, okay? So 4 people were arrested in New York after body parts were found in Long Island. Okay, dismembered body parts. The victims were, 2 people from Yonkers, older individuals. Suffolk County Police say 44-year-old Stephen Brown, 38-year-old Jeffrey Mackey, 40-year-old Amanda Wallace, and 33-year-old Alexis Neves were charged with concealment of a corpse, tampering with physical evidence, and hindering prosecution. They have not been charged with murder. Prosecutors told a judge there was so much blood in the pipes, sink, shower, and toilet of the Railroad Avenue home in Amityville where the suspects were arrested that it was deemed uninhabitable. Police said they confiscated meat cleavers, butcher knives, flesh, and body parts. Attorneys for Brown and Mackey admitted that their clients lived in that home where the body parts and all that blood was found, but denied chopping up the 59-year-old woman and 53-year-old man whose last known address was in Yonkers. Wallace also lived with Brown and Mackey in Amityville. Police said that Knives is homeless. Okay, all 4 pleaded not guilty. The judge released them without bail. They were fitted with GPS monitoring and must report in-person probation and surrender their passports.
I don't care about their passports.
Dude, guys, like what? Okay, so did further research because I just couldn't believe it. Here's more. With 2019 state reforms, mutilation and disposal of murdered corpses are among crimes that are no longer bail eligible. The DA said the four went to barbaric lengths to cover the crime. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing, Cenk? What are we doing? What are we doing? Someone tell me, what the F are we doing?
Yeah, look, no one signed up for this. I don't know how the hell any of these laws passed. I went to every progressive conference there was over the last 20 years. I never heard a single person saying, why don't we let the actual criminals go? Hey, if someone butchers someone and chops them up into little pieces, let's do the kind of criminal justice reform where they would be able to walk out free.
Yeah, come at me right now and tell me I'm the bad guy, because I want these people who dismembered corpses and tried to conceal the evidence in prison. Come at me and tell me I'm the bad guy. Come at me.
I don't look, guys.
Insane, you guys are insane. Anyone who thinks this is okay is insane. And everyone else in New York has to suffer the consequences of this with random bag checks at the subway by National Guard troops.
At a time where we have that's not justice, that's injustice.
Let's go to graphic 4. So this was published in 2020. As I was researching, I came across this headline. New York City subway thief thanks Democrats after his 139th arrest release. Bail reform, it's lit.
Oh.
There's more, let me give you more details. Charles Berry, 56, has been arrested 6 times from January through February 17th of 2020. He's been released each time without having to post bail under New York's new bail reform law since his alleged offenses were nonviolent, the New York Daily News reported. By the way, remember, they have reclassified violent crimes, some violent crimes as nonviolent crimes. So again, dismembering and concealing evidence of a corpse that you've dismembered, not considered violent enough to have a judge set a bail so you don't, leave the prison cell. But let me continue. So in the past, Berry served several stints in state prison and has a lengthy record, including 6 felonies, 87 misdemeanors, and 21 missed court hearings, the newspaper reported, citing court records. All right, let's go to the next one, more details.
87.
Okay, bail reform, it's lit, Berry yelled to reporters outside the NYPD Transit District 1 headquarters in the Columbus Circle station before officers transported him to Manhattan Central Booking. It's the Democrats. The Democrats know me and the Republicans fear me. You can't touch me, I can't be stopped.
Yeah, you're gonna turn the entire country into Republicans. Congratulations, lunatic activists. You must be so proud. I don't know where the hell you got all that money.
A 19-year-old woman, police say she was stabbed to death outside a bodega in Brooklyn when she refused to give him his number.
All right, Fox 5's Linda Schmidt joins us live from Park Slope. And Linda, you're hearing the suspect actually turned himself in.
Yeah, he absolutely did that today. He showed up here at the 7A precinct. He turned himself in and he had his lawyer with him at the time. Now, the 19-year-old victim and her twin sister, they were together last Sunday, and that is when she was stabbed to death. And police say the reason he did it is because she rejected him.
If you knew the twins for 19 years of their life, no one deserves to lose a child. She did not deserve that. She did not deserve that. That mom will never be the same.
Samaya Spain, just 19 years old, stabbed in her neck and chest at this deli in Park Slope, Brooklyn, after a chance encounter with 20-year-old Veo Kelly. Her twin sister was slashed on her arm.
Her dad, Stephen, is lost. Those are his twins, those are his babies.
The parents asking Yvette Ramos, a lifelong friend, to speak on their behalf. Police say Kelly, who had too much to drink, flew into a rage when Samaya would not give him her phone number. She and her sister did not know Kelly, had never seen him before. But to pacify him, she gave him her Instagram handle.
Okay, she don't want to give you her number. She gave you her Instagram. That still don't give a reason to kill her.
Deli owner Mohammed Al-Bahar watched the girls grow up. They and their family frequent his store.
We feel really broken hearts,
Authorities say Kelly has at least one prior arrest for robbery. He turned himself in this morning at the 7-8 precinct.
I spoke with LaShawn, her mom, and she would like to thank
The detectives on the case, 7-8, got a good team for homicide, and they did their job. They did their job.
Wow, I just built the most amazing workflow on Monday.com.
You build your own workflow? Why?
Guys had complimented the two girls that had walked in with their friends, and they said no.
The groups started going back and forth arguing before one of the men walked down the block angrily, according to witnesses. Minutes later, one of the men in his 20s, they say, came banging and kicking on the bodega doors, with the girls still inside. Workers locked the door until he walked away again. When they unlocked the doors, that's when the attack happened.
A guy in all black had stabbed one of the girls in her neck and the other in her arm and ran,
leaving the knife he used right there on scene. Officials expect Samaya's twin sister to be okay, while the workers who witnessed the brutal attack too have their scars.
When I came in, they went out. They looked.
I'm looking for the part where they talk about his crimes because he's violent, but they let him out no cash bail. Oh, he's black. Don't be mean to the black boy. The system is not fair to black people. The system is not fair to the black man. Okay, no problem. You released him. He stabbed this little girl in the heart, right? So now, if we go back to this, there are so many of these crimes. My head hurts. I don't even feel like publishing these things. It's so depressing. Okay, so if we go back here again, right? If we go back to this, if you read this thing too, after what I showed you, is it really that bad? Okay. So we're warranted and proper under federal law, initiate legal action against local officials, including district attorneys who deny American citizens the equal protection of the laws by refusing to prosecute criminal offenses in their jurisdiction. Okay. So yes, I wholeheartedly agree with this. If you are a DA and you're more concerned with your woke agenda than to keep the city safe, the streets safe, keep people who are law-abiding citizens safe, because you're trying to be woke and you worry about the racial discrepancies, so you are willing to let people out of jail 139 times, and then people kill somebody, it falls on you. Not only should the perpetrator be brought to justice, but you also, as an officer of the court, you should also be brought to justice, and you should lose your law license. And you should never be able to practice law, so help you God, ever again. Okay? There needs to be consequences. Okay? There needs to be consequences. People cannot be out here dismembering people. Okay? And walking off no cash bail with ankle monitors on. What that's supposed to do? Okay? They have cleavers. They have machetes. They will get rid of this thing and be gone somewhere into nature. Go find another city and dismember more people. They dismembered 2 people. You can say elderly because like almost 60, right? They dismembered 2 people. They chopped them up into pieces. All right. And you say, oh, you know what? Yeah, just put an ankle monitor on and surrender your passport. And then here's your court date. So make sure you show up. Show up for what? Show up for what? Okay. So if these people are found again killing other people and dismembering people, the DA who let them walk, they need to lose their law license and they need to face legal consequences. Take your job seriously. You're not hired to be a woke activist. You are hired to enforce the law. Lock these sick people up. Lock their asses up. In the world.
Federal law, initiate legal action against local officials, including district attorneys, who deny American citizens the equal protection of the laws by refusing to prosecute criminal offenses in their jurisdictions. This holds true particularly for jurisdictions that refuse to enforce the law against criminals based on the left's favorite defining characteristics of the would-be offender: race, so-called gender identity, orientation, or other political considerations. You know what's going to these consent decrees that we have with all of these cities like Ferguson, we have consent decrees with all these different cities and counties that, just use ADOS and harass ADOS drivers and ticket us and all that kind of stuff, all these unwarranted stop, all that stuff's out the window too with this. Like all that stuff's out the window. This is a plan to remake the country. It's just not new. They are just like, it's almost like Republicans started, even with Roe v. Wade. They started all the way back.
So if you look at the thing, if you look at the piece, the little thing she showed up, right? It also said immigration, right? Because there were cases in New York City where the people beat up the police officer. Okay, these illegal aliens beat up the police officer, right? And so even though they were detained, they were later released. Okay, of course, because New York, you can do all kinds of crime. You just get to walk out. So in New York, I feel like New York City nowadays, just be a criminal, because what's going to happen? You can do whatever you want. They'll detain you, take your fingerprints, and then they'll release you at your own cognizance. And then if you promise to come back, I guess you can come back. If you don't want to, you don't have to, right? So the 3 people, they beat up the police officer. They were arrested. There were other crimes too. But one thing that Mayor Eric Adams said is that they can't talk to ICE, right? So the police cannot talk to ICE. Like, do you understand that? So if you're an illegal immigrant, you kill people, you beat up people, you steal, you beat up police officers, you grape people, whatever, they don't have the right to report you to ICE. Okay, so listen to that. So I'm saying, like, just because something is written by conservative, it doesn't mean that it's not also going to work for your own interests and for your own safety and your own protection. Okay, so let me see if I can find it. I have so many tabs open. All right, look at this. Chicago police ordered not to assist ICE in arrest. You see this? Let's see.
America is in a very fragile state right now. Most people don't know.
While the Trump administration ramps up his immigration crackdown, Fox News obtaining an internal Chicago Police Department memo instructing all officers not to cooperate with the Department of Homeland Security on certain situations. Matt Finn is there with more. Hi, Matt.
Julie, Chicago has been a sanctuary city for quite some time under former Mayor Rahm Emanuel and now Mayor Lori Lightfoot. The big difference here now is Chicago police are being instructed in writing not to immediately assist the Department of Homeland Security. Now, when DHS makes a request for backup or help from Chicago police officers have to call their supervisor. And the new rules indicate that that supervisor is likely going to tell officers to walk away from DHS. Fox News obtained a copy of the internal Chicago Police Department memo that reads in part, quote, effective immediately, a CPD supervisor is required to respond to all requests for assistance from Department of Homeland Security personnel. If the request is to assist with an immigration arrest or detention, CPD personnel will leave the scene as directed by the CPD supervisor. Chicago police sources tell Fox News historically CPD has assisted DHS, but this policy puts officers and DHS agents in possibly dangerous situations. One police source telling Fox News, quote, you will not find a single real police officer that would refuse to assist another agency. See what happens if a DHS agent is injured as a lack of response by CPD. This morning, the Chicago Police Department tells Fox News officers will aid a DHS agent if they're in danger, but if that agent asks to assist in an arrest, CPD will leave the scene. Here's Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot late last week at an immigration demonstration.
We will never, ever succumb to the racist, xenophobic rhetoric.
Okay. So she's calling it racist. So if a police officer helps an ICE officer detain an illegal immigrant, whether they commit a crime or no crime, it's racist. So these people are crazy. And here you have another woman, Lightfoot, who was elected because she's black and because she's a lesbian. Okay, she's black, she's a lesbian, and what else? She's progressive, right? So they elected this woman. But do you see how deranged? Do you see how deranged she is, right? And that's why I say this whole tribal mindset of, oh, because we black, we ride together. I don't think so. Okay, she's deranged. I don't claim her. You understand me, right? What is this? So if an ICE officer is trying to arrest an illegal, and first of all, you came here illegally. Okay, there's that. So if you have an illegal immigrant who's breaking the law, the police should not help. Because if you help ICE arrest an illegal immigrant who is breaking the law, that makes you a racist. How does that make sense to anyone? How is that racist? How is that racist? How's that racist? So they're telling you in your own country, right? Prioritize immigrants over yourself. Prioritize illegal immigrants over yourself, right? Prioritize lawbreakers, illegal immigrants over yourself. I don't think so. I do not think so, right? And so you see that even protecting the citizens, it is not their priority. Immigrants are their priority, especially illegal immigrants are their priority, especially illegal immigrants who are breaking the law are their priority. because otherwise you are racist. Like, this is pure madness. This is absolute madness. And she left, right? She left Chicago. Then they went and they hired the guy, Brandon, right? Another guy, because he's black. He's black, he's progressive. He's doing the same thing. His priority is the illegal immigrants over black people, over anybody, as a matter of fact, right? But imagine if you're black, you think they're gonna be like, oh, you black, let's not arrest you because you did a crime. No, you're gonna get locked up, okay? But they're telling you, because these people are immigrants, because they're illegal immigrants, you should not be helping ICE to arrest them, because that will make you a racist. A racist? Get out of here with that crap.
Of ICE. We will continue to ban ICE from having access to any CPD databases. We will not allow any CPD officer to cooperate with anything related to ICE and its immigration raids.
And when you really think about it, someone like Lightfoot, she is a traitor to the Republic. She is a traitor to the Republic. We are a country of laws. We have a constitution, we have order, we have institution, we have laws for a reason. And she has decided by herself, right, that if you follow the rule of law to remove people from the territory who come here illegally, that somehow that makes you a racist. And therefore, because police works under the mayor, right? So the mayor is the boss of the police. She is ordering police to not aid ICE in removing people who are on this territory illegally, because that makes you a racist. She's insane. She is insane. She's insane. And she left Chicago in a hot ass mess. And the Brandon who came right behind her, he's also adding more to her mess. This is it's a derangement. It's absolute madness. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. And I'm like, are you trying to position, or are you trying to paint black people as people who are anti-American, who are anti-constitution, who are anti-law, who are pretty much anarchists? Like what are you doing? What are you doing? Because like the safety of your constituents, it means nothing to you. You care more about people who don't even have the right to vote than people who do vote for you, who maybe won't even vote for you, but who are taxpayers in the city of Chicago. That to me is just wild. It is wild. Hold on. I have another video, right? Let's look at this one. No, don't put up. Here's this one.
He's the attorney for Rachel Morin's family. Randolph, good to have you with us. Obviously, this is just a terrible tragedy. These 5 children no longer have their mother, and her own mother is grieving her loss. Here is Patty Morin, whom you represent, at this news conference when the police announced that they had found this guy in a bar and taken him into custody. Let's watch.
At one point, when things seemed like really bleak and hopeless, the lead detective said to me, he said, patience will win in the end. And that's what they've been doing. They've been diligently working very hard, and they've been patiently working through all the leads. And it's because of that that we have an arrest today.
Raymond, good to have you with us, Randolph. Explain to me the reaction now of the family, and now that all of this sinks in, that this person who had no legal right to be in this country and was wanted for murder in El Salvador somehow got past the so-called vetting system at our southern border, where obviously officials are completely overwhelmed.
Yeah, that's right. And really, I'm not sure if he got past them or if he crossed to the point where they weren't able to vet him at all. That's really unclear at this point. Here's some really other good news, Martha, is that within the past 10 minutes, that defendant has waived extradition, which means he will be back in Maryland within the next couple of weeks, which is really good news for the prosecution in Maryland, so that we can start to see the wheels moving here. While it's going to be a long process, and we've explained that to the Morin family, it is good news that they don't have to wait 60 more days for him to fight extradition in Oklahoma.
So the sheriff in this case, he came down really hard against the current administration and basically said, if it weren't for these failures, she would be alive. He said that under the Trump administration, he obviously is a supporter, that it was a much better situation. And here's the current governor of Maryland, who obviously is very concerned about this case. Watch.
The sheriff is absolutely right. I mean, we have an immigration policy that needed to have been dealt with and was not. And this is why this was so unbelievably frustrating, that when you have
you have Wes Moore, he's a Democrat, right? But my thing is, even with Wes Moore, I'm sure they'll call him a racist too, right? because he says, oh, we have an immigration problem that needs to be dealt with. Oh my gosh, you're a racist. He agrees with Trump, at least with the immigration policy at the border. Oh my gosh, does that make him also a racist? This is madness. It is madness. And mind you, this man who killed this young white woman, he killed somebody else. But the problem is ICE can't talk to each other. Like that, I mean, it's just insane. He killed in a different state because once he murdered her in Maryland, he got on the bus and he went like to another state like South Dakota or whatever. That's what they're saying. He's not fighting extradition, right? Because after he killed her, he raped her and he murdered her. He got on the bus and he went to a whole different state. So it's in that state over there that they caught him. I forgot how they caught him, right? But the issue once again was that ICE and the police cannot talk to each other. Right? So a person can commit an illegal immigrant or even an immigrant, whatever. They can commit a whole lot of crimes out here, but especially illegal immigrants. They can commit a whole lot of crime and ICE will never know. So in their file for immigration, they will never have their criminal record attached to their immigration record. How is that okay? Because if, let's say one day they want to go apply for citizenship, right? Can you imagine not knowing that somebody's committed all these crimes and then you grant them a U.S. citizenship? Right? That is pure madness. Anybody else in America, anybody else, right? Your criminal record, it follows you wherever you go. Your social security and your records of how you spend your money, anything that you do, it follows you wherever you go. But somehow illegal immigrants, they have the privilege, they have the luxury of having a criminal identity that is completely separate from their immigration file, and they could eventually become U.S. citizen, or they could eventually get a green card or a permanent residence card, right? And no one knows the kind of crimes they've committed because it is racist for the police to inform ICE of their deviancy. That is pure madness. It is pure madness. Okay? No, they really do. They really do. So I'm like, just because a white person says something, it does not make it automatically racist. Just because you hear the term conservative, it doesn't mean close your ears. No, you need to listen. And also, don't just get offended because, oh, a conservative wrote that and it sounds so mean and they sound racist. Shut up. Shut the hell up. You act as if, as a black person, the person that's most likely to hurt you is not also going to be black. Like, let's stop. Let's stop with the fake righteousness, okay? When you're black, your perpetrator is most likely to be black than white. Get over yourself. Okay? In the words of Dr. Umar, stop with the bouginess. Okay? Be for real for once. Okay? But my thing is, it does not make it racist to state the obvious. And because a white person states the obvious, it does not make it racist. Because here you have Wes Moore, who is black, who's like, yes, this is ridiculous. Because it could have been anybody. He could have snatched anybody and raped anybody and then chopped like he stabbed this woman. And then he got on the bus and went to Oklahoma somewhere like nothing happened. This is not okay. It is not okay. And I'm like, no matter what, you can never have so much hatred in your heart for white people that you fail to see that, yo, I could have been on the receiving end of that. Because they're just out there. We don't know where they are. And I think sometimes when we talk about illegal immigration, I think people think like these people are all like nested somewhere in one specific area. They could be in anybody's background. They could be at anybody's Home Depot. They could be at anybody's Walmart. Because once they come to the border, they're supposed to be arrested, fingerprinted, right? And then they're given a court date or something, right? But they're released back into nature. Nobody knows where they go. Okay? They're just roaming out there. So it's like it could be anybody. Your neighborhood that used to be safe once upon a time is no longer safe because you have no idea who's now in your neighborhood. Hold on, baby. Hold on.
A coalition that is a bipartisan coalition of both Democrats and Republicans that get literally right up to the line to be able to get a deal done. That because you had President Trump who said this was not advantageous politically, that the deal was killed.
Your reaction to that, and also what comes next legally for this individual?
Certainly. And look, this is a Democrat and Republican problem. This is also an American problem. And we've got Americans dying because childish behavior in Washington can't get the job done. So the next step is he gets extradited. He'll have a bail review. He'll ultimately, we all assume he's going to have his bail denied. And then some lawyer will probably enter their appearance and they'll start the process of setting dates, trial dates. It's going to be a long road. We are certainly hopeful that he takes a plea because it'll be a lot shorter for the family, but a trial would certainly drag it out for them. It would be a lot harder to see.
Yeah. Well, this individual never should have been here, and she should still be alive. That much we know. Well, our best to the family as they deal with their grief and all of their loss. Randolph, thank you very much for representing them and for joining us today.
And thank you to law enforcement.
Look at how much money they had to spend. They sent a private plane to go get his eggs. All of this is taxpayers' money. When I tell you the government be wasting money, this is just ridiculous. This dude got picked up in a private jet. Y'all, this is mad.
Okay, so this is looks like an Airbnb, and it looks like people are just walking through the kitchen, the living room, and they're not any of the white.
All right, we're taking a look at the science and investigative methods used to track down the suspect wanted for Rachel Morin's murder. Harford County Sheriff's Office and the FBI say they relied on genetic genealogy to solve this case. It's a relatively new method that has been credited for solving many high-profile cases in recent years. Our Harford County community reporter Jessica Albert spoke with the company that helped authorities narrow down the forensic evidence. She joined us live tonight from the Ma and Pa Trail in Bel Air. Jessica.
Vic, before we get to that, we do want to let you know some breaking news that we just learned from the sheriff's office. The suspect in this case, Victor Martinez Hernandez, is expected to be back here extradited to Maryland tomorrow afternoon. Now, like you said, we are learning new details about how investigators tracked him down. They worked with a company called Othram. That is a forensic genetic genealogy company located in Texas. The technology that they use helps investigators solve cases that would otherwise go cold. For nearly a year, the suspect in Rachel Morin's murder, 23-year-old Victor Martinez Hernandez, evaded capture as law enforcement tried to identify him.
Yeah, you can't get away with it anymore. Everybody leaves DNA.
Martinez Hernandez, an international fugitive from El Salvador, was so hard to track down because he was allegedly in the country illegally. To help find him, the Harford County Sheriff's Office and the FBI enlisted the help of Othram, a company specializing in forensic genetic genealogy. Dr. Kristen Middleman is Othram's Chief Development Officer.
All we do here at Othram is identify perpetrators and victims from crime scenes, really difficult crime scenes.
They're difficult because sometimes there's only small amounts of DNA left behind, and usually that DNA is contaminated or consists of a mixture belonging to both the victim and the suspect. Othram uses a process called forensic grade genome sequencing to sort it out.
We look at hundreds and hundreds of thousands of markers across your genome, across your DNA sequence that makes you unique.
In Rachel Morin's case, a team at the FBI's Baltimore field office did the genealogy research. They took the information from Othram and built out a family tree of Martinez Hernandez's relatives until they were able to identify him.
This is an game-changing investigative tool.
Dr. Middleman says this technology could solve a lot more crimes, but often there's not enough funding to afford it. She's hoping legislation will be passed to make it available for all.
We're going to live in a world in the next few years where people are caught the first time they commit a crime.
Again, breaking news, we just learned from the sheriff's office that Victor Martinez Hernandez is expected to be brought back here to Maryland tomorrow afternoon. We will be there when he is brought back, and we'll bring you much more coverage tomorrow. But to wrap up this story, Martinez Hernandez, investigators are trying to determine if he's connected to any other crimes. And like I said, we are going to make sure that we stay with this case for you. Reporting live tonight in Harford County, Jessica Albert for WJZ.
Oh, yeah. So as you can see, right, he sexually raped a 9-year-old in California. He walked into the house at night, did what he did with the girl's body, beat them, walked off, got into another bus. I don't know how he leaves California. He ends up in Maryland. Sexually does the same thing, stabs the girl, beats the girl, dumps her body in a tunnel, gets on a bus, goes to Oklahoma, right? So it's like, because you're here illegally. How can we track you? How can we trace you down? No. So to say that the police should not be communicating with ICE, and if you communicate with ICE, that makes you a racist, that's crazy to me. That is crazy to me. So when it comes to this part, when it comes to this right here, I completely agree with the Heritage Foundation. If we have law officers who are releasing criminals based on their sex, gender, immigration status because they have a woke agenda, they need to face the consequences also. Okay? So whatever punishment they give to those people, they should give the same punishment to the district attorney. Let's see how long that keeps going. So let's go.
That's about where we stop. I don't want to be biased. I'm just trying to tell you where I am. Now, here's where we go with the reverse discrimination BS. I'm just hitting the highs and lows for you, fam. Where warranted and proper and proper under federal law, initiate legal action against local officials, including district attorneys, who deny American citizens the equal protection of the laws by refusing to prosecute criminal offenses in their jurisdictions. This holds true particularly for jurisdictions that refuse to enforce the law against criminals based on the left's favorite defining characteristics of the would-be offender: race, so-called gender identity, orientation, or other political considerations. You know what's going to these consent decrees that we have with all of these cities like Ferguson, we have consent decrees with all these different cities and counties that, just use ADOS and harass ADOS drivers and ticket us and all that kind of stuff, all these unwarranted stop, all that stuff's out the window too with this. Like all that stuff's out the window. This is a plan to remake the country. It's just not new. They are just like, it's almost like Republicans started, even with Roe v. Wade. They started all the way back there, right? And they kept working and kept getting judges, and they came up with their legal standards, and they selected justices and decided, okay, we want you, and this is what we want. And they played the long game, right? That's what we're saying. We just now, as ADOS specifically, we're not talking about the Democrats in general. We just, as ADOS specifically, just decided that we were a specific group. How far behind?
Okay. So let's also look at this, because she mentioned like the abortion. Oh, Roe versus Wade. I don't know why people think Roe versus Wade, like abortion thing, is such a good thing. So percentages of all these levels illustrate that more than 19 million Black babies have been aborted since 1973. Okay, 19 million Black babies have been aborted. So I don't see how you could talk about being pro-Black, being ADOS, being FBA, but you're like pro-abortion. 19 million. Okay. All right, and this document right here is written by Congress. It's not the Heritage Foundation. So it's a Congress document. It's on congress.gov, right? I thought it was, last time we checked, it was 16. Somehow it's up to 19 million, okay? And if we look through, hold on. If we look through, okay. If we look through this document right here, what does it say? Consider this: if those 10 million children had not been aborted, the voting power of the Black community would now be at 16% nationally, rather than the current 13%. So pretty much you murdered 3% of your electoral body. Keep that in mind. People think this Roe versus Wade is such a flex. It really isn't. It is not. It is not. You are intentionally deleting your own population. Okay, so I don't know. This obsession with abortion is just weird to me. Anyways, let's go.
Behind are we? I'm just asking a question. I don't mean to hurt your feelings, but how far behind are we? Let me go to the next one. Enforce the DEATH. I don't want you to be acting up. Penalty where appropriate and applicable. Capital punishment is a sensitive matter, as it should be. But the current crime wave. What wave are we talking about? Crime wave. A crime wave is also usually, and in our communities, it's a poverty wave. It's the underemployed wave. But here they go again. They bringing the DEATH penalty back. Makes deterrence vital at the federal, state, and local level. So we're gonna put some more people to DEATH just to, as if it worked the first time. Like we just ended up putting to DEATH a bunch of people who never did anything. So they back with it. They back at it. However, providing this punishment without ever.
I think it's a bit misleading to say a bunch of people who never did anything. Like, Miss Yvette, don't do that. Okay, I get it. You're really pro-black, but you got to stop doing that. But nobody ends up on death row out of nowhere. Now, they might be innocent. That I could grant you that, but they do have a trial. There is a trial, right? They have a defense attorney. Now, it might be a public-funded state attorney, right? They have a DA. They have 12 people in the jury. They have a judge, right? Not saying it always turns right, but they'll just pick you up and throw your ass on death row. Okay? Usually something happened. Now, it will be nice to know out of the people all the people who've been on death row, if you want to do just the black people who've been on death row, it will be nice to know how many of them were proven to be innocent. But I don't think you can tell, if 100 black people were put on death row, 99 of them were innocent and only one was guilty. I don't think so. Okay? Don't do that. And I think that's the problem with this whole blackity, black ideology, is that you want to be pro-black so bad that you are willing to be in complete denial that many people who do bad things to black people are also black people, right? Not all black people are good, and you cannot save all black people, right? But I do feel like there are a lot of people who are pro-blackity, black. They're so obsessed with the goal of being pro-black that they want to completely disregard that you do have some black people who they don't do good things. And if you love black people, you should isolate the ones who do bad things from the rest of black people. You know what I'm saying? But like, a lot of black people are not safe. It's unfortunate, but what can you do? Right? Like, it is what it is. What you should do is focus on the next generation and make sure that they don't become like that. But some people, you cannot save them. Like, it is what it is. It's already too late. Right? But we're not going to pretend like a lot of young black men are not seriously a threat to public safety. You know what I'm saying? And some of them, unfortunately, some of them have to go to prison to get it right. It's sad, but it's true, right? Some of them have to be locked up. And when they do get locked up, they become wiser. Somehow they have more time to reflect on behavior and who they want to be, right? Some of them will never change. This is what they want to do, right? But just because you're black, it doesn't mean that you have to carry every single black person on your back, right? Like, I don't know. To me, that's just it's a bit crazy. You have to be sober. You got to be sober. Yeah, you got to be sober-minded. A lot of black people are violent. A lot of black men are violent. It is not a joke. Like, people are not making this stuff up. Now, some people who do get convicted or who do get arrested happen to be innocent. But how many? Like, how often does that happen? How often does that happen? It is not that frequent. You know, one time I was on what's that thing? Amnesty International, is that the people with the candle, right? And they were telling people to go this guy was on death row, and they wanted you to go sign a petition so he wouldn't get, like, for his stay of execution. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if it's him. No, it wasn't him. Hold on. I forgot who it was. They had this man, because they had an ad for him on Instagram, right? And I was like, I don't trust y'all. So I looked it up, and I'm like, but damn, right? Because he did kill someone. Now, he was young when he killed the person. Oh, this guy. There you go. Okay, let me show you. I'm like, y'all got to stop doing this stuff. Like, it's crazy to me. Okay, so can y'all see this? Okay, so this man, hold on. It said I lost my. Hold on, let me share my screen again. Okay, let me get back to this one, right? Okay, so this man, they had an ad for him. They had an ad for this man on Instagram, and they wanted people to go sign his petition so that he could have a stay of execution, right, for his date. Okay, and so I was like, let me go look this up, right? Because of course they're gonna paint this very nice picture of the man, whatever, right? Billy Allen, right? But the thing is, this man, when he did that shit, like, I'm so confused because they're like, oh, he shouldn't get the death penalty. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Okay. So here's this. This is like, oh, Billy Jerome Allen has been on federal death row for well over half of his life, now 45. He was 19 at the time of the crime, for which he was sentenced to death in 1998. Despite racial bias affecting his case, his age at the time of the crime, and lack of evidence linking him to the crime. Okay? But my thing is, when you're 19, even not 19, even when you're 13 years old, you know that murder is wrong. You know that killing people is not the right thing to do. Why you kill people? At 19 years old, you know right from wrong. You definitely know not to kill someone. Okay? So now here you go. The jury consisted of 10 white and 2 black jurors, even though the crime occurred in St. Louis, where the black population is around 46% of the total population. So they're trying to say they were racist. Okay? They were racist. In 2009, Billy's appeal lawyers sought evidentiary hearing on racial disparity. So not because he's innocent, but you're trying to use the race thing, right? Okay, so what happened here, what happened with this young man, right? He was friends with a veteran, some type of VA person, right? So the man used to go to a specific bank and he used to get his money like once a month or something like that, right? One day the man wakes up and he decides that he wants to go rob the bank. I don't know why. Okay, he wants to go rob the bank. He tells Billy to come along with him. While they go to rob the bank, of course, you're trying to rob the bank, so it's going to go left, right? They unalived the security guard. They shot the F out of this man. They murdered the security guard. Somebody died. Okay, I think somebody or some people died, but definitely the security guard died, right? So I'm like, this man, not only did he lose his life, his family, they lost a provider, they lost a father, they lost a son, you know, many things like that also happened. Right? He's never coming back. But you somehow, your argument is, oh, because I was 19 then, right? So like it really should not count against me. Oh, I didn't have a fair trial because it was 10 white people and only 2 black people. What that got to do with anything? You took somebody's life who did nothing to you. You go into a private business, you go into a bank with the intention to steal, and not you don't go there with like bubble gum or paper guns, right? You went there with real guns. So you had the intention not only to steal, but if it got real, you was willing to use that weapon. You knew you were going there to steal. Your friend knew he was going there to steal. He told you he was going there to steal, and y'all agreed to take weapons and go do it. You could have said, no, I ain't gonna do it. Right? You went and y'all did it. Y'all killed the man. The man is dead. But now you feel as though you don't deserve to die. It's so crazy to me how people can kill other people, but when it's their time to get killed, oh my gosh, I don't want to die. No, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander too, right? You can go too. What's the problem? And I'm like, his petition, me, Marlene, I would have had more sympathy. I probably would have signed the petition. I probably had more empathy for him if he actually took accountability. If he actually took accountability and instead of trying to play the race card, oh, because I'm black and because there was 10 white people on there, I didn't get a fair trial. No, you got a fair trial. When you murder someone, you also deserve to get killed. If you don't want the death penalty, don't kill nobody's child. Don't kill no one. You see what I'm saying? That's how it should work. Do not kill people. Because it really should be an eye for an eye. You kill someone, they're going to kill you too. Point blank, people need to learn to value the life of other people. You don't value other people's life, but you think your life is precious. Your life is not precious. Because if your life was precious to you, you would have thrown away your life. Killing someone is serious. Robbing a bank is serious. Why do you need to rob a bank? Go get you a job. And if you don't want to make money, then don't make money. But why do you go to somebody? The man is doing his job. You people unalived him for no reason. For no reason. And you don't see how he lost his life. His family lost a provider. They lost a dad. They lost a brother. They lost a nephew. Like, these people never see how their crimes truly affect other people. And the person that you took from them, they will never get that person back. And how that affects their family dynamics. You don't think about that? I would have had more respect for him if he took accountability. Said, you know what? I was 19. What I did was wrong. I knew that killing somebody was wrong. You reached out to the family. You apologized to the family. You showed the family how, since you've been in jail for over 20 years, right, what you have done to become a better person, how you atone for atone, right? Yeah, you atonement for all your crimes, etc., etc. Once you get the family to forgive you, then maybe the family can come together, like, you know what? Things happen. He made a mistake. He has changed his life. He's a better person. He took accountability. And we also don't want him to die. You understand? But no, because you really think you did nothing wrong. I'm like, you think this is okay? I'm like, man, please. I ain't signing this. This is ridiculous. And I'm like, and the people who do all the social justice warrior stuff, I truly wonder if this was your family who got slain for just going to their job and doing their job because someone is too lazy to work or somebody is too greedy to get a job, right? I wonder if it would be so easy for you to raise up these petitions. Oh, don't kill him. Oh, let him out of prison. Because it didn't happen to your family. Because I'm like, when y'all do all these goofy petitions to get people off of death row, to get people out of prison, do you ever consider the families of those who've been victimized, like the people who are dead? Do you ever consider their families and their feelings when it pertains to should this person be out of prison or not? You know what I'm saying? Like, who am I to say? Because he didn't hurt my family, right? He didn't hurt my family. Who am I to say that, oh, yeah, you should just get off of death row? Because if he did it to my family, would I be so casual, like lackadaisical? Oh, you know, it's not a big deal. Oh, he was just 19. You know right from wrong. I didn't kill somebody at 19. Okay, a lot of people don't murder people at 19 because they know it is not okay to do that. You don't kill people, right? You don't go rob a bank. Why would you rob a bank? It's not your money. Why do you want something that doesn't belong to you, right? And not just that too, even your own family, your mom and your dad, they should take accountability because they failed to raise you accordingly. You don't rob people. You don't go robbing people. You don't go rob a bank. You don't go and take things that don't belong to you, especially using violence to get those things. Like, it's insane to me. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he had 10 white people, and oh, who cares? Right is right is right and wrong is wrong. Just because people are white does not mean that people cannot be objective. This is insanity. It's insanity. So I looked it up. So I'm like, Amnesty International, I don't trust them. Anytime they put somebody up for, oh, go sign their petition for a stay of execution, I sure do go look it up. Why exactly are you in this predicament? How did you end up behind there, right? But because people do not want to have morality, people don't want to have values. And not just that, people do not value the life of other people because people don't fear God. They don't fear God. You think spilling blood is a joke. Go somewhere. It's insane to me. So I'm like, people say, oh, we shouldn't have death penalty. We should not put people on death row. Then you need to teach people also not to kill other people. Do not kill other people. Do not kill other people's children. Don't kill people. It's not that hard. You don't have to kill people. If you don't kill people, you don't end up on death row. There are a lot of people who commit murders. I mean, sometimes it's involuntary manslaughter. They don't end up on death row. For you to end up on death row, it had to be seriously heinous. It had to be. My friend killed his wife, right? He didn't end up on death row. He killed her in Texas. He got 35 years. He didn't get the death row. You understand? Right? And even me, I had to kind of stop talking to him because I'm like, even him behind bars, it's like he's still not taking accountability. I ain't got time for this. Okay? You murdered your wife. The lady had 4 kids. You strangled her to death. You strangled her to death. Like she's never coming back. She'll never see her kids. And you're still trying to play this game like you didn't do it. You did that shit. Okay? Take accountability. You probably didn't mean to do it. But you did it. So you are a murderer. It's part of your identity. Accept it. I'm like, it's just insanity to me. I was like, oh, hell no. Because I used to send him money, but I'm like, no. If you don't want to take into account, if you don't want to be honest about what you did and seek real forgiveness and have real repentance, I'll see you in 35 years. I guess like we got like what, maybe like 30 years left. Well, I see him when he gets out. Like, what the heck? No.
Enforcing it provides justice neither for the victims, families, nor for the defendant. The next conservative administration should therefore do everything possible to obtain finality for the 44 prisoners currently on death row. They saying take them out. They saying, listen, if you got a law on the books, you should use it. If the death penalty is on the I said it. If it's on the books, they basically saying ask everybody on DEATH row. Fam, like, let me tell you. It should also pursue the DEATH penalty for applicable crimes.
Right? So they're saying as of January 1st, 2024, there are 2,241 people on death row in the U.S., including 49 women. Oh, can you hear me? So this is what we got. Okay. So men are definitely really violent. So we have 2,000 people on death row. Oh my gosh. 49 of them are women. Oh my God.
Federal, state, and local level. So we gonna put some more people to DEATH just to, as if it worked the first time. Like we just ended up putting to DEATH a bunch of people who never did anything. So they back with it. They back at it. However, providing this punishment without ever enforcing it provides justice neither for the victims, families, nor for the defendant. The next conservative administration should therefore do everything possible to obtain finality for the 44 prisoners currently on death row. They saying take them out. They saying, listen, if you got a law on the books, you should use it. If we dropped out, you here, which wave, but here they go.
Because he's here. Y'all, I'm in the cut. Okay. But if you notice too, they also said particularly heinous crimes involving violence, right? So if you decapitate someone, you dismember someone, yeah, you could be gone. And then sexual abuse of children. Y'all, yes. People who touch children, people who you touch children, you can go. We don't want you here. I'm not trying to be funny, you guys. It's okay to take the trash out sometimes. I'm not trying to be funny, but we don't want you here. Okay? We don't want you here. And I also think, like, one thing I also wish, I hope you guys can hear me. One thing I also want to see, if I was part of the Heritage Foundation and I could have a say-so in the Project 2025, I want the same type of punishment when it comes to murder, right? When it comes to murder, if you unalive someone, the same way you'll be punished if you took a white life, I want you to face the same consequences if you took a black life. Okay? Because I do feel like, I really do, you can't tell me otherwise. I really do feel like one reason why so many black people are comfortable killing other black people, because they know if you go to court, if you're black and you go to, first of all, if you're black and you get caught killing a black person, the DA even has to care. First of all, the police has to care, right? Because sometimes these crimes go unsolved because they don't care. They don't care when it's black people shooting black people. Okay. They mostly care if it's a black person killing a white person. You're not supposed to kill white people. Okay. And I'm like, no, that needs to change in people's minds, right? You need to know if you kill a black person, you will get the same time. Okay. You will get the same punishment as if you had killed a white person. Right? So police needs to care, detectives need to care, and the DA needs to care, right? Because I do feel like people are so comfortable killing black people, even black people themselves are comfortable killing black people, making songs about how they kill other black people, how they dispose of these bodies, right? Because they know the punishment is not the same. You can be black, kill another black person, and be out in 10 years. You can be out, they could give you 15, and then you're going to come out in 10 years on good behavior. No, and no, and no, and no, and no. Okay? No. Absolutely not. If you were to kill a 17-year-old white boy named Jonathan Myers or something, and you could get 20 years, you kill a 17-year-old black boy, you get the same 20 years. Okay? All right. We're going to teach all people that Black Lives Matter. Do that and see what happens. You're not going to kill black people. Oh, because you're black and it's your first offense, we're going to give you 10 years and you get on a good behavior. You be out there in 7 years. You ain't going nowhere. Okay? You kill black people and you kill any black person under the age of 18. You're going to sit your ass in there for 20 years plus. Let me be the DA. Okay? Let me be the district attorney. Let me find out you're black and you kill other black people. I will have your ass up in there until you rot in there. You're going to learn. You're going to learn. You're going to learn to use communication. You're going to learn to use problem-solving skills. You're going to learn to acquire some conflict resolution skills that don't involve unaliving people. Because they'll tell you, if Marlene is the DA, you ain't coming out. You're not going to come out. You will not kill black people under my watch. I don't care who you are. You understand? Because I think a lot of people have this, oh, I'm black, so I can hurt other black people. Try that if you want to. Try it if you want to. We need to start punishing people excessively for killing black people. They're going to stop. People going to learn to communicate. People going to learn, No, they're going to learn. You're going to learn to value the life of your fellow black brother. You're going to see yourself in him because I promise you, come over here. Come over here real quick. Let me find out you kill a 15-year-old black person. Let me find out you kill a 12-year-old black. I will lock your ass up in there. I will convict you as if you killed a white police officer. Y'all gonna learn Black Lives Matter. Because the problem with Black Lives Matter, it only applies to white people. And then black people think, oh, well, I'm black. I get to be abusive. Well, who? Well, who? Well, who? Let me find out you run a gang somewhere and y'all kill 12-year-old black children. I will have you rot up in there. And not just that, I will press charges against your mother and your father. Okay, y'all want to raise some homicidal maniac freaks who are killing our future? Every black child is born, and every child is an answer prayer. You kill a black children, you kill a black child, you are deleting our answer prayer. You know what this child came to do? Who are you to unalive a black child? Who told you that? Y'all want to listen to these homicidal freaks and their weird ass music telling you that you have permission to unalive other black people so you can start your rap career? I want you to come to my courtroom. Let me be the district attorney, y'all. You will rot in there. And when I'm done with you, I'm going to go after your mother. And when I'm done with your mother, I'll go after your father. When I'm done with your mother and your father, I'm coming after your family's assets. People gonna learn some conflict resolution skills that involve not killing people, not touching people, not putting your hands on people. There are ways to resolve conflict. Young people, I get it. Y'all, you rowdy, you're young, you got hormones. It don't mean nobody gotta die. Okay? No one has to die. Go sign up for boxing. Y'all can spar up in there. And when you're done, you leave it there. Okay? But you're not. No, I'm not playing. You're not about to go kill black children. Try that shit. Okay, people play too much. I'm telling you, black people are aware. If I kill a white person, it's gonna be real bad. But if I kill a black person, people are usually lenient. Sometimes I don't even care. You understand? Because I'm telling you, we've allowed people to get comfortable with bad behavior, and they know this. Okay, they will never make a song talk about how they killed Lil Jon in a white neighborhood. They would never do that. They would never name a strain of weed after a white teenager that they murdered in the suburb. They will never do that. So then ask yourself, why are black people so comfortable killing other black children, naming strains of weed after black children, making music where they brag about killing black children, and they sell it, and then they get Grammys off of it? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It's a new day, y'all. It is a new day. Black conservatives, we're coming up. We are coming up. We're coming up. And like Diana Ross, we are coming out. Y'all gonna stop. You gonna stop this foolishness. You are gonna people, they're gonna stop this foolishness. They're gonna stop this. And I'm telling you, the little boy who stabbed that girl, the family should go after his family. Drag their asses to civil court. Take their asses to civil. Anytime somebody kills a black child, you take the family to civil court. You need to hold them financially responsible for unaliving your child. And I promise you, the more and more people start paying financially for their children's crime, they're going to raise these kids right. They're going to raise them right. I will have you in bankruptcy court. I will destroy your life. Let your child stab somebody. We're going to drag you to civil court. Put $1 million judgment on you. You're going to have to go find Tasha K and see how she's evading Cardi B when it comes to paying back the people. You're going to learn. You're going to learn. Huh? No, it's too much. It's getting ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous. And it's time. I'm like, the time has come for parents. The parents also need to be held accountable. If you cannot hold the parents criminally accountable, you need to drag the parents to civil court. It's oh my gosh, it couldn't be me. You're gonna stab my child in the heart because she wanna give you a number. I will drag your whole bloodline to court. Y'all will pay me until the second coming of Christ. Your people gonna learn. You have to train people, y'all. I keep telling y'all this. You have to train people. The Bible says train a child in the way that they should go. You got to train people that there are real consequences when you decide to mess with the lives of Black people. There are real consequences when you mess with the life of Black children, including if you're Black yourself. We will lock your ass up. You're going to rot in that prison. And not just that, I am suing your mother. I am suing your father. Anybody in your family that got some money, I'm dragging their asses to court. Watch me. Please. People play too much. People play too much. This is just triggering. What is wrong with these kids? And we got to hold parents accountable. Raise your children. If you can't raise them, then you got to limit the number of kids you got. Okay? If one is too much for you, don't have another one. Because if your child becomes a criminal, I'm coming after you. I'm coming after your Social Security fund. I'm coming after your retirement. I'm coming after your bank accounts. I'm coming after your tax returns. I am coming after all the money that you got. We're going to make an example out of you because it's enough already. These parents need to be accountable for their children. Raise your freaking kids. We're sick and tired of these homicidal maniacs in our streets. A young woman should be able to say, I don't want to give you my number. And your son should be enough of a human being and a decent human being. So, okay, that's fine. I respect it. Maybe you'll change your mind next time. In the meantime, enjoy your night. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Nobody has to die. You have the right to say no to people. People have the right not to give you their phone numbers. This is insanity. That little girl with her little tiny ass body, you gonna stab her in the heart? Are you kidding me? Her small frame. My goodness. No, it's insane. It's insane. It infuriates me. That's why I take a lot of issues with trying to paint the picture like, oh, let's save all Black people. We cannot save all Black people. You can only save the ones who want to be saved and some who are worth saving and those who are willing to change their ways, right? To also be saved. But some are dangerous and some you got to separate them from everybody else to keep people safe. And not just that, you want Black children to have good role models, right? If you keep allowing bad role models to have access to good Black children, they're going to corrupt these kids. They're going to corrupt the children. So it's better to forsake 2 or 3 to save 300. Yes. Come on now. Let's be so for real. I'm like, what is this? No.
Again, they bring in the D.
But I'm like, why would you ever? I'm like, even her, Miss Yvette, she's a woman too. Why? And when you guys, I swear, when I was younger, I wasn't even aware. I wasn't even aware of the rate of sexual assault and all this molestation in the Black community because I felt like, oh, we were Christian people, I thought it was mostly white people. The number of Black women who are who've been assaulted as children, it is it's pervasive. People just keep it a secret, right? But I'm like, a grown person who puts his big body, okay, puts his wiener inside the body of a 9-year-old. Why would you ever fight for him to stay alive? Why? Okay? Why? You cannot rehabilitate a pedophile. Okay? You cannot rehabilitate a pedophile. You cannot rehabilitate a sexual offender. They like that. It turns them on. Turn their TV off. Okay? But it's if you're touching children, if you are molesting children, if you are sexually attracted to children, you don't have a place in our society. You don't have a place in our society. And the children, the little girls, little boys that you have molested, they're going to have to live with the images, the memory, the movies, right, of you doing these awful things to them. It never goes away. Nobody forgets about being molested. Nobody can erase images of being abused as a child by an adult. Okay? So if we have to turn your TV off, then so be it. Out of here. Okay? You don't belong in a civilized society. You can never be trusted. There are certain lines you don't cross. And when you touch a child, it's over. We cannot rehabilitate you. Like, you are attracted to children. You are. So be out of here. Be gone. Go somewhere. Yeah, turn your TV off. They really are. They really are. You know, I'm like, our children, we have to protect their innocence. We have to protect their bodies, okay? We have to protect the stuff they see on TV. We got to protect what they're exposed to. We got to protect our parks. We have to protect our children. And if that means that we can't take care of old people, then I don't know what to tell you. But I'm not going to cry boo-boo-hoo tears for an adult when I got all these little kids I got to worry about. The kids are the future. You've already you had your life, you threw it away. I'm sorry, feel bad for you, but listen, you're not coming out. You're staying in there. What the heck? No, I didn't. I really did not. I did not. I was very oblivious. You know, it's not until I started doing YouTube and people started messaging me and telling me, I'm like, dang, that's crazy to me. Right? But as a child, I never had to worry about, I gotta close my door. I don't know what that's like. You know, but I'm like, this is just freaking awful. Because people never forget. You have people it takes them into a life of drug addiction. Some people, it takes them to a life of promiscuity. Some people, it takes them into a life of becoming sex workers, right? Innocent children. All it takes is one person doing something awful to a child and their entire life is flipped upside down. That is not okay. That is not okay. But somehow we should have empathy for you and not turn your TV off. I am turning off your TV. I am turning off your programming. I'm unplugging. I'm actually unplugging the cord from the socket. No, you're sick. Go somewhere.
EATH penalty back makes deterrence vital at the federal, state, and local level. So we're gonna put some more people to DEATH just to.
And especially the fact that I also feel like the fact that I also feel as though they want to legitimize pedophilia. I think pedophilia is going to be added to LGBTQP. Okay. I think it's going to be a P to the Q. Okay. All right. I really think they're moving towards legitimizing pedophilia. So therefore, I feel like in a preemptive measure, it is really good to let people know, try that shit, see what happens. Try to sleep with children, see what happens. I would love for you to try, right? We need to let people know, F around, find out. So I do feel like it probably will be a good thing to have the death penalty on the books for people who abuse children, who are part of child pornography and all that kind of stuff, right? People need to know. So that way we never even have to worry about pedophiles ever becoming a thing that's legitimized in this country because they low-key, high-key want to make pedophilia legal. Because when you start this whole goofy shit about, love is love and you should be able to love who you want to love, right? Then why we can't say it's okay to love a child or it's okay to love an animal, okay? And even bestiality also. You sleep with dogs, you sleep with horses, you do all this weird stuff. Yeah, we're going to turn your TV off. This is straight up abomination. You don't have a place in our society, okay? You don't have a place here. There are people out here who sleep with dogs, you guys. They have intercourse with dogs. They have intercourse with horses, okay? They have sex with cats. They do all kinds of, oh my gosh. They do so much abomination. They don't deserve to live among us. It's diabolical. No.
As if it worked the first time. Like we just ended up putting to DEATH a bunch of people who never did anything. So they back with it. They back at it. However, providing this punishments without ever informing.
Miss Yvette, I would love for you to tell us who exactly was on death row that didn't do nothing wrong. Okay, because it's not okay to do that. Because when you say things like that, you're gonna make other Black people who trust you and believe you feel like there's a target on their back. Like, oh, you mean they can just pick me up and throw my ass on death row? No, that's not how it works. Okay, that's not how it works. So if you know any Black people that was put on death row and that they didn't do nothing at all, you should also tell people who these people are. You can't just make these types of statements. You can't just make these types of statements because it's not okay. And it's misleading. Okay? It's very, very misleading. Tell us who. How many Black people were put on death row and didn't do nothing? Okay? Just like last time, the girl who was going at it with Mayor Adams, the girl who's half Nigerian and half Bahamian, talking about, oh, there was a stabbing at Rikers and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, girl, shut up. You care more about people getting stabbed at Rikers? And we went and we looked it up. And what happened? We looked it up. The man who got stabbed at Rikers, he killed his wife, right? He was like 50. He's like 50. She 40 something, right? He stabbed her 13 times. Stabbed the woman. Okay? Why you gotta stab her? Let her go. She's not your property. But he stabbed her 13 times. There's a reason why he's at Rikers. So if he also got stabbed in the Rikers, well, it sounds like karma to me. Why are we crying? Why are we worried? Okay? So you think you can stab somebody's child 13 times? You can kill somebody's daughter by stabbing her 13 times, but somehow when you go to Rikers, you should be so protected. You should not be stabbed. Girl, you reap what you sow. He likes to kill with a knife. He got killed with a knife as well. Wumpty wump wump. Okay? Throw out the trash. Bunch of rubbish. Like foolish.
Forcing it provides justice neither for the victims, families, nor for the defendant. The next conservative administration should therefore do everything possible to obtain finality for the 44 prisoners currently on death row. They saying take them out. They saying, listen, if you got a law on the books, you should use it. If the death penalty is on the I said it. If it's on the books, take them out. They basically saying ask everybody on DEATH row. Fam, like, let me tell you, it should also pursue the DEATH penalty for applicable crimes, particularly heinous crimes involving violence and that kind of abuse, until Congress says otherwise through legislation. Now, mind you, there's nothing in here. We're just going back to the life that they want, right? They're not interested in figuring out like who did what. We've seen how many people have lost their lives or who were on DEATH row or sitting in prison, right? Who had never done anything wrong. But of course, I don't expect the Heritage Foundation.
Missy Bat, you need to give us numbers. You can't just be saying stuff like that. You can't be saying stuff like that. They didn't do nothing wrong. No, they did something. They did something. Nobody does like this. This is not how it works. People don't just pick your ass up for no reason. You did something. Okay? People do something. Now, we do have instances where some people really were innocent, but it's not that many people. It's unfortunately not that many people. So it's like, are you going to take the risk? Are you going to take the risk to not do what you got to do because 1 or 2 cases out of 100 might be a mistake? I don't think so. And where there's a mistake, people get released, they're more than welcome to sue and get the money. Punitive damages. It's cool, right? But it's like, no, the vast majority, yeah, they're guilty. And sometimes they get convicted for one crime, but there are other crimes that would never get convicted of because there's no evidence, right? But I'm like, we have a lot of dangerous people in our society. Like, we have a lot of dangerous people in our society. We have a lot of people who don't value human life. And I cannot like, if I was a district attorney, I cannot in good conscience say, oh, well, he Black, he a young Black man. I get that. But if I release you, young Black man, you're going to kill another young Black man. Do you understand? So I can't release you because I cannot trust you to control your anger. I cannot trust you to not want to kill people. I cannot trust you to not engage in activities that take the lives of other people. I can't trust you. And I don't think it's fair. It is not fair to release you because you're Black and not think about the other black person that you're likely to hurt, because they haven't broken the law and they deserve to be safe. When you're a district attorney, you are elected to serve the people, right? And your priority should be towards those who are law-abiding citizens and those who pay the taxes, because the law-abiding citizens who pay the taxes, they're the ones paying your salaries. Those in the prison, they don't contribute to nothing. They get taken care of. They're not contributing a dime towards your salary, right? But you got to think about that. Because you release this person, God forbid, they go and they kill more black children who were on the way to college, who were just outside playing basketball, who were just sitting at the park, just having a conversation. Now you do a whole drive-by, you don't shut up 5 black people because you don't care. You understand? I'm like, me, I had to realize that too. The way you see blackness, Marlene, not everybody sees it the way that you do. For some black people, being black is sacred. You know what I'm saying? Being black is sacred. They will never hurt another black person because they really love themselves, right? They wouldn't do it because for them, being black is something sacred. They value being black. It means a lot to them to be black. They will never hurt another black person. Not saying y'all not gonna get in an argument though, but they're not gonna unalive you because they value your life, because they see themselves in you. You know, oh, I'm black too, she black, like, you know, that's my sister, that's my bro, whatever. But then there's a segment of black people who don't look at life like that. They don't care. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not okay. They're hurting, they self-hating, I don't know. But they don't look at life like that. They have no problems. They have no issue, no qualm, no problem shooting your ass right there, right now. We see black people go to Popeyes, go to McDonald's, go to Church Chickens, you name it, willing to shoot people over condiment. They shoot people over ketchup because they don't value life and they don't value the life of a fellow black person. How can you shoot somebody over condiments? You're really about to shoot somebody over mayo? You're about to shoot someone because they missed your order? Like, seriously? Is it ever that serious? So no, we don't all look at blackness the same. Some people don't care. They only live for themselves and they enjoy their lawlessness. It's a choice. It's a choice, right? But you only have so much love to give. So I'm like, give your love to those who give love back to you and to those who actually value being black and who respect being black and who honor being black. But a lot of people who have the same complexion as you, they don't honor being black. They do not honor being black. So you don't owe them anything. You see? You see this? You see this? You see this? But if we lock up this man, oh my God, because he's black, oh, he had a jury with 10 white people. No. Just because somebody is white does not mean that they don't know right from wrong. Well, you see this behavior? See this behavior? So what would you do with someone like that? Oh, you know, he's black, so as black. No, he's a monster who happens to have black skin. Focus on his crime. Do not focus on his skin color, and focus on his ability to do it again. If you release this person out here, are they more likely to do it again? Or you think they're going to be some good, safe Christians? You got to be honest with yourself. You got to be honest with yourself. You release a person because, oh, he's black, he's a young black man. And then 2 days later, he shoots a black 13-year-old on the way to school. How you going to feel? When that mother starts crying and she comes to you like, but why did you release him? He killed my baby. What you going to say? I was trying to be pro-black. Well, and you being pro-black, you murdered another child because you're responsible too. There are consequences. It's like in those movies when people like know the future and they try to go back to the present and fix the present so it don't hurt the future. But when you change one thing, you change everything else. So sometimes you got to accept things for what they are. You cannot save everybody. And sometimes maybe saving someone involves people getting locked up. Do you know how many people, their parents, their family, friends, pastors have tried to keep them clean, stay off of drugs, don't do the drugs. They've tried everything. The person does not listen until they get locked up. Do you not understand that even sometimes God himself will use prison or jail to wake a person up. Stop interfering with the process. Some people need to go to jail. Some people need prison. Because in that moment of isolation over there, they're going to find God. They're going to find purpose. There are a lot of people who changed their lives after they went to jail. It was good for them. Stop always trying to save I don't want him to. No. When you love someone, you allow the person to have their consequences. People need to know for every action, there's a consequence. And that's how people gonna grow and become better. That's how people become wiser. Like, wow, this was very expensive. This was a very expensive mistake. I don't want to make the same mistake again. Yes. But it's like, oh no, I gotta save you because you're black. God said, no. Because when you do that, you are robbing someone from an opportunity of learning from their mistake. People have to learn from their mistakes. And that's why so many parents have forever children. Because these parents always doing everything they can to make their children not have to come to face with their consequences. You're not helping them. And you will have forever children because they don't know how to do anything without you because you're always bailing out your kids. Stop doing that. It serves you nothing. You understand? It's like, I'll give another thing, like with my son, for example, right? He applied for the school. He didn't get in. Okay? His dad was sad. My son was sad. I was not sad. And I told him, for as much as I love you, you did not deserve to get in. Oh, Marlene. My mom was like, oh, mom was upset too. Like, what you mean he didn't get it? I said, Mom, stop. Just because he's your grandson, don't be gassing this boy up. Right? Because to get into that school, they look at your grades in the 7th grade. They look at your grades in the 8th grade. My son was not consistent. When I started studying with him, yeah, his grades got better, but he was not consistent. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a very prestigious school. Hold on, wait a minute. I don't know how he pee-pee so much, so quickly.
All he's eating is milk.
John, his bladder works really well, right? But I'm like, his friends were consistent for 2 years. They were consistent. So they deserve to get in because it's not about being good for 1 year. It's about being consistent. It's about applying pressure. And I told him, the way you feel, that feeling you have of rejection, I want you to never forget what that feels like. Because when you go to high school, you start your freshman year, I want you to remember, you have 4 years of this. Be consistent. Because if you're not consistent, somebody else will have things that you want. Sometimes you have to allow children to feel the pain. You have to allow children to feel rejection. You have to allow children to know what it feels like to not do your best every single time because there are consequences. His other friends, they got in. But think about these two kids. Like I told y'all, the Indian and the Korean one, they were consistent since 7th grade. They really wanted it. They had consistently A's for 2 years in a row. Right? So they deserve it because they were consistent. You don't deserve something because 9 months ago, you finally had the moment, oh, yeah, now I want to apply myself. It's good. It's a beautiful thing. But when you consider all things, you were not consistent. And we can't just be letting, you can't just say, like, oh, but they should have nothing. Because the problem with this woke society we live in, people think that you have to lower the standards so you don't hurt people's feelings. Let people's feelings be hurt. Sometimes you need to know what it feels like to lose so that you tell yourself, I never want to feel this way again. Oh, Lord, that's an amazing motivation right there, huh? Let people hit rock bottom. Let them. And if they care enough about their lives, I promise you, they'll say to themselves, I never want to taste concrete again in my life. You've done them a favor. But I got to shelter my kids. I got to shelter my kids from deception. I got to shelter. That's why all these kids today, they have all kinds of anxiety attacks, panic attack, depression. You go on social media, all these young people have all these mental health issues, right? Because they come from families where they were consistently sheltered. They have one failure. Oh, I want to go take my life. I want to go unalive myself. Like, oh, shut up. For what purpose? You've had a bad day. You've had a bad season. It happens to everybody. Everybody goes through crap. The point in life is not to avoid going through stuff. The point in life is not to avoid feeling pain or feeling failure. That's not the point. You need to know how it feels. The point is to know how to get up. Don't let the worst moments of your life define you, like the entirety of the rest of your life. No. You lost something. Fine. Cry for 2 days, but then get your ass back up and go get way more. That's how life goes. So I was not hurt. Because I told him, when I told you, focus on your grades, what'd you tell me? Oh, mommy, no grades is worth stressing like that. Okay. Now there you go. Right? When it came to Enki and Zane, they were stressed out for 2 years in a row. They got in. But that's how life goes. That's exactly how it goes. So now, when you start, I think he starts freshman year in August. Remember how that feels. Remember, oh, y'all, I had time for him. I had time for him. I had time for James. I don't believe me, Marlene. I'm very different. I'm like, oh my gosh, my baby didn't get it. I say, you didn't deserve it. You didn't deserve it. Because even me, as a mad person, I'll tell you this, right? You didn't deserve it. You showed that you could do it, but you didn't deserve it. Because you were not consistent. You didn't compete. And you thought it was a joke. And what even hurt me too, like he had another friend who's Korean, Gavin, if I'm not mistaken, right? Gavin, he's in the 8th grade, but last year he did Algebra 2 honors with the people in high school. So he's in the 8th grade, he would get on the bus, go to the high school, do Algebra 2, and even that too, he had 104 out of 100. So even because he's an 8th grader with freshmen, right? With the freshman class, he had the best grade in the class. So I said to him, I don't understand how you have a friend like Gavin and you were not motivated. I'm confused. Because you thought it was a luxury. Oh, look at Gavin. He's out there studying so hard. Like, he crazy. Let me go play. There you go. Right? There are consequences. And I said to him, the way you feel today, don't you ever forget it. Because senior year, it's going to be the same thing. Right? So if you know in your heart that you want to do the coding and you want to go to a great school, you better apply pressure from the first day of freshman year until the last day of senior year. You better apply that pressure. You apply pressure so hard. Yeah, they need to beg you to stop. Okay? That's how you win in life. It's nobody's job to bring the standards down because you're too lazy or because you got this life story. Don't nobody care, y'all. No one cares. There are 5 billion people on this planet. You think if something happens to you or you have your little sob story, 4.9 billion people, they're going to stop and be like, oh, I feel so bad for you. No. Because however bad you think your story is, I promise you, I can find 3.5 million people who have a worse story than you. And they're still moving. They're still pushing forward. Don't nobody care. Oh, you see? And that's what it is. Because usually if you care enough, right? If you care enough, when you're at the bottom, the only way you can go is up. Right? The only way you can go is up. You have to fail. You need to drop. You need to go to the bottom. Even if you're a Christian, the Bible tells you the same thing. Many are the afflictions of the righteous. You are going to be afflicted. It's like Sana. I was talking to Sana yesterday. She said, oh, Marlene, I think I'm cursed. I'm like, girl, you are not cursed. Stop trying to be cursed. You lost your job. Wumpty wump wump. It happens. It's happened to a lot of people. You're not the first one. You're not the last one. People lose their job. Good people lose their jobs. Qualified people get fired, right? It doesn't mean that you're cursed. You're going through a season. It happens. It happens. You decide who you're going to be, right? But just because you got fired doesn't mean you're dumb. It doesn't mean that you got fired. Wumpty wump wump. Life goes on, okay? Become better. Learn more. Ask for a better job. Become more competitive, right? Let that fuel you. Like, move forward, right? But I'm like, everybody has a story. Everybody been through some stuff. But it's like you cannot. I'm telling y'all this. Like, child, I'm telling y'all this. The goal of people, if you have people who love you, you have parents, you have mentors, you have coaches, the job of these people is not to lower the standard so that your feelings don't get hurt. Let your feelings get hurt. A lot of people should get their feelings hurt. You're going to be all right because the world does not revolve around you. You see, like, what's his name? Don Lemon, he effed around and found out because he thought Candace was not going to hurt his feelings. She told him, you are living a sinful life. Okay? Point blank, period. But it's like too many people are so concerned about, how's that going to make him feel? Oh, what the feelings? No. Fuck your feelings. What the fuck is the vision? Right? And so it's like, if you say we want to have this type of community that's like this, a lot of people got to get the F out. You either going to step up or you get the fuck out because we don't have time for this. Like, time waits for no one. You cannot save everybody on the premise of, oh, that's my family, that's my son, that's my daughter. No. Some people, unfortunately, will get left behind. And it is what it is. And I'm telling you this, right? Especially if you love your kids too, right? If you love your children, let your children fail early. And when your children fail early, right? Let them know what it feels like. Don't be running to wipe their tears, running to like make them feel good. No, it's okay for people to sit in their feelings, right? It's okay. If a child has a bad grade, let that child sit in it. Let them think about how it makes them feel. So next time they'll be more proactive. They'll study more. Don't be running, trying to call the teacher and fight the teacher. No, she's not the problem. Like, what the heck? You let young people experience failure at a younger age. I promise you, when they become adults, you pretty much have nothing to worry about because they know what it feels like. But so many parents, they shelter these kids, they protect these kids, they treat them kids like eggs, right? The child goes off to college, has a bad semester. Oh my gosh, my life is over. I want to kill myself. Okay? They have one breakup. Oh my gosh, I want to kill myself. She doesn't love me. Shut up, your goofy ass. Right? We make pussies out of children. Sorry, I shouldn't say that, but it's the truth though, right? I'm like, what the heck is this? You have to learn to have a tough mental, like your mental got to be tough, especially if you're a man, because this life is harder for men, right? You got to have a tough mental, like your head has to be tough. You got to be mentally tough. You got to be mentally resilient, but you can never get there if you don't know what it is to fail. And if you don't know also what it is to encourage yourself to get out of those feelings, right? And the Bible says, and David encouraged himself in the Lord. You got to know how to encourage yourself to get yourself out. And this is why today we have an epidemic of young people who are constantly depressed, who are constantly looking to unalive themselves, who are constantly running towards drugs because they don't know what it is to sit in their feelings, own their feelings, and then come up with a plan to say, you know what? I'm going to get out of this. I have everything I need in me to get out of this, right? I'm not the first person to go through this, and I'm definitely not going to be the last person to go through it. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. You're not helping people. Some people, they need to go to jail, okay? Some people need to go to prison. When they come out, they're going to be so much better. It's sad, but it's the truth. I wish it wasn't that way, but unfortunately, that's the way it's going to be. Yeah. Exactly. Because you think I'm gonna run behind you and beat you to do your homework? I'm gonna beat you to no, I'm not. Child, I don't like violence. I do not like physical violence. But I will let you know what it feels like. You see how that feels? You see all your friends, they walking up. And you not. You sit here irrelevant. Why? Because you didn't prioritize your life. You didn't do what you were supposed to do. Be the best student that you could possibly be. Right? Mommy's here all the time. Why didn't you come get me to say, oh, mommy, you know what? I don't understand this. Can you please help me? Okay. Here we are. Okay. You gotta let these kids know what it feels like to fail and do not run to their rescue. Nope, fall back. They're gonna be okay. Yeah. That's why these kids are choosing lazy majors and then realize they have to go back to school for a step. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And you have parents too who tell them, oh, your teacher's mean. I'm gonna email your teacher. Why she no, stop that. It's the teacher had the problem. teacher ain't the problem, right? Like even me when I met my son, because when he got the F and I met her, I think she thought I was coming to the school to yell at her. I said, no, why would I yell at you? Girl, it ain't your fault, right? And even me, I wasn't checking his grades. I thought he had it, but whatever. So like, I have a part to play in it. He has a part to play in it. So it's cool. So that's why I'm here. So that moving forward, we don't have a problem, right? We don't have a problem. We don't have a problem. It just became straight A's after A's. That's it, right? I don't think, what would I yell at this woman? She didn't do nothing, right? My son knows to study, and he knows to come get me or get your dad, but you didn't. So that's a him problem, right? Because it's your life. I tell my son, you don't want to be a poor man. You don't want to be a broke man. You want to be able to be a rich man so you can have what you want. You want to have option? You need money. Nobody wants to be with a lazy man who makes basic money. Okay? All right. So that's how I feel, you guys. But listen, what?
Foundation to care. And they don't. And if the Heritage Foundation is an example of anything, to me, it is an example of why you, me, your mama, your grandmama, your uncle, your cousin should be in politics.
Well,
because this is not new, and this is something that we have endured, and it is something that we have to fight. And the way we do that is to be able to rally people around our own agenda and get the Democrats to come around to our agenda. Let me tell you something. When we tried to do Democrat down ballot, everybody was like, y'all let, not y'all, but in general, y'all let a pimp who shall not be named run around and say a Negro who couldn't pass 8th grade social studies, so he dropped out. You let him say, that's the Democratic Shield. That's the Democratic Shield. Y'all let them say that, right? Y'all let him say that. When the truth of the matter is that party owes us. Nobody's trying to say, go just be a Democrat. What we were trying to say, we have not said what you need to do in this election. I'm talking about the past. What we were trying to say is that let this party that you are the base of know that they owe you. That was the whole game. And how and why some people let somebody who couldn't get a diploma out of high school, and I think it was because it was really hard for that person, how that became that person was able to have an opinion on us is something that somebody at some point is going to have to explain to their kids.
About who's the A grader? I don't know.
You're going to have to explain to them, listen, we was wrong. We Yvette them had it right. They owe us. And let me tell you, the thing about it is what we were trying to tell everybody is, hey, do you understand that Democrats owe you everything as the base of the party? Go get it. The way you go get it, you don't even have to cost nobody. If enough of us show up and didn't do in 20, and when Biden got elected and didn't do top of the ticket, even if he still won, we would have had the same reaction from the administration that the people got. Where was that when the Arab Americans said they were standing up for PALESTIN in INE? Remember that? They said we got to go talk to them. Now Netanyahu don't have nothing to say to Biden, and he don't respect him, so it didn't go very far. But Biden took out a whole op-ed and started telling them they couldn't do this. He listened because they said, we're not supporting you. We're not.
But listen, and this is where we also have to be honest. She talked about Rashida Ali. Is that her name? Rashida Ali. She is part of the Quad. She's a congresswoman. So she told, because I don't know, for some reason, hold on. Right, that's her name, right? Oh, it's Rashida Tlaib. Okay, there you go. All right. So, right. So this lady right here, Rashida, she told her people, because it seems like for some reason Palestinians have Michigan in a chokehold, right? Like they own Michigan. So she told them to get Biden to force a ceasefire on Bibi, right? We're going to go vote as uncommitted. Is that what it was? It's some type of unstuff. It was like uncommitted or undecided, right? So by doing so, it's like they showed up and it was 300,000 Palestinians who voted as uncommitted, right? And so once the Democrats saw that, what's her name? Kamala Harris came outside, talk about, they're going to start dropping food through the air in the Rafah and this, and that. But I'm like, at least the Palestinians had the balls to say, vote uncommitted, right? When it comes to the black vote, Who has ever said to black people, go vote uncommitted to show how serious they are? Nobody says that. People say, oh, no, you got to go vote for Biden. You got to go vote for Biden. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. And one thing I even learned from Sabrina is that in certain states, you don't even have to vote for you can show up like November 4th, you can show up at the election, right? You don't have to vote for a president, but you can vote for the issues that matter to you on the ballot, right? That's not, a lot of times, that's not made aware to a lot of people. Like, you don't even have to vote for a president, but you might want to go vote because certain state, they put on the presidential ticket, they also have electoral issues that you might care about. So show up and at least vote for those issues, right? But you never had anybody say to black people, right, that you have the right to vote uncommitted to show these Democrats how serious you are. Nobody does that. It's like, no, you got to vote for Biden. You have to vote for Biden. No, you don't. No, you don't. If you had a massive block of black votes that said we are voting uncommitted until we have a one-on-one and we have some guarantees that you are going to do certain policies for us, at least I'll respect that, right? But the Palestinians, American Palestinians, they voted uncommitted. Like, we're not loyal to any party. Boom, 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 boom. 300,000 came out and they let it be known. And the next day, she's right, the next day, Kamala was outside. Everybody was outside. Because Michigan is a state they're not trying to lose, right? But it's like you never threaten them. Instead, you cuss out the other black people who want to try something new. And I'm like, and how is that fair? This is a free country. Like, I'm not, like, for me, I really don't understand how anybody can cuss somebody out, make fun of somebody, call them a coon, call them names, because they are exercising a civil right. You have the right to choose your party. That's the whole point of being free. You might not like it. That's fine. But that is somebody's constitutional right. Why are you mocking them? They don't owe nobody nothing. You have one vote. I said this earlier. You have one vote. This is the one time in American life that we all get to be equal. No matter how rich you are, how black you are, white you are, it doesn't matter, right? When it comes to voting for the president, everybody has one vote. Having more money does not get you more votes, okay? Being white does not get you more votes. We're all equal. So when you have that one vote, you have the right to go wherever you think you're going to get something back for your vote. So why would you ever insult someone because they say, you know what? I've been Democrat, and honestly, where I am in my life, it no longer satisfies my need. I want to go somewhere else. People have the right to do that, right? Nobody shames you if you leave a job. If you want to make more money, go. If you find another job, go, right? People have the right. People move. People change houses. They change their zip code. They change their job. They change their cars, right? People have the right to do things that are beneficial to their own interests. Everybody has the right to put their self-interest first. If you think that we should all do things as a collective, that's fine. You have the right to look at life that way. But you also have to respect the person who does not see it the way that you see it. It doesn't mean they mean you harm, right? Like, if you want, for me, I'm like, if you want to be a Democrat, go be a Democrat. That's fine. If you can justify it in your head and you have peace with that, more power to you. Concurrently, if someone wants to be a Republican after having been a Democrat and feeling like I'm not being served by this party and no longer serves me anymore, in the words of Tia Mowry, people have the right to graduate, okay? If you are, even your church, let's say you go to a church or you've been to a church your whole life, the day the pastor, the bishop is no longer feeding you, he is no longer challenging you, he's no longer helping you to understand certain things about the Bible, you have the right to go to a different church. It doesn't mean that you hate your pastor or you hate the bishop. No, for a season in your life, he was good for you. For a season, he was what you needed. It's nothing personal, right? People got to stop. People have to stop taking people's political stances as like a personal dig at their person. No. You see it one way, I see it another way. You think this way is better. I think this way is better. We have our personal interests. Like even right now, I didn't even know this, but you know, because I'm always outside, but they were saying like truck drivers by 2035, all truck drivers have to go fully electric. I'm like, how is that even possible? Right? How's that possible? And Biden is putting these measures in place for truck drivers to have electric trucks. I'm like, you guys, we barely have enough charging stations for cars. Now, if you have an 18-wheeler, a 24-wheeler, right, how many hours is it going to take for them people to charge a whole truck? That makes no sense. It makes no sense. Who asked for this, right? So if you see a lot of black men who happen to be truck drivers and they're telling you, oh, I'm voting for Trump, it doesn't mean they're being coons. They have a business to run. And for their business, it makes no financial sense for them to have to change their entire fleet. So you don't have to throw away all your trucks. Go buy some new trucks. Go create more debt for yourself when maybe you were done paying off all your trucks and now it's your time, it's your year to break even and make more money. Like, we have to stop. Like, we truly, truly have to stop. Everybody, we all do different things. We all want different things and we're all in different financial areas, right? But I'm like, a truck driver, if you have a collective of black truck drivers who want to vote for Trump, I get it. They don't want to go electric. Why would they ever go electric? What's wrong with gas? If you have a truck driver who does like maybe 1,000 miles or 3, 4, 5, 10,000 miles a week, does it make sense for him to be electric? Who has time? Hey, Anna, who has time for this? Who has time for this? Even for regular cars, for regular everyday electric cars, we barely have enough charging stations across the country to make sure everybody can have a charge. Like right now, it's cute to have an electric car because most people run on gas, right? But imagine if most people had electric cars. Okay, think about that. Okay, where will all these people charge their cars? Then sometime when it snows, these Teslas, when the temperature drops really hard, a lot of these Teslas do not work. They don't work because it's too cold outside. So if you are a truck driver, let's say you have medication, or let's say you have food, or let's say you are paid because you got to show up on this specific day or you don't get your money. But then it snows and the truck can't run because, oh, Joe Biden told you had to be electric. No. People have the right. People have some people vote or they're just emotionally rigged because they look at everything through racism. Okay, sure, whatever. Fine, go. And because when you're obsessed with racism, there's nothing we can do for you, right? At this point, it's a mental derangement. Like, I don't know what to do because I'm like, you're so obsessed with racism, nothing else matters to you. So go somewhere, right? But then you have people who truly care about their money because they have families to take care of, right? And that's why I feel like if you notice carefully, the majority of people concerned with racism above any other issues such as the economy are usually black women. They don't care. Very seldom you're going to see a black man sit here about racism. They're like, child, I got to make money. So let's assume everybody's good, right? Let's assume everybody's good, no problem. Everybody's got a good heart, whatever, right? If you take all black people, right, gender alone, people have different views. Like when it comes to politics, people want different things, right? Women are more emotional, so they tend to focus on social issues. Oh, the racism, don't put them in jail. Oh my gosh, don't put them in jail. Okay, they're more emotional. That's how they look at politics. They look at politics through an emotional lens, and they tend to be emotionally rigged because they're not being logical. Right? A lot of black men, for example, there's a reason why they're leaving the Democratic Party and becoming Republicans because they are worried about their money. If you are providing for a household, you got to take care of your wife, your children, your mortgage, your business, your retirement. You need to worry about your money. You got to worry about your taxes. You got to worry about how much money you'll get back or how much money you'll have to pay into taxes. Like, these are real concerns for people. Right? So if a person feels like Joe Biden and the way he's doing things is not good for my paper, it's not good for my business, they have the right to say, I'm out of here. They have the right. Doesn't make him a bad person. Because if he goes broke, you're going to call all kinds of broke ninja. You are broke this, you are broke this. So listen, nobody wants to be broke. A woman, especially if she's pretty, she can be as silly as she wants to. She'll find a man to take care of her. Right? That it doesn't work like that for men. There's no welfare for men. There's a lot of welfare for women, but you don't have a lot of welfare for men. If a man fails in life, if he loses his business, he loses his job, he might as well be dead. Who gonna help him? There's no welfare for men, even for men who experience domestic violence. There's no shelter for men who experience domestic violence. Okay? Because truth be told, nobody cares about men. So when you realize that you are in a society that demonizes men, vilifies men, does not help out the men, does not care about your mental health, whatever, and will easily call you a broke ninja, let me tell you something. You have every right to position yourself where you can financially thrive. And if that's Republican Party for you, independent, whatever, libertarian, I support you. I get it. Because you have one life to live. And in this lifetime, you got to make decisions that are going to make you financially successful. People want to be successful. A lot of Black men want to be successful. They want to have successful businesses. It's easy for Van Jones to sit up there and say what he said because he got $100 million check from a man. Okay? Jeff Bezos gave him $100 million. And did he break bread with other people? No, he kept the money to himself. No problem. Keep the money. But the everyday person, the everyday Black man, he got to find a way for himself. And if he wants to have a business, pay the least amount of taxes, be able to get as many wealth, like many benefits as he can with the tax cuts, whatever. If he does not want to change his fleet of trucks, he doesn't want to go electric because it makes no sense. Okay. He has the right to go vote for Trump. Got the right to vote for Trump. If these rappers want to promote, no problem, because they're entertainers. They make money being stupid. They make money doing the very least for the economy. They make money. They do the very least. Well, like, how does a rapper benefit anybody? How do you add to the GDP? I don't know, right? But I'm like, people have the right to say, you no longer serve me. I am out of here. Because you have one life to live. And if in this lifetime, you can align yourself with a party that makes you as much money as possible, do it. Do it. Because when you die, you have an obligation to leave an inheritance for your children. You understand? Democratic Party has a tendency of prioritizing Black women. Okay? They don't prioritize Black men. So if you feel like going over there and being Republican, you're more likely to have something, go. Go. Save yourself. Everybody should be thinking about what's in my best interest. What is in your best interest? Okay? What's in your best interest? Me, Marlene, one thing that I really want, because y'all know I can talk, right? One thing that truly matters to me is my freedom of expression, is my freedom of speech. I'll tell y'all this. It matters a lot to me, okay? I don't want to be called a birthing person. I want to be called a woman. I'm not a birthing person. I want to be able to refer to myself as a pregnant person. I want to be able to be myself. I don't want to have to walk on eggshells around these people. I don't want to. Okay? I don't want my children to be forced to use weird pronouns. I don't want a weird agenda in the schools. I don't want my children to be exposed to all kinds of foolishness. I don't want drag queens in my kids' school. I don't want weird books where they talk about sodomizing boys in the library. I just don't want that. You understand me? So I'm like, who out of all these people, who can bring back some level of sanity? Like, you can, no. Like, the fact that people today are even afraid to say what a woman is, it is crazy to me. It is crazy to me. You ask a person, what is a woman? They start stuttering because they're afraid of getting canceled. What in the world? What in the world? Okay? No. I'm just saying, it's like, you know what I'm saying? No. I don't want to be called a birthing person. I don't want my vagina to be called a hole. It is a vagina. Okay? Like, seriously, like, this is insane. I don't want to have to be forced to look at a man and say, oh, well, that's a woman. No, that is not a woman. That's a man. I see a man. It is a man. Okay? It is a man. Like pure insanity. Like, no. No, and no, and no, and no. So I get it. I truly get it. So I'm like, no, I have so many friends every day. They be losing their minds in my DMs. I said, girl, Trump 2024. And you know why I even do that too? Because I think it's very important for people to learn to respect other people's positions. You understand? So I'm going to keep saying that to you until you understand that you have to respect people's political choices. Respect that. Okay? I'm like, you gotta learn that. You gotta learn that. You gotta learn that. The same way you want to do that. Go ahead though. I ain't gonna stop you. But don't ever feel like you're gonna bully me into no, or I can't say things because if I say, you go do whatever you want to do. If we were real friends, then you'll accept me, right? Do you see me out here abusing kids or doing like heinous stuff? No, I don't. I try to be a God-fearing person, okay? But I'm like, it's imperative that we start training people to respect the fact that not everybody sees life the way that you do, and that is okay. It does not inherently make somebody bad. Does not make anybody. People have the right to choose their path. People have the right to even be wrong, right? As long as you're wrong does not take a life, or like, you know, weird things like that, right? But it's like, that's how I see life. You know what I'm saying? We've got to a point, it's like you can't even have anything you say today is offensive. You can't even speak. You can't even express yourself, right? You're not even allowed to say, oh, I'm a woman and I identify as a woman. Like, what is this? Because if you do, then you offend the person that's a trans woman. I never asked you to transition. That's not my problem. Why do I have to worry about your feelings? Why am I responsible for feelings of people who chose to transition? Love yourself. The fuck? I don't owe you anything. I don't want to call you a trans. I don't even want to. I don't care. Like, that's the thing. I do not care. Leave me the hell alone. And when you find me, you call me a woman. Okay? Don't make me call myself a gender neutral or a cis woman. But I am not a cis nothing. I am a woman with a womb. Okay? I have a uterus. I have a cervix. And I got pregnant because only women can get pregnant. Okay? Now we're even having discussions about who can get pregnant. Like, this is pure madness. Yeah. Like, as a woman, you can't even say, oh, I'm a woman. Even breastfeeding. You're not even allowed to say that you breastfeed. Like, they have a term for it or something like that. Because if you say that you breastfeed, then it's offensive to the trans women who don't have breasts. Like, I'm like, what? What? Please. Go somewhere. No, and no. Hold on, a little bit more of this.
And you might not get this state no more. And they still might not turn out for him. But you have to, if your people have been giving a party a vote for generations, right? Decades on decades on decades, you have to say, give me what's mine. Give me what you owe me. Like, you have one party that is openly hostile to you, and the other one that just says, we're going to give stuff to everybody but you.
Then why you?
And we're going to let you suffer. You have to tell the party that hasn't been doing any for you, you owe us. It's not complicated unless you didn't get out of high school.
But the part I find funny, we're going to have to move. I don't know if I'm going to watch the whole thing. But the part I find funny with her, she said, oh, you have to tell them you owe us. How many bill collectors out here ain't getting paid, Miss Yvette? You act like you don't live outside, okay? How many bill collectors don't get paid? People dodge their calls. People send them straight to voicemail. People completely ignore them, right? How many people do not pay their debt? Like, girl, what you think? So because when is owing somebody? When does somebody owing you ever move someone to do the right thing? Like, oh, you know what? I do owe her, so I got to do right by her. No, you're talking about politicians, okay? You're not talking about angels. Like, oh, I did something right for an angel, so he owes me. Most likely he'll do right by you because those are angels, right? They have a higher moral compass. You're talking about politicians, right? So just like most people do, bill collectors out here, they gonna dodge your call, okay? They gonna bamboozle you until the next election. Oh, you know, I forgot to call you back, girl. I know it's been 4 years, but do you mind voting for me? Exactly. They got money. Yo, you know they have this new show. Let me show you something. They have a new show. Y'all haven't been outside in so long, right? Where's it go? They have a new show. Carlos, what's his name? Carlos King, right? Carlos King has a new real estate show. Family Empire. There you go. Let me show y'all the show. I was gonna talk about it with y'all too, right? So they have this new show here. It's called Family Empire. So it's about like it's about grandkids whose grandmother and her husband, so their grandma and the granddad, right? They start off like buying real estate. It was small. Then you flip, and so you have all these real estate, and you have all this property. So their grandparents have a lot of property. Their granddad, he passed away, so now it's just their grandma, Miss Oscarine. Okay, she's the grandma who's left. So she has this piece of land, like it's just a blank piece of land, right? It's a good prime real estate in Houston. So she wants to sell it. So grandma wants to sell the property because she said, you know, one thing she wants to do before she passes away, she wants to sell the property and she wants to sell the property and pay off her children's mortgages. So not her grandkids, but the parents of the parents of the grandkids, right? So these are her granddaughters. Okay, so Miss Oscarine, these are her granddaughters, right? So she's saying she has she has like a huge plot of land. She wants to sell that land, take the money, pay the mortgage of her children, who happen to be these girls, their parents, right? So now these girls are saying, oh no, grandma, we want to use the land and develop the land, like maybe apartments or commercial real estate, right? And probably make like even way more money than if you were to just sell the land, right? Grandma was like, sounds good at everything, but where my money at? Okay? Because these girls are under the impression that because they're granddaughters, grandma should just give them the land and let them develop the land. She's like, no, I need my money, right? So it seems like the land's like $800,000 to $1 million, right? These girls don't have the money, right? Don't have the money. So they're trying to milk the fact that they're granddaughters for their grandma to just give them the land. Like, no, that's not how we do business. That's not how we do business, because she told y'all her vision is sell the land before she dies, because her husband's gone. So she's like, I might be gone soon too, though. So before she leaves, because you don't know, right? She wants to be able to pay off her children's mortgages. It matters to her. So I'm like, are you not hearing what she's saying? But y'all don't want her to be able to do what she does because y'all want what y'all want. No, you can have the land, find the money. Okay? Find the money. If you can't find the money, we're selling this plot of land. And I'm like, I agree with her. Let me show you the grandma real quick. Hold on. If I can. Okay. So here's the grandma. Okay. Here's the grandmother, right? So it's her land. And so she wants to sell it. This one doesn't want her to sell it, but she ain't got the money. Right? So she thinks, oh, but you're my grandma. I'm your granddaughter. And I have dreams and I have a vision. We don't care. Okay? She has a vision too. And her vision takes precedence over your vision unless you run her money. You ain't got the money, get out the way. Okay? So y'all need to watch the show. It's called Family Empire. It's okay. Pretty decent. Okay? So, oh, you owe me. You owe us. They do not care. They don't care. They will never care. Okay? People will come. One thing I've learned about politics, people will come to you and beg you for your vote to be elected. And then once they're elected, they'll use the new power they have to go sell their services to a new community. Okay? That's the real game. They don't care to do nothing for you because you don't have that much money. If you compare Black community to the Asian community, Asian people got more money. But they definitely will come to you, though, to secure the win. Once you secure the win, and you have the new position, you take the power that comes with that position, and then you go sell your services to another community who has more money. That's just how it goes, right? It really is very dirty. So it's like, and I feel like for a lot of Black people, when it comes to politics, they really think that they're dealing with saints, they're dealing with angels, they're dealing with honest people. No, you're not. You are not. Okay? You are dealing with evil entities. So they will come to you, they'll sell promises to you because they need to secure a win. Once they have the W, they'll take the power that comes with that win, and then they'll go sell themselves, oh, Jewish people, how much you're paying, Asian people, how much you paying, Palestinian, how much you paying. Whoever pays the most money, that's where their power goes to. That's where it goes to. So it's not enough to say, oh, you owe us. You also need to have a way of making sure that they follow through. And that's by having people. That's why you can't just do politics. Like, oh, let's just do politics, right? Or let's just work. That's why you need strong business people, because only business people have this type of money, right? The majority of the donors of AIPAC are wealthy business people, right? It's business people. Look at how Elon said he going to give Donald Trump $45 million every month. What private citizen can do something like that? Okay? Only people who have businesses, thriving businesses, can do such things. $45 million. Some people did the calculation. It will come out to like over 100 million by the time we get down to the election, something like that. Like, that's crazy. Okay? That is crazy. But he can, because look at how much money he has. He's a billionaire, right? And it's like, when it comes to us, if you look over here, those who are Black billionaires, they don't care about politics. They don't care to use their money to influence politics in a way that helps the outcome for Black people. They don't care. They rather go to the Louis Vuitton fashion show, the Dior fashion show, the whatever fashion show, the car show, right? They're more interested in being consumers, being in Paris, being in France, being in Italy. That's what they want to do. Okay? That's what they want to do, right? So it's not enough to say, oh, we're going to do the politics, but you need a political class, and you need a strong business class, right? You need people who have a lot of money, who can coerce or force these politicians to do what you want them to do. You got a political class that can write the policies that you want, but then you need a business class with enough money to apply pressure on these politicians to follow through on the policies that your political class actually wrote for y'all. Otherwise, they're not going to do it. They don't care. What you going to do? Get it in blood? No. So they don't care. They don't care. Oh, you owe me. They do not care. A lot of people owe in this country, don't pay their bills. Nothing happens to them, right? They're saying like right now, credit card debt is like 1.3 billion or trillion, right? Nah. Do you think people care to pay that stuff? Probably not. Who cares? No one cares. No one cares.
School, 9th grade, social studies. Lord have mercy. Now we in a pickle, and that person that he ain't saying nothing. He don't know nothing. Oh, big head dodo bird. Issue guidance to ensure that litigation decisions are consistent with the president's agenda and rule of law. Wait a minute, litigation decisions have to be consistent with the president's agenda. Since when? Oh, see, that sounds to me like we overstepping. That sounds to me like you saying the judiciary. You said it because it says the litigation decisions. Wait a minute, it sounds like we're not looking at the law as much as we're looking at what the administration says about it looks like everything is political now.
Everything
is a problem.
Everything is.
Ensure that consistent with this principle, the department's leadership is prepared to impose appropriate disciplinary actions. What? You finna punish the people? For interpreting the regulations and rules and all that stuff?
Sure, that
yeah. They don't play. They did not come to play.
Good.
They did not come to play. They didn't come to play with you or nobody else. We the only ones that come to play. No, that's just us. This is a. I think this conservative path is not new, but I think it's always been radical. It's always been a radical path. Pursuing equal protection for all Americans by vigorously enforcing applicable federal civil rights laws in government, education, and the private sector. That sounds good, right? Nope. Nope. Entities across the private and public sectors in the United States have been besieged in recent years by an unholy alliance of special interests and radicals in government and the far left. This unholy alliance speaks in platitudes. Oh, gosh. And about advancing the interests of certain segments of society, but that advancement comes at the expense of other Americans, and in nearly all cases violating a long-standing federal law. What they're trying to say is that they don't want any laws to protect anybody, including and especially us. This is the reverse discrimination part. No, there's no special interest.
I don't know if that's reverse discrimination, but I do think like if you want to have a great society, we should try to get to a point where all people are the same. Because I think when you advocate for what you want, it's cute. You're like, oh, but we want things to make us feel special. That is fine. But you have to remember that today, the new civil rights movement of America is the LGBTQ movement. Okay? Black people are not a priority. Okay? Black people are not the main. Like when you think of civil rights movement today, it is not the civil rights movement of yesterday. It's not the civil rights movement that you knew. Okay, it's something different. It's LGBTQ rights. Okay, the rights of LGBTQ, especially the T people of the LGBTQ, those rights are like high. They're really high on the totem pole, right? When you see that the White House, okay, can put a whole flag of the trans people all over the White House. Have you ever seen them put the flag of Black people on the White House? No, they haven't. Okay, that tells you a lot. And I'm like, and remember I told you guys this, I said years ago, right? When Colin Kaepernick was kneeling, I was like, okay, I messed with that. Like, I was like, okay, kneel, child. Why can't you kneel? Okay, Black Power, Black Lives Matter, right? I was really down for that initially. Then one day I thought about it. Because I was like, you know what? I want him to kneel because this is an issue that matters to me. I'm like, yo, there's police brutality, black people getting killed by police. Yeah, take a knee. What the heck? Okay, I was down for that. But then I had to think about, I had to think about it. I was like, well, if the NFL lets Colin Kaepernick take a knee for police brutality because he wants to stand in solidarity with black people, they also gonna have to let the first gay football player to also do whatever he wants to do, right? In solidarity with all the gay people who can't be gay. You know what I'm saying? And then what's next? Then you're gonna have a trans football player, right? Then he gonna be like, well, he wants to do something on the field because he wants to honor his trans community. You understand? Because once you allow for one, you gotta allow it for everybody. You can't say, oh no, only black people can take a knee and nobody else can take a knee. Why? They can tell you, well, I'm a minority, right? Like today, the times we live in, a lot of white people who are LGBTQ consider themselves to be a minority. Okay? You'll have a white person who says, I'm a trans woman, I'm a minority. Right? Like even yesterday, I was looking at Sharon Stone and she was like, oh, diversity is more than color and gender and things like that. She was like, oh, diversity can also be an illness. And I was like, what? Because she was like, yeah, now she feels like she's part of the diversity club because she was ill. And ever since she's been ill, what's she called? Hold on, let me see. Because she can say better than I can.
Don't take any crap. I had a stroke in 2001. I had a 1% chance of survival. I had a 9-day brain bleed. I recovered for 7 years. When it first happened, I didn't want to tell anybody because if something goes wrong with you, you're out. Something went wrong with me. I've been out for 20 years. I haven't had jobs. I was a very big movie star at one point in my life. I broke a lot of glass ceilings with the top of my head. Diversity can mean more than one thing. Diversity can be an injury. Diversity can be the color of your skin. Diversity can mean standing up for yourself. We are here to raise our voices to demand for you. We demand that you be seen. We demand that you.
So now diversity also includes an injury. There's a very rich white woman who's very famous, lives a multi-million-dollar life, but somehow now she's also part of diversity and inclusion. So there you go, because she was injured. So here you go, right? So I'm like, so when you're advocating for things based on your ethnicity, your color, your gender, right? When you want what you want, you just think about what you want. You're not thinking about if you ask for that and that's given to you, it opens a door for other people to say, well, if you did it for her, you got to do it for me. So then I started thinking, right? If the NFL starts to allow this, so it's like, okay, you're black, so you're going to take a knee, right? You're the first gay one, so you want to maybe like sashay, I don't know. Then you have this other guy, okay, he's trans too, right? So by the time every special interest group amongst these players is done, when are we going to start playing football? You know what I'm saying? When are we going to start playing football? You probably will never, it probably gonna take you 30 minutes or an hour because now everybody feels like, well, I want to take a knee for those who have autism. I want to take a pinky for those. I'm like, okay, sure. So now it's like, we're not even playing football anymore because it's something else, right? So I'm like, you know what? I kind of understand that. Like I mean, for my selfish reasons, I would love for him to take a knee on the court, but looking at the bigger picture, nah, it's gonna be a hot ass mess. So it's better for people to demonstrate their personal ideals in the locker room somewhere. Because we ain't got time for this. Because even me, after a while, I'm like, you know what? I'm trying to get to football. Because when it's not your issue, like I'm not a trans person like that, right? So if they're doing stuff with the trans, I'm like, what is this? I don't want to see it. You know, it sounds fucked up, maybe. I don't know, but I don't want to see it. Right? Why gotta see this? I'm trying to see, if I see the black person take a knee because I'm black, I'm like, yeah, black power. But when it starts drifting off to other people, I ain't trying to see that shit. Right? And I'm sure they don't want to see my shit also. I get it. So let's just do it in the locker room. I get it too. We're here for football. Play football. I was like, you know what? Like, it really dawned on me. Right? So it's like when you're asking for things like, oh, we got to have a special program because it's for this particular group or this particular gender. You have to do it for other people because if you don't, you're going to get sued for discrimination. Okay? So it's better to not even do it at all. Let's just not do it. I know it sounds fucked up, but it's the truth though. Because otherwise it will turn into a shit show of gender, identity, religion, oppression, politics, and we ain't got time for this. Because that's what it's going to turn into. Then you're going to have a bunch of drag queens, a bunch of God knows what on the football field, and nobody is here for that. People are here for football. Okay? So I was like, yeah, go. Okay, fine. It's okay. I get it. And this is why when it came to like DEI, I'm like, oh, here you go. They're going to tell you, oh, we're trying to create jobs for black people. We want to hire black people. Girl, shut up. They always tell you that first. But in the long run, it will no longer even be black. It's going to be a bunch of white people with their new presumed oppressed identities. That's what it's going to turn into. You got to look for things. I'm like, when it comes to things, you got to look like in the long term, not just right now. Because right now you want what you want because you want what you want, but you're not thinking about what's the long term? What's in this in the long term? What is this going to look like 5-10 years from now? And I'm telling you, and not a single black person in sight. Right? Look at RuPaul. RuPaul started RuPaul's Drag Race. He brought on all these drag queens, whatever. But and it's funny how even people, the white people on his show, the white contestant on the show went on to be richer than him. Trixie Mattel. There are so many white people on that show who were contestant, who were broke, who were poor, busted, disgusted, right? They went on that show and became wealthier, more successful, more relevant than RuPaul. Why? Because they got the complexion, right? So just because it starts off helping black people, it's not going to stay for black people. Because you cannot deny other people. Once you set that precedence, you have to apply it to everybody. And when you start doing that, you no longer become efficient. So I'm like, you know what? I kind of get it. Do it in the locker room. Okay? It's too much. It's too much. It really is too much.
To protect. No, that's not it. It's just like you've done certain things and you have to treat people fairly or whatever. And you have to protect. That's not what it means. There is no reverse racism. Oh my goodness. Even though numerous federal laws prohibit discrimination based on notable immutable characteristics such as race and sex, the Biden administration, through the DOJ, Civil Rights Division, and other federal entities, has enshrined affirmative discrimination in all aspects of its operations under the guise of equity. Federal agencies and their components have established so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion offices that have become the vehicles for this unlawful discrimination, and all departments and agencies have created equity to plans to carry out these invidious schemes. The truth of the matter is it doesn't go far enough. It's not specific enough. It shouldn't be equity. It should just be ADOS. That should be, I believe, a quota. I believe in quotas. I'm not going to tell you no lie. I believe in quotas. It should be, you have 10% ADOS here. And they will hate that too. And they will say that's discrimination. And equity and equity is not the same as whatever. And I believe you should hire people, people who got the best, but no, there should be a place set aside for us because of what we've been through. And oh my God, the white people are besieged.
Well, I don't see how you do that. I don't see how you do that in a constitutional way. I really don't. Here's this woman at the airport. She used the wrong pronoun or whatever. So because she used the wrong pronoun, they took her off the flight. Okay. So I'm like, people really when you advocate for things, don't just think about what you want. Like, look at the big picture and realize how even what you advocate for can get you in trouble. You yourself. Because it's not going to, I don't know if people think that, but I'm like, me, that's what I've learned. Civil rights movement, it gets passed, right? Black people do all the heavy work, all the heavy lifting, get arrested, go to jail, locked up, killed, right? You fast forward, the white gays overtake that. Stonewall that turned into the gay pride, they overtook that, right? And now it's like, well, I'm like, if you cannot deny that as we live today, the new civil rights movement is the LGBTQ movement. It's the rainbow flag, right? And all the needs that the rainbow people have, they are a priority. This lady used the wrong pronoun on the flight. She got deported. Her mom, her baby, right? And then it was a hot mess because she used the wrong pronoun. So it's like, even you who's Black, you also going to face the same ramifications. If you ever misgender someone, they will take you off a flight. They even have places where you can get arrested for using the wrong pronoun. Like, there are real consequences to this whole diversity, inclusion, blah, 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 blah. there are real consequences. But imagine if you have a very important flight and because you said he instead of she, right? A flight attendant, because their feelings are hurt, because you misgender them, right? They can take you off a flight and cause you to miss out on money, miss out on a business opportunity, miss out on seeing your parents in the hospital about to die, okay? I really want to know how that would make you feel. A pronoun, they're trying to treat a pronoun like it's a racial slur. Have you ever heard of anybody getting arrested for using the N-word? Of course you haven't, right? But God forbid you offend a white person's feelings who thinks they're a woman but they actually look like a man, right? Now you could get your ass locked up. Hold on, let me play the video.
Boarding myself, my 16-month-old son, my mother. They took our luggage on the plane, which has my thyroid medication, which I'll be very sick without, my mother's medication. They basically said tough luck. And they won't tell me exactly what I said, but what happened, and I will tell you what happened right now. I was speaking to one of the flight attendants and got their pronouns wrong. The other flight attendant didn't like it. I said, I'm really sorry. I'm not very versed with pronouns. I was holding my son. He was having a temper tantrum. I had the car seat on my back. I wasn't really focusing on anything except getting my son's car seat on the flight and getting him comfortable and safe, and him, because now it's his nap time. You can see he's kind of fallen asleep. They're saying that like it's a hate crime that I did, that I might not even be able to ever fly United. We don't even know how we're.
So, if you use the wrong pronoun, it can be classified as a hate crime. Okay? If you use the wrong pronoun, you can be banned from an entire airline. Okay? Like, think about these things, right? But imagine you said she instead of he, or you said he instead of she. And now you can have a whole criminal record that you committed a hate crime over a pronoun. Or even let's say you don't even get convicted. But what if you have to go to court and prove your innocence? You got money for a lawyer to fight over some BS like that, right? Like the time you got to take off of work, you're going to have to get a lawyer, like all that stuff. And even that, it's just traumatic anyways. Like, why am I here? Because I said he instead of she, or she instead of he, right? But I'm like, this is the madness that these people have in store for us. And like I said, you're free to be a Democrat, you're free to be a liberal. For me, it don't fly. Because I can see, I see the BS. I see the kind of authoritative, totalitarian type of energy we're gonna be living under, where you don't have the right to say what you want to say. You have to say what they want you to say, how they want you to say, and when they want you to say it. No, like the stuff you see with your eyes, you have to pretend that you don't see what you see. If you see a man, because that's the thing too, right? A man does not even have to transition into being a trans woman. There's something like in Canada, for example, as long as a person identifies as a woman. So he could look like a man, like a real man, the way he was born. But if the person says, I identify as a woman, without any work, just being like that, you have to comply. And you gotta be like, okay, well, I guess that's a trans woman. Even though you're seeing a man, it is a man. It sounds like a man. It looks like a man. It was born a man. But because this person now says, I identify as a woman or as a trans woman, right? If you don't use the if you don't use the pronouns that make me happy, right? I can call the police on you, and I can press charges for a hate crime. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? And I'm like, is that really what you want? And I think sometimes people ask for things without sitting down and really thinking like, okay, like full term, right? Long term. What does that really look like? Long term, what does that really look like? Because if using she instead of he or he instead of she can be considered a hate crime, we are in for a whole lot of trouble if this thing goes through. No, you're crazy. No.
How we're going to get back today. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what my rights are here. So we were denied.
White people are going through. They have been discriminated against. Oh my God! It violates equal protection under the law. It violates. It's awful. This is awful. These are. Let me tell you, the biggest victims. The white right now are the most cry victims when you ain't been a victim of nothing in your life but your own incompetence and corporations that take everything.
Multiple times. Both of you have.
Can you remember that I told you that?
What about when adults employ misgenders you intentionally?
While he's talking, you're talking.
You just misgendered me again.
Okay.
Multiple times.
Gotcha.
Both of you have.
Wasn't intentional, but if you want to take it personal, that's also.
Well, she did do it intentionally
Okay,
twice.
so you're talking to me too.
You said she and then you said he.
You're being condescending, and if you want to continue,
Ooh.
I have Port Authority escort you out the building right this moment. If you want to play that game with me,
Okay.
would you like to continue 3 days before Christmas? I really don't mind.
I'm good. I'll just put this on. What about when an adult employee misgenders you
I'm so sorry.
intentionally?
While he's talking, you're talking.
You just
over.
misgendered me again.
Okay.
Multiple times.
Gotcha.
Both of you have.
Wasn't intentional, but if you want to take it personal, that's also.
Well, she did do it.
And if you're ever on TikTok, it's a trend. It's a trend for a lot of these white men who identify as trans women. Their voice is deep as fuck. Their knuckles big as hell. Their necks are wide as hell. Right? They go to regular people's jobs and they give them hell. Okay, they do the very least. It's like I can understand like if a person is a trans woman and has put some effort into actually looking like a woman. I kind of get that, right? But it's like you have a bunch of white dudes out here who don't even try. They look like men. They dress like men. They still have a deep voice like a man, right? They do the very bare minimum. And then they go to everyday people's job and they give them hell. They give them hell. And then they shove these phones in their faces to record them and then post it on social media because they want to ruin their job. They want to ruin their careers. They want their fans to go find the person and label that person all kinds of transphobic, homophobic. I'm like, what is this? What is this? And this is being allowed under the effigy of like, oh yeah, we're trying to be woke. We're trying to be open. We're trying to be inclusive. No, this is terrorism. Right? Like people are making an honest mistake. And like, I mean, look at yourself. Like, do you not see why people keep saying he? Right? Like you present as a man. You sound like a man. Your hands are big as a man. Your neck is wide as a neck of a man. Everything about you says man. Right? So they're bound to make mistakes because it's like my eyes see what they see. It's not my fault. Do a better job at transitioning. Make sure that you're unclockable. What is your responsibility to also present yourself as the stuff that you want to be addressed as? Make it make sense, right? But I'm like, a lot of people are not really thinking about what they're advocating for. Because you're going to start off like being a special interest group, and before you know it, another group comes over, takes over, and now they criminalize everything that you do. Because I promise you, a lot of Black women, they're not going to put up with this whole she, he, she. They're not going to do it. And then you're going to be called, you're going to be charged with a hate crime. You're going to be charged with a hate crime. And now you have a whole criminal record because you said he instead of she or she instead of he. Nobody wants to live like that. Nobody. That's crazy. That's really crazy.
Biggest victimhood narrative I have seen. White folk crying victim. You know, it's funny. I see Adolf saying, I'm not a victim. I'm not a victim of nothing, Yvette. I'm not a victim. Child, you are a real victim. Don't you see these white folk over here trying to take your victimhood and put it on their backs and saying they the new victims? They want to be victims so bad. They're not though. Oh, they want to be victims so bad. It's a reverse discrimination. This is no, you just know it's fairness now. And it's not fair enough because it's just diversity and it's not us. But no, it should be us. It shouldn't even be diversity. Well, it should be we hire everybody else fairly. But we got to have some ADOS here because of what we did to them. And we got to have this many. But everybody else we hire and we're fair. And we hire based on meritocracy. But them Negroes right there, oh, we stomped on them for generations. We got to make sure they all right.
She's so funny.
Crazy. Ensure that the DOJ spearheads an initiative demonstrating the federal government's commitment to non-discrimination. That's the same junk. The department should also lead a whole of government recommitment to non-discrimination and should be working with all other federal agencies, boards, commissions. This is some crazy stuff, man. I'm telling y'all. Let me tell y'all. Whew, hold on. I lost my place. To ensure that they are both complying with constitutional and legal requirements and using their authorities and funding to prevent discrimination, not only internally. You know what prevent discrimination means? It means, I think it means hire white and people who align with whiteness in terms of whiteness as ideology. Like that's what America is. I'm just not gonna lie to you. This will require particularly close coordination with several key agencies, including such obvious candidates as the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Let me tell you, they want the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission to start suing, but not for the reasons, not because ADOS is discriminated against, but because like it's been a reverse discrimination case. That's what it sounds like to me. I'm just giving you my take, fam. And if any of y'all have read about it, you can give me your take as well when you call in. This will require particularly close coordination with several key agencies, including the EEOC, the Departments of Defense, Education, Housing, HUD, and Securities and Exchange. Reorganize and refocus DOJ's Civil Rights Division to serve the vanguard for this return to lawfulness. When did we leave lawfulness? When did we leave lawfulness? The Attorney General and other DOJ political leadership should provide the resources and moral support needed for these efforts. The Civil Rights Division should spend its first year under the next administration using the full force of federal prosecutorial resources to investigate and prosecute all state and local government institutions and higher education, corporations, and any other private employers who engage in discrimination and the violation of the constitutional and legal requirements. Child, I bet you know that they won't be doing that on behalf of us.
You see, I think like the thing with her, from what I'm seeing, she only looks at racism. She only looks at like whiteness or like white supremacy from one angle, which is like the old school, the traditional way, right? Meanwhile, I mean, I've said this before. I said when I look at the LGBTQ movement, especially the Tea Party, it gives white supremacy also. Okay, I think there's white supremacy on both sides. It's just this one right here. I think their white supremacy has better marketing because it's very colorful, the rainbow flag, et cetera, right? But I don't think people are realizing that the new class of oppressed people, the new class of minorities and oppressed people, the new civil rights movement is to take care of the needs of white LGBTQ. Okay, they come on top. Like let's say Democrats get another 4 years, you will not be surprised, right, to see a white man who identifies as a trans woman, right, be part of any department in the federal government and show up in heels and makeup, right? They're like Joe Biden had a guy who steals stuff from people. What's his name? Hold on. What's the guy's name? There you go. Right? What's his name? So he was former senior Department of Energy official, Sam Brinton. Okay. So this guy was notorious for stealing people's luggages, especially women luggages, and wearing their clothes. Okay. Like, hold on. Let me see.
Tanzanian fashion designer based in Houston called Asa Kashman says she lost her luggage at the baggage claim of DCA, Washington Reagan National, back in 2018. A couple of days ago, she was watching Fox News and she saw the coverage of Sam Brinton. That would be Joe Biden's non-binary nuclear waste disposal expert who had this weird fetish involving stealing women's clothes from airport carousels. And then it hit Compton. Sam Brinton was photographed wearing her clothes, and they're very distinctive clothes. You're seeing the side-by-side on your screen right now. Now, we're in touch with her. She's in Tanzania right now, but when she gets back, she promises to come on this show and discuss what it's like to have your fashion creations stolen by Joe Biden's nuclear waste, non-binary airport fetishist.
Sam Brinton, dude. Remember that guy who was in charge of our nuclear waste? Well, it turns out that he himself is a bag of nuclear waste. He is now being charged again with grand larceny in a third airport baggage theft case. So that dude has a weird fetish for stealing luggage to the point that he's now being arrested a third time for stealing other people's bags. Sam Brinton, dude. Remember that guy who was in charge of our nuclear waste? Well, it turns out that he himself is a bag of nuclear waste. He is now.
So this is why he just steals people's clothes.
Asha Kazman says she believes Sticky Sammy stole her luggage years ago and has been wearing her clothes ever since. She says she lost her bag at DC's Reagan Airport back in March 2018 and filed a police report. But the luggage containing her custom clothing and jewelry line was never recovered. Now, fast forward to December. Kazman says she sees a news report, probably on this show, about Sticky Sammy's stolen luggage addiction and notices a very familiar pattern. She allegedly calls the FBI. Sticky's wearing my clothes, she says, the same ones I lost in 2018. And at first glance, she makes a good point. Look at these two dresses. I mean, they look nearly identical, same color, similar pattern, except for the right shoulder. She's got the black embroidery across the entire chest while Sticky's kind of got this big red gap. Are these different dresses? Did Sticky get the stolen one tailored? We don't know, but we need to know. So we keep digging. Look at this purple frock. The turquoise patterns are pretty close. I honestly can't tell the difference between the two of them. And then there's this. Now we can all agree that these two dresses are not the same. Her dress has sleeves while Sticky's doesn't, but the patterns are suspiciously similar. Could this be a different dress from this woman's collection? A clever Photoshop? Some fake news for Twitter views? Asha Kazman says she believes Sticky Sammy stole her luggage years.
Okay. So, and I'm like, I don't know who, but this same person, I don't know if you, anybody, I'm not trying to be funny, but if you go, I swear, people don't think about this stuff long term, right? If you allow this whole DEI thing, it's going to go from Black people, gay people, lesbian people, trans people, queer people. There's like non-binary people, right? And imagine now you got to be like, well, we got to make sure that we represent non-binary people and let this dude or whatever this thing is, right, be your manager. Do you really want to work under someone like that? Right? Like, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. People think about that. Like, think about it. Like, look at how cuckoo the liberal left is, right? Imagine this man is your supervisor. Imagine he's your manager. Imagine he's your boss and you have to report to him. Do you really think that you're going to have a conducive, healthy work environment dealing with such an individual, right? Especially if you're a woman and he likes to steal women's clothes. So I can only imagine, right? What happens if he loves your fashion style so much that it triggers jealousy inside of him? Are you going to be safe? Do you think you're likely to get a promotion? How do you think that your yearly reviews are going to go? You know what I'm saying? Because like now today, non-binary is also a minority group in America. Non-binary is a thing. There are people who identify as non-binary, and you got to respect that. They're either or. Okay. So now imagine this is what you have to like. So when you come to work, you get hired for a certain job. Instead of doing your job, this is what you have to cater to all day. You got to worry about this one's pronoun. You got to worry about what this one is. I mean, like, who wants to work? I'm being serious. Like, who wants to work in such a workplace? You spend all day, every day in diversity training, sensibility training, how to not be offensive training. You barely have time for your own work. Like, why do we want to do this to people? You know what I'm saying? Why do we want to do this to people? All that stuff should not even be involved. All this stuff should not even be in the workplace. It is overwhelmed. Like me, Marlene, I will get overwhelmed. You know what I'm saying? I'll get overwhelmed because you got to cater to all these coworkers and these supervisors and their eccentric, audacious, obnoxious personality, their whims, their wants, their feelings, right? You have people who change their pronouns every day. Okay? You have people who change their pronouns. I'm not trying to be funny. There are people who change their pronouns every day. So you go above and beyond to remember their pronouns because you don't want to offend them. But by the time you finally get it right by tomorrow, it's no longer that. Now you've hurt their feelings. Now you might have to go ahead and answer to human resource because so-and-so said that you didn't use the right pronouns. Is that really the workplace that you want? The world has changed. America has changed. It is no longer this like dichotomy of Black people versus white people. No, it has become something else. Now you have white people, you have non-binary white people, trans white people, queer white people, gay white people, lesbian white people, trans white. Yo, it is a lot. It is overwhelming. And if you think that somehow you can win, you're not going to win. So I'm like, that's why it's better it's better, unfortunately, to just say, you know what? I don't even want policies that are based off gender, sex, religion, and identities. It's too much, right? Let's just keep it a buck. Let's just keep it about the work. Whoever is the most talented, get the job. Keep all this stuff out the workplace. Because when I see a lot of you guys who work, my husband included, right, who always have to go to these diversity trainings, you have to go to pronoun trainings, you have to go to sensibility trainings, you got to go to this. I'm like, yo, when do y'all even get to work? He comes back very frequently. Okay.
Oh, he's been gone for like 2 hours. What are you talking
No,
about?
he hasn't.
Yes, he has.
Hey, boo-boo. Hey, handsome. He smells good. What happened?
That's my natural aura.
Who held him?
Me, of course.
Oh, he smells really good.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's really nice. He smells good, right? You don't want that for yourself.
You don't know what I smell like?
I don't know. You have a lot of perfume stuff. I don't know. Right? You don't want that for yourself. Like you got think about the big picture. But I'm like, if this was my supervisor, my manager, I'm quitting. I can't do this. It's a lot. It's about to be a lot, and I don't have the constitution to put up with this in a gracious way. So I'm like, I'm out of here. Y'all crazy. You're about to hurt my life. Nope, gotta go.
You probably gonna have a bunch of reverse discrimination lawsuits.
If you're a business owner, then animated explainer videos are the best way to capture attention.
Been its first year under the next administration using the full force of federal prosecutorial resources to investigate and prosecute all state and local government institutions and higher education, corporations, and any other private employers who engage in discrimination and the violation of the constitutional and legal requirements. Child, I bet you know that they won't be doing that on behalf of us. You probably gonna have a bunch of reverse discrimination lawsuits. And people be scared. I'm scared to hire. I'm scared to hire you. They might come in here and say you wasn't the most qualified. Then I'm gonna get sued. It don't sound good to me. But ensuring proper enforcement of our immigration laws. I agree with that part. Although its role has changed over the years, most notably following the passage of the Homeland Security Act 2002, the Department of Justice plays a role crucial to the enforcement and adjudication of immigration laws. Its leadership and energy, however, have not always reflected the importance placed by Congress on execution of these laws. Now, let me say something else. This is also a place, like if Democrats really want to win, they have to have a come to Jesus moment here. They have to have a moment where they say, listen, we have to listen to ADOS. We have to absolutely listen to the left, because the left had the most energy. Bernie's campaign had what Biden's campaign didn't have anything. Right. So, and we have to, when you talk about the umbrella, the umbrella of the Democrats, it has never really included us as our voice. Like I've always said, and people have just taken this, I have people who hate me talking about, oh, well, we ain't gonna be your mule. Yes, we're not going to be the mule of the party. We are at the table if we're going to be a part of the Democratic Party. We don't want to be anybody's mule. And so the Democratic Party has to come along with that. They have to come along with ADOS. They have to have a reparations framework. Well, people are going to be mad about it. Well, you have to sell it. You have to sell it. And you have to let white folk know that you have a plan for them too, because they don't want to fall. They scared and they don't want to fall. It's just not reparations. It's got to be something else, but you got something for them. Like we're going to have something where you can't fall so deep, can't fall so low, right? It's just not this thing. You have to, the Democratic Party has to have a comprehensive agenda. They have to deal with immigration. They can't just carve out the left and say, well, you know what, left, we can't have the left in here because we need to get those white people. We need to get those racists. No, you have to convince people. Part of being a politician, I say this all the time, is it not only just giving people what they want, right? It's influencing people. And the Democratic Party doesn't have a vision. It's just not, their whole thing is that we're not as bad as Republicans. And what we're looking at is the result of that. Republicans have a vision that only includes like one or two things that are beneficial to us. Meanwhile, the Democrats have something that they've cobbled together. They done threw everybody in there. They done threw immigrants who are here illegally, trans people, the LGBTQ. They got the Negroes over here. They got the white racists over here. Let me pull some of y'all over here so we don't say too much about that, but we just did that. Oops, we don't know what we stand for. And what America is telling them, like what America is telling Democrats right now, is that what you have as a vision is not good enough. You have a whole country of people saying we don't get paid enough. We don't have enough money. This little bit of stuff you're doing in terms of bringing down inflation is not enough. We need to transform America. We don't have enough healthcare. This little Obamacare, Romney care thing is not enough. You have to have a transformative vision for that. We have ADOS who is saying, hey, we haven't had any kind of reparations. 40 acres and a mule, that was way back in the 1860s or whatever. We didn't get that. And we have that. We're telling you that this is listen, the people who vote.
She gonna give herself a headache. They do not listen. They don't listen to people. And my thing is like, I'm like, when you see things like this, when you see that it's a Democrat in office, right? It's a Democrat president in office, and you say, oh, Black people have held this party down. Black people support this party. Black people are the backbone of this party. And you might be right. I don't know. You might be right? But I'm like, but this is who they choose. Right. And I think like when it comes to like the trans population, they're probably like 1 or 2% of the population. There's not that many of them, right? They're like 1 or 2%. but they're mostly white though. They're mostly white. So look, you got the American flag, you got the trans LGBTQ flag, right? When it's Juneteenth or Black History Month, have you ever seen any type of black flag, black symbol, black something, right, being waved or being hung at the White House? People are like, oh, look, in solidarity, we celebrate you, we honor you, we see you. No, you don't. No, you don't. Okay? No, you don't. They even had another one, like they had the entire lights, like the whole lights just went up, and it was just like the trans flag, right? You see? This is I guess Pelosi's office, I don't know, right? But it's all over the White House. It's all over the White House. There you go, right? They did this at the White House, right? So they show you, they're showing you who truly matters. This is why I said, like, the new civil rights movement is the LGBTQ movement. Okay? The LGBTQ movement is the new civil rights movement. This whole, the days where Black people were the face of the civil rights movement, those days are gone. They are gone. They're gone and they're done for. Now it's all about LGBTQ, and especially white people who are LGBTQ. They are the priority. Okay, so this is why they'll have the whole rainbow colors on the White House. They'll wave the trans flag on the White House. But have you ever seen anything like that to celebrate Black people Juneteenth? No, you have not. Okay, no, you have not, and no, you will not. All right, you won't.
Well, Democrat, ADOS included, have been telling the Democratic Party for years that we need something transformative. First, they sent Obama out there, and then he said hope and change. And everybody thought because he was brown, Kenyan white, that he was going to do that. We didn't get none of that. We got a centrist Republican with Obama. Then here comes the next time around. People think they're going to get Bernie Sanders. I was out there like,
I like how she called Obama a centrist Republican. That's exactly what he was. He was no Democrat. That's exactly what he was, a centrist Republican. Ms. Yvette, I agree with you on that one.
Well, Bernie Sanders is not as bad as whatever. I'd like him better than what we got going here. I was saying the same thing. Then they come in there and they basically kind of snatched that from Bernie, right? And my only problem with Bernie is that I don't have a problem with him on immigration. I had a problem with him on reparations. But what I'm saying is that he had the energy. Then you give it to this milquetoast man. You basically have everybody drop out of South Carolina to give us Biden. Nobody really wanted Biden, but you gave him to us because you know he could pull the white vote and we didn't have nowhere else to go. And we are kind of tired of just you doing that because we have nowhere else to go. And Biden can speak to the racist whites because he was in the segregation and all that kind of stuff. We're tired of you trying to see if you can pull racist whites. Why don't you try to pull union whites? Why don't you try to pull whites who are decent people? Why don't you make that your foundation and tell?
Sorry, y'all. Why did people not like Bernie? No, people like Bernie. The Democratic Party didn't like Bernie. So during the whole, because if you remember during the whole COVID thing, Biden did not really earn his nomination. It was given to him because when we went into lockdown, they told everybody to drop out. Right? They made what's her name? Oh, Pocahontas, I forgot her name. Oh my gosh, I can see her face. I can think of her name. But they made her drop out. Bernie wanted to hold out because he actually wanted to debate Joe Biden, but they applied pressure. They always do that to him. So when it comes to Bernie Sanders, his own party, I guess he's independent now, but the Democratic Party does not like him. Now, one thing about Bernie Sanders too, though, because I didn't know this until I knew this, right? But he's also against reparations. I was like, why are you against reparations? So he's against that. So I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. Go sit down somewhere, right? So, but usually it's the party itself that always does him dirty. Okay, so that's that. She said something else. She was like, oh, why is it that the Democrats keep getting like white people who are racist instead of getting decent white people, hardworking white people who are in labor union? Because white people who are decent do not want to be attached to the liberal madness. Okay, decent white people also tend to be Christians. They don't want to be part of this whole LGBTQ pronoun stuff. It's insanity. Okay, a lot of decent people do not identify with what the left, the left, they're offering people. So no, you can't get them. You cannot get them, and you will not get them. So yeah, so I'm like, you will not get those people too. You're not going to get them. Okay, it's not going to happen. If you want to attract decent white people, the Democrats going to have to be a bit more like they're going to have to leave the left a little bit and start like crawling towards the right because it's excessive. Like even for me, it's gotten to a point I'm like, yo, to be a Democrat, it's like it feels like you're standing up for everything the Bible tells you not to stand up for. It's too much. It really is too much. I can't.
Everybody put forth a vision for the future because they're putting forth, the Republicans are putting forth a vision. It's not a good vision, but let me tell you something. If people ain't got nowhere to go and people are as anti-intellectual as Americans are, they're going to say, at least it's transformational. At least it's transformational. At least it's something. Yeah, somebody said, ask Flint, Michigan. Do they have water? Obama went there. One of the worst things he ever did was put there and drink the water and tell them, Obama went there and grabbed some of the water. I can guarantee you, it's safe. No, we're telling you that America has to change. And instead of changing, you just are not as bad as Republicans. And that is not something that you can sell. That is not something that is an exchange.
And I will also say that is why a lot of people are not excited to vote for Joe Biden, right? They will probably vote for him, or I mean, they're saying he's going to step down on Sunday. So I don't know if he's going to still be there, but let's assume he doesn't step down on Sunday. A lot of people will vote for Biden just because they don't like Trump, right? I'm like, that's kind of sad too, because the fact that you don't motivate people, you don't excite people, they just want to vote for you because they hate somebody else. Yikes, right? Yikes. But at the same time, it's like, it makes sense because he never competed to have the nomination. He was given the nomination. Right? But it's like always saying, oh, we're Democrats and we're slightly better than Republicans. That's all they have to offer people. Nothing else, nothing transformative. There's nothing exciting. Even most Democrats, if you ask people who plan to vote Democrat in the November election, right? Ask them why. They'll just say because there's not Trump. And that's how you know they're not excited. They don't even know they know nothing. Oh, just because it's not Trump, That's it. So it lets you know that they themselves are not excited. They're just loyal to a party and they just don't like Trump. They don't like how he is or how he talks, whatever. I don't know. But that's it. But there's nothing that like galvanizes you. They're supposed to have, I think Democrats have their convention in September or something, August, September, right? And we'll see what that convention looks like. But I don't think it's going to be a lot of energy in the room though. Right? Even Kamala Harris, they're not excited about Kamala Harris too, because I don't think most people who are Democrats or who plan to vote Democrat, I don't even think they know what she's done also. But I guess, she's a Black woman, she's a woman, she's Black, she went to Howard. So they'll find a way to, feel better about voting for her. But it's like, I don't think they even know what these people do or what they plan to do. Because their whole time has been, Trump is racist. Trump is a liar. Trump is a menace to democracy. Trump is a threat to democracy. That's all they've done, right? But then you're like, okay, but what have you done? They can't tell you. But they know what Trump has done, though, because they're obsessed with Trump. So there you go. Hold on.
Like, not only did we not let me keep going, fam. This is just so stupid. Now, Department of Education. I can tell you, they got somebody different writing all these things too. The federal education policy should be limited, and ultimately the federal Department of Education should be eliminated. Now, they want to eliminate the Department of Education. I want to tell you something. Once again, everything you will find here is not new. The Republicans have been headed in this direction for a time. This is not new. Office of Federal Student Aid. The next administration should completely reverse the student loan federalization of 2010 and work with Congress to spin off FSA and its student loan obligations to a new government corporation with professional governance and management. But let me go up here for a second. What was I at? I want to show y'all something real quick.
This one, I think we would have to look into it to see why they would ask for that. But maybe because they squander money. So I don't know. So I can't say if I'm for that or if I'm against it. I don't know why they want to do that. So I can't, I don't know.
For those who don't know, this was Pat Buchanan and his Reform Party. Patrick J. Buchanan. Long before there was Trump or anybody else, and if you watched all the little talk shows, Pat was on there. One time he said something that sounded kind of racist, and I didn't see him on there as much no more. But Patrick Buchanan, he used to be there. A foe of U.S. intervention in Kosovo and in the UN peacekeeping missions, Buchanan said he is running to rescue the United States from threats of a world government and further entanglement in the bloody territorial and ethnic wars of the new century. He was one of the first people that says, hey, we have to go back to an isolationist posture. He said a lot of other stuff that was racist.
Now, I think it's like a lot of people don't want globalization because I think they're trying to create like a one world currency where everybody comes together. And I don't know if a lot of people want that. I don't know if I want that myself. So my thing is, I think maturing is realizing that just because somebody is racist doesn't mean that everything they say is wrong. Okay. So it's like chew the meat, spit out the bones kind of thing, right? Because not everything a person say, just because somebody is racist, everything they say is not bad. You got to think about your self-interest. Okay, because sometimes, like they say, times of war make for strange bedfellows, right? But I'm like, for me, if closing the border benefits me and a racist person says it, I'm okay with it because I'm like, yeah, close the border. Okay? I'm not going to be like, oh, no, well, you're racist, so I don't want to blow the border closed. No, close the borders. I know you're racist, but yeah, please do that. Okay? Because it helps me out. So, yeah. Like, you know, I don't think the perfect ally exists. Like, you got to really, yeah, I think that's, I feel like a lot of people feel like that's where we're going, like global currency, global government. And I don't know if that's safe. You know, I really don't know if that's safe. There are multiple agendas out here, right? They just want to make it seem like Project 2025 is the worst one. But I don't believe that, right? Because you want to have one global government and one global currency. I don't know. I do not know.
But what era of the Republican hasn't said it, right? He said that. This was early. This is years ago. This is like in 2000 or something like that. He was around in the 90s. That's what he said. This track has been on the train for a while. And the reason why a lot of people haven't been seeing it is because they haven't been paying attention. And a lot of people have been telling the Democratic Party they have to change and they have to figure out a way to put a coalition by and also having a transformative vision, not just saying that everything the Republicans doing is awful. They have not done that. The 2000 campaign Reform Party, Buchanan wraps himself in McCain's flag reform. Yes. Mr. Buchanan gave as good as he got at one point, defending his accusation that Harvard employs elitist quotas favoring groups like, you see what he did? Times do change. I'm not even going to say that. He said the quotas favor. Imagine this white man back then saying the quotas favor these people. And then now the Asians were suing and saying that, child, oh, it was a time. It was a time. Let me tell you.
But it's like, was he wrong though? Was he wrong? When you see how quickly, what's her name, Claudine Gay and Bill Ackman, right? Hold on. Let me go back to TikTok. Right? So if you guys didn't know this, like, so this is Bill Ackman. He has a venture capital fund. He was an investor in Airbnb. I guess like that's like his biggest investment, right? But he was the one, you know, he went to Harvard and he was the one applying pressure for her to get fired. Okay, he's Jewish. And he was like, he would take away his donation, like his funding to Harvard if she didn't get fired. Right? So the man didn't lie. But because, oh, he's racist, so let's discount what he said. No, everything a racist says ain't bad. Okay? Let me see what this said.
Harvard has not terminated the still president, Claudine Gay, is criminal.
It's time for the Wall Street Beat. We're looking at what's buzzing on Wall Street, the world of banking and finance. Today, certainly looking as well at what is happening on campus. Claudine Gay, departure from Harvard, certainly making big and headline news. Joining us now to discuss this, Sri Natarajan. Sri, we've been waiting to see whether or not she departs or not. The question is what happens next now that she has. Bill Ackman continuing his push. He thinks the whole board should go. Are we done? Is it over? Or do more heads likely end up falling as a result of what we've seen on campus?
It's a tricky moment. I remember when, right after the congressional hearing, when Claudine Gay and two of her counterparts from MIT, from UPenn, were in front of Congress, and that testimony did not go as planned. That hearing did not go well for them. You actually thought all three of them could be on their way out. Liz McGill resigned a few days later, but Harvard Corp, the governing authority at Harvard, came out in support of Claudine Gay, and she managed to stay on in that seat, and it looked like she will be able to ride it out. So but it wasn't really the anti-Semitism on campus that led to this resignation decision. It is the plagiarism allegation that followed, and that kept snowballing into a bigger issue. In the end, when you combine all the campus issues, add to that all the questions about her academic credentials, you had a situation where it just was going to be so very hard for her to continue. Now the focus is on MIT, but also we have Bill Ackman coming out this morning saying the rest of the Harvard board also needs to go. Somehow it just feels like this might be the end of it, but we've called it wrong before, so we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk about. Really, Bill.
One thing.
It's time for the Wall Street Beat.
Board should be chosen in a transparent process and comprised of the most impressive, high integrity, intellectually and politically diverse members of our country and globe. I don't know, reading that, it seems like Bill Ackman isn't quite done with Harvard.
And we had a very good interview with the former chair of the UPenn board, Scott Buck, and he was talking about this idea that campuses have faced issues in the past. But for the most part, for decades and decades and decades, in fact, for centuries, governance on college campuses has worked. It doesn't mean you go out there and rip up the script and reinvent the wheel, if you may. Yes, Bill Ackman, and yes, there are other significant donors who would push for more change, but at some point they'll have to figure out whether the trade-off is, do you keep campaigning for more change, or do you acknowledge that things were not?
Okay.
The hottest and most
So his wife also plagiarized, but she got the complexion to not be punished, right? Okay, let me see.
watch activist battle isn't happening inside corporate America. It's taking place at Harvard. Here, Bill Ackman has applied the same playbook he's used in campaigns against the likes of Herbalife to one of the most elite and storied institutions in higher education. So the Ackman formula goes something like this. Publicly make your case against management, invite and welcome controversy to generate buzz, demand a leadership overhaul that includes both the CEO and the board. The fact that this strategy works so effectively against Claudine Gay, who stepped down as Harvard's president on Tuesday, is a real sign that academia has more parallels to the business world than many of us would care to admit. And if that's the case, corporate boards nationwide should be on notice that both they and their CEOs really do face the same kinds of risks. I'll just state it plainly here. At its core, the attack on Gay is centered on gender and race. Of course, accusations of plagiarism, criticism of her response to the October 7th attack by Hamas on Israel and Israel's subsequent invasion of Gaza, and her disastrous congressional testimony all played a role in her ouster. But when it comes down to it, what Ackman and his allies are really agitating for is a reversal of the way diversity, equity, and inclusion has become a priority at so many American institutions. Ackman has claimed that Harvard's Office of Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging is a major contributing source of discriminatory practices and is beyond repair and should be shut down. He also calls for the board to launch a detailed investigation into discriminatory hiring practices at the university that led to the hiring of Gay, who is the first Black person and second woman to lead the institution. Effectively, he seems to be arguing that DEI shouldn't exist at places like Harvard unless people like him get to define what it means. Since Gay's resignation, Ackman has really been saying the quiet part out loud here. His timeline on X is full of reposts of his cronies saying things like, DEI has corrupted the academy. Sub in business for the academy, and you see really where this is going. Ackman might have applied the activist playbook to academia, but he and his supporters have a blueprint to work toward dismantling DEI efforts inside corporate America. This comes when progress in these areas is already really under threat. Chief diversity officers have been targeted in the latest round of corporate layoffs.
So you see this, and this is the thing with, like, when you start playing the game of, oh, race, gender, ethnicity, minority, then it's like, who's the bigger minority? Who's the more oppressed? Because that's what's going to turn into oppression Olympics, right? So Claudine Gay, oh, she's the first Black woman because she's Black, right? Her last name is Gay. Pretty nice, right? It's on trend with the whole LGBTQ thing. So she's Black, her last name is Gay. She has a white husband, right? So I'm sure she told herself, look at me. I'm like a double minority, right? Which is cute and all, until a Jewish person enters the ring with their minority flag, right? And then you realize that there are more people in America. People put Jewish people and their Holocaust and whatever they've been through. It takes a precedence over a Black person, even like FBA, ADOS, and 400 years of slavery. Like, oh, child, you were enslaved for 400 years. We suffered for 5 years in the hands of Germans. Okay, but they're Germans themselves, but whatever, right? But the Holocaust, if you keep up with the American conversation and politics and things like that, social issues, you get it, right? Jewish people are like the cream of like the cream, oh my gosh, like creme de la creme of like the oppressed groups, right? Because when a Jewish person enters the room, it's a wrap. All you other minorities, shut the hell up. Okay? We see that. Because what? They have money. They have a lot of money. And they have a lot of powerful people. Right? So once you start opening, like when you want to start playing these Olympic games of oppression, Black people, you're going to lose. You're going to lose. Because you know who gets to decide who the most oppressed people are? Who's a minority, who's oppressed, who's more oppressed? It's white people, right? And because they're white, they're always going to have more sympathy for people who have their complexion. Because when you think about what we call Jews here in America, they're Ashkenazi Jews. These are German Jews. They're still white people. They're still European. But because they identify as Jews, God's chosen people, right? They have a higher on the hierarchy of oppressed, of minorities. They're above you, right? So when the Jewish man came with his oppression, his Star of David, his Holocaust story, and his billions of dollars, the Black woman had to go. So even her white husband couldn't protect her, right? Her Blackness could not protect her. Her vagina could not protect her, right? Having a white man could do nothing for her, right? She had to go. Because now comes into the ring and even a more oppressed class than you. What you gonna do, right? And I'm like, and this is how people. I'm like, I don't think people look at it that way because there are levels to this, right? This and oppression stuff, minority stuff, diversity stuff, right? There are levels to this. And so when you think, oh, I'm this is my diversity, so I'm coming in. Okay, no problem. But then 2 weeks later, they're gonna bring another person that they'll say is more oppressed than you or is more of a minority than you, right? And now they're gonna stand above your head. They obviously are at the bottom, right? Now the clash of the titan is between Jewish people and the LGBTQ. Who do you choose, right? But the thing is, a lot of LGBTQ also are Jewish. That's where the clash of titans really is, right? Makes sense, but I'm like, it's a real thing. So that's why for me, I'm like, it sounds good to say, oh, you should have quotas for Black people, and you should only hire Black people, and it matters that you do things based on race and gender to atone for the injustices of the past. I agree with that, but it's like in the reality of like the way they're gonna go about implementing this, I promise you, it's not gonna serve you, and before you realize it, it's serving everybody but you. And once again, you are at the bottom. Because ultimately in America, who gets to decide who's oppressed, who's a minority, womp. Once again, it's Black people, it's white people. You saw Sharon Stone say, oh, because she's her, because she has whatever, she was injured or she has some type of disease. So she feels as though she's also diversity. She represents diversity because she had a stroke. Okay, so now a white person who's experienced a stroke and who can't get a job, yeah, they qualify for DEI. Like, what the freak? What are we doing here? Right? So that's that. So when we go back over here, what's it called? When we go back to what Pat Buchanan said, I mean, he could have been a racist. I don't quite remember him. He could have been a racist, but my thing is he wasn't lying. Okay? Because now we see Harvard employs elitist quotas because she asked for a quarter too. She said, we want a quarter. There we go. That they gave the quarter to the Jewish people, right? And now they set all the rules. So I'm like, I don't think he was lying. I don't think he was. Hold on.
Tell you how stuff has changed. It has changed and stayed the same all at the same time. Buchanan speaks out at Bob Jones University. See, if you notice, you know that this is not, you know that the Republican Party is not, you would not be shocked by what the Heritage Foundation is putting out today or has put out in terms of their Project 2025. If you knew about this, all of this history. I can only touch on part of the history today, but if you knew this, then you absolutely understand what's happening right now. He railed against the rise of judicial dictatorship, the spread of, let's just say GAY rights, looming world government, eroding borders, rampant ABORTION, and the unabashed rewriting of school history. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar with CRT? Well, they're talking about, oh my God, this CRT, the rewriting of school history books on the subject from Columbus to George Armstrong Custer. You have to pay attention to these things when they happen because they're always going to come back. They don't just go away. It don't just go away. It's back. But
it's like you could argue that he was prophetic because a lot of things he said we're suffering the consequences of today. So I'm like, I don't think he was all the way wrong though. I don't think he was.
Come back now. What was I? Hold on. Let me get back. Oh, right here. Yeah. Let me go to the next one. That's all I want to say. This is not new. So my problem with a lot of people is that they're treating this. Oh my God! I can't believe. No, why can't you believe? I don't understand why you can't believe. Restore the position that EPA cannot regulate a new pollutant from an already regulated source category without making predicate findings for the new pollutant. Listen, this sounds like Cancer Alley and everything's gonna get worse. I'm just gonna go through it. That's all. To me, Institute. Hold on, let me bring it back a little bit bigger. Institute automatic withdrawal of any proposed rule that is not finalized within the statutory prescribed 1 year period. Child, why we got this limit on it? Revised general implementing regulations for existing source regulatory authority under CA11, whatever, to ensure the EPA gives full meaning to Congress's direction, including source-specific application, and that the state planning program is flexible, federalist, and deferential to the states. Deferential to the states is always a problem. I keep telling people that.
Why?
Deferential to the states is always a problem.
Why?
We ain't never won nothing through states' rights. We don't control no states. States' rights was the call of the Dixiecrats. States' rights has never been the call of the Negro.
I don't know about that part because here we're talking about the EPA. That's the energy people. I mean, for me, honestly, I feel like I don't know. It's weird. I don't know because I see how like the weather is changing and it's giving like climate change. It's kind of scary, right? But is it also climate change? I don't really know. I really don't. I can't sit here and lie, right? But I do feel like there is a bit of a propaganda when it comes to our climate to force everybody to go to electric because a lot of these senators, a lot of these politicians, they have Tesla stocks. Okay. So I do feel like when you have stocks in Tesla, you would want people to buy all electric cars, wouldn't you? Right. So which part of it is real and which part of it is greed? I don't know. Right. Another thing also that we have if there's an issue with energy because a shortage of energy leads to higher prices lead to inflation or hyperinflation. Maybe we should release more energy. Maybe we should drill a bit more. I don't know. I don't know enough, but I'm like, but I do feel like this whole push for people to go electric by creating this hysteria around climate change and this and that and that and that. I do believe there's a financial incentives from these politicians because many of them have Tesla stocks. Okay. Many of them are investing in renewable energy. They are investing in, there's kind of that. So I'm like, I do feel like y'all want us to go electric. And the thing about going electric too, I don't think we have enough charging stations for that to accommodate everybody with ease. There are way more gas stations throughout the country than there are electric charging stations. When are we ever going to get to a point where we have as many gas stations as we have as electric stations that we have gas stations? I don't know if that's even feasible. I don't know. Okay, that's one. That's two, right? And then like look at COVID, like the whole quarantine thing. What happens if the government just shuts down your car? Like, is it really safe to have an all-electric car? What if they can shut down your car? What if they can manipulate your car? What if they can drive your car? And like, you know, like let's say you owe money or something like that. They drive you straight to the police station. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, do we really want to be fully dependent on electric vehicles, like on EVs 100%? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I feel safe with that. You know, because they could hack into your car. Like, what if the government hacks into your car? Oh, Lord. Okay. I don't know. You know, I don't know. I don't know. So there's a bit of propaganda to scare people like, oh, this is so bad. We got to stop using fossil fuel. We got to stop using fossil fuel. Let's just go with electric. But I'm like, nah, I'm not fully convinced.
I always need something as strong as the federal government to come in here and do something like Voting Rights Act, Civil Rights Act. We never been able to do it through those states' governments. So that's always a red flag to me. I'm just going to tell you my thoughts. I'm just telling you.
But I think that's a bit different. I think voting rights probably should be at the federal level. But if Texas wants to drill and Louisiana does not want to drill, they should have the right to do what they want to do with their natural resources as a state. You know, if Virginia does not want to drill, they don't have to. You know, if Alaska doesn't want to drill, they shouldn't have to, right? If Texas wants to do it, they should go ahead and do it. You know, because listen, it's up to the people. But as far as like voting, like being able to vote in the federal election, that's your right as a citizen. I don't think a state should have power over that. I don't know. That's how I look at it. But these are not the same issues, though. You know, certain rights, the government should guarantee certain rights because you're a citizen of the country. So I feel like that's the burden of the government to make sure that you can have these rights and you can enjoy these rights, right? Now, when it comes to drilling, I think that's more like these are the resources of that state, right? That state can do X, Y, and Z. So it's their resource. So if they want to use it, maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't know. But I don't feel like it's the federal government, oh, Texas, you can't drill if they want to drill. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know enough about this. So
now I want y'all to see something else. How many of y'all remember Grover Norquist? He went around, he was everywhere doing for a time. This is what he said about the federal government. I just want to make sure everybody understands this. Lobbyist Grover Norquist is a well-known proponent of the strategy and has famously said, and that's what I believe is happening now, my goal is to cut government in half in 25 years to get it down to the size where we can drown it in a bathtub. You know, like I said with my ego, that's what he said about we are going to. So he said they want to get government so small that they can drown it in a bathtub. And that's kind of what this looks like. But again, ladies and gentlemen, this is not new to me. This is not different. And the reason he wants government to shrink government is so that government no longer serves the people, that corporations and rich people can do as they please. And it is no longer a protector of you or your water or your justice or your housing or any of that. If government is shrank, it cannot protect you. And I don't know how much you understand and we understand that we need protection from government.
I'm not for big government. I don't think because you have a good big government, you're going to be protected. I don't agree with that. You're just creating more useless jobs and you're wasting taxpayers' money. I agree.
The worst thing the government ever did to us was abandon us after slavery. We got what happened to us after slavery. The government should have stayed in the South and protected us from them. You hear me? And they didn't do that. You are delusional if you don't think you need protection from the government, from these people. They've always said, well, we don't need government to come in because government's going to come in and regulate you. Right? Government's going to come in and say, you can't do that.
No, I don't agree with that. Let me see.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely. The more power we concentrate in government, the more corruption we will have. The Libertarian Party stands for small government. And when you have smaller government, then government has less power and you will see less corruption.
That's how he feels. Let's see what he's saying over here.
Your sperm don't make you male.
Then what does?
Oh, gee.
It's a constellation.
Oh, my.
What is it to be a libertarian? Well, first of all, I would say that being a libertarian does not involve any kind of substantive moral commitment. Libertarianism is essentially a political doctrine. It's a doctrine about the nature of human beings, the nature of human society, and the kind of human society that is most conducive to human flourishing. Libertarians believe that the most important thing in life is human flourishing, human well-being, human happiness, if you will. They also argue that human beings are ultimately autonomous, self-defined, choosing individuals, and that the kind of social order which is most conducive to the widest and most diverse range of human flourishing is one in which the role of power and government is kept to the minimum. Now, this does not mean, however, that they need to support a particular moral code or anything like that. It's perfectly possible for someone who is a traditional Christian, someone who is a complete atheist, to both be libertarian in the way that I've just described. What does this mean for certain particular policy issues? Are there any kind of specific major questions of politics that really you have to take a certain position on if you're to be a consistent libertarian? There are a few, certainly. It's certainly the case, for example, that you have to support free markets. You have to support free trade. You have to support the free movement of people. You have to support free speech. You have to support constitutional and limited government. You have to be opposed to coercive paternalism and things of that sort. However, there are a number of policy positions where it's not clear what exactly you have to believe if you're to be a consistent and principled libertarian. In foreign policy, for example, many libertarians think that the consistent position is to be a non-interventionist. But in fact, I think it's perfectly possible to be a libertarian and to advocate a more interventionist foreign policy. That's not my own view, but I don't think that those who have it are ipso facto not libertarians. Another is abortion, where I think it's perfectly possible for consistent and sincere libertarians to be either pro or opposed to that particular policy option. The fact that libertarians can hold opposed views on a wide range of policy issues is an indication that this is not a cult or some kind of rigid creed, but rather a diverse and complex philosophy in which a whole number of positions can be held by people who share certain essential underlying presumptions and beliefs. And it's also a sign of intellectual vitality and the continuing evolution of the ideas. There are two responses you can make to the accusation that libertarianism is a politically irrelevant creed which condemns you to complete lack of importance for politics. The first is the one that economists make, which is that as a single voter, you are already completely irrelevant to the political process. The chance that your vote is actually going to have any effect upon the process or be decisive in any way is minimal. You've probably got a greater chance of winning the lottery. And therefore, you should simply be what you believe and vote the way you believe as well. The other thing is this. Political positions or sets of beliefs that are marginalized or held by only a small number of people in given times are not condemned to remain that way. The evidence of history is that it is possible for small but dedicated and organized groups of people to have a disproportionately large effect upon the political process and upon public debate. And there are many, many examples of this. And I think that that's what you should always hold to if you're a libertarian or indeed a member of any unpopular political persuasion.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and
Okay. So
power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely.
What is it to be a libertarian? Well, first of all, I would say that being a libertarian does not involve any kind of substantive moral commitment. Libertarianism is essentially a political doctrine. It's a doctrine about the nature of human beings, the nature of human society, and the kind of human society that is most conducive to human flourishing. Libertarians believe that the most important thing in life is human flourishing, human well-being, human happiness, if you will. They also argue that human beings are ultimately autonomous,
okay, I want to stop right here, right? So you see how if you're libertarian people, the way they look at a human being, you are autonomous, you are self-defined, you are a choosing individual, right? Like you can make your own decisions. You got this.
Defined choosing individuals, and that the kind of social order which is most conducive to the widest and most diverse range of human flourishing is one in which the role of power and government is kept to the minimum. Now, this does not mean, however, that they need to support a particular moral code or anything like that. It's perfectly possible for someone who is a traditional Christian, someone who is a complete atheist, to both be libertarian in the way that I've just described. What does this mean for certain particular policy issues? Are there any kind of specific major questions of politics that really you have to take a certain position on if you're to be a consistent libertarian? There are a few, certainly. It's certainly the case, for example, that you have to support free market.
Okay. And you have to support the free markets, right? So it's like, okay. So you see, that's why I say she's a socialist, because socialists, they want big governments. Let me see. Hold on. Let me find a video for you. Hold on. Let me see what he's. And what's that? Hold on. No, I was going to explain this stuff. Let me see.
And in a democracy, leaders are elected by the people to represent the people's interests. One person, one vote. So why does everyone agree that the government doesn't really work for us? Conservatives have an easy answer. Big government is the problem. They say the government infringes on people's freedoms and is constantly getting bigger. They say that if we just defund expensive government programs, we could lower taxes for the average American. With that money back in the hands of ordinary people, they say, people could handle their problems on their own. But there's a big problem with that. It's just not true. Sure, the US government is big, but not as big as it used to be. As a percentage of the economy, federal spending is smaller now than it was in 1954. And the US spends less on government than other countries, like Germany or Finland, that have lower rates of poverty and higher rates of economic mobility. The American dream is more alive in these big government countries than in America. And there's no truth to the claim that the bigger the government, the less free the people. In fact, the countries at the Cato Institute, a libertarian think tank, ranks as freer than the United States, countries like Sweden or Denmark have much larger governments relative to their populations than the United States. A large government doesn't mean an unfree population. You see, government isn't a problem in and of itself. In a country as sprawling and diverse as America, there needs to be an institution to build infrastructure and inspect food and to put out fires, to do things that help our communities even if they don't turn a profit. Think of the US Postal Service, which provides hundreds of thousands of good jobs while allowing people to cheaply mail packages across the country. Or think of Medicare and Medicaid, which are credited with having saved millions of lives. So the problem isn't the size of government, it's who controls the government. The reason it feels like our politicians don't work for us is because, well, they don't. Republicans and Democrats alike are working for the people who line their wallets instead. That's not just my politics. That's the academic consensus. In 2014, a Princeton University study found that economic elites and organized groups representing business interests have substantial independent impacts on US government policy. More than that, they found that the desires of regular people have zero impact on policy adoption. Not a little impact, not barely any impact, no relationship at all. And it's a truth that has been understood since the founding of the United States. Thomas Jefferson wrote of his desire to crush in its birth the aristocracy of our moneyed corporations. But blinded by swanky dinner parties and big donations, some politicians have forgotten his words. The top ranks of both parties today are filled with billionaires, banking executives, and wealthy lobbyists. Corporations regularly give money to politicians on both sides of the aisle, guaranteeing their influence no matter who wins an election. Whoever wins, you lose. With a government under the control of corporations and the rich, the system has been rigged completely in their favor. In the 1950s, when the economy was growing faster than ever, the richest people in the country paid an income tax of 91%. The corporate income tax was above 50%. But after decades of tax cuts for the rich, the 400 richest Americans pay a lower tax rate than the bottom 10%. Corporations, elites, and the politicians they control will justify this inequality by saying that different rules for them mean more wealth for all. But recent history shows that's not the case. While American workers have become dramatically more productive, their wages have stagnated or fallen. The average hourly wage was higher in 1974 than it was in 2018. This has led to a stark gap in qualities of life. From 1989 to 2018, the wealthiest 1% of Americans increased their total net worth by $21 trillion. The bottom 50%, meanwhile, saw their net worth decrease by $900 billion. The rich got richer, the poor got poorer. For too long, we have been presented with a false choice: big government versus small government. We're right to be skeptical of the people who lead us. They don't work for you or for me, but it's not because government is big. It's because it's bought. I'm Brianna Gray, contributing editor at Current Affairs Magazine for the.
So that's her argument. I mean, I don't fully buy it. But here's it. Look at this one. Look at this. Because like people, oh, Medicare, we need Medicare. I don't know. Medicare been getting scammed. Hold on.
With HoneyBook, you can make sure your marketing business is as polished and professional as you really are. Here's how.
This is the face of healthcare fraud in America. A Miami businessman smiling as he counts stolen Medicare money in this video secretly recorded by a government informant. From sham storefronts to empty offices billing the government for Medicare.
What is this business?
To buried millions in cash. The business of stealing Medicare and Medicaid dollars has never been as brazen.
What are we talking, $100 billion?
That's probably a conservative number.
Why Medicare fraud?
It's unbelievable. It's really easy.
We're in South Florida today at the headquarters of the agents charged with investigating Medicare and Medicaid fraud. And today they're taking us on location to show us how those schemes work. Behind the steering wheel for this rare ride-along is Omar Perez Ibar, Florida's special agent in charge of the investigation.
So, Omar, give me a sense of where you're taking me.
So today we're going to head down south portion of Florida.
He's one of some 450 special agents nationwide from the Office of Inspector General who fight a healthcare fraud battle every day. Annually, estimated Medicare and Medicaid fraud tops $100 billion. Around the world, it's known for its postcard perfect $100 billion annually. Estimated Medicare.
Huh? Annually, they steal $100 billion from Medicare and Medicaid. Oh my God. So you see, and this is why people don't trust the public sector. Like what is this? What $100 billion is stolen every year from Medicare and Medicaid? Because people file so many fraudulent claims, and Medicaid just pays them, and that's why they're about to be broke. But if the white people say we gotta get rid of it, oh my gosh, they're racist. No, they're not. No, they're not. No.
Medicare and Medicaid fraud tops $100 billion. Around the world, it's known for its postcard perfect beaches. But to federal investigators, Florida's famous for its fraud. Massive theft from the government's healthcare benefits, far more than anywhere else in the nation.
We're going to head over to a durable medical equipment company, which unfortunately has been one of the lines of business that is really keeping us busy here.
Durable medical equipment, DME. Think braces and wheelchairs. Fraudsters buy lists of patients and doctors so they can steal from the government.
And with those two key pieces of information, it can sit at a place that has open Wi-Fi and just start submitting claims to Medicare.
In South Florida alone, Perez Ibar says about 90% of the DME companies are fraudulent.
He had two businesses here?
He had two businesses set up here. So we're at 241. This is what, if you can notice, this is kind of the business.
It looks so nondescript.
It is, and that's purposeful. And they want to try to keep us off their trail.
A storefront once used to bilk the government out of $48 million in a single year, run by the guy counting the money.
He thought he was a CEO, when in fact he was just a crook.
His name is Jesus Garces. Back on the road, we head to the home where Garces stashed his stolen money. This is where agents, armed with a search warrant, say they made a startling discovery. Garces had hidden some $2.5 million in cash in 12 PVC pipes under his home.
And where were the pipes?
So he had buried them in the foundation of the home. There was a portion of the home that they were remodeling, and so he put the PVC pipes in the ground.
Was it just loose cash stuffed into the pipes?
They had saran wrapped them or packaged them. They almost looked like bricks out of cocaine. So hand would go in, a pipe would come out. Hand would go in, a pipe would come out. And it really was, for us, an indication of how brazen this DME fraud is.
Garces pled guilty to healthcare and wire fraud and was sentenced to 12 and a half years in prison. Back at headquarters, Perez Ibar shows me how bold these healthcare schemes have become.
The fraudsters here in South Florida are getting so brazen that even in our own building, they decided to set up a fraudulent DME company.
So they don't even care that agents in charge of investigating this Medicare fraud are in the same building.
They're in our face, and we're just as brazen back.
Investigators shut down this operation, but the fraud is flourishing.
Why do the fraudsters even need to set up a storefront?
It is Medicare regulations that you have to have a business, right? Especially in this case for durable medical equipment.
We're at the Miami Merchandise Mart, which federal agents tell us is a hotbed for these fake companies set up to bill Medicare for products and services they never deliver.
In this maze of tiny shops and a kind of indoor flea market, we find exactly what investigators describe.
There's a desk. Perhaps there's a bit of a curio with one or two different types of braces. They'll have the manuals that Medicare requires. And usually there's some type of partition if, let's say, we're talking about orthotics, because the patient is supposed to come in and actually get fitted. That's the DME company. Most times we show up, there's nobody there. Or if there is someone there, they have no clue what business they are representing or how it even operates.
Agents shut one down and new ones pop up. In this business, which has been billing Medicare for durable medical equipment, we find a young woman sitting alone at a desk.
Hi, how are you? I'm Contessa Brewer. I'm with CNBC. What is this business?
The woman says it's a medical supply store, but she has nothing to do with the actual business. And the only thing she can show us right now is a brace. She gives us a business card for the owner. I call the number, but it rings at the desk inside.
Hi, this is Contessa Brewer from CNBC. We just talked a minute ago. This is the number you gave me to call to talk to Antonio.
I leave a message for the owner, who we eventually reach weeks later. He says all the durable medical equipment is ordered through another company after the patient sees a doctor. He refuses to give more information. But government records show the company has billed more than $2 million to Medicare, mostly for wound care. That doesn't surprise this man. We'll call him Julio because he wants to conceal his identity. Julio admits he knows a lot about stealing from Medicare because it was his entire life for many years in Miami.
Why Medicare fraud? Like, why was that alluring to you as compared to other ways, maybe even illicit ways to make money?
It's easy.
Did someone teach you how to game the system?
A friend of mine, yeah, he teach me. One day he called me and says, look, I do this.
Are there a lot of people who are willing to break the law?
A lot of people. You'll be surprised for money. They'll do anything.
Is there a lot of money to be made?
A lot of money. Millions of dollars to make.
How much?
Millions of dollars.
How did that stack up, the risk versus the reward?
The reward, it was excellent.
There is still risk. Fraudsters get caught. The cases against them fill this massive evidence room.
So we do search warrants, secure evidence, make sure we have to keep it in this type of pristine condition. So this is drawer upon drawer full of fake documents. This is evidence that we seized during one of the search warrants.
I look around here, and this is one warehouse in one county in Florida. How big is this problem?
South Florida, without question, is the ground zero for healthcare fraud, but it's only one state. There are 49 others in territories where these types of schemes are occurring.
The Office of the Inspector General says of every $100 spent by Health and Human Services in 2021, only 2 cents was spent on oversight and enforcement. Yet its return on investment, $12 for every dollar it spends on enforcement. We asked the Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services about the widespread fraud. They told us, we continuously work to safeguard taxpayer dollars and strengthen program integrity in our operations by identifying vulnerabilities in the system.
What I was told was that what we need is investigators, and we need a lot of them. Why?
It's hard for us to keep up with the amount of fraud that is occurring. We just can't keep up. We need some additional resources.
And then there was this thing I saw on Instagram, right? They say, hold on, let me take my face off. Insurance pocketed $50 billion from Medicare for disease no doctor treated. Like, people are just, it's a free for all when it comes to Medicare. It's like a bank that nobody's protecting. People just go and just steal money. They steal money. So I'm like, to me, to say that big governments, they help and these federal programs are helping people, no, they're helping fraudsters. Okay, they're helping fraudsters at the expense of people who work hard. They even have more things on TikTok. Okay, but you get the gist of it, right? It's a lot of fraud. It's a lot of people billing Medicare for services that are not being rendered, people just stealing and stealing and stealing, right? And Medicare just pays. They just pay those claims. And I'm like, and this is why they're about to be broke by 2036. Okay, so yeah, maybe some type of private business needs to step in there and do it better. Because I'm like, governments, they suck. They truly suck. Okay, so to me, big government, I don't trust it. I do not trust it. Okay, there's too much fraud with big government. Oh gosh, hold on, let me see. Let's keep watching this a little bit. What you saying?
And you don't need to do that. That's a problem. And this is not, I just hate that we have so many people that have not paid attention to this for so many years. Why Republicans are determined to snuff the recovery. I just want to read this really quickly.
Me, honestly, my stance is I believe in small government. I really do. Because these people, they're inefficient.
Among many ritual ablutions, a Republican presidential contender must perform is the signing of Grover Norquist's Taxpayer Protection Pledge, a document the length and subtlety of a bumper sticker that commits politicians to oppose any and all tax increases in taxes. To date, all GOP hopefuls, save John Huntsman, have signed. This is a while ago. Have signed the pledge. Now let me say something else. Real quick. I don't approve of charter schools. But those of you all who do approve of charter schools, Roland Martin, where you at with your big head? Those of you all who do approve of charter schools, you all have paved the way to what they did. Let me see if I can find this part where they talk about getting rid of Department of Education. What was that at? Gosh. Hold on a second. What was that at? I got to go through everything. I'm sorry, y'all. But they're basically talking about private education. Right? That's what y'all were talking about. Like, some of y'all didn't even realize that when you were talking about that, you were paving the way, right? You were actually paving the way. Hold on. You were paving the way for the end of education. That's what you were doing. That's what you were doing. And that's where we are. Well, I think we should be able to educate our own. No, you're not gonna be. Shut up. I think we could be. I need to be able to go to a school board. I need to be able to go to a school board meeting. I need accountability. If I had a kid, I need accountability. I can run for school board. I can go to the school board meeting and say I want changes. That's what all these people been doing. All these little mothers for democracy or whatever them little right wing women is called. They all been making whole changes in schools about what the school's curriculum is and everything. And they don't own the school at all. I want to be able to do that at a school. I don't need no school that's private like that and it's chartered and I can't be on the board. I can't whatever. I can't. No. So your black jobs, you got a lot of black jobs in the federal government.
Okay. You see, and this is why I'll tell you, like, that's why just because you're black with people doesn't mean that you should vote the same. Because Miss Yvette, I think she means well, right? But she's obviously a socialist, right? Me, I'm not. I'm really not. I'm like, man, F that. I don't like big government. Okay. I do believe in going to private school. I think public school ruins people. I think public schools makes people dumb. I think a lot of people who go to private school, they just go there for the free lunch. They just go there just to eat for free. That's it. They're not passionate about their education. The parents don't care about their kids' education. The parents are not involved in the education. So I'm like, it's okay to separate people. I think people who don't care about school, they need to go to school together because they don't care. Okay. People who don't care about school, their parents don't care about school, they should go to the same schools. Like people who have the same goals should go together. Okay. If you're a parent and you care about your child's education and you want your child to be around other children who care about their education, it's giving private school. Okay. It's giving private school. Like even now we have to like look for my son to go to a really like one of the best high schools out here. It's like number 4 in the district or something. I don't know. Right. Because I'm really big on that. Okay. Because I'm like, no, you need to go to, let me tell y'all, I have a plan. Okay. I have a plan. And my plan involves not paying for college. Okay. Why would I pay for college when you're smart enough to get a scholarship? All right. But for that too, a child needs to be in an environment where people are competitive. I love that word. You got to be somewhere where people give a damn. Okay. And it sounds messed up. It might sound messed up to some of y'all. It might sound mean, a lot of things I say sound messed up. So it is what it is. Right. But I do feel like I want my son to be around people who like to compete. That's Korean and Indian people. I can't even lie to you. Okay. It's giving Korean. It's giving Indian. I need him to be in an environment. Okay. Yeah, it really is a daycare, Lonnie. It really is. Okay. I need him to be in it's still a public school, but it's like, it's like number 4, number 5. I can't remember. Right. But listen, I need to see a lot of Koreans and I need to see lots of Indians. Okay. I need him to be motivated. I need him to compete academically. I need him to think that being a nerd is cool. Coding is cool. Math is cool. I do. Because if you have an amazing transcript, if you have a great GPA, if you do really well on your SATs and things like that, he can get a scholarship. I don't have to pay. Why would I pay for college? Okay. No, you have 4 years. If you work hard, hey, Abby, what's up, my love? If you work hard for 4 years, I ain't got to pay for nothing. And I even told him, I said, Trey, let me say something. First of all, I ain't got the money. Okay, I ain't got it. He's like, Mommy, I said, nope, I ain't got it. I ain't got it, son. I ain't got it. If you're a man, I ain't got it, right? That's number 1. Number 2, I told him, right? You do not want to get student loans, son. I said, my wish for you, me and your dad, what we wish for you is that you go to school and you come out debt-free with an amazing degree that allows you to have a job. Does that make sense, you guys? I say a lot of stuff y'all like, it's me, okay? I'm being honest, right? But like when I was sitting here watching Vivek Ramaswamy, where's Vivek at? Vivek, bring your face over here real quick. Okay? Right? When Vivek was 24, like 25, he was already making $650,000. Okay? I didn't know that was possible. Hold on, y'all. Let me deal with this little baby. You okay, little girl? There you go. You okay? Okay. Yes, you're fine. Sorry, y'all. Me and my little person, right? But when he was 24, 25, he was already making $650,000 a year. I was like, what? At 24? Okay. I know it was possible, you guys. Now, I was getting some scholarship money, but it was nothing like this. Okay. I didn't know it was possible. So when I heard that, I said, you know what? I'm going to make sure Trey is that dude. Stefan and this one, okay? Because listen, you might not know something is possible, but once you hear that one person did it, you can do it too. Okay? You can do it too. He went to Harvard and he went to Yale. Let's go. Okay? I was like, if my kids can come out of like what you can have, if you're done at 22, right? 18, 22, you got your bachelor's, and by 24, you have your master's, or by 25, you have your law degree, right? You can make a lot of money. Right. So I'm like, my goal for you, my wish for you, my prayer for you is that you go to college debt free. You go, you don't owe no money. You don't sign up for no student loans. And I'm definitely not using my money. Okay. I'm trying to build myself a castle in my village. Okay. But it's possible. It's not out there crazy. Right. But you got to have the grades. So the best way to have the grades is to be in an environment where people are about education, not just the students, but their families care. And don't nobody care about education like a Korean mother. Okay? These Korean moms, they're obsessed. They are obsessed. I need me a few Miss Kim and Miss Young Lee over here. Okay? So yes, y'all, I'm being honest. I can't even lie to y'all. I need to see a whole bunch of Korean kids and a whole bunch of Indian kids and them nerdy ass white people kids. Yes, this is what I need for this boy. Okay? Because I don't want to pay. I don't want him to take no loans, right? There's no need for that. If you have a beautiful mind, some other people gonna pay for you. Let other people pay for you to go to college. And then you pick a hard major so that when you come out, you have people who want to hire you. And you can work for a company that will then pay for your master's. Gotta be smart. Okay? You don't want to have debt. You don't want to have student loan debt. I took student loans. I shouldn't have done that. Okay? Exactly. No, I'm serious, man. Like, no. Yeah, so it's very elitist. Shoot. They sure don't get called Tiger Mom for nothing. You guys, you have to talk to your kids. Like, I ain't got the money. Even if you have the money, there's no, like, why would I waste my money? I don't have to. Okay? So, these next 4 years, y'all, we're going to buckle down. We're going to make sure the boy has an amazing transcript, and he's going to get his behind a full ride scholarship to go study something difficult somewhere, because he has to do math also. Like, all this art, I don't do art. We don't do art. We don't do psychology over here. No, because you have to be a man. You got to be a provider. One day you'll have a family. You need to know how to make money, okay? And you need to make easy money. Like, not easy money, but you need to know how to make great money without being stressed out. Does that make sense, you guys? Am I making sense? Because if your wife wants to stay home, she should be able to stay home and you're not sure. Oh, yeah, it's sure, no problem. Okay? Like the same way I stay home, you should be able to give the wife the same thing. Because it's hard. Look at this baby. I can't put him down. Like you can't work like this. You know, I could have a job like this, right? But I'm like, no, I ain't paying for this. I refuse. So when I heard that this boy was making $650,000 at 24, I'm like, I didn't even know that was possible, you guys. I would have done it too. But when you don't know, you don't know. So it's okay, right? It's okay. But I need him to be around lots of Korean kids, and I need him to be around, and me and Miss Kim, we're gonna go hard. Okay? It's your kid versus my kid. Araso. Saraso. Ayasimida. Okay? I got time for these Koreans. You see, my niece majored in advertising, child. She going back to school for engineering. But it's sad because nobody told her. We should have told her, niece, don't do it. You know, if you want, you can take like some of you like your what they call them? Not your main courses. How do they call these other courses, you guys? Like your electives, yeah, right? Take some elective courses in advertising. Maybe she likes it, right? Take some elective courses in advertising. But your major cannot be in advertising. We're not doing this. We don't have time for this. You're not about to go take no student loan for a degree in advertising. Girl, what? No. That's who I am, boo-boo. I can't even deny who I am. That's my mindset. I'm not paying for this. You don't have to pay for this, you guys. They have money. In this country, they have money. And let me tell you something. A lot of the bigger schools, the very fancy schools, because they have so many rich kids, they can usually afford more scholarship because the majority of their kids are rich. You know what I'm saying? You know? But for Trey, like, I would love for him to go to Cornell. I love Cornell. My dad's like, oh, he needs to go to Harvard. I said, Dad, Harvard? No, I love Cornell. I love the Cornell campus. So I started looking at their stuff too, like their stuff, like what they won and things like that. Yes, because I'm like, you have to plan this out. And you know, another thing also I've realized, you guys, I'm like not trying to be funny, but I mean for real. You know, everybody needs a coach. You know what I'm saying? Everybody needs a coach. If we think that kids are just going to be successful because, oh, my child is smart, so they gonna get it right. No, they still need direction, right? A lot of people have smart children, but it's not enough for the baby to be smart. A baby still needs a coach. You need a coach. You need somebody to say, okay, you're very smart, but here's how we're going to make you smarter, okay? You're good at this, so here's how we're going to make you better. And the job of a parent is not just to provide the food, feed the baby, give food to the baby, clothe the baby, but we also have to be coaches. We have to coach our children into success, right? Rest in peace to Mr. Joseph Bryant, Kobe Bryant's daddy, even though Kobe was ungrateful, right? But you see, his daddy coached him. His daddy coached him. They used to call, what's his name? Joe Peanut Bryant or something like that, because he used to play in the league too. But they didn't pay a lot of money back then, right? Stephon Curry, his dad was in the league. A lot of these kids who are really great at basketball, their daddies was in the league and their daddy was their coach. Look at Coach, what's his name? Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, right? He be coaching Shedeur and Shiloh, whatever. But it's like, yo, for real, everybody needs a coach. You know what I'm saying? And if you find that you can't help your child in math, get them a tutor, okay? Don't ignore it. Oh, you know, she only gets B's and C's. Not over here, we don't. If you can't do math with your child, I need you to get that baby a tutor, okay? We're not paying for college, y'all. We need to start a movement of Black moms who don't pay for college, okay? We don't pay for college over here, okay? We're going to get these kids to have a GPA, the transcript they need, the extracurricular activities that they need so that these Black children can get full ride scholarships to these bougie schools and come out debt free. No student loan, 650, 730 type of credit score, 800 credit score, y'all. We have to do for our kids what somebody else didn't do for us. You know what I mean? Sometimes, you know, you chuck the deuces up, you made some mistakes, is what it is, right? But our kids, it's like children are an extension of you. It's like through your kids, you get to start over. You understand? Does that make sense, you guys? Make sense? I mean, you can start over too, but I'm just saying, like, with your kids, you can really start over. Everything you didn't know. Everything you wish somebody had done for you, the stuff you wish people would have put you on, the way you wish people would have opened your eyes to stuff, right? You are able to do that with your kids. And that's why you cannot play about your children's education. I cannot be a socialist or a communist when it comes to my kids' education. Like, no. Okay? I want my children to be around other children whose parents care about their grades, right? I want my kids to be around other kids. When you bring a B to the house, you get your ass whooped, okay? Right? Because you need, like, because when you have parents when the child cares and the parents care, it becomes a culture. Everybody cares. Everybody's involved, right? That's what I want, because I'm not paying for college. And he's not taking on any loans. And he has 4 years. You go in there at 18, I need your behind to be out at 22. Okay? If I have to come to your campus and stay in your dorm to make sure you get out at 22, you are getting out of here at 22. Okay? Then 22, 24, you do your master's. Then you're out. You're done. Son, go start your life. Okay? I want you to be 25, 26, making like 200, 300,000. It is not impossible. It's not impossible. And that's my vision for all of these people right here. Him, this one too, like all of y'all. You making 300, you make 400, you make 300, right? All my kids need to be loaded. I want my sons to be loaded. Nobody will call me to my, oh, mommy, can I get some money? I ain't got it. Okay, I'm going to call you, son, can I get some money? All the days I was coaching you, huh? Give me something. Okay, that's my vision. That's how I see it. So it's like Miss Yvette right here, she has this whole socialist thing. It's like, no, Miss Yvette, education, we can't play about that. You know, I think she's a sweet lady. I think she means well. But education, do not send your kids around people who don't care about their education. The kids who don't care and families who don't care about education, keep your children away from these people, okay? Before they spoil your child. It's your job to put your child in spaces where your child is like motivated to compete. Because like, yeah, everybody over here tries hard. Exactly. Okay. I sure would. He's getting out at 22. You got out 22. You start your master like 22 and a half, 23. You're out at like 24, 25. You are done. If you do a law degree, maybe 26, you're done. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, you're done. Hopefully, you get married like around like 30-ish. You get married, but by that time, your pocket's gonna be heavy. Okay, boom, boom. You don't want like oh my gosh, you guys. Child, you want a nice degree. You want no debt, no student loan debt, and you want a beautiful credit score. Okay? It's giving success. Okay? That's what you want. Okay? That's what you want. That's what you want. You got to put that in these kids' head. This is what you want. That's how you get ahead. The whole point over here is to get ahead. You want to be ahead. You want to be at the top of the race. You don't want to be at the bottom. Do not be at the bottom. Okay? No. This is crazy. All right, let's go.
And they have said that's the biggest part to me. Like, I'm not going to go through the rest of it because I took out a lot of clips. But the biggest part to me is the personnel part. And Army.
Okay. Abby said, my dad forced me to pick a STEM major. He was right. What we look like? Okay. At the time, I was annoyed at him because I wanted to do my passion. Yeah, your hobby, you mean. But I'm so glad I listened because I'm in my late 20s making 6 figures. Okay, one time for your dad. I hope you give your dad some money, huh? Okay, one time for the daddy. All right, you got to coach your kids. You got to talk to your kids. You have to counsel your kids. You got to give your what? You got to give your kids the keys to success. Okay, that's how it is. There's money out there for you to get a 4-year degree for free. Why am I gonna pay for it? Okay, don't pay for your degree. Don't pay for your housing. Don't even give you food sometimes. Listen. All right. Make sense? You can come out with no debt, an amazing degree, and an 800 credit score. Why would you not go for that? Okay. By the time you're 26, something like that, you're making like high 6 figures. You can do whatever you want. You can travel, live in a nice apartment. You can whatever, right? Like, come on. You see what I'm trying to say? Like, you got to think smart. Okay. That's awesome. Exactly. Bless him because he was a great counselor. And that's what the Bible says, right? There's safety in a multitude of counsel. Listen to your parents. Okay? We're not doing these broke majors. Nope. No.
Because they're saying, look, we're getting rid of all these regulations. Now understand that a lot of these regulations have existed throughout Democratic and Republican administrations. It's only this group of people, the Heritage Foundation, that has said,
let's put it on paper.
We want to take these regulations out.
Oh.
Right, that we gonna personnel is normally you get rid of who's at the top and some of the core people. You transition those people out every 4 years, but you don't transition out the whole thing. Those are career people. Well, understand what they're saying is like, no, we're gonna hollow it out because we believe the people who are in this administration are who are at these Department of Housing, Justice, all this stuff. We believe that those people, right, are in the way of expediting our agenda because of their pesky rules and regulations and lawyers. That's what this looks like to me. Now, if anybody has an alternate, kind of alternate view of what this is, I would love to hear it. I'm not.
We're not subsidizing jobs for the sake of subsidizing jobs. You made a career out of this, make a career out of something else. Me, I don't believe in that. I don't think Miss Abad, I don't know how she does her show, but I don't think she has payroll. I don't think she's ever hired staff because when you've never hired people and you've never done payroll, you have a certain level of like idealism that's just it's not grounded in like personal experience. If you've ever hired people, a lot of people don't do what they're supposed to do. A lot of people just come in, waste time, clock in, clock out, and get paid. There are a lot of people who work for the government, not even just the government, even in the corporate world, right? There are a lot of people who are hired to do a job, they don't do it. But they collect the money. Okay. Employees are a lot. They really are a lot. So this notion like, oh, everybody who comes to work for the federal government is giving their all and they're so dedicated. No, some people are career people at taking checks and not doing the work. No, I'm serious, Karen. I don't think she ever hired staff. I don't think she ever did. Because if she did, she'd be replacing them like this. Like, oh, hell no. No. I'm not playing you to sit. I'm not playing you to play on your phone. I'm not playing you for child, please. Even some of these postal workers. Sometimes they'll mark your package as delivered, but they'll deliver it tomorrow because they too tired to go home. Y'all, the kind of foolishness I will see with the postal service in New Orleans. No, the people actually mark your package delivered. And he like, oh, he gonna go home because it's 5 o'clock. He tired. Okay. People are not serious. People are not serious. So when you've never paid for staff, I did. At one point, I had like 10 people working for me, right? When you never, okay. All right. You see? When you've never paid for staff out of pocket, you're like, oh, but why would you fire them? You're so mean. Because it's not coming out of your pocket. That's why I tell you about socialists, right? Socialists, they don't worry about money. They think stuff just pays for itself and people should just have their job and you shouldn't fire people because it hurts their feelings, right? Because socialists have a way of never thinking about where this money is coming from, where the money is going, and is the money being allocated in the most efficient manner possible, right? You saw Breonna, right? Breonna got fired recently. I wonder why, okay? But you saw Breonna over here saying, oh no, big government is not always bad. We need Medicare and Medicaid, right? You see how she made it sound all cute, right? Then I showed y'all, Breonna, be quiet, okay? They out here robbing people. Now come to find out, every year, Medicare and Medicaid loses $100 billion. You guys, if it was a private company with shareholders and you're a CEO and you're losing $100 billion a year, your ass is gone. Matter of fact, you lost $25 billion this quarter, you're gone. This is why people sometimes prefer to do things with the private sector than with the public sector, because how is that even okay? Nobody's been fired. All this money's being wasted, right? They're allocating 2 cents for fraud, right? For fraud prevention. But yet for every dollar they spend, they're able to save $12. You would think if having more investigators to make sure we're not getting conned is bringing us $12 back for every dollar, shouldn't we spend more money hiring more investigators? No. You know what I'm saying? Because these are not business people. They're not business people. And one time I was talking to Jimmy and I said to him, I was like, you know what? When it comes to Congress too, instead of having all these lawyers, because lawyers don't care about money. They don't care about money. Lawyers want to talk and be right. That's it, right? But I'm like, imagine how different our national debt would be if we had more accountants. Like, let's say we had more accountants, we had more CPAs running for senators, right? How different would our national debt be if you had more people who understood money? You had accountants, you had CPAs, you had finance people, you had certified public accountant, you had chartered finance people, right? If we had more money people in Congress, y'all, they will cut off the white meat. Like, just cut it off. You're wasting money. You're just wasting money. But the problem is, Congress is filled with lawyers. It is not full of people who understand money. We got a bunch of talkers. Nobody who really understands money. So there goes the national debt. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and nobody has any plans or don't even know how to fix it. You understand me? And that's the problem. The majority of people who are hired in the federal government do not care about money because it's not their money. But I promise you, if anybody who was in charge of any department head, if they had to take money out of their pocket to pay that staff, even they themselves will start to fire people expeditiously. When people do stuff on somebody else's dime, they're like, oh, but let's keep the job. Oh, it's not that bad. Oh, we're not going to fire her because they're not the ones paying for it. Right? And I'm like, even if you don't want to fire people, that's fine. But one thing we'll say, whoever is the supervisor, whoever is the director of this branch of like the department, whatever, right? Your salary is going to be linked to performance of your department. Who gonna go for that? Nobody. And those who actually do go for that, they gonna make sure these workers is working. All right? But I promise you, at Medicare and Medicaid, whoever's in charge of it, because their salary is not tied to performance like most people on Wall Street, right? Most CEOs on Wall Street, your salary, your bonus, it is tied to your performance. So you are incentivized to make sure you work and your people work and everybody's working, right? That's why I'm like, socialists, they're a little cuckoo. Yeah. Okay? No. Look how much money they're stealing from Medicare and Medicaid. What about housing? What about urban housing and development? right? So imagine if you go through every department of our federal government, how many billions are being wasted every single month on a bunch of BS. And that money, we could use it as something different. And I understand, like, when I was younger, I thought the rich people were greedy, okay? But my thing is, for what? Hold on. Okay, right? So let me tell you this, right? No, no. Small government, y'all. Trim the fat. We ain't got time for this.
Listen, I'm always open to disagreement or whatever, but that's what it looks like to me. And my biggest problem, while the the white right and the people of color right, or whoever all they are, my biggest problem is that where are we? Right? Where are we in terms of our advocacy? We have organizations that say that they're a premier civil rights organizations, but they don't even have a specific agenda. Do yourself a favor. Go around sometimes and look at these organizations that claim to be Black or ADOS organizations and look at their agendas. And I want you to then go and compare it to Project 2025. You can pull up Project 2025 on your phone. I want you to compare what they have to what we have. Listen,
this is what I told you. Me, honestly, the Heritage Foundation, what they did with Project 2025, like I said, I am mad at it. You have the right to write. You have the right to sit down and write your vision. I can't be mad at that. Like, go ahead, do what you do, okay? But I do feel like the NAACP, they should also be doing stuff like that, okay? Instead of wasting their time, wasting their money, doing the NAACP Image Award, I'm like, how does that serve anybody, okay? When you have this award show, how exactly are you advancing the cause of Black people? I don't get it. I really do not get it. So for me, I feel like, okay, Heritage, that's what they want to do. More power to them. God bless them. Okay, right? But I do feel like the NAACP, they should be like the NAACP should also be like a tank that puts out reports, that writes out these plans, that, like that's what their job should be. Okay, they should get to do that. Stop doing all this image award crap. We don't need you to put on an image award, right? We need you to be on some real activism type of stuff. Do that, okay? Leave the entertainment, leave Hollywood where it's at. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. And also, let me say this, right? I'm not against, let me make it clear. I am not against assistance to people who are in need. I'm not, especially children. I'm really not against that. I was even thinking, when it came to EBT for kids, I'm honestly thinking that the people who are responsible for EBT, they should find a way to give children their own money, because it's disappointing that you have parents who are given a certain amount on their EBT card to make sure that the kids are eating, but instead they're selling the EBT for shoes, for clothes, for weave, for nails, etc., right? There's a lot of parents who misuse the money that is given to them to feed those children. Okay, so I feel like when a child is 14, 13, 15, whatever, they should have their own EBT card. Okay, so that they can so we can make sure they buy their own food. Because a lot of these adults out here, they cannot be trusted. They don't feed the kids. Okay, sorry, they don't feed the kids, or they buy what they want to buy. Okay, no. There's a lot of stuff we have to revamp. No, I'm serious, Kara. I'm serious. Okay, I've seen a lot of people sell their food stamps. That's not what it's for. They'll sell food stamps to buy hair, buy some weave, buy some clothes, buy some shoes. You need to get locked up. But unfortunately, if I lock you up, who's going to watch the kids? So I'm going to let you be outside, okay? But I'm like, no. I feel like when kids are any child that's 13, 14, 15 and up, they should have their own EBT card. And they should have their own money. So that way, if they want to buy something or if they need to buy their food, they can have their own EBT card. But I don't think some parents should be trusted with all that EBT money, because they don't feed these kids. They don't feed the kids, huh? No, ain't nothing slippery out here. No, the kids should have their own money. Every child, if you're anybody that's over 13, they should have their own EBT card. Because some of these parents, they're not good people. I don't want to cuss, but they're not good people. Okay? Y'all, I should be in the government. The way I would, child, let the Heritage Foundation hire me to write some stuff out. Y'all gonna be like, Marlene, I am crazy. Yeah. So it's like, that's just pure madness. So I'm not against social services to help people. Some people are really in need, y'all. It's real. It's really real outside. But my thing is, as we give people social services, we should also sit down with them and help them come up with a plan on how they're going to get off their feet. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think it's healthy. If a young person is receiving social services, I don't think you want to have your children while you're receiving social services. You don't want to teach that to your kids. Okay? But I do feel like there should be a term limit, like maybe it's a year, maybe it's 2 years, but it cannot be a lifetime of social services because it creates a very unhealthy mindset. And then children are born into that. And then children start to think, oh, this is how we live. We get food stamp. We live in government housing. We do the bare minimum. No. Because, I mean, I get it. Life happens. People need help, right? But it should not be something that people feel like, oh, this is how I'm going to live for the rest of my life. No. Thanks. Good job for you. Like, no, you're crazy.
These people don't even have an agenda that don't even have an ADOS agenda. And we just got started. When we get started, like 2020? Like, they don't even have that. And they've been around decades. We have not been playing serious in terms of how these people are organizing, the advocacy, the agenda of our people. We have not been playing serious. And the Democrats have been just chasing Republicans. And that ain't gonna work. That's a dog that don't hunt no more. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know how else to do it. I don't know how else to put it forth. These people have always been trying to defund the government, and my people don't even understand the need for government. What you gonna do with that?
I don't think that the answer for Black America is a bigger government. I really don't. Because I'm like, I would love for someone to write a convincing essay or a convincing paper as to how, if you make the government bigger, somehow you'll be able to fix the needs of Black America. I don't think so. I think, like, for me, that's just me personally. If you ask me, right, I think families, restoring families, right, having strong family units, okay, with parents raising their children. I think people valuing education, pushing children to like study harder majors because that's where the money is, right? People being entrepreneurs, also those who want to, because not everybody can, but those who can and those who want to be entrepreneurs, hopefully they become entrepreneurs. I believe in also like being able to buy a house, at least one house, okay, and getting equity from that house is a vehicle also to have generational financial wealth, right? But I don't think like I don't think you need a government for that, right? People need to go back to having values. You don't need, what a government gonna do? Tell you to force you to have a husband or force you to have a wife or force you not to have kids out of wedlock? That's not their place. That's not their place. People themselves, right? People themselves need to have some type of moral ground. Like, okay, who do you want to be? Right? How do you see your life? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you see your life? People need to understand nothing good comes out of having kids without strong families. And not even just a strong family. You need the mom and the dad. And you also need like a whole village to help you raise those kids to be successful. Right? Make good enough money that you can be in a good zip code that has great schools, elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. Because it's true. Like when it comes to public education, the worse the zip code, the worse the public school system. Look at Baltimore, right? Baltimore has great housing now. Like, no, housing is very affordable. But why would people who value their kids not move to Baltimore? Because the schools are horrible. Who wants to send their baby to a school that's rated 2 out of 10, 1 out of 10? No. So the properties are nice, but nobody wants to raise families there, especially if you want your kids to be somebody, right? So like it really matters. Education matters. Going back to values where we encourage young people to value their education, to be educated, to want to get married, to want to have children, to not want to commit crimes, right? That's a big part. But the government cannot put values in people. The government cannot put morality into people. What you gonna have next? The prohibition? Okay. People themselves have to be self-governing to some extent. And they have to want to be successful. Yes, but absolutely, very, yeah. Hold on. She's talking.
You don't understand the need of government. You don't understand why, like, it was time to turn the tide in terms of how the Democrats were doing and what they were doing to us. Oh, bet you a Democratic shield. No, this group owes us. Do you know how long we've been voting Democrat? Do you know how long? Do you know how long we've been the base of this party? Do you know what they owe us? And you telling me that makes to say you owe us and say here's the receipt, pay us, that makes somebody a shield? You didn't pass 9th grade civics, and like that's a problem. So there's some things, there's some gaps in your learning, but that's a problem. And that those people who had all the credit, they don't have an agenda either. They just somewhat sitting somewhere with their thumb up their butt, talking about I don't know, I don't know too much about it. I bet you don't. I bet you don't. I bet you don't know nothing about it. You don't know too much about it is an understatement. I bet you don't. I bet you don't know nothing. I bet you don't know nothing about none of this and nothing that ever happened before this. It just don't make no sense. It just, to be this dumb, it just don't make good sense. Right? You have to make the case to America, Democrats, that big government works. That it protects people. You have to be able to make that case. And people piss them off. I don't like big government. Well, you don't like reparations either, then. Because you're not gonna get reparations out of small government. I don't know what you thought that was. If they kill government, what do you think that do you think that leads to that? Like,
I mean, if you have smaller government, you make more savings. You could, because look how much money is being stolen from Medicare and Medicaid, right? You could use that money if it wasn't stolen. Right? If it wasn't stolen, you could use that money for reparations. So I don't think you need to have a big government to have reparations, or you don't need a big government to fix the issues for Black America. You don't need to have a big government to provide job security for Black America. I feel like if a lot of people in Black America value education and pursue some really bougie degrees, like high stuff that's in high demand, even they themselves will not want to have government jobs. They're like, no, why would I work for the government? I'll just work for the private sector, right? Because it probably pays better. It probably has a lot more things, right? So I don't, I feel like people need to have self-agency. People need to believe in themselves. People need to learn to not wait for a government to fix their problems. People have to learn, if there's something, I can fix it myself. Okay? I can fix it myself. You know what I'm saying? But if you have an amazing degree, if you're highly educated, if you're really good at what you do, I don't see why you would want to work for the public sector. Like, who can become a millionaire working for the government? I mean, unless you go to Congress, right? But most people who work for the government, they don't come up with $1 million salary a year, or like even the president. I think he makes like $400,000, right? I think Supreme Court justices, like they make like $150,000 or $200,000, right? Like they don't make that much money. Why would you want to work for the federal government? Okay, you're never going to be rich working for the federal government unless you're in Congress over there. But most people, you're not going to be rich working for the federal government. There are a bunch of young people who are in their 20s, their 30s, who are making $400,000. You don't have to wait to be president to make $400,000, right? I don't even know who gets paid more than the president of the federal government. I don't know. I don't think anybody does, actually, right? Even like Jerome Powell, the guy with the Federal Reserve, I think he makes like $150,000 or $200,000. Like he doesn't even make that much money for all the work he has to do keeping up with the economy. That is crazy. No.
Right? How? Like where?
No.
Anyway, fam, let me. I'm gonna go to the phones. I want y'all to be able to have, if you have something to add, to be able to say that. Give me a few minutes to set that up. I will be back, and let's have.
Print it like jewelry designer Kirsten and find a way to get noticed every day. Or go ahead and print it like barbershop high.
So I spent about 30 hours.
So we're gonna watch this video real quick, you guys. But Missy Beth, she's cute. She's a sweetheart. So you can keep her. You can watch her content. But she's a socialist. I ain't a socialist. So I don't see it that way. I really don't. Make the government smaller, make the government more efficient, and hire the best of the best, okay? And people who are in charge of these departments, their salaries should be attached to the performance of their office. All right, if y'all suck, then you're not gonna get paid.
Hours reading articles, watching footage from the event, watching news reports, reading updates. And the more information I read, the more inconsistencies I found. All of the evidence has persuaded me that this was an inside job, and I know I'm not the only one who feels this way.
It's astounding, Christo. I'll be honest with you. There is something a little bit fishy about the situation.
The reason it's called the Pac-Man perimeter is because that's exactly what it looks like. It looks like Pac-Man. How is the rooftop excluded from the Secret Service or state police security bubble?
I spent about 17 years in the military, just about 14 of which were at Tier 1 Special Operations Unit called JTF-2. And a huge part of our job was doing close protection for VIPs up to and including the Prime Minister. So I'm very familiar with the layout of these types of things and what the jobs should be. And yesterday, what happened, I have no doubts in my mind that the shooter had help from somewhere within an agency, an organization, or the government.
Hello, everyone. If you're a new viewer, welcome. If you're a returning viewer, welcome back. If this is your second, third, fourth time watching one of my videos and you are not yet subscribed, we already go together. Okay, make it official and hit that subscribe button. So something happened recently, in case you haven't heard. Secret Service rushes Trump off stage after he falls at rally. Trump says he is fine in statement after being escorted off stage during rally. Trump injured in incident at rally. In the immediate aftermath, both conservative and liberal-leaning news publications were suspiciously unwilling to say what happened to Trump. They refused to acknowledge the fact that there was a failed assassination attempt on a former U.S. president. Even Joe Biden wouldn't say the words initially.
President, do you think it was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried, President, with the security failing the
president stopping?
Following the incident, many low vibrational individuals shared their disappointment that the gunman missed, including Jack Black's bandmate.
Don't miss Trump next time.
I didn't think it was funny at all, and I saw many people on the left who accused Trump of staging this for publicity. Most notably, no one's favorite person, Amanda Seales.
That was more staged than a Tyler Perry production of Medea Runs for President. Pop, pop, pop. Where'd the blood come from?
For the record, clearly this was not staged for publicity. Trump was injured, 2 men in the stands were injured, and 1 man lost his life protecting his family. I would like to give my condolences to the family of Corey Comparator. He was a father of 2 daughters and he was a firefighter. A GoFundMe was started for the family, and so far it has raised over $4 million. His life was real, his untimely death was real, and it's incredibly insensitive for people to claim that this was staged. You know, leftists are usually the ones who label anyone who entertains a conspiracy theory a right-wing nut job. So what does that make them? While I don't agree that this event was staged, I do agree that there's something off about it. The more information we get is the more questions I have. And so I want to go over all of the information we have so far. And at the end of the video, I have a very eerie clip to show you guys of a man who accurately predicted the shooting of Donald Trump 4 months ago. But first, I want to talk about the gunman, Thomas Matthew Crooks. As of the making of this video, the FBI says they have found no clear motive for why he attempted to kill President Trump. Crooks apparently had no social media presence despite being 20 years old, which in and of itself is suspicious. We've been told the only social media platform he used was Discord, and the FBI says they didn't find anything incriminating on his Discord account. Also, Discord has since deleted his account following the shooting. So there's that. The FBI has not found a manifesto explaining his motivations. Crooks had no criminal history, no reported history of mental illness, and no one has come forward with any useful information about why he would target former President Trump. One of his former classmates came forward and said that Crooks was often bullied for the clothes that he wore and for wearing a COVID mask. However, a guidance counselor from the high school who says he knew Crooks very well and his sister very well told the Washington Post that that isn't true. Jim Knapp, who worked at Bethel Park High School for 30 years, said he was Crooks' guidance counselor for the last 3 years at the school. He described his former student as quiet, intelligent, cooperative, and well-spoken. Knapp said he noticed that Crooks spent most of his time with a group of about 5 boys. During Crook's sophomore year, he would often sit alone in the cafeteria. Knapp said he later learned that Crook's schedule that year did not align with that of his closest friends. Knapp said he would check in on Crooks and ask if he could join him at the lunch table. In response, Knapp recalled, Crooks would say, "No, I'm okay, Mr. Knapp. I'll just sit here by myself." Then he would return to his phone to play games. The counselor described that behavior as normal for a high school student. Throughout the junior and senior year, he said, Crooks ate lunch with his friends. Knapp said he chose to talk publicly about his relationship to Crooks because of reports that the young man had been bullied at high school, allegations that the guidance counselor adamantly denies. "I know for a fact he wasn't bullied in school," Knapp said, "because if he were, I would have known about it." Crooks lived about an hour away from where the rally was held. He lived at home with both of his parents, who, ironically, are both registered social workers. I say ironically because they're supposed to be trained in identifying like psychological distress or a troubled individual, but they seem to have not noticed that their son was spending an increasing amount of time at the local shooting range where he had a membership, nor did they notice he was building explosives in his room. According to the FBI, when reviewing Crooks' shipping history to the house, they discovered that over the last few months, Crooks had received several packages and some were marked as containing hazardous material. On the day of the shooting, they found an explosive device in his home. They found 2 explosive devices in his car, and in his pockets, they found a transmitter to detonate the bombs, presumably to detonate the bombs that were inside of his car, which was parked outside of the rally. One thing that they didn't find was ID. He had no ID in his pocket, no ID amongst his belongings. So you know what they did? According to reports, they ID'd him using DNA and facial recognition. Pardon? First of all, how do you accurately do facial recognition on a person after you shot them in the face? I can't show you the pictures, but they are on Twitter. Secondly, I thought you had to be in a criminal database for them to cross-reference your DNA. Crooks had no criminal record, so how did they already have his DNA to ID him? Maybe someone can explain that to me in the comment section, because I don't understand. Unless he previously voluntarily gave his DNA to the CODIS system, how did the FBI ID him using DNA? And how did they do it so quickly? We knew his identity after an hour or so. How, Sway?
Yourself.
How, Sway? You know what else the FBI said they found amongst his belongings? They said they found a receipt for Home Depot, a receipt for a 5-foot ladder that he purchased from Home Depot. And they say that was the ladder that he used to climb the building and access the roof. I'm not a ladderologist, but how the f is that a 5-foot ladder? The math is not mathing. You're telling me that building is 5 feet tall? Who works in there, hobbits? Just to confirm I'm not crazy, I went to the Home Depot website, I selected the one in Butler, Pennsylvania, and I filtered for a 5-foot ladder. A 5-foot ladder has 4 steps on it. When I filtered for a 10-foot ladder, I found this ladder, which was identical and has the same number of steps. So he did not use a 5-foot ladder. That's a f***ing lie. Now you have to ask yourself, why would they lie about the fact that he bought a 5-foot ladder? And if they're willing to lie about something that is so fucking obvious, what else are they lying about? So you're telling me he transported a 10-foot ladder in a Hyundai Sonata and no one noticed? Like, is the car even 10 feet long? If you were to transport a 10-foot ladder in that car, you would have to have the trunk open. That's pretty noticeable. No one noticed that. And so he then parked his car outside of the rally, removed a 10-foot ladder, carried a 10-foot ladder all the way to that point and set it up, and no one noticed? According to news reports, this is not me saying this. This is Fox News and CNN. They said he bought the ladder the day of the rally. So you're telling me he carried a 10-foot ladder in broad daylight from his car all the way to that building and no one noticed? It's impossible. Unless he has access to an invisibility cloak, someone else helped him. Mind you, this building, the one he climbed on top of, was a law enforcement command center, and there were 3 counter snipers inside of the building while he was doing all of this. And none of them had been ordered to secure the roof. They all stayed inside of the building and they looked out the window towards the rally. And when the director of the Secret Service, a woman named Kimberly Cheadle, was asked why they didn't station any counter snipers on top of the roof, she said the reason was because it was too steep and she was concerned for their safety. Pardon? They were standing on it after they shot Crooks and they seemed fine. And what about these snipers who are stationed on a roof with a steeper slope? One officer that was inside that building says that he saw Crooks walking around on the ground, and at that time he was empty-handed. Crooks was checking out the roof and then he left. Crooks then returned to the building, sat down, and looked at his phone. At this time, one of the snipers that was inside the building noticed, and he took a picture of Crooks, but he did not confront him. Crooks then took out a rangefinder and began using it to choose a spot to shoot from. At this time, the same sniper who had just taken his photo saw Crooks using the rangefinder, and he radioed to a command post about Crooks' suspicious behavior, but still no one confronted him. Crooks then left again and returned with a backpack. Secret Service snipers again alerted their command post about Crooks' actions, but still they didn't confront him. Why? Why? This kid was as discreet as the lip filler in Kylie Jenner's lips. You can't miss it. The Secret Service literally watched him step by step by step prepare to assassinate the president, and they just sat there radioing each other and texting each other pictures like, "Hey, do you see that suspicious guy? Yeah, I see him. Okay, yeah, I'll keep an eye on him. Okay, yeah, me too." These guys were as useless as a 90-year-old security guard at a bank. You know he's not going to prevent a robbery. He's just going to be another witness. That's what these guys were, another witness. Several people at the rally saw Crooks climbing up the ladder onto the roof, and they notified law enforcement.
We noticed a guy bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. And he had a gun, right? He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, "Hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle." And the police were like, "Huh, what?" You know, like they didn't know what was going on. You know, we're like, "Hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. You know, he's crawling." I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. Next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
This photo shows the building he used to get a vantage point of the rally. Crooks was approximately 130 meters away from the stage. There's also this photo, which shows him moving around on the roof. This photo was taken by a counter sniper at 5:45 p.m., 26 minutes before Crooks opened fire on the rally. Milk Bar TV put together a real-time compilation video. This video syncs together angles of the event from different people's perspectives, so you can see just how much time the Secret Service had to neutralize the threat, but they didn't. Take a look.
Vernon Central High School, how may I help you?
I'm going to help you, actually.
Really?
That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look what happened.
I hope he's turning this way. Be careful.
As you can see in the video, the snipers had their guns focused on Crooks, but they didn't shoot until he shot first. Why wait? Maybe it was incompetence, or maybe it was something more nefarious. Now, here's where we go down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole. There were other rooftops nearby that the Secret Service failed to secure. Is it possible that there was a second shooter either on the roof of the community center or on the water tower, and Crooks is just a patsy.
Sources were telling me that Secret Service identified the bullets being fired, which came from about 488 yards away. Yards, not feet, yards. Yesterday, another source brought me some great information showing that the Butler Gymnastics Club is precisely that same distance away, about 488 yards away. This is all from a vantage point facing the stage where President Trump was located, the Trump stage. Thomas Crook's roof location, and Butler Gymnastics Club line of sight. We contacted the Butler Gymnastics Club today, waiting for a response from them because right now they're closed for the summer on Saturdays. So even if that part doesn't compute, we now have 3 separate eyewitnesses who have now confirmed moments after the shooting they saw shots being fired from another location, the water tower direction, in the same line of sight as the Butler Gymnastics location that we showed earlier. So multiple now eyewitnesses saying that they saw shooters from another location, bullets fired from the water tower. Watch.
Hit the ground, and he kept standing. I was like, you got to get down, boy. You got to get down. They're going to shoot you. Because if they would have had like a machine gun, they could have taken us all out. So then we laid there for a while. We saw different places where the gunshots were at. And then they got President Trump down, Secret Service did, and they took him out of there and got him off of the stage. And he was bleeding. And so then my son and daughter-in-law was back behind us, behind the fence. We was worried about them. We couldn't call them. And so we started trying to get after them then when we finally let us out. And they had been right by the fence where the other shooter was. There was one I heard in the water tower. There was one by the fence.
One shooter shot to the left. He killed a gentleman in the water tower here. Now, when I called my husband at home, who's watching TV, he said, I thought Trump hurt his ear when he went to the ground. But he said, no. On TV, they showed before Trump hit the ground, the ear was bleeding. Because now they feel that there was 2 shooters on both sides. So they got the one on the tower on this side, but the one on the right side, they never got. So that's why they wanted us to leave immediately, because they thought there's still a shooter out there somewhere.
And maybe that's why they waited, because if they killed Crooks too early, then the real sniper wouldn't have a fall guy. This information, of course, has not been proven, but is certainly within the realm of possibility. And I believe it's worth investigating, especially with everything we know about all of the various alphabet agencies and questionable assassinations of other political figures, such as John F. Kennedy and Robert F. Kennedy. And speaking of questionable things, there is another clip that has many people asking questions. A woman at the rally was standing behind Trump and appears to have been bracing for something before any shots were fired, and she seemed quite unfazed.
Watch this, dude. Watch. Watch. She sits down. Yep. Watch this.
If you
puts the sign up.
Something that said, take a look at what happened.
Shots go off.
She's completely normal. And then watch.
And then she's got her.
What the fuck? What the fuck? People are freaking out.
And she's filming.
And she's just like right there.
And there's this clip of a Secret Service agent talking on his headset while they are escorting Trump into a vehicle. The guy then points his gun at Trump for a moment, and then he puts it down. Another piece of information that has surfaced, which has caused suspicion about Crooks, was an appearance he made in a BlackRock commercial. If you're not familiar with who BlackRock is and what they do, this video will explain it.
There's a good chance you've never heard of BlackRock. Founded in only 1988, in less than 30 years, this American financial firm would grow to become the company that owns the world, managing assets worth $6.3 trillion. And that's just the beginning. BlackRock has also developed a software platform called Aladdin to perform risk analysis for its clients. It receives sensitive data from banks, insurance companies, and other important institutions. Through Aladdin, BlackRock has insights about the management of financial assets worth another $20 trillion. BlackRock also has shares and voting rights in many of the biggest European companies, in sectors such as energy, oil and gas, transportation, food, and of course, finance. Governments and central banks invite a BlackRock subsidiary called BlackRock Solutions to audit them and to provide advice about the management and rescue of banks. Yet at the same time, BlackRock is often a major shareholder in these same banks. In other words, the company often sits on both sides of the table. BlackRock Solutions gets privileged access to highly sensitive information that could be valuable to BlackRock itself. In January 2018, BlackRock's founder and chairman, Larry Fink, sent a letter to all of the CEOs of the companies BlackRock is invested in, asking them to do more than deliver financial performance and make a positive contribution to society. So BlackRock not only owns the world, it also wants to save it.
The most damning piece of evidence that has come to light that indicates the elites knew about the plan to assassinate Trump can be found in the stock market. On July 12th, the day before the Trump rally, an investment company called Austin Private Wealth LLC bought 12 million put options of Trump Media and Technology Group Corp. This type of investment indicates they anticipated something would cause a drop in the value of DJT stock, something like the assassination of Trump. Since this information has come to light, when you go on the AustinPrivateWealth.com website, they have this notice. The SEC filing, which showed that Austin Private Wealth shorted a large number of shares of Trump Media and Technology Group Corp., was incorrect, and we immediately amended it as soon as we learned of the error. No client of APW holds or has ever held a put on DayGT in the quantity initially reported. The correct holding amount was 12 contracts or 1,200 shares, not 12 million shares, as we filed in error. How convenient. It could just be a coincidence, but an astonishing coincidence it is. The FBI insists that Crooks was a lone shooter. They investigated his vehicle, they investigated his home, they took his laptop, they took his cell phone, and they have unlocked his cell phone. And they say they found no useful information. They are still analyzing his laptop, and I predict they will once again tell us that they found no useful information. But I want to end this video with this very eerie clip. A video featuring a man named Brandon Biggs has resurfaced, and this video was uploaded to YouTube 4 months ago. And just listen to what he said.
He said there's going to be a new wave of patriotism coming out. And that's whenever I saw Trump, and I saw a red wave coming out of Michigan. And it was being birthed, and it just kept spreading like fire all throughout America, all throughout. And I saw Trump rising up, and then I saw an attempt on his life. This bullet flew by his ear, and it came so close to his head that it busted his eardrum. And I saw he fell to his knees during this time frame, and he started worshiping the Lord. He got radically born again during this time frame. I'm talking, people say he's saved now, but he becomes really on fire for Jesus, for what I saw coming. I saw him winning the presidency through great, the Lord showed me it would go clear into the summer. Great persecution would come on him through the judges and through the law and all these people trying to sue him and all this stuff. But there would be a stop to it, and there things would start to break free come toward the fall. And then I saw him winning the election through the Patriots coming out and voting, and then there will be a great economy crash. Yeah. I saw they had a great economy plan, a crash, worse than the Great Depression.
Some people say it was luck that saved Trump's life, and some people say it was divine intervention. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comment section down below. If you liked this video, please don't forget to hit the
guys, this world is like the world is just a crazy place. Like what people will do for power, it's kind of frightening. So now I'm gonna play this for y'all. This is Alex Jones. But y'all, he said some things, you guys. I was listening. I was like, it's worth listening and it's worth being careful, y'all, because we just never know. But he's saying that they're even going to attack black churches too. Hold on. Let me play for y'all. Hold on.
Like this, whatever happened, you've been saying there's going to be violence in this election.
Yeah, I mean, I joked around. You're one of my favorite comedians. I love you.
Thank you.
I watch your show every week. So is my wife. So is the crew. We love you, Tim. We love your crew. I just want to be 100% clear, okay? Yeah. I'm not trying to be dramatic here on air. I am literally telling you what I believe is going on. And so here's the bottom line. Everybody's getting into grassy knoll and shots and ballistics and trajectory. The Secret Service, even if he only has 20 people, because Biden cut it down to nothing, he wouldn't give RFK Jr., whose father and uncle were both murdered by the government, any Secret Service. So that's by default serious negligence going on, deliberate negligence to get him killed. So Trump's got 20 Secret Service. Doesn't matter. All the local police work for them and want to work for Trump. So they were told by the advance team, this has come out, not to be on the roofs of 4 buildings 450 feet away that a Boy Scout, a 10-year-old could make that shot, okay? So there was a default stand down, just like in 63 in Dallas. And Kennedy said, I'm pulling out 100,000 troops a month. In 4 months, the 400,000 troops that were in Vietnam are going to be gone. Trump said, I'm going to end this war. I'm going to cut off funding the Ukraine war. And so Biden's really collapsed. And then they don't put anybody on the roof, which again is the number one place you go, and the number one place. I mean, if out to a half mile, if there's water towers where a president or a top candidate speaking, they go and put people on the water tower because that's a place to take a shot. 450 feet away, literally a 10-year-old can hit bullseye at 450 feet. Okay, I've shot mountain goats at 1,200 yards. But most people can't shoot like that. But we're talking 450 feet. But the round that the guy fired was so lightweight, a little bit of wind can blow it. Cold bore, it can always shoot a little bit to the left. But the point is, it was 1/2 inch away from hitting Trump right in the temple, and killing him, shot right through his ear right here. And so that's one issue. This was not a mistake. This was not a screw up. This was premeditated. But yes, I've been on air like a parrot saying they're going to kill Trump or try to kill him. And when they kill him or try to kill him, all hell is going to break loose. So I want to be 100% clear. Now the deep state set this up, brought in the shooter, protected him, put him up there. That's all 100% fact. Don't be naive. People debate that stuff all day. The default is put people on rooftops within a half mile. This is 450 feet away. This is preposterous. This was the default set position. Like this is like putting salt water in your gas tank or not putting gas in your car. You have a newborn baby, you throw it in the pool. It's not a mistake. It's done on purpose. The low-level Secret Service is not their fault. They follow orders. No one is on 4 rooftops, 450 feet away.
Who is giving that order? Who is telling them don't be on the rooftops? Do you think? If you had to guess,
We know that.
Right.
We know.
Okay.
That is the senior advanced team of the Secret Service.
And that is that. There's a name.
So the senior
this woman, I forget her name. She's testifying. The Republicans have just called her to testify in front of Congress. I forget her name, but she is the head of the Secret Service. Do you know her name, Alex? I'm forgetting her name.
Yeah, it's another one of these diversity hires. So
Right.
we saw a bunch of women with guns didn't protect Trump, but it's beyond that.
What do these chefs have in common? They're all part of Cook Unity, the only meal service.
The number one thing, if you study the Secret Service, this is all well known. It's in all the Secret Service movies, but it's the default. Any rooftops within a half mile you clear and you have people on top of them. It doesn't matter they didn't have enough Secret Service. You put cops on top of the roofs, that nobody can do that. Instead, about 2 minutes before Trump gets shot in the ear, there's video of this. It's all over X. They clear everybody out from behind Trump as they hear dozens of witnesses have been on the news that said there's a guy with a gun on the building.
Right,
So they go around for minutes going, yeah. There's a guy, exactly. There's a guy on the roof with a gun, and they sit there and fumble and watch. But the local SWAT teams waited, and they're on their radios with their guns trained on him, and they're like not told to take a shot. So there wasn't just a stand down, not putting people on top of the buildings, which is the first thing you do. That's where the shots come from, not up close. In every case, 95% of the time, they then have got it's all on video. The shooter, as he's up there with a rifle, crawling around and getting in a front position, and they're told to stand down for about 2 minutes. So we're talking about 120 seconds. This is like a lifetime because in real situations, you got a shooter, you got a guy with a gun, you blast him. So everybody having a debate about and hearings and why this happened, that's all a distraction. So moving on from that, Trump beat all the fake impeachments. He beat the Russiagate. He beat the fake civil cases. He got found guilty, but nobody bought it. They were popular. He got convicted in the New York show trial. That gave him an extra 10 points. In real national scientific polls that are being conducted, and I've talked to the Republican Party that's doing these, Trump's about 25 points ahead nationwide. In mainstream news, they say 15 points. In battleground states, he's 10 to 15 points ahead. With dead people out of district, that's not enough. Maybe they can steal a 5-point lead. You can't steal a 10-point lead. You can't steal a 15-point lead. So even in New York, he's now in play. Places like Michigan, 10 points ahead. Pennsylvania, 10 points ahead. Georgia, 15 points ahead. Arizona, 15 points ahead. They can't steal that. So they're in total collapse. They're trying to remove Biden. So you change the subject by killing Trump, and then who is the nominee 1 week before he goes to Milwaukee, Wisconsin for the RNC. So now that they shot at the king and missed, and he's even more popular and they're more desperate, as I said 3 years ago, as Tucker said years ago, as I've said on air, and as I personally told Trump, I'll leave it at that. I said, sir, 6 months ago, I said, you are on a trajectory where you.
Can you guys still see the video? Let me see if you can still see the video because YouTube keeps rejecting my comments. No, Maria, he is the former president. So when you're a former U.S. president, you get Secret Service for the rest of your life. Now, they were trying to remove Secret Service from him in case they could lock him up. But I'm like, child, that's not going to happen. You're not going to put an American president in prison. That's not happening. But when you're a former U.S. president, you have Secret Service for the rest of your life, right? And then also he's running for office again, right? My thing is, you don't want to see anybody running for office getting shot up on camera. We don't want to see that. Okay? We don't want to see that. Like, it would have been so bad. Oh my gosh. Like, I've never been so happy for somebody not to die. Like, please don't die. Okay? You don't want to see him get unalived. You do not want to see Joe Biden get unalived. It is going to be really bad. We would have woken up to a civil war. Oh my gosh. Whew. I had the chills. I had the shivers. I was oh my gosh, thank you, Jesus, right? This would have been so bad, right? So it's like, that's what they're saying. Like, why would Secret Service be so sloppy like that? Because it's giving, they were like, it was an inside job to just get rid of this man, which is very selfish to do because it's like, why would you do this? You know? Like, I'm like, a civil war is nothing to play with. Like, these things are awful. And one thing about a civil war, you always know the date it started or like what caused it, but you never know when it's going to end. You know what I'm saying? Remember, like when I first moved to the States, like when we first moved here, 6th grade, right? One of our first like field trips, we had to go to Gettysburg. Yo, like Gettysburg, it's like 3,000 plus dead people. Where what's his name? Abraham Lincoln had to give his little Gettysburg address, right? I'm like, damn, like 3,000 people died here. Like, you don't want to see no dang civil war. That is crazy. That is so crazy. And my thing is, and I'm like, oh, so I see why. Because recently they brought back the draft, right? Like they brought back the draft. They try to make it mandatory and things like that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, it's like these people been planning, like, it's like they want to see a civil war because they've been saying civil war and civil war and civil war. People talk about it on TikTok. And I'm like, y'all need to stop putting stuff like that in the energy. Stop putting stuff like that in the universe, you know, because you don't want to see a civil war, right? And then, like, was it last month or so that, like, the Senate, right? No, not the Senate, the House, they passed a bill to, like to bring back the draft for boys who are 18 to 26, you know? Some of us have little nephews. Like, I'm like, yo, like, what? How's TJ? Like 20, 19, 20 years old? A lot of these young people don't know how to fight. Okay. They're on TikTok all day. Okay. They play Minecraft all day. Like, no. Okay. If we don't want to go no damn civil war, I don't want a civil war. I don't want to be locked up in the house like it's back in quarantine. Okay. No, that's crazy. You don't like people. You don't like people. You don't have to try to unalive someone because you don't like them. That's crazy. No, they're not for people. I'm like, that's very, very selfish. Like, it's really selfish. Okay. I'm like, quarantine was really hard for people. Like, it was really hard. It was a lot to be locked up almost like 2-3 years in a house like that. Like, it wasn't fun, right? But I'm like, yeah. But I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. Like, I like people are like, oh, yeah, why did you miss? Why did you miss? I'm like, shut up. Shut up. Do you know what would have happened to all of us had that person not missed? Okay. A lot of people didn't even have, like, everybody would have had to run to the grocery store. Y'all, it would have been a hot mess. Child, I thank God. Child. Whoo. People are so silly. Like, people don't even know what they be wishing for. Okay? They just reinstated a draft. You like, do you really want the little kids that you know, 16, like 18 to 26, to go into a war to kill people? No, we don't. Nobody needs to die. This is ridiculous. This is quite ridiculous. No one needs to die. Okay, it's politics. Talk your ish. Talk your ish. Let's go and vote. Whoever wins, good. You won. Don't cheat though, right? But I'm like, this ain't nothing worth nobody gonna die over. Like, this is just too much. This is too much. And now he's saying that maybe they will also attack black churches. I'm like, woo, Lord, these pastors need to have security. They need to have security. Don't let anybody that looks weird come into your church. Hold on.
Beating all this, the next thing is assassination. That's why he has the Secret Service. To act like that isn't an issue. Remember, Forbes was saying last night, oh, there was an incident, a backfire of a car or something. They were.
Vital Signs is a free quarterly magazine with exclusive content on a broad range of topics.
Shut that down, guys. So they are literally trying to sell you that none of this happened, that there wasn't even assassination. They tried that for like 6-7 hours yesterday, showing you how incredibly disgusting all this is and how the fix is in. So I told you literally like a parrot on methamphetamine what was going to happen in the last couple of years. Now let me tell you the rest of the moves that Deep State has.
Please.
He's trying to pull the troops. Thank you. He's trying to pull the troops out of Ukraine. The U.S. funds 83% of the funding that's public. Trump, people say, oh, Trump can't kill this. He can't stop this. The hell he can't. He's the commander in chief. So Kennedy tried to pull out the troops. He pulled out 100,000 and he was dead a month later in 63. So here's what the Deep State needs to do. Everybody's against him. The whole world's waking up to him. They want to kill. I'll be very slow here. They want to kill Trump now even more because this just gave him 20 points. He's not, all these Democrats know now vote Trump. He's not going to win by 10 points. He's going to win by 30 points. This is a major political realignment. He got shot in the side of the head, perfect hole right through his ear, quarter inch over, right in the temple. This is so epic. So what is the Deep State going to do? Well, I study clandestine operations. I study all this stuff. I had a lot of family worked in this, and I'm not talking about pencil pushing areas of government. I'm talking about overthrowing government people, okay? And they told me all this stuff when I was a kid. So here's what's going to go down. The Deep State has truck bombs loaded in Florida. They have truck bombs, in my opinion, loaded in Wisconsin. And if they don't block the roads off a half mile from Mar-a-Lago with serious concrete dividers, if they don't block off Wisconsin, which Trump said, screw it, I'm going there tomorrow. If they don't do that, the next move is roll a truck full of plastic explosives into the event. They're also going to try to poison him. They got people inside his organization. So poisoning, truck bombs, shootings is all that works. Also, they've been pre-programming cyber attacks by the Russians, claiming they're working with Trump supporters. The FBI already put out reports last year saying the Russians working with Trump supporters are going to cut the U.S. power off. No, the desperate deep state. So cyber attacks, power outages, truck bomb attacks, but it's worse. They will also, and this is totally.
I love how you go. You go truck bombs, power outages, and then you go, and it gets worse. Like it's crazy to think about getting it. I understand what you're saying. It's so wild.
So today also, hold on, my thing on. So today, since last night, there've been all these like weird outages, like IT outages all around the world, you guys. So this video I showed you guys, the video here came out 4 days ago, right? 4 days ago, he said there are going to be outages. And then look what happened early this morning, okay? Chaos and confusion, tech outages causing disruption worldwide. There are outages everywhere with airlines, with the healthcare, with the banks, with the this, with the that. You know, it's insane. It is insane. It is insane. It is insane. Okay? So y'all stay woke, y'all. Okay? You might want to have some cash on you real quick. I'm just saying. Okay?
Yeah, and I'm going to be 1 trillion% clear.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this for sensational reasons.
No, for sure.
Okay. I want to be all I do is study this. So this is the normal threat continuum. So on the ladder, indictments, civil stuff, garbage, impeachments, take them off the ballot. And so next is assassination. So if you're a deep state and you shoot the king, you miss, what's next? You don't just try to blow the king up with a truck bomb. You don't just try to poison his food. That's a standard procedure in history. You then attack black churches, black colleges with truck bombs or mass shooters. But truck bombs great when you're desperate because you don't even have to wind up a shooter. You just do it and claim a Trump supporter did. So they have already said, Senator Blumenthal that's run the attacks on me and others have said, they've introduced legislation that when he's president-elect, because it's not just 112 days of the election, or 113. It's that in that 79 days from the early November to January 20th when he gets inaugurated, that 79 days, the Democrats have said there's going to be massive civil unrest. And when Trump tries to call up the National Guard under the Insurrection Act, they've introduced a bill to strip him of that power, which is a coup against the executive. So they've already, I'm going for hours. They pre-programmed all of this where they're going to stage attacks on black people. That's all pre-programmed, all the shows, all the movies, everything. Say Trump supporters behind it. And they believe that will trump, pun intended, everything Trump is saying, everything Trump is doing.
You think they'll try to start some type of race war or massive civil unrest based on like a false flag attack that's may not be an assassination, but is just to destabilize the public and to just introduce chaos into the process?
Yeah, let's be clear, Tim. I don't think I know.
Right.
You have to understand, there's a Rand Corporation 34-step ladder they've had since the 50s that's been updated that shows how nuclear war starts. We're at like 29 in Ukraine.
Right.
So this stuff has all been ridiculously working. So it's not that I'm not smart. I know about Operation Gladio when the Russians took over most of Europe. The West staged terror attacks. And I hate the communists. I mean, I had family involved in Gladio. Let's tell the periphery. I'll leave it at that. So the point is, I know about all this. Like if your dad's a mechanic, you know how to fix a diesel engine. Okay, so I know about the stuff. So the West had stay-behind networks when the Russians took over part of Eastern Europe and part of Western Europe, like Germany, East Germany. They had groups that staged terror attacks to blame on the Russians. And the Russians did similar stuff, but the West was so good at it with Hollywood, the media, Operation Gladio. So this is Gladio 2.0. They just shot the Slovakian president 5 times. He lived. They're trying to kill Viktor Orban. He's trying to stop World War III. We are in direct war with Russia. And Trump is saying the military-industrial complex, I'm not doing that. This is stupid for business. He doesn't feel powerful killing people. He doesn't think war is sexy because he's not a pussy. So I'm telling you, the default is truck bombs, poison Trump, shoot him if they can, and then separately stage terror attacks against the pre-programming's there. It's black people. They're going to hit black people with massive terror attacks. I mean, we may have hundreds dead at a church, hundreds dead at a college, and they're going to say a Trump supporter did it. Now, that's their next move. Do they got the guts to pull it? I think they do.
What is your read on what happened with Biden? What is happening with Biden?
Yeah, I really hope that these pastors, because sometimes black people can be so obsessed with racism, sometimes they don't listen. Like, oh, he's a racist, I'm not listening. But it's like they need to have security. Okay, Black churches need to be on high alert because it's better to be safe than to be sorry. They need to have security, not just church security, because then people don't have guns. You need to have like real securities with the guns, okay? People who can make people go meet Jesus, okay? And they need to start having like metal detectors at these churches. Matter of fact, they might want to stream their services because you just never know. Like me, I wouldn't take the chance because what I saw this right here with Trump, I ain't never seen this before. We saw that, like, we heard about like JFK and RFK and stuff and MLK, but like to see this in like our modern time, like 2024, like a broad daylight assassination on a former president, a man who's running for office, you guys, no. And the way these people be moving, trying to bring back the draft and mandatory draft from 18 to 26, and you don't have to register. They'll register you. They'll register for you. It's too much. It's too much. It is not a coincidence. They're up to something, right? So I'm like, when it comes to these Black churches, they need to be very careful. HBCUs, Black campuses need to be very careful. Like, take this stuff seriously. You know what I'm saying? Take it seriously because, why would he lie? Why would he lie? Like, he said this 4 days ago, and we woke up this morning, there's outages everywhere. So I don't know who's feeding him this information, but they know what they're talking about. Hold on. Let me also play. Hold on.
Up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, and, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him up the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%.
The world is already aware of what happened on July 13th, 2024, a day that will forever be marked in history books as the moment somebody almost took out a former president in broad daylight at a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, while many people on the ground tried to alert Secret Service that some weird thug was on top of the building with clear access to take out Donald Trump. That man ended up taking out an innocent bystander. Then 2 other people rushed to the hospital, critically injured before he was wiped out himself. Coming super close to getting Trump on live television. Instead, reportedly only injuring his ear. What many are wondering the day after is, how did this happen? The Secret Service was the leading security for the rally. Their job was to protect Trump, who's not just a current presidential candidate, but he's a former president. Questioning how could they even allow a man on top of a building so close like that, then totally ignoring everyone who tried to alert them for at least 3 to 5 minutes before any of this happened.
A gentleman who was along the fence line, I'm just meeting him right now. Sir, thank you so much. You're talking to KDKA. Can I have your name and what did you see and hear?
This is Ben Macer. I was at the same point that probably the witness you were talking to earlier. I was up at the fence line, saw the guy move from roof to roof, told an officer that he was on the roof. The officer come looking, I went back to heard that there was somebody that could see the person. So I went back to where they were standing, saw the person, went back and told the officer again that if he goes back to that particular spot, he can see the person, figuring that he would go on radio. And when I turned around to go back to where I was is when the gunshots started, and then it was just chaos and we all came running away, and that was that.
So let me get this right. So you actually saw the man on top of the roof behind us?
Yes.
And you're saying people reported that to law enforcement, saying there's a man on the roof of the building?
Yes, there were two officers that were actively searching. You could tell they were searching and looking for somebody, and we just tried to help and tell them where the guy was. And they, at some point, somebody obviously found him, or the snipers found him, and that was the end of his decisions.
They didn't get him until after he opened fire. So not only was he allowed to crawl on this building for minutes, but he was allowed to get shots off. And basically, he almost got Trump. He missed a shot.
Did you get a good look at the guy on the roof?
I did not have a good look at him, but I just seen him going from one building to another. There was a little gap in between, and he went. And when I went back to see the people that I heard that could see him, seen a quick look at him there, and then went to the officer to tell the officer, and that was all that I got.
How many gunshots did you hear?
I have no idea. It was, at first I didn't know what I heard, and then once it became clear what I heard, that it was just getting out of there, and I helped a lady that had a 4-year-old kid, helped them get out, and that was it. We were done, and everybody went home. And
you're obviously shaken up right now just talking to me.
A little bit. It's not every day that you're that close to anything like that.
How far do you think that shooter was from the stage of where the former president was speaking?
Probably 250 yards.
Just a couple of 100 yards away. And when you had all these people telling them about that man on the building, they didn't try to get Trump out of there. They allowed him to stay on stage for minutes. But the first problem is, why do they know about the threat? Why is it that all these people on the ground had to tell them about the threat? There are so many accounts of people saying, oh, we had to tell them that something was happening. Why didn't the Secret Service already know about the man on the building? Or did they?
Which law enforcement agencies were tasked with securing this particular route outside of the United States Secret Service?
Well, Secret Service always has the lead on securing something like this, but then they work very closely. And I hate to use the word routine, but it is a fairly routine matter for all of our agencies to work jointly with the Secret Service.
Out of all of the law enforcement agencies there, the Secret Service was on top of everybody.
And it really depends on the venue, on what information is out there, what number of resources are devoted to it, and we work with them to provide whatever is requested by the Secret Service, but they're the lead in that security.
Was there anything about this venue that made it particularly difficult to secure?
You know, I would defer to the Secret Service to answer that. They would have done the initial assessment.
Would you have had perhaps a local official secure that roof to make sure the roof is clear, make sure nobody's in the building, and then stand guard there so no one comes in after that clearing?
So we don't know if they did or did not do this.
Yes, but they should have.
I would presume you should have a local police presence in that area. Now, could you have put somebody on that rooftop? You could have. The other element is the counter sniper team. So as far as we know, we see a 2-man team from the Secret Service side. As we were discussing prior before we started speaking, they are looking at everything. They have to cover 360 degrees. So I know a lot of folks are like, how could they not see this?
Nah, this was a complete failure. And Secret Service, as lead on this detail, is responsible. Point blank, period. They did not do their job. Now, the question is, was it sloppiness or laziness, or was this deliberately done? Because I'm telling you right now, Trump shouldn't trust any of these people.
Tim, would you consider this a failure of the security?
Well, I'll tell you, when President Reagan was shot, that was a failure too, because we didn't use metal detectors at the time. But while we said he wasn't killed, he was injured. So yes, it's a failure, plain and simple. If a protectee is hit, something went wrong, something's going to have to be changed. So anytime a protectee is harmed, there's something that has to change. You have to critically look at what happened, why it happened.
Listen, at the end of the day, the Secret Service failed. If they're the head honchos in charge of the security at the event, out of all the law enforcement agencies, this is on their hands. It happened on their watch. One innocent bystander gone who was there with his wife and daughters. They saw everything as it unfolded. 2 others critically injured. And I saw a lot of people calling this a prank or a hoax for sympathy and votes. Like, who in the world will set themselves up to be in the head? Then on top of that, Trump is already ahead in the polls. And no, it can't be a prank when you have 1 victim gone and 2 others in the hospital. I'm saying though, I don't care who you're voting for. I really don't. However, everybody can clearly see what's going on here. The first time in over 40 years that anything remotely close happened like this. 43 years ago, 1981, Reagan. And if they're leaving a former president vulnerable like that, now I'm wondering if Biden's team is up to par, or the other former presidents outside of Trump, Obama, Bush, Clinton, Jimmy Carter. Then you have to think about their families, their adult children that the Secret Service is protecting, their wives. You have Congress members. So I don't know why anyone will be cheering this on or upset that the hitter missed, because we will be waking up to a different day in total chaos in this country if that moron was a tad bit closer. Everybody will be in jeopardy. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. Let me know what you think about this below.
Here's how you can take advantage of infinite banking.
Like I said in the last video, July 13th, 2024 is definitely going down in the history books. It's been over 43 years since someone got that close to taking out a US president or former president. 43 years. And in that video, the link is below, by the way, if you missed it. I talked about the failure of the Secret Service and how they had dozens of people on the ground telling the police, hey, there's a man on the roof.
We noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle.
They allowed a man on the roof, not far away at all, within hundreds of yards, with clear access to the former president. And I wonder, was the Secret Service really this sloppy and incompetent, or did they intentionally leave that building open like that, for one, then allow that fool to bear crawl up there to get in position to do what he did, allowing him to get off several shots before countering? I don't care what anybody says. This was an absolute failure on the Secret Service. And the first person that should be fired right now is the Secret Service director. Yeah, this lady right here, the DEI Secret Service Director, Kimberly A. Cheadle, the 27th director, sworn into office on September 19th, 2022. Ms. Kimberly here is more concerned with filling up the Secret Service with women than picking the right people for the job. She said it herself, in about 5 years, her goal is to turn the Secret Service into 30% female.
And I look forward to a day where we're able to talk about this agency and whoever is leading this agency and not have to distinguish, they're the second female or the fifth or the sixth, and that diversity is just part of this agency and it's not even thought about.
To expand hiring, they're aiming to have 30% women recruits by 2030.
But I'm very conscious as I sit in this chair now of making sure that we need to attract diverse candidates and ensure that we are developing and giving opportunities to everybody in our workforce, and particularly women.
That workforce will be pivotal for the 2024 campaign season, which for the first time includes a former president who already has lifetime protection.
Yeah, that's why you saw these 3 dweebs out there calling themselves protecting Trump. They look crazy, clueless, and incompetent. Look at them. Then right after the attempt, one of them was directly in front of Trump, holding up her little short arms and bending down at the same time. For what, I don't know. Maybe she wasn't trying to get hit herself. Just stupid, by the way. I'm sorry, it's certain jobs you sign up for that's very high risk, and you basically sign up to give your life away if you have to. The military is definitely one of those, and the Secret Service law enforcement is another. If you would rather be a soft girl or listen to Taylor Swift on the weekend at the hair salon, this just isn't the job for you. And in my opinion, it's perfectly fine that most women don't want to be a Secret Service agent, because we shouldn't want to be. I say leave that to the men, let them do their job. We shouldn't be there just standing in the way, looking around all awkward like a bunch of dweebs. It should be competent, stoic men, not worried I don't know how to put my weapon back into my holster. Women. It's super embarrassing, but you only get a moment like this because the director is more concerned with having women empowerment brunches at the Secret Service than actually getting the job done. Up here trying to get a Charlie's Angels moment while you have them guarding a former president. I'm sorry, this is unacceptable. And before any noodle brain feminist or simp try to say, well, women should be able to guard presidents too, answer this. If your life was on the line, do you want Charlie's Angels to show up? Do you want the clueless crew, or do you want the best trained men to show up? Let's go a little further. If this had been Obama, will you still feel the same way? Will you want the clueless chicks guarding Obama? Okay, I forgot y'all don't like him no more. You say he not like us. What about Michelle? Will you want the clueless crew guarding Michelle Obama?
As if.
Right, stop playing. Even Michelle Obama will tell them folks behind the scenes, stop playing in my face and go get me some real protection. Yeah, she'll get on camera and keep it cute and cordial. That's what she's supposed to do. She's not crazy, and none of us are either. These little 5-foot women should not be in charge of guarding a 6'3", 280, possibly 300-pound man. That's crazy. And most U.S. presidents are tall. In the last 30 years, every president has been at least 6 feet. Clinton and Obama 6'2", Trump 6'3". He's the third tallest president in history, behind Lyndon Johnson and the tallest president ever, Lincoln. And you can't forget about their children. The Secret Service also have to protect them. They're tall too. The Obama girls are 5'11" like their mom. Ivanka Trump, she's also a tall woman, 5'11". Eric Trump, 6'5". Baby Trump Barron just grew up out of nowhere. It's like one day he just woke up and he was 7 feet. Yeah, I'm saying stop playing. It doesn't matter what party you're with. This should be an American issue. I wouldn't wish this on anybody or their family. Not the Trumps, the Biden family, not the Obamas, the Bush family, or the Clintons. Anybody. And I'm telling you, this Secret Service failure should open the eyes of everyone who didn't realize before things can get real, really fast. Now, word is the Secret Service did not sweep that building.
A Secret Service spokesman tells CNN that agents did not personally sweep the building where the gunman was perched at Saturday's rally. A source says one of 2 local counter snipers was supposed to be covering that very building. The Pennsylvania State Police says they were not responsible for that area. The head of the Secret Service, we should know, Kimberly Cheadle, announced this morning that the agency will fully participate in the independent review.
Wait a damn minute. Wait a damn.
How do you not sweep the building that's right there? Super fail. Then there was an officer who encountered the shooter on the rooftop before pulling a Uvalde and running away.
So this is a big piece of information that the Associated Press now reporting. According to several officials who spoke to them on the basis of anonymity, they are saying that it has been learned in this investigation that a local police officer had been flagged down by those rally goers who noticed that the suspect, Thomas Crooks, had climbed up onto a nearby roof. They had flagged down this local officer. The officer climbed up onto the roof and reportedly went up there to confront the suspected shooter. That suspected shooter, Crooks, pointed his rifle at the officer, according to the AP, and that officer retreated, then giving the suspect the chance to fire his weapon at former President Trump.
Oh my goodness.
Ever since I was young, my dream has been to open a chocolate shop, to make unique.
They should have pulled Trump off stage before this even happened. From the time the audience saw that man on the roof, security should have seen him too. Really, they should have spotted him out and caught him up there before the people saw him. No, I do not believe the so-called best in the country should be this sloppy and this incompetent, which is why I still believe today Trump shouldn't trust anybody. The head of the Secret Service is facing a lot of scrutiny right now.
My reaction is that where was she, or where was any representative from the United States Secret Service at the initial press conference? I mean, that is their site. They should have had a representative there. Why have we not heard from her yet? Americans want to understand. If there is a time for her to come forward, it is now. And it's just radio silence. It's unacceptable. And she has this plan in place. It's very well known. You know, by 2030, she wants 30% of, female staff at the Secret Service. Maria, why should that matter? We should be focused on protecting. That is the job of the Secret Service.
She's got her comrades out here catching strays.
I don't understand why it is that you had one of the most significant events in Secret Service's history occurred yesterday, and no one from the Secret Service has publicly decided to take questions about what happened. And the FBI today openly giving us a non-directed briefing about their investigation, but yet we still have not heard from anyone from the Secret Service.
So my role in the Secret Service is the RNC coordinator, so that is my purview. Any questions regarding yesterday's event can be directed to our public affairs office out of DC.
So because incompetent Kim wouldn't come out, other leaders in her organization had to avoid questions while the so-called big boss dodged the press. It took her days to engage with the media, and when she finally did that, she took no accountability and blamed local law enforcement instead.
When you said that local law enforcement was responsible for that building, what did you mean by that?
So Secret Service respects local law enforcement, and we could not do our job either investigatively or on our protective mission without them. In Pennsylvania, in fact, on that same day, they were also working the First Lady trip and a vice presidential trip. So I understand the constraints that they're under, and as I said earlier, we couldn't do our job without them. At that particular site, we divided up areas of responsibility, but the Secret Service is solely responsible for the design and the implementation and the execution of the site. And that's what I was trying to stress, was that we just divided up areas of responsibility, and they provided support to those areas of responsibility.
The Secret Service increased security for former President Trump because of a credible threat from Iran. I've spoken with several people who look at the perimeter, hearing that news, look at the perimeter and say, how, knowing that there was a credible threat against the former president, how could that perimeter be so small that it excluded a building just 150 yards away from the podium?
I can't get into the specifics of any threats, but obviously with all of our protectees, we're constantly monitoring the threats that are out there, and we design our security plan based on that, also depending on the venue and the environment that we're in. And on that particular day, a full advance had been completed. But this is also why we are doing an internal review, and we look forward to the external review as well. And obviously, if there are things that we need to change about our policies or our procedures or our methods, we are certainly going to do so.
Was that perimeter too small?
The perimeter encompassed the area that we needed to secure for the event that we had on that day. What happened is a terrible incident and should never happen. And we are obviously going to make sure that moving forward, we take whatever lessons that come out of this and adjust accordingly.
Was every element, every part of his, from the intelligence to the counter assault team, to the detail agents, the shift agents, every element top to bottom of the advance in the operation, was every element increased after you learned of this credible threat?
What we increased was what we felt was appropriate for the former president and for that particular event on that day. We have been increasing the assets and the resources and the staffing that we have been providing to the former president since he was a presidential candidate and then the presumptive nominee. That's what I can tell you.
That sounds like a no.
I am not saying a no at all. I'm saying that we have continued to increase the resources that we've been providing to the former president.
Yeah, Kimberly, you gotta go. It's not just about Trump, but a 50-year-old man lost his life while he was shielding his wife and daughters. 2 other men injured. Listen, this could happen to any of them at any rally, including the people you support. So yes, unacceptable across the board. And Kimberly, as the head honcho, you have to take responsibility. You can't be more interested in forming a feminist organization inside the Secret Service and replacing the men than actually making sure you get the job done. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. Let me know what you think about this below. Special thank you to Philip J.
Biden, what is happening in the Democratic Party? What do you think is going on since that debate? What do you feel like is happening, and what do you think ends up happening with him?
Well, I got banned twice. They first banned me 6 years ago, then 4 years ago. I'm not trying to write myself a story. It's just true. 12 people, the headline was, labeled as dangerous persons by Facebook. And Louis Farrakhan, myself, 2 of my reporters, 12 people were listed as dangerous persons. And they said, people can look this up. It doesn't sound real, folks. I swear to God, it's real. Look it up. You just look up 12 people banned under dangerous persons by Facebook. And it said You're allowed to call for violence against these 12 evil people because they're so bad, they're so dangerous, they're so evil. We had lawyers call them. They took it down after a month. It was insane. But people saw the rules of service. They said, well, we're going to kill you. They came to my office. I had to get security, it's been insane. Now, the reason I raised that is,
I've done some stuff personally in the past. I'm not planning on doing that this time. And that includes, not endorsing either of the candidates. Now, look, I mean, there's obviously a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world. I mean, the historic events over the weekend. And I mean, on a personal note, it's, seeing Donald Trump get up after getting shot in the face and pump his fist in the air with the American flag is one of the most badass things I've ever seen in my life. But look, I mean, it's, and I think, look, it's, at some level as an American, it's like hard to not get kind of emotional about that spirit and that fight. And I think that's why a lot of people like the guy. I've done some seeing Donald Trump get up after getting shot in the face and pump his fist in the air with the American flag is one of the most badass things I've ever seen in my life. But look, I mean, it's, and I think, look, it's, at some level as an American, it's like hard to not get kind of emotional about that spirit and that fight. And I think that's why a lot of people like the guy. Seeing Donald Trump get up after getting shot in the face.
What do you think is going to happen? What's your read on that? I mean, that's obviously this
okay.
terrible story that happened to Trump. But before that, the big story was, Biden being a corpse.
Out of his mind. So I remember now.
Yeah.
Why did they ban me? Look it up. I said Biden has had multiple strokes. Biden has had all sorts of medical issues. And so he is out of his mind. He is completely crazy. He needs to not run. So this is right when he was running. That's their excuse. And that's why they took me off the internet, was saying 5-6 years ago that he was out of his mind. So that's their only, move. And Biden has had multiple brain surgeries. Biden is completely out of his mind. He can't operate after 8 or 9 o'clock at night. And so they don't know what to do. And so because they waited so long, they don't have runway to replace him now. Congressionally and constitutionally, he has the $90+ million the DNC has. Kamala Harris has it. So they waited so long. He was supposed to already step down. Because he won't step down, they don't have a way to make him step down. And so out of pure panic, they're like, my God, Trump's 20 points ahead. What do? We kill him. We kill Trump. And so that's what's happening is that Biden has no idea what he's doing. He is completely living on another planet. And so that's why I'm trying to explain to people, we are in a constitutional, total and complete crisis. Okay?
I have talked to more people, over the last few days, like you said, that are really panicked, and they're not people that you would think, right? I mean, these are, very successful people. They are smart people, and they feel like we're in a complete, we're spiraling out of control. And they look at this attempt at Trump's life, and it's terrifies people. And by the way, these are not hysterics. These are not people that they ignored a lot of stuff up until this point, but I'm sure you've talked to some of them too that are texting me. Liberals, Alex, liberals, Democrats are texting me going, what the fuck is going on? It's not just conservatives. Liberals are going, I'm panicked. What is this?
Well, exactly, Tim, that's such an important thing to say.
All right, people, I have to cut it short. I have to go give the baby a little shower. It's 9 o'clock here, right? But this video, if you want to finish up this video, it's hold on. 'Cause, baby, I'm listening to everybody. This is the Tim Dillon show. Oh, these people get some crazy views. 2.7 million views in 4 days. 11,500. Well, this is crazy. Okay. But baby, I said to you, I'll tell you this, right? We must listen to everybody, child, because I need to know what's going on. I was like, child, please. This was, oh Lord, you guys, I thank God that man didn't get shot. I thank God he didn't get shot, you guys. It would have been bad. It would have been bad. I'm like, by Monday, you guys, this whole week could have been a whole civil war. You guys, they could have, oh my gosh. I'm like, I could see mass layoffs. I can see us being forced to live in quarantine. I can see our kids having to do remote learning again. I could see going to the grocery store being scary. Child. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my Lord. That's like, thank you, God. Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you, Secret Glow. I think God this man didn't die, you guys, because I'm like, they're trying to draft young people. Okay. And I'm like, that was a month ago. It was about a month ago. Okay. About a month ago, they were trying to draft young people. It came out on what, like the June 16th, right?
It's becoming a national security issue. The military is
see?
not reaching recruitment goals to refill the ranks, the shortfalls impacting some branches more than others. A Pew Research Center report showing that only 23% of young people actually even qualify for the military, and the majority of Americans 18 to 29 have a negative view of the armed forces altogether. So News Nation's Ryan Bass is looking into this. And Ryan, I'm interested, with such a decline, could we see mandatory military service becoming something that we start to see again?
You know, Anna, politicians on both sides agree that this is a really big crisis here in terms of military recruitment numbers, but it seems pretty far-fetched from anyone we've spoken to that a president could enact some sort of mandatory military service to try and fix that problem. I mean, we haven't had a draft since 1973, and enlisting in the service is voluntary right now. Here,
Ladies, pack your bags. We're getting drafted.
I've seen so many people posting about World War III.
Okay, everyone, this is a big deal.
My thing is, I don't think it's a coincidence that a month ago, like on the 16th of June, okay, the House passed this bill, and on the 13th of July, they trying to unalive the president, former president. Oh no, ma'am. Oh no, ma'am. Oh no, ma'am. I'm like, Jimmy's nephew is like, yeah, teacher's like 19, 20. Like, he would have got drafted. That boy cannot go to war, y'all. He will not make it. Okay, a lot of our young people are not built for war. These kids are spoiled. Okay, they do Uber Eats, DoorDash. I mean, like, they have so many conveniences. They're not used to struggling. They don't know how to struggle. They don't know how to hold weapons. Okay, no. Okay, so I'm like, God, Father God, I thank you that man is not dead. I thank God he's not dead. Like I said, I pray for all Black churches. I pray that the pastors, the people in charge of these churches, they hire proper security. They need to put metal detectors inside these churches. They need to hire proper security. Yes. Go through people's bags. Be very vigilant. Do not let weird people that you've never seen inside the building during service. Okay. And if I was y'all, I would stream. Okay. All Black churches should close and stream until after the election and after the inauguration. Like, take this stuff seriously. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, when people don't want to lose power, there's nothing they won't do to put people in a state of fear. Look at what they did to us during COVID, right? They love to use fear. They're always using fear and fear and fear, y'all. Our bank accounts could have been frozen, airplanes grounded, hospitals not working. Think about all the babies in the NICU. Think about all the mothers who need surgery, or like you're about to have a whole C-section and then there's an outage all around the city. You guys know, no, we live here, man. We live here. Okay. We live here. Like, all jokes aside, we all live here. We all live here. Okay. And no, I don't think so. And do you know that in America, there are 24 million assault rifles, right? That belong to people. Girl, no. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Father God, protect all of them. Okay, nobody needs to die. It's never that serious. It really is never that serious. And may God expose all these wicked people behind us, because these people, oh my gosh, they love chaos. You know what I'm saying, you guys? So we all really have to pray too, though. We really, really do have to pray. May God keep us safe. May God keep America safe. May God keep all these rallies and whatever they do, even at the Democratic stuff too. Like they're having their convention soon, right? May everybody who attend the Democratic convention, God keep them safe. Everybody needs to be kept safe. And that lady, Kimberly, if she's not going to step down, she needs to do her job. Do your damn job, sis. Because you're talking about everybody's livelihood and our entire safety. You can't be so casual. Oh, well, we did what we could. Girl, shut the hell up. Because had this boy been successful, whoever it was, had they been successful, we would have been in the middle of a civil war right now, you guys. Maybe the internet will be down. Anybody who remembers 9/11, you know how frightening it was. The phones were down. The internet was down. Nothing was working, okay? Nothing was working. We don't need this. We don't need a civil war. Nobody wants to go to a civil war. It is barbaric. It is bloody. It's like, oh, sorry, boo. You've never, oh my gosh, you don't, oh my gosh. I've seen civil wars in many countries. I saw the civil war in Liberia. I saw the civil war in Rwanda. I saw a civil war in the Ivory Coast. Like, you know, you don't wish that on anybody's country. Like nobody should be wishing, oh my gosh, I'm so sad you missed. Anything that could cause a civil war in your home country, you don't want that to happen. Once you have a civil war, there's no going back. There's no going back. There truly is no going back. So, Father God, I really thank you for sparing all of us because, child, I don't have it in me. I can't be locked up in the house for another 2-3 years. Okay? And like 2-3 years, my son might be like 17-ish. I don't want my son to get drafted. The freak. No, we want to have a soft life. Okay? We want to have a soft life. I want to have a soft life. We want to have a soft life. We being able to try, like, child, let me tell you something, okay? No, we just got back outside. We don't want to go back inside. We don't want to see young people getting drafted in the military. Absolutely not, okay? No. So with that being said, you guys, thank you for being with me. I hope you enjoyed being outside with me today and the baby. Right, little baby? Okay? So, yeah, take good care of yourself. Maybe we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back with something lighter. Tomorrow, if I come back tomorrow, we won't do politics tomorrow. We'll do maybe like dating and relationships or something like that, right? But please, like, let's all pray for America. Like, all jokes aside, right? No matter where you fall, right, left, liberal, Democrat, Republican, libertarian, independent, you know, may God protect America because we're all here, you guys. We live here. We truly, truly live here, and we really have to pray for safety because. I can imagine you on a plane and the entire IT system at the airport is down. That has to be frightening if you're a pilot. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. And also, if you have not watched the movie from Barack Obama, what's called Leave the World Behind, right? You should probably watch that because I'm like, why would he make a movie like this? Okay. So it's called Leave the World Behind, right? If you have not seen it, okay, make sure you check it out on Netflix. That's where it is, right? Check it out on Netflix. Okay. And check it out on Netflix, you guys. Okay. And see what you think because my. But let's stay woke. Okay. With that being said, I love y'all. Hopefully I see y'all tomorrow. Take care of yourself, right? And good night. Gotta go take a shower. Gotta take a little bath, right? Right, boo? I know that's right. All right. Bisous, y'all. Love y'all. She got to go. Bye-bye.